Shadows. Alexandra went on. These two astronomical clocks are over 600 years old. They're based on the old geocentric model. The top dial completes a rotation once a day, while the bottom one rotates once a year. Martin listened intently, fully absorbed. A beautiful tour guide like this could brighten anyone's day. Chapter 685, 678. Beautiful scenery, gourmet delights, and a midnight rendezvous. According to Alexandra Daddario's own telling, this astronomical clock held a meaning that differed in some respects. There's an old saying, the value of a cultural relic comes from the story behind it. And this astronomical clock clearly captivated Jessica all the more because of the legend that shrouded it. It made the structure feel mysterious, almost poetic. Speaking of mystery, Alexandra Daddario suddenly adopted a mysterious expression. She turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Martin with her pale blue eyes, and said, "Did you know? Legend has it that the operation of this astronomical clock was once seen as an omen for the fate of Czechoslovakia. As long as the clock was in motion, all would be well. But the moment it stopped ticking, things would go awry. The last time this happened was in 2001, just before the New Year's Eve countdown. The clock suffered a minor malfunction and stopped swinging, just briefly. And in August 2002, Prague was struck by one of the most catastrophic floods in its history." "Whoa!" Jessica gasped again, covering her mouth. The girl had an incredibly vivid imagination, though for some reason her acting never quite caught up to that passion. Just then, the hour struck. The windows on the clock tower opened automatically. Through the intricate mechanism of tiny gears, the 12 apostles began to parade by, accompanied by the pealing of bells. Like a lantern carousel, each figure appeared in turn, bowing to the gathered onlookers. Martin and Jessica noticed that the tourists and even some locals around them began checking their own watches to sync the time. After visiting the astronomical clock, Alexandra led Martin and Jessica to the famous Charles Bridge. There's a saying in Prague, "If you haven't crossed the Charles Bridge, you haven't truly visited Prague," Alexandra explained. Built in 1357, this Gothic stone bridge is one of the city's most iconic landmarks, nearly a symbol of Prague itself. It's lined with 29 statues. As she spoke, Alexandra strolled leisurely with Martin and Jessica across the bridge. On one side was the old and new town, filled with architectural splendor from every era. On the other, rolling hills with Prague Castle perched above. Below them, the gentle ripples of the Vltava River glistened in the light. No matter which direction one looked, it was picturesque. Suddenly, Alexandra stopped and pointed to a nearby statue. "Look, that statue of St. John is said to grant a wish to anyone who prays sincerely." "Really? What do you have to do?" Jessica asked with interest. "See those two metal reliefs beneath the statue?" Alexandra pointed. "You just have to touch them. Make your wish with a sincere heart, and if the saint is moved, he might help you make it come true." Martin looked down and noticed the two metal reliefs were already polished bright from being touched by countless hands. Jessica had already stepped forward, placing both hands on the plaques and closing her eyes in silent prayer. Martin turned to Alexandra. "Aren't you going to make a wish too?" But Alexandra answered with another question. "Martin, do you really believe a saint can hear everyone's heart? That he truly grants their wishes?" Martin chuckled. "Too many wishes. Maybe he just can't help them all." Alexandra looked a little disappointed. "So you think he's lost his power?" Martin replied. "How would you know if you don't try? Even if there are many people, maybe the most special one will catch the saint's attention." Alexandra's eyes lit up. "You think I'm the most special one?" "At least one of them," Martin said, glancing pointedly toward Jessica, who was still solemnly whispering her wish. Alexandra smiled. Once Jessica finished, she too stepped up and placed her hands gently on the plaques. After leaving Charles Bridge, the three of them arrived at a residential district in Prague. "Oh my God, even the houses here are so colorful, so beautiful." Jessica had lost count of how many times she'd said something like that today. The homes came in reds, yellows, greens, blues, painted in bright hues that lifted one's mood just by looking at them. As they strolled through the neighborhood, the sounds of Mozart floated through the air from somewhere unseen, as if they had stepped into a fairy tale world. Alexandra felt as if all the stress and worries of the past year were melting away with the music and the enchanting surroundings. Her whole body felt relaxed. She chatted now with Jessica, now with Martin, and whenever their eyes met, there was a playful spark. Her laughter was alive. Her heart was alive. Even her boobs was alive and kicking. To Martin, this scene was perfect. As evening crept in, the three returned to the city center. Martin brought the two girls to a famous roast duck restaurant. They ordered Czech dumplings, Czech roast duck, and various traditional delicacies. Martin tried a dumpling. To call it a dumpling was misleading. It was more like bread. The dough resembled bread dough more than dumpling skin, and the final product was sliced into thin pieces after boiling. Served with butter sauce, tomato gravy, or Czech-style meat stews, it was a local staple. The taste was okay, but the Czech roast duck? That was right up Martin's alley. From a health perspective, this was definitely high-calorie cuisine. But in terms of flavor, it could easily rival Long Island roast duck. The key difference: Czech roast duck used older ducks with lean yet firm meat. The duck was marinated with local spices, brushed with honey, and slow-roasted over wood fire. Martin speared a slice, paired it with the accompanying sides, crispy potatoes, and popped it into his mouth. One bite, and there was a satisfying crunch followed by a burst of rich duck flavor. His eyes lit up. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, not greasy in the slightest. With the potatoes? Perfect. Nice. After that delicious meal, Martin, Jessica, and Alexandra returned to their inn. Night had fallen, and after an intense session with Martin, Jessica was sound asleep. Ever since they arrived in Prague, Martin and Jessica had shared a room. The rest of the film crew simply looked the other way. At this point, their relationship was no secret. The tabloids had been all over it for a while now. The only thing missing was an official confirmation. Jesse, Martin whispered softly, smiling as he slowly withdrew his hand from under Jessica's neck. He gently pulled the blanket over her, kissed her forehead, then quietly got out of bed, got dressed, and tiptoed toward the door. Just as Martin closed the door behind him, Jessica opened her eyes and let out a light, grumbling huff. Oomph, I knew that scoundrel was sneaking out to rendezvous with that vixen. Outside, Martin was smiling too. I knew that little minx was faking sleep. She didn't try to stop me either. Looks like she doesn't mind me having Alexandra after all. Alexandra Daddario's room was on the same floor as Martin and Jessica's. When she saw Martin and Jessica walking into their room together, arms around each other, even though she had long expected it, Alexandra still felt a sharp pang in her chest, a flutter of discomfort she couldn't ignore. Am I really that unattractive? She lay in bed, tossing and turning. I wonder if Martin picked up on the hint I dropped on the bridge. Conflicted emotions churned in Alexandra's heart. Part of her hoped Martin had understood. Part of her hoped he hadn't. Jessica's a great girl. How could I be like this? Maybe, but it's Martin, after all. He's so charming, so talented. I really don't want to let him go, even just for one night. Martin's face floated into her mind again, then his perfectly proportioned body. And then her thoughts wandered to that scene in Martin dancing films, that hot, bare-chested dance. So hot. Is the air conditioner turned up too high? Alexandra's hand moved subconsciously. A moment later, knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Her heart nearly leapt out of her throat. She immediately sprang out of bed in excitement. Once her feet hit the ground, she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. But clearly, she failed. Is it him? Is it really him again? She didn't even bother to put on shoes, hurrying barefoot to the door. Peering through the peephole, Alexandra saw Martin's handsome face. Even distorted by the peephole lens, his features remained irresistibly captivating. Ah! Alexandra let out a silent scream, clutched her chest with both hands, and leaned her back against the door, trying to calm her wildly racing heart. But for obvious reasons, her hands couldn't quite soothe her heart from that close range. She took several deep breaths. Then, Alexandra resolutely turned, unlocked the door, and opened it. Martin stepped in. Amid her surprised gasp, he wrapped his arms possessively around her slim waist and kissed her. Martin, the door. Bang. Martin kicked the door shut. And so began a night of breeding session. The next day, the Wanted crew officially began filming. Alexandra had landed a role as a female assassin. It wasn't a major part, but it paid $20,000. When her manager flew in to finalize the contract, he was completely dumbfounded. And when he saw Alexandra and Martin interacting so intimately, he was beyond stunned. So, this girl didn't refuse casting couch deals out of principle. Her standards were just too high. What shocked the manager even more was that while Alexandra was sweetly chatting with Martin, holding onto his arm, another longtime rumored female lead in Martin's scandals, Jessica Alba, also appeared. The stunning Latina linked arms with Martin from the other side and greeted Alexandra warmly. The two girls started whispering to each other like close friends. What the hell? Even after boarding the plane, he still hadn't recovered. He began to wonder, should I tell Alexandra's father about this? Very quickly, he made up his mind. Though he was good friends with Alexandra's father, he was now her manager. His responsibility was to look out for his client. He didn't know how Martin managed to make Jessica and Alexandra get along so well, but by the time he landed, he'd figured it out. This is a good thing, isn't it? With Martin backing her, Alexandra's future in showbiz was guaranteed to be smooth sailing. She'd make a name for herself, earn big money, move into a mansion, and drive luxury cars. And as for him, he'd get a nice cut along the way. With his internal struggle resolved, the manager finally relaxed and even felt a little giddy. He thanked his lucky stars that Alexandra hadn't agreed to meet with those shady contacts he tried to introduce before. Thank goodness she chose to travel to Prague to clear her head. Otherwise, she might never have gotten this chance to be close to Martin. Back on set, Martin was playing Wesley Gibson, being berated by a loud, overweight woman. He cowered, trembling, portraying a timid, beaten-down man. Outside the apartment, Wesley caught his girlfriend cheating with his best friend. Furious, he clenched his fists, but lacked the courage to barge in and confront them. Later, when the cheating friend pretended to have just come home, he not only showed no guilt, but even offered Wesley advice on how to win back his girlfriend, acting like a smug big brother. His boss was overbearing, his co-workers inconsiderate, and his girlfriend's betrayal pushed him to the brink. Wesley was falling apart. To relieve the mental strain, he resorted to medication. Alexandra and Jessica stood side by side. Now that they'd both been claimed, they were officially part of Martin's collection. These two living goddesses watched Martin's performance with admiration as they chatted in hushed tones. Oh my God! Alexandra's pale blue eyes widened. Martin can actually bring this pathetic loser of a character to life so vividly. It's unbelievable. You'll get used to it, Jessica said knowingly. This is exactly why we call him Magical Martin. Really? I thought it was because of... Alexandra blushed and whispered a few words into Jessica's ear. Jessica giggled behind her hand. Well, that reason is definitely part of it too. Cut. Excellent. That's a wrap. Next scene. Director Timur Bekmambetov wasn't just sucking up. He genuinely thought Martin's performance was brilliant. The way he portrayed Wesley's cowardice, repression, and inner rage as a bottom-of-the-barrel office worker was impressively nuanced. Timur didn't know how this rich kid Martin managed to embody this so convincingly, but the fact was, he nailed it. The next scene they shot was a key turning point. Wesley learns that his father was part of an assassin group called the Fraternity, and that he himself might join them. He quits his job and finally stands up to the people he despises. It was one of the early emotional high points, a cathartic release for the audience, and crucial to get right. Filming began. Inside the office, the overweight woman once again berated Wesley. But this time, Martin didn't endure it silently. He suddenly shouted, "Shut the fuck up," in an explosive outburst. The woman froze in shock. Then, Martin ripped a keyboard off the desk and stormed toward his boss's office. Just then, the best friend, who'd slept with his girlfriend, appeared, trying to act cool and reach out for a fist bump. Wesley smirked coldly and smashed him with the keyboard. The actor playing the friend fell backward as keys scattered everywhere. In post-production, they would enhance this scene. The flying keys would form the words, "fuck you." But it wasn't over. Wesley swung the keyboard wildly, smashing everything around him. A long overdue moment of satisfaction. Then, as he tossed the keyboard aside and stormed out, he turned back, flipped his boss the middle finger, and yelled a hearty "fuck you," delivering a classic American-style parting shot. Wow, this part is so satisfying. Watching it just makes me feel better. Even though she knew it was a performance, Alexandra Daddario still found this particular scene of Martin's so exhilarating that it lifted her spirits immensely. As for Martin, he had just finished pulling the actor playing the defeated role off the set. "You okay?" "I'm fine. The keyboard was a specially made prop. Didn't hurt at all when it hit me." Chris Pratt was currently just a lowly, unknown extra. Facing Martin's concern, his face lit up with gratitude, and his tone was meek, a far cry from the cocky attitude he displayed in the scene. "This kid's acting's not bad," Martin thought to himself. "Great. That's a wrap for this take." Martin, perfect performance. Chris Pratt, not bad either. Director Timur Bekmambetov hadn't expected Martin to switch emotions so effortlessly. One moment meek and beaten down, the next radiant with charisma. The very first take went off without a hitch, which put the director in a great mood. Chris Pratt beamed at the praise and said loudly, "Thank you, director." He didn't forget to praise up a little. "It's all thanks to your excellent direction." "What a shameless ass-kisser," Alexandra Daddario muttered under her breath. Chris Pratt, truth be told, had quite a bumpy road in the industry. Born in 1979, he was already 28, but it would take another 7 years before he made it big. It wasn't until Guardians of the Galaxy premiered in 2014 that he finally broke into the A-list crowd. Later, he landed the lead in the blockbuster Jurassic World series, which propelled him into the ranks of top-tier stars, one of the so-called $20 million club. This Norwegian-born actor had an incredibly colorful resume before becoming famous. He'd done everything: mowing lawns, waiting tables, selling discount coupons, and even working as a male stripper. At one point, he was even homeless in Hawaii. He only got into acting thanks to his relationship with Canadian actress Rae Dawn Chong. Rae Dawn Chong, daughter of famed Canadian comedian Tommy Chong, had Chinese, Scottish, Irish, and African ancestry. Though her skin was dark, she was quite the beauty in her youth. That said, Rae Dawn Chong was born in 1961, so when she met Chris Pratt, she was already 40. She ended up falling for the young and handsome Pratt. They lived together for 2 years. Through Ray's family connections, Pratt was able to step into the film industry. In 2000, he acted in his first horror film, Cursed, Part 3, thus beginning his acting career. That same year, he also acted in the crime drama The Huntress, which qualified him for official membership in the Screen Actors Guild. By 2002, he landed a lead role in the WB television series Everwood, earning back-to-back Teen Choice Award nominations for Best TV Sidekick. With a little fame under his belt, Pratt figured he could now stand on his own 2 feet in the industry. He dumped his older girlfriend and tried to go solo. Only then did he realize, without his girlfriend's family connections, his minor fame wasn't worth much at all. Before, all he had to do was serve one lady. Well, Ray was already 42, but still quite charming. Now, to get a chance at a role, he had to suck up to one lady after another, and sometimes even older men. This latest opportunity to be in Martin's new film, he'd only gotten it after spending the night with a female producer. Truthfully, Chris Pratt wasn't a bad actor. His wide-ranging life experiences made him well-rounded, and when it came to portraying low-level characters, he was incredibly convincing. What he lacked was simply an opportunity. But in Hollywood, how many talented actors are only missing an opportunity? Pratt participated in several of Martin's scenes afterward. Every chance he got, he sucked up to Martin like crazy. At this stage, he was still a chubby guy, and his obsequious behavior only made him seem all the more pathetic. Alexandra Daddario, for one, couldn't stand him. Jessica Alba, on the other hand, who'd hustled in the industry for years, understood it well. This is how small fries survive in the industry. If someone without connections can't put their pride aside and suck up when needed, how else are they supposed to get a shot? Still, isn't that a bit much? This is nothing. I once saw a minor male actor on set dress up in a full-on catgirl costume just to please a producer. And yes, the actor was male, and the producer was male too. What the fuck? WTF? Alexandra was dumbfounded. Only now did she realize just how innocent the arrangements her own manager had made for her were. Thank God I have Martin now. Yep, you're one lucky girl. Time slipped by, and the shoot wrapped for the day. Chris Pratt found Martin and gave him a fawning smile. "Martin, got a minute? How about we grab a drink later tonight? I know a great bar nearby. It's on me." Martin was momentarily tempted, But after glancing over at Alexandra and Jessica in the distance, he shook his head. Can't tonight. I have plans. Chris's chubby face stretched into a smile, dimples deepening like little duck eggs. He said knowingly, no problem, no problem. Maybe next time when you're free. Sure. Martin gave a small nod and patted Chris on the shoulder. That alone made Chris light up even more, beaming with delight. As Martin left with the two girls, another young actor from the crew, Mark Warren, who played a repairman, sidled over and chuckled mockingly. Got rejected, huh? Dude, you seriously have no sense of timing. Didn't you see those two babes hanging around Martin? No way he has time for you. Chris gave him a look of disdain and replied, You think I don't know that? I did it on purpose. Heh, at least I left an impression on Martin. And hey, he didn't actually reject me outright. Who knows, maybe next time I really will get that drink with him. Mark Warren stared at him, dumbfounded. What the fuck? You playing for D chess or something? Kid, you think I've been grinding all these years for nothing? Chris didn't bother replying. He was planning to go drink at that little bar himself anyway. To be fair, the beer there really was good. Mark Warren was stunned for a moment, then chased after him. Hey buddy, how about I come too? I want to hear more of your strategies. Information like that doesn't come free, Chris said smugly. Okay, I get it. Drinks are on me. Then it's a deal. Chris Pratt laughed gleefully. What happened? After a night of senseless of fucking, Martin strolled downstairs looking refreshed and energetic, heading to the dining room on the first floor for breakfast. As for Alexandra Daddario and Jessica Alba, those two stunning beauties, they were still collapsed in bed with jizz still leaking in their holes. Then Martin caught sight of that bit part actor who played a repairman. What was his name again? Mark Warren? This guy was holding a boiled egg and pressing it against Chris Pratt's forehead like a hot compress. Hearing Martin's question, both of them turned their heads, their faces awkward to the extreme. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 crew members nearby were eating breakfast, barely holding back their laughter. Chris Pratt quickly stood up from his chair and greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Martin. Mark Warren also snapped to attention and quickly followed with, Good morning, Mr. Myers. He hadn't had many scenes with Martin and thus lacked the familiarity to call him by his first name. Martin gave Mark Warren a brief nod and replied evenly, Morning. Then he looked at Chris Pratt's dark eye circles with a smirk. What the hell happened to you? Got into a fight last night. Uffed. Lorna Scott, who played the role of Janice, nearly spit out her bread. Clearly, Chris Pratt or Mark Warren had just shared their tale of woe. Chris, far from hiding it, saw this as a great opportunity to bond with Martin and launched into a vivid retelling. As it turned out, after filming Wrapped last night, he and Mark Warren had gone out drinking. They chatted while downing beers until just before dawn, and only then decided to return to their hotel to rest. And then, something utterly unexpected happened. Just as they were about to get up and leave, 2 heavily made up, alluring women suddenly sat down at their table. Care for a drink? One of the blondes asked. Chris and Mark, naturally, had no objections. They ordered beers for the 2 women. With alcohol in their systems, and the women clearly turning on the charm, both men quickly fell under their spell. Eventually, they each brought one woman back to their own rooms. But then, when Chris's blonde guest started undressing, to his horror, he discovered she had a dick down there. What the fuck? Martin almost spat out his milk in laughter. And then, he asked, curious. Well, I told that damn tranny to get lost, Chris said. But the bastard had the nerve to demand money from me. Said he wouldn't leave unless I paid up. I got pissed, tried to throw the guy out myself, but... Chris rubbed his forehead, his expression awkward. Turns out he was stronger than me. Pinned me to the ground and beat the crap out of me. Then he took my wallet and ran. Fuck, he cursed again in frustration. Martin could barely hold it in. Scratch that. He didn't hold it in. He laughed out loud. Even the other crew members, who had clearly already heard this once, burst into renewed laughter. Konstantin Kabensky, who played the disinfectant, chimed in. No wonder I heard fighting noises next door last night. I thought you were in a wild battle with some hot chick, but turns out it was a wild beatdown from a tranny. Wait, not even a battle. You got wrecked. Ha 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 ha. Martin was still chuckling when something struck him. He turned to Mark Warren. Wait a minute. If Chris ran into a tranny, then the one who went with you should have been a tranny too, right? Why are you fine? Yeah. Chris snapped his fingers. You also brought someone back, didn't you? If Chris's date was a tranny, then logically, Mark's should have been too. So why hadn't he said anything about his night? Suddenly, Chris's eyes widened. He pointed at Mark, stunned. No way. No way. Don't tell me. The others all looked at Mark, their expressions turning weird. Mark quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. That was a woman, a real woman. Not a tranny. Chris rubbed his chin skeptically. I don't buy it. She was really a woman. Wait, why did you say he just now? God damn it. Did you actually do it with that tranny? Fuck, I misspoke. I swear I didn't. I'll swear to God if you want. He raised a hand, about to take an oath. Just then, the hotel restaurant's door burst open. A group of people marched in. At the front were two women, one with long, golden blonde hair, the other with frizzy curls. Before anyone could react, the blonde stormed up and pointed at Chris Pratt. It's him. He's the one who hit me last night. The frizzy-haired one, meanwhile, ran up to Mark Warren with a flirty smile. Hey, fancy seeing you again. You were amazing last night. The lighting in the restaurant was excellent. Everyone nearby could clearly see the stubble shadow on the frizzy-haired woman's upper lip and an Adam's apple on her neck. Swoosh. All eyes turned simultaneously toward Mark Warren. He froze, hands still raised in midair, speechless. On the other side, the argument flared up again. Fuck, you hit me, and you stole my wallet, the blonde yelled. Everyone suddenly remembered that this whole wallet theft thing hadn't been resolved yet. All eyes swiveled back to Chris Pratt. The poor guy stomped in righteous fury, pointing at his own black eye as he shouted at the blonde. Fuck off. I didn't hit you. You attacked me, and I fought back. You broke-ass psycho. There wasn't a damn cent in your purse. Fuck you. Fuck you. I spent all my money buying you drinks. My passport's still in that wallet. Give it back. Fuck off. I only drank one beer. You broke bitch. Want your passport? Fine, $500. Why don't you just rob me? Then say goodbye to your precious passport. The blonde's voice had started off with a feminine lilt, but as the fight escalated, her voice dropped and boomed with raw aggression. Even her hand gestures carried a certain masculine authority. Everyone glanced sympathetically at Chris Pratt. No wonder he lost the fight. Then, from the group that came in with the ladies, a man who looked like a mafia boss stepped forward and spoke. Listen, kid, just give her the money. Settle this. Or it's not just your passport you'll be losing. Martin frowned deeply. The incubus had always been fiercely protective of their own. Even though Chris Pratt wasn't a Myers family member, this crew was part of his production. Naturally, he had to defend her people. Besides, it was obvious the whole situation had been orchestrated by that man dressed as a woman, a deliberate trap from someone obsessed with cross-dressing. He could already tell that the blonde and the frizzy-haired one weren't actual drag queens. They were men cross-dressing as women. Thinking this, his gaze fell on Mark Warren. He hadn't expected this guy to have such a unique hobby. Well, okay then. Seeing the frizzy-haired woman act so affectionately toward him, it was obvious that whatever happened last night had left the other party very satisfied. Huh? Martin shifted his body slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chris Pratt was already in a heated argument with the gangster boss. The gangster's English was far from fluent, and his accent was unmistakable, but that didn't stop him from shouting, Fuck, I'm not paying. You're extorting us. Extorting? Huh. I suggest you watch your words, old man. We locals aren't so easy to mess with. Who's messing with you? Chris Pratt's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh. Just pay up and everything's fine. Otherwise, the gangster boss scanned the crowd, his eyes pausing on Martin for a moment, seemingly uncertain. However, Martin had grown a beard over the past few days while filming Wesley's early scenes, and he was also wearing a pair of thick-rimmed black glasses. Though still strikingly handsome, his look was noticeably different from usual. The gangster boss clearly didn't recognize him. He jabbed a finger at Chris Pratt and shouted, You're a film crew, right? Believe it or not, I can make sure you never get to shoot a single scene here. I don't believe it. A cold voice suddenly cut in from the side. The gangster turned his head and saw the same striking man who had left a strong impression earlier. Martin was now staring him down with icy blue eyes behind his glasses, eyes so cold they made the gangster shiver inside. Suppressing the strange feeling rising in his gut, the gangster put on a fierce face and snarled, Kid, Mind your own damn business. Martin stood up, his 6 feet 1 inch frame and muscular build instantly exerting crushing pressure on the gangster boss. The gangster instinctively stepped back, but then, feeling embarrassed, his anger flared. He barked out a command to his lackeys to charge at Martin. Get him. Teach this punk a lesson. Beat his ass. Fuck. Chris Pratt was the first to rush in, but was tackled and brought down by the blonde woman, and the two started wrestling on the floor. At this point, everyone else had the same thought. Isn't this a golden opportunity to get close to Martin? But before any of them could act, Martin had already finished the fight. The gangster lackeys lay scattered across the floor. The boss himself was on his knees, screaming in pain as Martin twisted the distraction. He delivered a solid blow to the blonde's cheek, escaped, and quickly took cover behind Martin. Martin glanced at him. This guy might be tall and beefy, but he was absolutely useless in a fight. Do you know who I am, kid? You'd better let me go, or I'll make sure none of you leave this city alive, the gangster boss shouted, still squirming in pain as he tried to threaten Martin. Martin looked at him and chuckled. And do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. Let go of me. Damn it, my brother-in-law is the chief of police. The gangster had finally thrown out his trump card, but the sharp-featured young man standing in front of him showed not a hint of fear, only a mocking smile. Chief of police, huh? At that moment, producer Jim walked into the dining hall and froze at the scene before him. What the hell happened here? Martin replied. Some gangsters came to stir up trouble. Jim, call the mayor of Prague. He invited us here to shoot a movie, and this is the hospitality we get. What the fuck? The gangster boss's eyes widened instantly. Even the blonde woman, who had been sneaking up for another ambush, froze in place, then slowly changed direction and slinked off toward the restaurant entrance. Oh ho ho, someone's in deep shit now. Chris Pratt sneered with a swollen, bruised face and let out a whistle of satisfaction. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the blonde woman trying to leave. His resentment flared again. Hey, you damn tranny. You're not going anywhere. Give me back my passport. Here's your damn passport. The blonde hurled a black purse at him, then bolted for the exit. Chris lunged after him, and the two resumed their wrestling match. Martin sighed again. Damn it, this guy really is a walking liability. On the other side, the frizzy-haired woman looked like she was about to burst into tears. With an adorable expression, she turned to Mark Warren and said, I don't want to go to jail. Can you help me, sweetie Mark? The whole film crew shivered. This was getting way too weird. Mark Warren, however, was visibly moved. He gently stroked the woman's hair and said softly, It's okay. It's okay. I'll testify for you. You didn't do anything wrong. Lana, who was the closest to them, felt a wave of nausea. She rubbed her goosebumped shoulder and moved over to the far sofa. That short fight ended quickly. The gangster boss and the blonde woman were both hauled off to the police station. What happened to them afterward, no one knew, and Martin didn't really care. The film crew continued shooting as scheduled. Except now, everyone had a newfound respect and fear of Martin. Chris Pratt, meanwhile, needed way more makeup to cover up the swelling on his face. And everyone had started to keep a safe distance from Mark Warren, especially the men. Wow, that was absolutely amazing. Chris Pratt clapped enthusiastically, genuinely impressed by the segment of combat technique Martin had just performed. This wasn't flattery, he really meant it. Martin's moves had been razor-sharp and incredibly cool. Just look at the women. Every single one of them had hearts in their eyes. In Martin's opinion, if John Woo had launched the Hollywood craze for stylized gunfight aesthetics, and The Matrix had refined that style with more modern cinematic techniques, then Wanted had taken Hollywood's aestheticized violence to its absolute peak. Especially that final sequence, one man versus over 100. With slow-motion freeway shots, shifting camera angles, and bullet time effects layered in, it showcased violence as an art form. Cross-angled gunplay, upside-down crucifixes, chained acrobatic kicks. Martin was confident that once he infused these action sequences with the Incubus' own understanding of aestheticism, the result would be even more explosive than the original. It would absolutely make the audience's adrenaline go through the roof. In the outskirts of Prague, this building had been refurbished into the old-style headquarters of the Assassins' Alliance, styled like an old factory by the river beneath a tiled tower. Its exterior had a rough, solid, an old-fashioned architectural feel, which had been enhanced by the prop designers to immediately evoke a sense of time-worn heaviness and gravity at a glance. Inside one of the factory's sections was the enormous loom of fate. Another room had been converted into a shooting practice range. The actor playing the gunsmith was inside, skillfully disassembling a pistol. He would soon appear in a scene where he played the role of Wesley's gun mentor, a character associated with Martin. Chris Pratt had already finished his scenes, but he hadn't left the set. Martin had found him another task working on set, letting him earn a bit more as a reward for being the first to charge in to protect the boss that day. Martin and Jessica entered the shooting range together. Martin gave Gordon a heads up. The professional bodyguard immediately stepped up to inspect the prop firearms about to be used, ensuring no live rounds had been mixed in. Ever since Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, was fatally shot by a prop gun that turned out to contain a real bullet while filming, all major Hollywood productions added strict firearm safety checks for any shootout scenes involving top stars. Scene 102. Take 24. Action. Filming began. Martin, wearing leather boots and a tight-fitting outfit, entered the shooting range with Jessica. Jessica, playing Fox, pointed to the black actor portraying the gunsmith and said, "This is the gunsmith. He knows more about guns than anyone. He'll teach you how to use them." After a short exchange, the gunsmith pulled a lever, and 3 corpses, mannequins with metal rods through their shoulder blades, dropped from the ceiling, suspended by chains, swinging from the shadows. Martin instantly slipped into character. Using Wesley's tone, he exclaimed, "Whoa! Oh my God! These props look so real." He grinned like an idiot and eagerly walked up to the 3 bodies to examine them. In a close-up shot, his face showed a dumb, innocent smile. Playfully, he poked the female corpse's lips with his finger. A second later, his smile froze. As if in disbelief, he poked her again. His expression turned to horror. "Oh my God!" He began panting and staring at the corpse, his voice louder this time. "Oh my God!" He poked her one more time, his facial features twisting, then suddenly turned and shouted, "Oh my God! Hey, we can't shoot a dead woman. She could be someone's mom." Wesley shouted in panicked voice. Bang! Fox, who had been calmly talking with the gunsmith, suddenly turned and shot the corpse in the head. A special effect exploded on its forehead, simulating a bloody wound. She said coldly, "You need to know what it feels like to pull the trigger on someone. Cut." That was excellent. Director Timur Bekmambetov was thrilled with Martin's performance, which captured Wesley's shift from naive to terrified with precision. "This one's done. Take 5. Get ready for the next setup." As they wrapped up, Morgan Freeman approached Martin and said, "Kid, you're really something. I wasn't nearly this good when I was your age." Martin looked at the old black man before him. The man was over 70, his face lined with age, but his spirit was still sharp. He was without a doubt one of the great veterans of world cinema. Whether it was his acting or his voice, both were widely praised in the industry. He had a knack for supporting roles across a wide range of films, earning him the nickname Hollywood's ace supporting actor. That kind of talent wasn't something just anyone possessed. Whether playing a god, a president, a servant, or a chauffeur, he had done it all. Yet he always brought his own unique flair to the role, creating memorable moments and winning over audiences, which made him widely recognized and beloved. He was Redding, the wise and sincere inmate from the Shawshank Redemption. He was the humorous yet profound God in Bruce Almighty. He was the master illusionist Bradley in Now You See Me. Thanks to his exceptional acting skills and many iconic roles, he left a strong impression on audiences and became known to many as the Honorable Elder. But in 2018, 81-year-old Morgan Freeman came under intense media fire for allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with his step-granddaughter. Her name was Adina Hines, the daughter of Freeman's ex-wife and her ex-husband. Although not related by blood, Freeman had showered her with affection and even brought her along to public events. But in 2015, Hines was murdered by her boyfriend in the street. Before the incident, Hines' boyfriend, through a lawyer, told the judge that Hines had confessed to him that she and Morgan Freeman had been in an inappropriate relationship. Though no solid evidence ever surfaced to prove the claim, the media coverage shocked Hollywood. And then it got worse. 1 month later, 8 more women came forward, accusing Freeman of sexual harassment. They said they hadn't reported him earlier out of fear of losing their jobs. One woman said she even changed how she dressed when she knew he'd be around. Facing the accusations, Freeman issued a statement. "I have never harassed anyone. But if my behavior or words made anyone uncomfortable, I apologize." Most of the allegations described verbal harassment, like comments and the occasional hand on a shoulder or back. Only one woman accused him of lifting her skirt, but there was no evidence. Realistically, even if Freeman had done those things, not that they're excusable, by Hollywood standards, it was mild. Compared to someone like Harvey Weinstein, this barely qualified. And the fact that these accusations only came out years later was suspicious. The 2-minute break passed quickly. Next up was the filming of the scene where Wesley practiced curving bullets. After a few rehearsals of them running away, it was time to start the official shoot. Fox pointed at a frozen slab of pork hanging in front of them and said to Wesley, "You need to make the bullet curve and hit the target behind." The character Fox didn't require much acting. Just being cool was enough. This kind of vase-type role posed no challenge for Jessica. "How is that even possible?" Wesley exclaimed in shock. Morgan Freeman lifted the curtain and walked in. "This isn't a question of whether it's possible or not. Do you know what the real issue is? If, when you were 25, someone had told you bullets only fly straight, and I gave you a gun and told you to hit a target, what would you do?" Wesley looked bewildered. Morgan Freeman internally praised his acting partner's excellent reaction and continued, "Let your instincts guide you, kid." Then, he raised his hand and fired. Of course, here he was just mimicking the motion. In post-production, they would add in the special effects of the bullet curving around the pork and hitting the bullseye. Martin displayed a look of shock and disbelief at just the right moment. "Perfect. That's a wrap on this one." For director Timur Bekmambetov, this shoot was deeply satisfying. Martin's acting was outstanding. It was basically a one-take success. The rest of the cast also performed very well. As for the female lead, while Jessica Alba's acting might not match the genius level of Martin or the veteran Morgan Freeman, for a role that mainly involved startling reactions, she handled it with ease. Later that day, filming wrapped up for the day. The production crew hosted a wrap party in the hotel dining hall. Martin saw Morgan Freeman arrive with a young black woman. "Martin, this is my step-granddaughter, Edina Hines. She's a big fan of yours. Can you give her an autograph?" "Of course, no problem at all." Martin agreed cheerfully. The girl was fanning her cheeks with both hands as she spoke. Her looks were best described as pleasant. After signing the photo and handing it over, Martin casually glanced at their faces. He couldn't see any obvious sign that Morgan Freeman had an improper relationship with her. He was slightly curious, but not enough to bother using magic to investigate. After snapping a quick photo with the girl, he returned to sit beside Jessica and Alexandra. Chris Pratt came over enthusiastically. "Do you ladies want anything to eat? I can get it for you." Martin chuckled and shook his head. "No need. We can get it ourselves." Watching Chris Pratt walk away, Alexandra Daddario couldn't help saying, "I still don't like him." Martin laughed. "Darling, you're allowed to dislike anyone. As long as I'm here, you don't have to suck up to anybody." Then he added with a grin, "Except me." The girls burst into laughter. Jessica added, "Guys like Chris, stuck at the bottom rung of the acting world, have to scrape and claw their way up just to get a single opportunity. And the sad part is, most of the time, they never even get close to one." "What's this?" "Sympathy," Martin asked. Jessica nodded. "He reminds me of myself when I was younger. Back then, for the sake of getting a role, my mother had to humble herself and beg people all over town. My agent even wanted me to cozy up to powerful men, but I was only 12 at the time. I was lucky to meet you, Martin." Her eyes were full of tenderness. Martin affectionately stroked her head and said in a soft voice, "All right, I'll give that kid a chance." Then he added, "He's too slippery to be a close confidant, but he could make a decent errand boy." After staying in Prague for over a month, the crew flew back to Los Angeles. Most of the key scenes for Wanted were done. Only a few minor shots remained, which could be completed in studio. Martin took time off to watch the final cut of Iron Man. "What do you think?" After the screening, Robert Downey Jr. approached him nervously. Even though he believed the film had strong commercial potential, after so many years of being out of sync with Hollywood trends, he no longer had full confidence in his own judgment. Martin gave him a surprised look. It's obviously great. I directed it, remember? Don't be such a smartass, Robert swore, though inwardly he was greatly reassured. Martin then lowered his voice and said, Robert, over at Marvel Studios, Avi Arad has already put together a complete plan for superhero films. Word is, if the first Iron Man succeeds, they'll roll out a roadmap that stretches over the next 10 years. Robert's eyes lit up. Wow, sounds like I've got a stable meal ticket ahead, a long-term cash cow. Cash cow. Martin snorted. You underestimate Iron Man. This isn't some regular meal ticket. It's your golden ticket to join the ranks of the ultra-wealthy through box office sales. Avi Arad and Stan Lee also arrived. Both men were extremely pleased with the final cut of Iron Man. Martin, I have to thank you. You've given Marvel Studios a true masterpiece, said Avi Arad. I love that final line. I am Iron Man, wow, so badass. Robert, you really nailed it, said Stan Lee. Thanks for the praise. Donnie beamed from ear to ear. Avi Arad lightly tapped the table and smiled. Now we can place even greater hopes on Iron Man. As long as this movie becomes a major success, we'll get the green light for the sequel, and we can also officially launch the entire Avengers initiative. The Avengers? Sounds like you've got a big plan. Martin pretended to look surprised, as if this was the first time he'd heard of it. Robert, on the other hand, was truly shocked. Marvel's ambitions were massive. At that moment, Stan Lee suddenly asked, I heard DC is also working on a Justice League project? Martin didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't a secret. That's right. After the success of the Batman reboot, Warner will release solo films for Superman, The Flash, and Wonder Woman one after another. In the end, they'll unite all the major DC superheroes to form the Justice League. And those four, Batman, Superman, The Flash, and Wonder Woman, will be its core pillars. In DC Comics, the Justice League made its debut in March 1960. At that time, in issue number 28 of The Brave and the Bold, Green Lantern, Flash, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman teamed up for the first time to fight the starfish alien, Starro. This marked the first official appearance of the Justice League. 2 years later, in 1962, issue number 9 of Justice League of America presented the earliest canonical origin story of the Justice League. In that version, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter each defeated 5 separate alien invaders on their own, then teamed up to defeat a 6th alien together. Finally, the 5 heroes joined forces with Superman and Batman to repel the final invader. After this event, the 7 heroes decided to form a team to face even greater threats. Thus, the Justice League of America, later simply known as the Justice League, was officially founded. However, under Martin's recommendation, Warner Brothers' version of the Justice League was streamlined. The original 7 founding members were reduced to 4 core members, characters with relatively weaker popularity, such as Batman, Superman, Flash, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter, were temporarily removed from the plan. This was mainly because this was a film, not a comic book. Too many main characters would complicate the story, possibly making it bloated and chaotic. Martin briefly explained Warner's Justice League plan to Avi Arad and Stan Lee. The two exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Warner's idea was strikingly similar to theirs. They were also planning to cut some less prominent heroes from the Avengers, instead focusing on Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor, with Spider-Man, Black Widow, Ant-Man, and Scarlet Witch as supporting characters. Interestingly, the Avengers was created much later than Justice League. In 1960, DC launched the first true superhero team in comic history, the Justice League, which became a huge success. This team-based format of superhero storytelling quickly captured readers' enthusiasm. At that time, Marvel was nearly bankrupt, and Stan Lee, considering a career change, made a last-ditch effort by launching the first superhero team in Marvel's history. Wait, are you expecting the Avengers to show up here? In fact, the team that emerged was called the Fantastic Four. They were Marvel's first-ever superhero team. Back then, Marvel didn't have powerful icons like Superman or Batman. With no strong characters to rally fans, it wasn't the right time to gather existing heroes. So instead, they created the somewhat quirky Fantastic Four as an experimental attempt. Surprisingly, It was a huge success. Fantastic Four was a hit as soon as it hit the shelves, pulling Marvel back from the brink. This success boosted Marvel's confidence and gave them valuable experience for assembling a larger hero team later on. In September 1963, Marvel's main heroes officially assembled for the first time. The Avengers was born. The birth of the Avengers reignited Marvel's momentum, putting it on equal footing with DC as a comics powerhouse. In this chapter of Ancient Comics, we explore how the Avengers came into being. Although their origin story in the comics was quite different from that in the films, both shared a common villain, Loki. Yes, that same Loki with the complicated love-hate relationship with his brother, Thor. The story centers on Loki, who, trapped on Isle of Silence, sends his spirit to Earth to seek revenge on Thor. He uses magic to sabotage a railway and frames Hulk for it, tricking Thor into thinking Hulk is the villain and provoking a fight between the two, while Loki waits to reap the benefits. On Earth, a group called the Teen Brigade believes Hulk is innocent. They broadcast a radio signal, hoping to summon the Fantastic Four to investigate. But Loki intercepts the signal. While he interferes with the Fantastic Four's reception, by sheer chance, the signal reaches Thor, Ant-Man, Wasp, and Iron Man. These heroes, who would soon become the first Avengers, band together to find Hulk. Together, they defeat Loki and clear Hulk's name. Because of their successful cooperation, including Hulk, they decide to officially form a team. In the end, it's Wasp who gives the team its iconic name, the Avengers. When many viewers, especially non-English speaking ones, first hear the name, the Avengers, they might find it odd. Who are they avenging? Why did Wasp think it was a cool name? This actually has to do with the deeper meaning of the word avenge in English. There are two common English words related to revenge. Revenge, avenge, as used in the Avengers. While revenge typically refers to personal vendettas or payback, avenge carries a nobler connotation. It often means delivering justice, avenging on behalf of others, or punishing evil, not for oneself, but for a greater cause. So the more accurate translation of the Avengers might be something like the Justice Seekers or the Righteous Vengeance League. Feels a bit like something out of Water Margin, doesn't it? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, enough digression. After watching Iron Man unfold, Avi Arad and Stan Lee were increasingly impressed and convinced. Avi Arad tentatively asked, "Martin, would you be interested in directing Iron Man again?" Martin shook his head and politely declined. "I'm too busy. I might not have the time. If the first film can get things rolling, the director won't matter as much later. As long as the style continues, that's what counts." Avi Arad looked a little disappointed, but also relieved. He was afraid Martin would make outrageous demands. Martin prepared to leave, but just as he reached the door, he hesitated. After a moment's thought, he turned back to Avi Arad and Stan Lee and said, "You two better prepare yourselves. I've received word that starting this November, the Writers Guild of America is planning a major strike. When that happens, all of Hollywood will grind to a halt. If you've got any projects lined up, you should either speed them up or delay them." Avi Arad was shocked. "Is that true, Martin?" Martin shrugged. "The source who told me wouldn't lie to me." In fact, Martin knew this massive strike would last for about 100 days, ending only in February 2008. It would cause $2.1 billion in economic losses and wipe out 37,700 jobs across the U.S. film and television industry and its surrounding sectors. Of course, Martin had all this information from the memories of Second Martin. It was now November. The writers' strike arrived on schedule. Due to the collapse of wage negotiations with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, AMPTP, where an annual demand of $200 million was met with only $52 million promised, the Writers Guild of America, WGA, took the lead and sent 11,500 screenwriters to the picket lines. They chose to go on strike. They demanded that Hollywood recognize the value of writers and affirm the worth of their labor. To put it bluntly, pay us, pay us, pay us. Crowds chanted the slogan, "No contract, no script." Writers used this method to assert their professional status and prove that those quality scripts, used year after year to earn billions for the likes of NBC, Fox, ABC, Disney, Warner, and Paramount, deserved to be rewarded with both prestige and proper compensation. The 230 support for writers' movement wasn't limited to just writers. If we were to list everyone backing the strike, you'd find the situation far more complex than you'd imagine. There were directors involved, the Nolan brothers and J.J. Abrams, director of Mission Impossible and Star Trek, also took to the streets carrying signs. There were actors as well, people like Leonardo DiCaprio and even 71-year-old Frank Darabont. Martin, however, stayed out of it. As someone with credentials in the Screen Actors Guild, Directors Guild, and Writers Guild, and also as one of Hollywood's major capitalists, it simply wasn't appropriate for him to speak from any one standpoint. He couldn't go and strike against himself. So he hid away in the film editing room and began the final touches on District 9. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the editing progress of Wanted. Although he trusted that Timur Bekmambetov wouldn't recklessly go off script in the editing room, supervision was still a must. As time passed, Christmas approached, but the massive strike in Hollywood showed no signs of ending. Negotiations between the two sides had yet to reach a consensus. In fact, no Hollywood writers' strike had ever concluded quickly. The Big Six studios were unlikely to yield easily. On this front, they showed remarkable unity. The Writers Guild declared that this strike was a marathon-style strike. Nick Counter, the AMPTP's lead negotiator, stated that if the strike continued, there would be no way to resume negotiations. He said, "When the barrel of a gun is pointed at our heads, we can't negotiate. Doing so would be foolish." The last collective writers' strike occurred in 1988. It lasted 22 weeks and caused over $500 million in losses to the industry. This time, the damage was expected to be even worse. The entertainment industry had grown into a massive beast. Even without considering surrounding industries, Hollywood alone generated hundreds of billions in revenue annually. When you include the related sectors, Hollywood's entertainment industry accounted for nearly 8% of the entire U.S. economy. According to the latest data, Hollywood film and television professionals earned over $100 billion in wages just last year. Clearly, this industry was massive and incredibly valuable. That Christmas, Hollywood had no festive cheer. The shadow of the strike loomed over the entire North American entertainment sector. To maintain discipline during the strike, the Writers Guild issued a series of strict rules. No member was allowed to start work without approval. Even writing a draft in private was prohibited. Any violators would face a $100,000 fine and possible expulsion from the guild. As a result, many productions were inevitably put on hold. Late-night talk shows like The Tonight Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, Jimmy Fallon Live, Saturday Night Live, and The Colbert Report, all of which heavily relied on writers, were the first to feel the impact. Next came mid-season TV dramas and summer series. The biggest issue, however, was with fall TV lineups. Fall was traditionally the peak season for advertising, and the strike cast a shadow over what was already a struggling industry. To cope with the uncertainty of how long the strike might last, networks and media outlets began shifting toward non-scripted content, such as reality TV and foreign dramas, formats that didn't require Hollywood writers. As 2008 began, Hollywood still felt disoriented and adrift. The strike was still ongoing. Some people even feared the Oscars might be affected. After all, the Golden Globes had already been scrapped. Could the Oscars be far behind? Fortunately, just before the deadline, the Writers Guild and the AMPTP finally reached an agreement. On top of the existing contract, writers secured an additional $130 million in income. This included increases in base salary, health insurance contributions, distribution shares, and pay for TV residuals. The new deal gave TV writers a sense of relief. However, film writers didn't see the same level of progress, which sowed the seeds for future trouble. Clearly, the studios used a classic tactic, divide and conquer. And they succeeded. Once the TV writers stepped back from the strike, over half the momentum was lost. The strike simply couldn't continue. On February 12th, it officially ended. Emily V. Gordon, screenwriter of The Big Sick, celebrated the new deal on Twitter. "My two favorite things to do, write and stir up trouble, one or the other." That sentiment summed up the tradition of Hollywood screenwriters over the decades. Since the 1960s, Hollywood writers had launched 6 major strikes, more than any other sector in the entertainment industry. This made them the most difficult group to deal with in Hollywood, always ready to fight for their rights. Although the strike ended, its impact was massive. Shows like Desperate Housewives, 24, ER, and NCIS all halted production. The Golden Globes ceremony that year was canceled. Fortunately, the Oscars were spared, salvaging at least one piece of Hollywood's dignity. Martin no longer had to hide out in the editing room. He began appearing frequently in the media to promote the upcoming release of Iron Man. Robert Downey Jr. cursed the moment he saw Martin. "Damn kid, you really knew how to disappear. The Writers Guild couldn't get hold of you and kept calling me. Why didn't they bother Leo instead?" "They did," Martin replied with a grin. "I had Leo tell them I was dead. Told them to stop looking for me." "Fuck off, you bastard. Come on, I'm a capitalist. How could I possibly speak up for the writers? Pick the wrong side, and you'll get isolated. I don't want Myers Pictures becoming the next target of the Big Six." "Bullshit. You're the biggest individual shareholder in two of the Big Six. Who's gonna mess with you?" Robert flipped him the bird. Martin raised an eyebrow. "All the more reason to stay out of it. I don't want to be used as someone's weapon." February 24th, 2008. The 80th Academy Awards were held on schedule at the Kodak Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles. This year, Martin didn't have any films nominated. However, Myers Pictures did. Under its Sky Blue Studio division, Myers Pictures produced the animated feature Trial King, based on an idea by Martin. It made it into the Best Animated Feature category. Of course, Martin only provided the initial concept. He didn't write the screenplay, so it technically doesn't count as one of his works. Myers Pictures also independently invested in the youth romantic comedy Juno, which was nominated for 4 major awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Original Screenplay. Naturally, aside from the screenplay category, the chances of actually winning the other awards were slim. Most likely, they were just filler nominations. The screenwriter of Juno was Diablo Cody, a very talented female writer. The film's lead actress was Lindsay Lohan. Her performance in this movie was far better than Ellen Page's in the original timeline. Her acting wasn't lacking, and therefore her Best Actress nomination sparked no real controversy. Next up was The Bourne Supremacy, one of the most profitable film series under Myers Pictures. It was nominated for Best Editing, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Sound Editing, 3 minor technical awards. By 3 p.m., the sky over sunny Los Angeles had begun to drizzle. Even so, it didn't dampen the stars' enthusiasm as they made their way to the red carpet. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, along with the Oscars organizing committee, had clearly anticipated the rain and erected white canopies over the red carpet to prevent the glamorous guests from getting soaked. The first to step onto the red carpet was Johnny Depp, nominated for Best Actor for his role in, to know the name of the movie. Having lost his Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, Depp had also lost his only commercially viable platform. Since then, he drifted between art house and indie films, neither hot nor cold in the mainstream. True to his maverick style, he didn't even wear the most basic actor's formal wear, a dark suit, but showed up in jeans and a white tank top, baring his tattooed arms and looking like a total rogue. Interestingly, his date wasn't his longtime partner and mother of his 2 children, French singer-actress Vanessa Paradis, but his ex-girlfriend, Winona Ryder. Following them were German model Heidi Klum and her black singer husband Seal. Then came the steady stream: Jennifer Garner, George Clooney, and Hathaway, Cate Blanchett, and other stars graced the carpet one after another. On a side note, Anne Hathaway was attending as a representative of Ratatouille, where she voiced the character of Little May, the mouse girl. With each celebrity's arrival, the atmosphere gradually heated up. Not even the drizzle could dampen the enthusiasm of film lovers. For more than 3 months, a Hollywood screenwriters' strike had cast doubt over whether the 80th Oscars would proceed as scheduled. But now the strike was over, worries had faded, and the Oscars benefited from this unexpected twist of fate. Fans who had missed the Golden Globes poured all their excitement into the Academy Awards, pushing the viewership ratings to a new high. Martin stepped out of a black Rolls-Royce and looked up at the endless stretch of white canopies above. He muttered, "Why does this feel like a funeral?" Martin led Alexandra Daddario by the hand onto the red carpet. This was the first time the young girl had stood beneath such a dense barrage of camera flashes. Martin had always treated his harem very well. If the little girl wanted fame, then what better way than to bring her onto the red carpet? This was far more effective than starring in 10 or even 8 TV dramas or movies. Her popularity would skyrocket. After all, the man standing beside her was none other than the most globally influential megastar, Martin Myers. And this wasn't just Martin boasting, it was the truth. Sure enough, the reporters were already starting to take an interest in the young girl. Who is she? Does anyone know her name? Is this Martin's new girlfriend? Wow, she's stunning. Martin sure is lucky. No, you've got it backwards. It's this girl who's lucky. Hollywood is full of beautiful women. If she weren't standing beside Martin, who would even notice her? At this moment, Alexandra Daddario wore a sleek black evening gown that hugged her body. A single elastic strap ran from her right chest diagonally up to the base of her neck on the left, the entire gown held up by just this one strap. The deep black synthetic fabric was adorned with small, teardrop-shaped glass beads, which made her pale, glossy skin appear even more exquisite under the lights. The clingy, stretchy material of the gown revealed her beautiful figure with no room for doubt. Combined with her delicate facial features and naturally cool demeanor, she exuded a mysterious and sensual charm. Her quiet, reserved presence, born of nervousness, added an air of elegance. Not far away, her manager, watching from a side entrance, was filled with emotion. This young girl, whom she had once criticized for not knowing how to seize opportunity, had unexpectedly landed herself a king-level jackpot right out of the gate, directly hooking the top figure in Hollywood's pyramid of power and fame, and a dashing young man to boot. This move was a win. The manager could already see the fortune coming her way. This year's Oscars felt a little strange. Unlike in previous years, where most actresses opted for black or dark-toned evening gowns, this time it seemed everyone had a special fondness for the color red, specifically a striking, vivid red. Anne Hathaway had a crimson wedding-style gown with a long train. Former Best Actress Helen Mirren wore a bold scarlet gown with a flared skirt. Classic beauty Katherine Heigl went with a bright red trumpet dress, while Aussie Queen Cate Blanchett had a fiery red pantsuit-style gown. At first, the crowd found the bold reds vibrant and sexy, but after seeing too much of it, aesthetic fatigue set in. And then, all of a sudden, there appeared Alexandra Daddario in her all-black ensemble. In that moment, everyone, whether present at the scene or watching from home, instinctively remembered this girl. Just the sheer frequency of flashes she attracted was enough to gauge how much heat Alexandra was generating. To accommodate her, Martin deliberately slowed their pace so she could absorb as much of the spotlight as possible. As for himself, his eyes wandered toward a distant section along the red carpet, where he saw nearly 10,000 feminist activists gathered on both Highland Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard. They held signs high above their heads with slogans like, "We demand equal rights with men," and "equal pay for equal work." Occasionally, they erupted in chants loud enough to drown out the chatter of film fans on either side of the red carpet. Martin couldn't help but reflect on how, in the past 2 years, the feminist movement had grown increasingly vigorous, spreading rapidly throughout Hollywood and the entire film industry. And he could already foresee that this rise in feminism would have a clear impact on mainstream commercial filmmaking. It's time to adapt Twilight into a movie, he thought. In the original timeline, Twilight had been one of the most profitable film series. Though it was packaged as a fantasy epic, it actually told a story centered on love, family, and emotional bonds. And stories like that had undeniable appeal, especially for female viewers. Women found it easier to emotionally connect with the characters, viewing the story through a female lens. That made them more susceptible to the tale's emotional themes of love and familial warmth. The narrative depicted a unique kind of family, one without blood ties, yet bonded by deep affection and harmony. Female audiences were particularly moved by this tender closeness and often reflected on their own familial roles and responsibilities. In Martin's view, a film like that resonated with women's values on family, while also enhancing their emotional investment in entertainment consumption. That, ultimately, was the secret to the book series' success, and the reason the movie adaptation in the original timeline had achieved such massive success. Women were willing to spend money on it. Later hits like True Blood and The Vampire Diaries were, in essence, just following in Twilight's footsteps. These works all shared common traits. The female leads were mostly innocent young women navigating emotional confusion and heartbreak. The male leads were always handsome, mysterious vampires. And women, by nature, found those two traits irresistible. Stories like these easily captured the intense interest of female viewers. With this setup, female audiences more easily formed emotional connections and had their romantic fantasies stirred. In short, they became the primary demographic and primary source of profit for these films. It was all about tapping into women's wallets. At the press area, Martin paused and struck a very intimate pose with Alexandra, letting the photographers snap away. The reporters, burning with curiosity, quickly turned it into a flurry of questions thrown at the two. "Martin, may I ask who this stunning lady at your side is?" "Mr. Myers, is this your new girlfriend?" "Miss, how did you come to know Martin? May we ask how far your relationship has progressed?" Martin gently wrapped his right arm around Alexandra's waist. Though the young lady was well endowed, she had a slim waistline that made her cuvia parts stand out even more. Martin casually fielded the more cunning questions himself, while leaving the others for Alexandra to answer. This also helped increase her screen time. When it came to these matters, Martin's attentiveness and generosity were truly beyond reproach. After a wave of tabloid-style questions, someone finally asked something serious. "Martin, in all of 2007, you didn't seem to release any acting projects. Are you really shifting your focus entirely to directing?" Martin perked up slightly and replied, "I have indeed shifted part of my focus toward directing, but I wouldn't say I've fully given up acting. Last year, I starred in an action film that'll be released this year. Of course, what everyone will see first in 2008 is the Marvel superhero film Iron Man, which I directed. I can promise everyone here, you won't be disappointed." With that, Martin launched into an enthusiastic explanation of Iron Man content, using this moment to give his film some early publicity without missing a beat. "This film will be released this May. We'll probably catch it during the summer holidays." After wrapping up the promotional campaign for Iron Man, Martin entered the venue with Alexandra Daddario. Before he could find his seat, a familiar face pulled him aside. Alexandra's eyes lit up. It was none other than James Cameron, one of Hollywood's top-tier directors. "Martin, everything's ready. We can finally launch Avatar." To Alexandra's astonishment, this legendary director was speaking with Martin in an eager, expectant tone, completely different from the aloof, arrogant, larger-than-life persona she'd imagined. What were they talking about? Avatar? What's that? Is Cameron about to start filming a new movie? Then she heard her man reply, "Okay, I've been waiting a long time to hear that. I've already set aside the funding for you. Let's do this. Tomorrow, notify Fox. We'll finalize the three-party agreement and get the project rolling." James Cameron beamed. "I love that plan. I'll call Fox right away." With a quick nod and a greeting to Alexandra, he left in a hurry. Because they'd been held up chatting with Cameron, Martin and Alexandra arrived slightly late. By now, the grand lobby of the Kodak Theater was buzzing with chatter. Nearly every seat had been taken. No matter how you looked at it, the Oscars were still the most prestigious gathering in the entire North American entertainment industry. People would go to absurd lengths just to score a seat. Martin found the Juno production team and took his assigned seat. Immediately, countless eyes turned toward him, most of them curious, if not outright amused. After all, Martin's childhood sweetheart, Lindsay Lohan, was seated right here. Yet Martin had walked in with another woman. But Martin was still thinking about Avatar, not paying attention to the scene around him. And even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. Watching drama unfold? Keep dreaming. Lindsay Lohan stood up. Alexandra, slightly nervous, greeted her, feeling like a concubine meeting the first wife. Even though her bestie Jessica had reassured her beforehand that Lindsay had a good temperament and there was no need to worry. Still, now that the moment had arrived, she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. "Hello, Lindsay." "Haha, so you're Alexandra? Jessica told me about you. You really are as beautiful as she said." Lindsay gave her a warm hug, much to the disappointment of onlookers hoping for a catfight. Alexandra relaxed. Jessica had been right. Lindsay really was an open, friendly, and generous girl. At the turn of the century, Martin had invested early in James Cameron's efforts to develop next-generation 3D film technology. Avatar 3D wasn't like the post-converted 3D used by Disney's Alice in Wonderland in 2010. In fact, Alice in Wonderland marked the pinnacle of post-converted 3D technology, which was soon replaced by the newer, native 3D techniques. Before these new technologies matured, even though there was a noticeable gap between fake 3D and real 3D films, many audiences were still willing to pay for the experience. But after Avatar premiered, post-converted 3D rapidly declined and was eventually phased out. You could say Avatar set a new benchmark for 3D cinema, using a range of innovations including motion capture, stereoscopic filming, digital intermediate technology, and virtual cinematography. In fact, some of these techniques, like motion capture, had already been partially applied in Iron Man. And motion capture wasn't limited to 3D films. Avatar also pioneered something called performance capture, which was even more advanced. It could simultaneously track facial expressions and full-body movements, feeding them in real time into a computer, synchronizing them with CG characters. What's more, this new 3D tech, especially when paired with IMAX screens, had one major advantage. To enjoy the full cinematic experience, you had to go to the theater. It wasn't something you could recreate at home with a pair of red and blue 3D glasses. Home theater systems simply couldn't match the immersive quality of 3D cinemas. That made theaters the only viable option for enjoying these films. And new 3D films, especially IMAX ones, had higher ticket prices, meaning more money coming in from audiences. In the original timeline, Avatar's box office success owed a lot to this dynamic. After tasting the profits, cinema chains went all in, converting more and more screens into IMAX auditoriums. That's just the nature of business. Follow the money. While Martin was lost in thought, the awards ceremony began. After a brief prelude, a giant silver dome rose on stage, revealing host Jon Stewart of The Daily Show, who appeared before the audience. Known for his sharp wit and humorous takes on current events and media figures, Stewart didn't miss a beat. Naturally, he opened with a roast of Hollywood's recently ended writers' strike. Great to see you all. Thank you. Really, thank you. You made it. You're here. I can't believe it. You actually showed up. What a thrilling night. After 3 months of madness, this place was practically tortured to death by the writers' strike. But I'm thrilled to announce, it's over. It's done. Tonight, welcome to a long overdue reconciliation. Of course, the strike left some collateral damage, emotional, financial, the saddest of which was the cancellation of the legendary Oscar party. They claimed it was out of respect for the writers. You know what would really show respect to the writers? Maybe one day, actually invite a few of them to the Oscar party. All of the audience laugh. They'd be so happy. Don't worry, they won't talk to strangers. Tonight, let's forget our troubles and indulge ourselves as we watch this year's slate of disturbingly violent Oscar-nominated films. This was a jab at the unusually brutal nominees, filled with violence and bloodshed. Like No Country for Old Men, there will be blood and Sweeney Todd. All I can say is, thank God for the pregnant teenager movie. A reference to Juno, produced by Myers Pictures. Down below, Lindsay Lohan smiled knowingly. With that round of jabs complete, the Oscars officially celebrated their 80th birthday. The 80th Annual Academy Awards had begun. The drama begins. Consider it Oscars' 80-something anniversary celebration. At this year's awards, naturally there had to be some commemorative and retrospective segments. Nearly every major award announcement was preceded by short video montages featuring past winners and sprinkled in. Between were clips of many iconic performances, especially that picture-perfect couple Ugh textbook glitch. For some reason, Hollywood always insists on glorifying pure and devoted love. Maybe it's precisely because they lack it. This year, in the race for the major Oscars, everyone seemed unusually calm. Basically, everyone knew in their hearts that the Best Picture race was going to come down to a battle between two equally powerful and bloody films. There will be blood and No Country for Old Men. Everything else was just tagging along for the ride. Aside from Best Picture, these two films also dominated the nominations for Best Director, Best Cinematography, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Sound Editing, and Best Film Editing, a head-to-head clash between two giants. And interestingly, These two rivals had a lot in common. Both were adapted from noir novels, both set in Texas, both featured iconic desert landscapes, and both relied heavily on visual storytelling and editing rather than dialogue. More obviously, they were both filled with evil, bloodshed, conspiracy, and money. Typical films exposing the darker side of society. Meyer Studios' Juno also received 4 nominations, but Martin knew there was no chance they'd take home any major awards. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Juno snag a few key wins, like getting Lindsay Lohan nominated for Best Actress. It just wasn't necessary. Doing so would only push the little girl into the limelight, making her an immediate target for public scrutiny. Even if Martin could make a few calls to the mainstream media, he couldn't control what happened online. An undeserved crown is a crown that crushes, and that's never a good thing. No rush. Lindsay's journey is just beginning. There will be opportunities. The winner for Best Supporting Actress is. The award for Best Original Screenplay goes to. The Best Actor award goes to. As each guest presenter took the stage, little golden statuettes were handed out one by one. Meyer Studios' Trial King won Best Animated Feature. The Bourne Supremacy snagged Best Editing, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Sound Editing. Juno also picked up Best Original Screenplay. That was the entirety of Meyer Studios' haul at this year's Oscars. No Country for Old Men emerged the biggest winner. The Coen brothers' Western took home 4 major awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Its biggest rival, There Will Be Blood, managed to take home only 2, Best Actor and Best Cinematography. Finally, with host Jon Stewart's satirical closing remarks about the Oscars being the fairest, most transparent, most just awards in cinema, the ceremony wrapped up. Why do I feel like Jon Stewart was being sarcastic at the end there? Lindsay Lohan cursed as they were heading back. Martin chuckled. You're not wrong. The guy was absolutely mocking the whole thing. Fair and just Oscars? That's a joke. One that opens and ends the show. Jon Stewart nailed it. Alexandra Daddario, seated beside Martin, looked a little surprised. As a rookie in the entertainment industry, she still held some reverence and awe for the Oscars. Seeing her expression, Martin smiled and explained, behind the tidy facade of the Oscars is a swamp of dirty dealings. Power, money, and connections all come into play. Those so-called artistic merits and performance quality are just basic chips on the table. Oh my God, is it really like that? That's so different from what I imagined, Alexandra said, her chest heaving with excitement. How did you imagine it? Lindsay Lohan asked with interest. In my imagination, Alexandra said earnestly, Oscar voters should be locked in some private screening room, watching each nominated film one after another. During this time, they'd be completely cut off from the outside world. No phones, no internet. Then they'd cast their votes anonymously. Ha ha ha. Martin burst into laughter. Sweetheart, you're far too naive. Do you know how I once saw an Academy member vote? He wrote the names of the nominated films on slips of paper and had his 5-year-old granddaughter draw one at random. Whichever she picked, that's how he voted. Alexandra's blue eyes widened, utterly adorable. You shouldn't treat the Oscars like a serious awards ceremony, Martin said. It's a party. A grand, pretentious party that tries to mix humanity, art, commerce, and a whole bunch of favor trading into one big pie-sharing festival. Predictions and rivalries? Just party games. If you love cinema, then go watch movies. If you're after something truly noble, you'd be better off paying attention to the Sundance or Cannes. At least they have some actual principles. Don't let the glitzy, blinding FOD brainwash you. The Academy's stance is weird. They want high viewership, yet try to distance themselves from commercialism. They want to promote art, but don't dare push boundaries, so they stay vague and ambiguous. The so-called Academy? Who knows what that really means? All I know is they're just as vulgar, just in a more respectable way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed a major award to Titanic. If they really had the guts to do that, I might actually respect those old farts. Martin's candid rant tore apart the myth of the Oscars, shattering the dream in Alexandra's heart. Hey, Daddy, aren't you also an Academy voter? Aren't you just insulting yourself? Lindsay Lohan said with a smirk. Daddy, Alexandra thought to herself. That's an interesting nickname. Martin laughed heartily. I never said I was some noble soul. In fact, whenever I can, I vote for whatever benefits me most, like Ratatouille and Juno. I guarantee both will see a sales bump in the next week. They returned to the luxury estate in Beverly Hills. The three of them enjoyed a so-called pleasurable bath together. Just as Martin carried the girls back to the bedroom, ready for round two, his phone rang. "Who the hell is calling me now?" Martin answered, his tone impatient. Naturally, interrupted at such a moment. Who wouldn't be annoyed? A trembling female voice came from the line. Is this Mr. Myers? Speaking. Who's this? The voice sounded familiar, and Martin tried to recall which girl he'd given his number to. The answer soon revealed itself. It's me, Megan Fox. Do you remember me? Recognition dawned. Ah, it's you. Of course I remember. What's up? His tone noticeably softened. This was the incubus showing her special brand of mercy for the sake of beauty. Oscar night, aftermath. Just as Martin was preparing to enjoy his post-Oscar evening of indulgence, an unexpected call came through. It was Megan Fox, the beautiful young woman he had previously helped out of a sticky situation during an audition when some creep had harassed her. He had given her his private business card. "Megan, what's up?" Something happened, and I didn't know who else to call. Sorry for bothering you." "Haha, I really don't mind being disturbed by a pretty lady. Tell me what's going on." On the other end of the line, Megan quickly recounted what had happened. Earlier that evening, Megan and a friend had gone out to a late-night diner. Her friend accidentally offended someone, a so-called big shot, Carl Johnson, the younger son of Baker Johnson, the owner of Space Auto. "God of Reader, the hell you doing here?" "CJ. Now, the two of them were cornered in the ladies' restroom of the nightclub. They are blocked by Carl Johnson and his bodyguard." Martin gathered the rest. Apparently, Carl had been running his mouth at Megan, and her friend lashed out and insulted him. Carl retaliated with more trash talk, and things escalated quickly. He poured a drink on Megan's friend, and Megan, trying to protect her, smashed her glass into Carl's face. That was when they ran into the restroom, where they were now barricaded. Outside, Carl and his bodyguards were trying to break in. The diner manager and security guards were attempting to keep Carl at bay, while also insisting Megan and her friend leave. Presumably, so whatever happened next wouldn't be the restaurant's problem. Clearly, the management's plan was to kick them out and wash their hands of it. "Megan, can your friend be trusted? When's he getting here? Can he really handle this?" In the restroom, a red-haired woman in her late 30s braced against the door, ignoring the manager's threats and pleads from outside. She nervously asked Megan about the friend she'd called. She was already regretting picking a fight with Carl Johnson. It was the alcohol's fault. Damn alcohol. She'd only known Megan for about a week, having met at a feminist gathering where they'd hit it off. But they weren't exactly the kind of friends who would risk their lives for each other. I was impulsive. All she could hope now was that Megan's so-called reliable friend was really as dependable as she claimed. "If you two don't come out now, I'll have security bust down the door." Outside, the diner manager had lost all patience. Behind him stood two burly black security guards, one of them sporting a scorpion tattoo on his neck, a gang symbol. And further back, a white-haired young man was watching the scene with twitchy excitement, snorting occasionally and glaring with a twisted glint in his eye. This man was Carl Johnson, the very guy Megan had just described, the son of Space Auto's boss, Baker Johnson. TL/N. Can't find the name of his dad. If you know it, please reply in this paragraph so I can correct it. "We're not coming out unless you guarantee our safety," the red-haired woman shouted. She had her back to the door, her disheveled red hair trembling with tension. "I told you, you'll be safe in the restaurant," the manager said. "But you're trying to throw us out," Megan pointed out with a frown. The red-haired woman snapped. "Do you think we're idiots? Hey, how much longer are you going to make me wait?" Carl Johnson was getting impatient, his words slurring slightly. "I can't wait to have some fun with those two bitches." The manager didn't respond. He simply gestured to the guards to break the door down. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy thuds rocked the restroom door. Despite the lock, the wooden door shuddered under the force. The redhead bracing it nearly lost her footing and swayed violently. "Call your friend now," she shouted to Megan. "If he doesn't get here soon, we're going to get rape, or worse. I don't care about myself. Maybe I'll even get a fat compensation check out of it. But you're still a kid. It's not worth it." Megan pulled out her phone, just about to dial Martin's number, when her phone rang. Her eyes lit up when she saw the caller ID and quickly answered. Martin's voice came through. I'm here. Where are you? Go in the front door, then left all the way to the back. We're in the restroom. Got it. Be right there. At that very moment. Crack. The door burst open. The redhead stumbled back, nearly falling. She whipped out a pepper spray can from her purse and held it up, bluffing. Don't come any closer. I've got a weapon. The tattooed security guard burst out laughing. That little can? You call that a weapon? If the boss hadn't told us to toss you out, I'd show you what a real weapon looks like. He leered and made a vulgar thrusting gesture. Hurry it up, Carl Johnson barked. Move it, the manager urged the guards. The tattooed man lunged at the redhead. She tried to spray him, but he batted her arm aside and grabbed her roughly. Let go of her, you bastard. Megan swung her purse at the man's head. The solid corners of the designer bag landed with a thud, making him grunt. Still holding the redhead, the guard yelled to his partner, Nigga? Are you just going to stand there and watch? The second security guard chuckled as he stepped forward, his eyes roving over Megan's body, clearly deciding which part to grab first. That's when a calm voice rang out from the hallway. Hey, gentlemen, maybe show the ladies some respect, yeah? Who the hell are you? Wait, Mr. Myers. Carl Johnson, ready to snap at the newcomer, froze mid-sentence. As soon as he recognized the man, his arrogant demeanor disappeared like air from a punctured balloon. His eyes widened in terror. Holy shit, that girl is Martin's woman. Motherfucker, why didn't she say so from the start? Sure, Carl was rich too, but his father, Baker Johnson, had only just broken into the billionaire club. Martin Myers, on the other hand, was the richest man in the world. They weren't even on the same playing field. Carl had seen Martin once at a party with his father. He could still remember how respectfully, how meekly, his dad had acted around Martin. For second-generation heirs like Carl, swagger and wasteful spending were fine, but the one thing they had to know was who not to mess with. Because crossing the wrong person could get your entire family burned. Carl began to panic. Mr. Myers. I didn't know, Carl Johnson stammered. Martin smiled. Now you know? Yes, I know. I'll disappear from here immediately. With that, Carl Johnson and his two bodyguards turned and left without looking back, heading straight toward the direction of the night market dance club, mouths still grumbling in that direction. At the same time, the club manager had already stepped in to stop the tattooed black man and the other who was about to make a move on Megan. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he was thankful the security had hesitated just enough. Then, plastering on a flattering smile, he turned to Martin, bowed slightly, and said, My apologies, truly. I had no idea these two ladies were your friends, Mr. Myers. It's all been a misunderstanding. How about this? Tonight, all expenses for these two ladies are on the house, and we'll also present them with 2 VIP membership cards. Back in Martin's car, the red-haired girl still felt as if it were all a dream. Sitting in the passenger seat, she kept sneaking peeks at Martin and Megan in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Inwardly, she was both shocked and awed. Megan's friend is actually Martin freaking Myers? Oh my god, unbelievable. That means I've indirectly gotten to know Martin too. Red-haired girl felt her night had turned spectacular. Not only had she tangled with the son of a billionaire, but she'd also gotten acquainted with another super-rich tycoon. This is way too exciting. Martin first dropped red-haired girl off at her place, then left with Megan. As she watched the Mercedes gradually disappear into the distance, she sighed with envy. Megan's in for a great night. Lucky girl. Inside the Mercedes, Martin didn't ask Megan where she lived, nor did Megan say anything about going home. The two seemed to understand each other, allowing the car to head straight to Martin's luxury residence in Beverly Hills. On the way, they chatted casually. Only then did Martin learn that Megan's friend wasn't just some ordinary woman. Her name was Colleen Brooks. At 40 years old, she had worked 15 years ago as a stripper in a nightclub called Shotgun Willie's in Denver, Colorado. But that was just the beginning. In a surprising twist, 5 years ago, this same woman ran for mayor of the small town of Georgetown, Colorado, and won. Georgetown, located in central Colorado, about 65 kilometers from Denver, used to be a silver mining town. Unfortunately, she lasted only a year before being impeached midterm. The reason? Well, let's just say she was a walking scandal. Her greatest hits included using heavy drugs in secret, publicly exposing her breasts at bars, and getting into brawls where she cursed at police officers. Just 10 months into her term, the city council had already tried to remove her once, but gave her a second chance. Reportedly, she even hired people to beat up a cop she didn't like. Later, she was prosecuted for falsifying evidence, claiming she'd been attacked with a knife on her way home from work. If convicted, she faced up to 2 years in prison and over $100,000 in fines. Still, she wasn't arrested but was summoned to appear in court again on April 11th. She insisted she really had been assaulted with a knife. After being impeached, Colleen Brooks vehemently denied all the rumors. She denied ever exposing herself in public, claiming she'd stopped such behavior after becoming mayor. Regarding her breast augmentation, she said, "I spent a lot of money to get these beautiful boobs." As for hiring thugs, she dismissed the accusations as nonsense. During her term, she also ran a side business, a beauty clinic called Dare to Be Different. Her policies as mayor weren't popular, and her relationship with other city officials was fraught with tension. Describing her conflicts with them, she once said, "There's no better drama series than this." After her removal, she said in an interview, "I thought Georgetown needed change, but maybe the voters didn't. Still, good didn't lose to evil. I will never give up. I'm standing up against all this." Shortly afterward, she joined a feminist organization and became a staunch advocate. In the driver's seat, Gordon was dumbfounded. This woman's life story was downright outrageous and wild. As they chatted, the Mercedes rolled into Martin's estate. Martin didn't go to the master bedroom. Alexandra was asleep there in preparation for her upcoming match. Instead, he led Megan to one of the guest rooms. Megan blushed, knowing full well what was about to happen. She felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Martin, meanwhile, was stirred by emotion. Right now, Megan was still pure, not yet transformed into that silicone doll-like version of herself from the original timeline. But now, with him in the picture, Megan's future wouldn't end up the same. In the other timeline, she had fallen for the wrong person, going from Hollywood's sex symbol to a mentally broken woman under the control of her fiancé. Forced to kneel, to wear a leash like a dog in public, to suffer domestic abuse, to dress provocatively on command, to be enticed into substance use. Her fiancé, MGK, Machine Gun Kelly, had even bragged in interviews about their experiences using hallucinogens together. Megan admitted that drug use had brought her intense suffering, like being dragged through hell itself, and she refused to ever touch that stuff again. She later confessed that her relationship with MGK was filled with pain, blood, addiction issues, and extreme behavior, and that she had endured many horrible things. But because the two of them often acted all lovey-dovey in public, the online crowd ignored all the red flags, assuming Megan was a willing participant. I'll say this now. MGK was abusing Megan right in front of us, but no one cared because their public displays of affection were so awkward and cringe that people couldn't connect them to real abuse. It wasn't until Megan's therapist couldn't stay silent anymore that someone stepped in, publicly calling out MGK for brainwashing her, e.e., emotional manipulation/PUA, and privately urging Megan to break up with him. Eventually, Megan escaped that relationship, but her life was pretty much wrecked by then. Honestly, Martin sometimes felt like he wasn't a devil at all, but Hollywood's savior. Just how many women with tragic futures had he already saved from ruin? Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Jessica Alba, Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton, Drew Barrymore, Britney Spears, and now Megan Fox. Yes, it was him, Martin Myers, protector of these beautiful blossoms, ensuring they could bloom freely under the sun. God of Reader, wow. Thank you for your service then. Megan Fox was sound asleep. The girl had just experienced the most intense sex of her life for the very first time. She was like a sea swallow, soaring alone over the vast ocean, fighting to stay aloft. A wild wind whipped up black storm clouds. Between the dark clouds and the surging sea, the swallow became a black bolt of lightning, flying proudly. One moment her wings brushed against the waves. The next she pierced the storm clouds like an arrow. Her cries, those brave cries, filled the sky, and the storm itself seemed to respond with joy. Each shriek was a cry of yearning for the tempest. Each cry carried the furious might of thunderclouds, the flame of passion, and a resolute belief in triumph. Thunder boomed. The angry waves roared in defiance, battling the wind with their own voices. Look, how the raging wind clutched and hurled wave after wave onto the cliffs, crushing their jade-green forms into mist and shards. If ecstasy were a state of enlightenment, then Megan Fox had surely just attained the realm of ascension. The next morning, Megan, now marked by the seed of love, woke with a radiant face. Instinctively, she turned to the pillow beside her. It was empty. Martin was gone. A hint of panic flashed across her heart. She got dressed and went downstairs. There she saw a group of beautiful girls busy at work. Martin was calmly enjoying breakfast at the table. Seeing Megan come down, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Megan. Let me introduce you. The ones cooking in the kitchen are Heather and Bayou, my two dearest hostesses. To my right is Lindsay, my adorable sweetheart. To my left is Alexandra, a stunning mermaid beauty." Then he turned to the girls and added, "This is Megan, your newest sister." Martin spoke with such natural ease, it made Megan feel like everything was perfectly normal. Well, perhaps it was the lingering effect of that passionate night. The girls all greeted her warmly. Bayou called out, "Come have breakfast. Try Heather's and my cooking." Megan suddenly remembered. "Ah, I haven't even washed my face yet." "It's fine. Wash after you eat," Heather replied. Megan didn't insist. She smiled, gave her thanks, and sat down. The light rain from yesterday had cleared. Dawn in Los Angeles was bright and crisp, and the air smelled fresh. Guinea, Africa. Martin's private jet landed at the Conakry International Airport, Guinea's primary hub. "This airport is a total wreck," Jessica muttered. After the plane landed, she looked around at the dilapidated structure, clearly unimpressed. "Give me a break. This is Africa," Scarlett said. "I've been to South Africa. Their airports are at least 100 times better than this dump," Jessica replied. "Stop whining. The airport doesn't matter, as long as we landed. Remember, we're here to go hunting," Lindsay chimed in as she disembarked behind Scarlett. Right behind her was Alexandra Daddario. The young woman said nothing but looked around excitedly. It was her first time traveling abroad. Though the surroundings were run down and quiet, in her eyes, everything was filled with exotic charm. "Hey ladies, enough chatter. Our ride's here." Martin was the last one off the plane. Ahead of them, 3 Hummers drove toward them in a convoy. Before the lead vehicle had fully stopped, the passenger door swung open, and a young black man jumped out and ran over. "Are you the esteemed Mr. Myers?" His eyes scanned the group and lingered momentarily on the stunning girls, but he quickly gathered himself and respectfully focused on the only man among them. Thanks to the Myers family's heavy investments in Guinea, spanning mining, agriculture, energy, and arms, the nation's economic lifeline was essentially in Martin's hands. Of course, he had also expended tremendous magical energy to deploy large-scale, soul-binding arrays. Within their range, people's minds subtly changed. Without realizing it, they developed absolute loyalty to Martin, including the citizens of the capital, Conakry. Under Martin's orders, his mining company in Guinea established a complete local management team composed entirely of black elites, tasked with overseeing the native laborers. These newly promoted overseers were even more loyal to the Myers family than those bound by magic, devoted to the point of fanatical obedience. They would go to any lengths to fulfill directives from above, ruthlessly exploiting their own kind. Whipping them, beating them with clubs, such violence was a regular occurrence. Ruling black people with black enforcers. This method had been passed down from the colonial playbook of old Europe. In peacetime, this method was brutally effective. As long as basic fairness was maintained, uprisings were rare, and corporal punishment wasn't considered a big deal. After all, the local laborers had virtually no rights to speak of. "Mr. Myers, I'm Joe Gia, your guide for this trip." "Your English is not bad, Joe," Martin said casually. That small compliment made Joe puff out his chest in pride and beam. "I've been studying hard, sir." "Good. Take me to the mine first." Martin gestured for the girls to get in the vehicles and turned to Gia. Joe nodded quickly. "Mr. Jones and the others are already waiting at the site. Since you insisted, they didn't come to greet you at the airport, but they've arranged a welcome banquet at the mine." Martin shook his head as he walked toward the car, chuckling. "I just didn't want to trouble them. so I told them not to bother. Who knew they'd go ahead with a welcome feast anyway? As Joe opened the door for Martin, he replied earnestly, Mr. Jones only wanted to show respect. When a king visits, how can his subjects not bow in reverence? Martin laughed heartily. That's a bit much. But Joe said seriously, No, sir. I think the comparison is perfect. To us, you're like a king. Martin was slightly moved by that, smiled, and nodded, but said nothing more. The three Hummers rumbled over the dusty, uneven roads. In the same vehicle as Martin, Alexandra Daddario asked curiously, Where are we going now? Hunting. Martin joked, Nope. First we're heading to my company's newly discovered mine. Gotta check out the land I've just conquered. A mine? What kind? Alexandra asked. Gold. It's a gold mine, Martin replied. Then he turned to the black man sitting beside the driver's seat. Joe, how's the labor situation? We've hired over 400 workers. But since the equipment hasn't arrived yet, we can't start mining. I suggested to Mr. Jones that we have them start building roads. Can't let them sit around idle. At this point, a look of disdain crossed Joe's face. I know these people well. If they have too much free time, nothing good comes of it. Drinking, fighting, running off to tribal villages chasing women. If we're not careful, we'll have bastards born before the mine even starts operating. These folks must be driven with the whip. Only constant labor can burn off their excess energy. Joe's harsh words toward his own people left Alexandra a bit stunned. The young girl couldn't help but ask, How many hours do they work a day? And how much are they paid? The contempt on Joe's face quickly disappeared, replaced by respectful politeness as he replied, Madam, these men work 10 hours a day. Their monthly wage is $15, and we also provide them with 3 meals a day. Huh? That much work for so little money? Alexandra blurted out, then quickly covered her mouth and looked at Martin with embarrassment. Martin smiled, just about to explain, but Joe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, spoke on his behalf. Madam, that amount is not small. The situation here isn't the same as in the U.S. $15 a month isn't just enough for them to support themselves. It's enough for them to feed their families too. In Guinea, $15 is sufficient to support a family of 5 for an entire month. If the family's larger, then things might be a bit tighter. As for the 10-hour workday, Joe chuckled. You might not know this, but there's nothing here in the way of entertainment. If we don't put their energy to use with work, they'll get into all sorts of trouble. Drunkenness and fighting are the mildest of it. There's also theft and messing with women. I remember, back when I worked at another of Mr. Meyer's mines, I didn't have much experience. Yet, on one weekend, I gave the workers a day off as a gesture under pressure from some humanitarian groups. That same day, a group of them ran 10 kilometers to a nearby tribe and raped 4 women. Then they ran another 10 kilometers back to the worksite. We only found out when the tribe's warriors, armed and furious, tracked them down to our site. Damn it, we almost started a war over that. We had no choice but to hand those 6 workers over to the tribal chief. At that point, Joe suddenly stopped speaking. Alexandra, curious, asked, Then what happened? What became of those 6 workers? Were they punished? Joe gave an awkward laugh. I'm sorry, miss. What happened next might not be appropriate for you to hear. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have brought it up. But far from putting out Alexandra's curiosity, his words only made her more eager to know what happened next. It's all right, Joe. I'm not scared. Joe didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned to look at Martin. Martin smiled and said, Go ahead and tell her. A pure little lamb like her has to learn someday what kind of world the wolves live in. Joe nodded, then continued. The 6 men were castrated. Alexandra didn't seem shocked at all. Isn't that just cutting them? What's the big deal? Then she added, I've heard that in old Europe, some singers actually had themselves castrated on purpose to sing high notes. Martin replied, You're thinking of castrating. But they didn't do it. Willingly, at least, most of them didn't. Many were brainwashed by religious cults when they were still young boys. To preserve their high vocal range, those cult members would castrate them while they were still children. These so-called castrato singers often didn't even understand what the procedure meant. Alexandra frowned. Again with this kind of thing. But why not just have women sing instead? Martin explained, because of discrimination. Since the 4th century AD, the European Church had forbidden women from performing in churches or public spaces. At the time, church authorities, and really, European society at large, believed women were impure. Having a female voice in church was seen as a curse. Yet the church choir held an extremely important place in religious worship. Choirs led hymns, chants, and guided congregational worship. But because women were barred from speaking or singing, choirs and performances lacked the uniquely high vocal register that women naturally possess. At first, boys and male singers with falsetto voices were used to fill this role. But their sound was never quite the same. High notes were awkward and lacked fluidity. Then people discovered that certain countertenors from Spain could sing incredibly smooth and powerful high notes, sometimes even better than women. Eventually, scholars learned that these singers were actually castrated. That discovery sparked a massive trend. Once people heard how divine those high male voices could be, they couldn't bear the rough and forced sound of falsettos anymore. And so, as musical aesthetics evolved, an era of castrato singers rose in full glory, ushering in a golden age for them and a tragic one for male singers overall. Martin gave a cold laugh. I doubt men at the time ever imagined that such discrimination would one day come full circle to destroy their own humanity, in its own self-imposed ignorance and superstition, made victims of us all. Alexandra, still not fully convinced, asked, but why were castrato voices considered better than female ones? Is there any scientific basis for that? Martin cleared his throat. Actually, yes, there is. In terms of breath control, female singers can usually hold a note for around 25 seconds. Male singers, however, can hold it for up to a minute. As for vocal range, most singers can span a little over 2 octaves, but a castrato could easily surpass 3 octaves, and their singing was filled with vibrato and ornamentation. So these castrato singers combined male lung capacity with a female-like vocal register, producing performances that were well beyond what ordinary people could achieve. He added, "Have you seen the film Farinelli, Il Castrato? It tells the story of a castrato singer from that era. It's based on a true story. The main character was a real Italian castrato, Farinelli. They say Farinelli had an extraordinarily sweet voice from a young age. He could sing a high note for an entire minute, without taking a breath, and hit 250 consecutive notes in a single breath. But to become such a historic figure wasn't easy. At age 10, he was betrayed by his own family. His older brother, Tritanzo, was a classical composer who adored his brother's voice. He feared that as Riccardo grew older, that divine sound would be lost. To preserve his brother's gift, Tritanzo went so far as to take cruel and irreversible action. When Riccardo fell ill at age 10, Tritanzo took advantage of the situation and had him castrated. Then he lied to everyone, claiming that Riccardo had been trampled by a horse, causing an accident that led to his condition. When he grew up, Riccardo unsurprisingly became a famous castrato and received great acclaim. But when he eventually discovered that it was his own brother who had orchestrated his fate, the two never reconciled. "Ack, that's such a tragedy," Alexandra gasped, covering her mouth. Martin continued. In fact, someone like Riccardo, who got to sing for royalty, was considered extremely lucky. Most castrato singers never even made it halfway. They never became famous or glamorous stars. Worse yet, because of hormone imbalance from the procedure, they often developed unusual appearances and were ridiculed for life. Their existence was a grotesque and miserable one. They didn't sacrifice themselves for art, and they were rarely remembered or honored. They were simply the pitiful reflections of an ignorant, misguided era. As Martin spoke to Alexandra, Joe quietly listened with a gentle smile, showing no sign of displeasure for having been interrupted. Only after Martin and Alexandra had finished discussing the topic did he remember to return to Joe. "Sorry, Joe, we interrupted you." "Please, go ahead," Martin said. "Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Joe," Martin apologized politely, prompting Joe to look both flattered and overwhelmed. He quickly said, "Mr. Myers, your erudition commands my respect. Everything you just shared broadened my horizons. I should be thanking you." He then turned back to Alexandra and said, "Madam, let's return to our earlier topic. When I said castration, I didn't mean ordinary mutilation. It's a form of traditional punishment from a tribe in West Africa." Author notes, just to clarify, the Guinea being referred to here is Guinea in West Africa, not Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea is relatively more developed, while Guinea is one of the most underdeveloped countries in the world. Before the punishment begins, they smear honey all over the criminal's genitals. Then, the tribal witch doctor releases a jar full of army ants onto it. What follows is hours of prolonged, agonizing screams. Alexandra's scalp tingled. She even felt slightly nauseous. Her face pale, she murmured, "That's too cruel. It would be better to just kill them outright." Joe nodded. "Madam, those 6 men did in fact die." After the castration, the tribal chief called for a vote to decide whether they should be spared. Unfortunately, the majority of the tribe voted for execution. So, after enduring castration, the 6 were sentenced to death by stoning. 3 days later, at dawn, they were stoned to death by the villagers. 2 hours later, the convoy arrived at their destination. Along the way, Alexandra had been subjected to the cruelty crash course, and her face remained visibly pale. Several middle-aged white men in suits came forward to greet them. They were high-ranking executives of the Guinea Mining Company. Leading them was a tall Caucasian man, easily identifiable by his distinct features: pale skin, thick body hair, deep-set eyes, low cheekbones, a flat jawline, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips. This man was Martin's trusted lieutenant and CEO of the Guinea Mining Company, John Jones. "We promised the workers that if they serve at the mine for 5 full years and avoid major infractions, they'll receive a free home. And once these workers adapt to disciplined labor under our management, shedding their natural tendency toward disorder, they make excellent soldier material. With a little training, they become elite fighters in the African context." But tribalism is a headache. West Africa is so poor that tribal chiefs often command more authority than the government. Unlike in North or South Africa, where tribal leaders are mostly symbolic. Many tribal chiefs here strongly oppose letting their young men join our factories or work at the mines, even though it pays more and offers better resources. At this point, John Jones lowered his voice. As for that issue, Hellfire said they'd take care of it. Hellfire was Martin's private security firm in Guinea, essentially a mercenary outfit for both protection and enforcement. Martin could easily guess what kind of solution Hellfire had in mind. It likely involved eliminating uncooperative chiefs and replacing them with compliant ones. In chaotic West Africa, this was the most direct and effective method, and Martin certainly wasn't naive enough to object. "Recently, we took down 2 terrorist strongholds and captured a batch of prisoners. They've all been sent to the Guinea mines as free labor." "Oh, did we suffer any casualties?" Martin asked. "Not really. One of Satan's men got injured, but that was from falling off his motorcycle. The core assault force consisted of local recruits trained by them. It was their first real combat, and they performed impressively. Granted, it was a well-prepared ambush against poorly prepared enemies. According to the veterans, these young black recruits are already capable of holding their own in West Africa. As long as they don't run into well-equipped forces from countries like Egypt or South Africa, they'll manage just fine." They also said that with a few more battles like this, these local troops could significantly improve. The Guinea government expressed their gratitude for that. At this point, both John and Martin broke into smiles. After years of operations, the Guinea government was essentially under the control of the Myers family's company. Even government officials were effectively working for Martin, and so was the military. "Oh right, what about that Libyan prince's investment? Did the funds come through?" The third installment, $30 million, was deposited last month. That Mufti guy really does have deep pockets. His people even visited our mines and were very impressed. They want to increase their investment and are asking for a bigger share. Give it to them." Martin laughed. "Wasn't that just free money? And 2011 wasn't far off. This hunting company is yours too?" Lindsay and Jessica, along with a few other girls, curiously sized up the beautiful, quaint brick buildings in front of them. Martin nodded. This hunting company was actually a subsidiary of Hellfire Security. Initially, its sole purpose had been to control the trafficking of African goods like animal pelts, ivory, and rhino horn. Unexpectedly, due to the chaos in West Africa and the rampant spread of poachers, Hellfire was forced to deploy mercenaries and local soldiers to hunt down these poachers. They also formulated strict wildlife hunting quotas, using force to pressure various West African countries into signing binding agreements. And so, The hunting company was born, not just to regulate game hunting, but, more importantly, to strictly punish poachers. As a result, the number of wildlife deaths in West Africa significantly dropped, ironically making this a net benefit for the region's fauna. That's why the company was given the sarcastic yet fitting name, Green Hunting Company. Now, the Green Hunting Company had secured control over almost all wildlife hunting quotas in West Africa. Aside from themselves and a few indigenous tribes, no outsiders were allowed to hunt on these lands. Of course, poachers weren't exactly known for following the rules, which is why now they were either dead or working in Martin's mines. The hunting company even had its own private airstrip. Martin and the four girls boarded a sleek light aircraft. They rode the small plane out onto the plains. From the sky, the expected scene of thundering herds didn't appear. Instead, they saw scattered watering holes, speckled with peaceful wildlife, evoking a surprising sense of serenity. This was nature in harmony with its creatures. As human footprints faded, nature's splendor struck the girls with profound awe. My God, this is so beautiful. Look over there, it's a lion. The lionesses are hunting. Run, little antelope, run. Hey, look, elephants. Ah, baby elephants too. They look so relaxed. I want to take one home with me. The girls chattered excitedly. With no human interference, time seemed to stand still here, while life pulsed forward, endlessly. The pilot gently lowered the plane's altitude. Below, vast green meadows stretched endlessly. The wind parted the grass. Goats and cattle dotted the landscape with vitality. The sound of the plane startled a herd of grazing antelope. They suddenly bolted, their strong limbs bursting with raw energy, bringing the plane to life. The lionesses, who had been quietly closing in, roared in frustration, abandoning all stealth as they charged after their fleeing prey. The girls burst into delighted laughter, unaware that they'd just ruined a lion's dinner. Drake, go over there. Let's mess with the elephants, Lindsay Lohan shouted to the cabin. The black pilot immediately replied, Yes, ma'am. The little antelope banked midair. The sudden gusts panicked the elephants below. The baby elephants started running amok, while a bull elephant raised its trunk in anger and flared its fan-like ears. One baby elephant stepped on its own trunk, toppled over, then looked around with a silly grin, too cute to be mad at. The girls howled with laughter. Soon, the plane continued on. Just another 5 or 6 kilometers ahead was their destination, Tarnap, the hunting company's grassland base. As the plane landed at Tarnap's airfield, a few camouflaged off-road vehicles pulled up. Leading the convoy was a tall, heavily armed soldier. Satan, what are you doing here? Martin looked a little surprised. One of the elephant herds was hit by poachers, Satan said. Coincidentally, I've got some rookies under me. I figured I'd let them see some blood. He gestured to a group of young men climbing down from the vehicles. All were fully geared, a mix of black and white recruits, each exuding raw, aggressive energy. How many recruits have we taken on recently? How's their training? Hellfire has about 400 elite troops now. In addition, we've trained 3,000 men from the Guinean government forces. They can hold their own on the battlefield. They're extremely loyal to you, boss. Fanatically loyal, Satan reported. The young soldiers approached Martin and snapped a sharp military salute. Good day, Commander. Though it was their first time meeting him, they couldn't explain why, but they felt a deep, instinctive urge to serve him. A testament to the power of the soul-binding array. Martin gave them a warm nod. Good to meet you all. Then he turned to Satan. Get on with your mission. Satan hesitated. Boss, did you bring the ladies here to hunt? You might want to wait a few days until we clean out the nearby poachers. They're still around? Very likely. Our scouts say the elephant was killed no more than 2 days ago. I'm not too worried about you, boss, but the ladies. He glanced at the group behind Martin. Martin fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then he said, All right, the girls will stay at base. I'll go with you. Martin, where are you going? Jessica asked, catching the tail end of his words. Martin didn't hide it. There are poachers nearby. You girls stay and rest. I'm heading out with Satan to check things. Out. Will it be dangerous? Lindsay asked, concerned. The girls all looked worried. Martin let out a hearty laugh. Of course there'll be danger for the poachers. Don't worry. Just wait for me at base. I'll be back soon. Since Martin had decided to go out personally, he would, of course, make use of his magical powers. As long as the poachers were anywhere nearby, he had no doubt he could find them in no time. 3 off-road vehicles sped across the grassland. Only through close contact could one truly grasp how lush the vegetation was here. The grass was almost uniformly over a meter tall. No wonder they said that when the wind blows and the grass bends, goats and cattle disappear into it. There were no real roads on the grassland. Wherever the off-road vehicles passed became a path, as the tires crushed the tall grass, leaving a distinct trail. After 2 hours, an incongruous sight appeared before Martin, who was sitting in the lead vehicle. A patch of the grassland had been deliberately flattened, and tire tracks were visible everywhere. Several elephants lay dead on the ground. Their faces had been pulled back, exposing bloody mouths, and their tusks had been hacked off at the root. Martin's vehicle came to a stop. Satan got out with him, along with a young guide who began inspecting the corpses. The other 2 vehicles split off in different directions to scout the area. Martin walked up to one of the elephant carcasses, his expression calm. He wasn't moved by death. What concerned him was that the poachers had disrupted the ecological balance of the area, which would ultimately reduce his own profits. Moreover, slaughtering such massive animals just for 2 tusks was pure waste. 28 square meters of elephant hide, and the meat. All of it could be used. Elephants reproduce slowly as it is, and yet this kind of wasteful butchering. Martin shook his head. As a businessman who held exclusive rights to game hunting quotas across West Africa, he wasn't going to scold the poachers from a moral high ground. However, every animal they poached was money out of his pocket. That he could not tolerate. And as a lover of aesthetics, he couldn't tolerate their crude and graceless way of dealing with the corpses, either. At that moment, the youth who had been examining the carcasses approached. He wasn't a soldier, but a tour guide. On the grassland, without a local guide, it was easy to get lost for a lifetime. Sure, the cars had GPS, but a human guide was still more convenient. The young man said, 6 elephants in total, 3 males and 3 females. All of their tusks were taken. One of the female elephants was even pregnant. Those damned poachers sliced her belly open and ripped the calf out for amusement. The young man was seething with anger. He had previously worked for a regulated hunting company. He came from a native tribal background, and his people worshipped the elephant god, which made him deeply averse to the sight of elephants being poached. He despised poachers. The arrival of regulated hunting companies had significantly reduced poaching on this grassland. Although these companies also hunted animals, they maintained population control, balancing death with renewal, much like his ancestral tribe had once done. What should we do with the corpses? Satan asked. The youth pointed around. The hyenas are already coming. Then he pointed to the sky. Vultures too, they're circling. Finally, he said, nature will take care of the remains. Fine then, Satan said. Let's find those poachers and take care of them. Just then, a voice crackled over the radio at Satan's waist. Chief, we've discovered a trap. Looks like the poachers herded the elephants into it, then slaughtered them all at once for their tusks. We also found vehicle tracks. Andy is following them now. Martin frowned and snatched the radio. Which direction do the tracks head? West. Tell them to come back. It's a trap now. Understood. After ending the transmission, Satan asked curiously, Boss, what did you notice? Martin replied, the vehicle tracks were too clean. Just as he was about to explain further, he noticed the local guide hesitating to speak, clearly having realized something too. Martin said, let the kid explain it to you. With that, he walked off to a nearby spot, turned his back to them, and resumed the magical incantation he'd been interrupted from earlier. His fingers twisted and flexed as if boneless, forming hand seals. Waves of mana radiated out. Behind him, the youth began to explain, the grass on the savanna is very resilient. It's tough and elastic. Look, sir, this is where we drove in. Satan turned to look and finally noticed something. The path the vehicle had crushed through on the way and had somehow already sprung back. The tall grass was standing again, completely covering the tire tracks. Fuck, Satan muttered under his breath, then asked curiously, so how do you track prey in your tribe? How do you follow a trail? By scent, by water sources, and the marks left on the grass. Marks on the grass? Yes, sir. Even though the grass stands back up, it still shows signs of being pressed. Look at this leaf and this blade of grass. Satan crouched and examined the spot the youth pointed to. Then he looked out at the vast expanse of grassland and couldn't help but be impressed. These tribal hunters could find clues in this sea of grass. It was truly remarkable. As if reading Satan's thoughts, the youth added, "Actually, it's not easy. If we didn't already know this is where the vehicle drove in, I wouldn't have noticed these details either." In reality, even the most experienced hunters in our tribe don't always succeed. Most hunts end with nothing. "I see," Satan nodded. That sounded more realistic. Just then, the radio crackled again. "Chief, Andy was ambushed. Luckily, boss warned us in time, so they didn't walk fully into the trap. Only one man took a shot to the shoulder. The rest are safe and pulling back." So this was a premeditated revenge by the poachers. Satan sneered, a cold glint in his eye. "I'll inform HQ to dispatch a reconnaissance plane." With the light fading, the poachers' camp won't be far from their ambush site. At that moment, Martin suddenly pointed toward a direction in the distance. There, just as Satan was preparing to deploy a team of aircraft from the base to begin a search, Martin suddenly raised his finger and pointed in a specific direction. "Over there." Satan was momentarily stunned, not quite following. "What? No need to send aircraft. It's already getting dark. Planes won't be able to take off until tomorrow morning. There's no point wasting time. I've already found the location of the poacher's base." "That direction?" Satan asked with a trace of doubt. "Exactly." The young man glanced in the direction Martin was pointing, then abruptly darted into the bushes and disappeared from sight. "What's he doing?" Satan asked, even more confused. "He's probably verifying what I just said," Martin replied with a smile. "That kid's surprisingly sharp." Half an hour later, 2 off-road vehicles returned. One of the wounded teammates had only sustained a graze on the shoulder, a minor injury. A little over 10 minutes after that, the young man crawled back out from the underbrush, looking disheveled. But when he looked at Martin, his eyes held a reverence usually reserved for deities. "I found tracks. It's the right direction." They were careful. The traces only started appearing a full kilometer away. They probably detoured a considerable distance in a different direction before looping back to throw us off. He hesitated here, clearly wanting to ask how this impossibly handsome and composed boss had figured it out, but didn't dare. Judging from the attitude of Satan and the others, this man clearly held an incredibly high, unimaginably high, status. Martin didn't offer an explanation. He simply swept his deep blue gaze across the group, and every last trace of doubt vanished from their minds, replaced by absolute trust. Roughly 10 kilometers from where the bodies were dumped, a fairly large encampment was set up. Dusk had fallen, and campfires were already lit. 5 beat-up trucks and 3 off-road vehicles formed a circle around the camp, creating a barrier of steel. Camping on the African savanna was an intense and dangerous affair. A single lapse in attention, and you might become dinner for some predator, and then fertilizer for this vast grassland. So no level of caution could ever be considered excessive. A fierce-looking man with a scruffy beard was currently shouting at a few armed men. "You damn idiots. The enemy obviously hadn't walked into our ambush. Why the hell did you open fire? Fuck. Now our cover's blown. Just wait and see those bastards. Their planes will be over our heads tomorrow," he fumed. "Fucking hell." A skinny man with glasses walked up and said, "Calm down, David. What's done is done. There's no point blaming anyone now. We'll pull out at dawn tomorrow. They'll probably send planes at first light too. As long as we head north into the jungle before they spot us, their aircraft won't find a thing. Teves, we can't just run like this. We have to teach those bastards a lesson. They're trying to cut off our profits." David growled. "Teach them a lesson? Please," Teves snapped. "Our ambush failed because they caught us off guard. Now that they're prepared, we're the ones about to get taught a lesson." "Bullshit. You're just scared." David spat. Teves's temper flared. "Damn right I'm scared. You need to understand, our enemy isn't someone we can take head on. Behind those bastards is Hellfire. That's currently the most powerful private military contractor in Africa. And even worse, Hellfire is backed by a mining conglomerate from Guinea. They control 80% of West Africa's mineral resources. They're a monstrous behemoth. Their private security force alone is over 10,000 strong. And they can mobilize the backing of governments across West Africa. And us? We've got what? A little over 30 guys? What? You want us 30 idiots to take on all of West Africa? David muttered defiantly. We're not just 30. Others support us too. Oh, you mean the hyena and porcupine crews? Don't make me laugh. All they do is hide in the back and wave flags. None of them dares to show their face. Especially Hyena. His entire team got captured and are now working as mind slaves. He's just a puppet commander at this point. Hyena and Porcupine were the names of two rival poaching gang leaders who, like Black Humor, had past grudges with the enemy. Night deepened. Behind a small hill on the savannah, 3 off-road vehicles sat side by side, their headlights completely off. Only a small fire flickered. This hill was less than 1.5 kilometers from David and Tevesa's poacher camp, and due to the natural terrain, their fire couldn't be seen from the enemy's position. The fire wasn't for warmth. It was to ward off wild animals in the night. On the African savannah, midnight meant danger in every direction. You never knew how many eyes were watching you from the dark, licking their lips. Check your gear. We're going in on foot, Satan ordered. Then he glanced at Martin. Martin smiled. I'm coming too. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your command. You know how to use a gun? Satan asked. Of course. Martin walked to the trunk of one of the vehicles and pulled out an August assault rifle. With practiced ease, he checked the magazine, chambered a round, and raised the weapon to sight through the scope. The August was developed by Austria's Steyr Arms Company in 1977. It was the first military rifle to officially feature a modular bullpup. Design: durable, corrosion-resistant, with a long service life and an easily detachable scope system. The August was widely favored in desert and savanna environments. It offered a cost-effective alternative to the AK series for civilians and militias. The August in Martin's hands was fitted with a night vision scope. Its lightweight polymer construction made it even easier to carry. These features made it a top pick for precision shooters during nighttime operations. Satan nodded approvingly and said nothing more. His instinct to follow Martin's lead was deeply ingrained. After that, following Stephen's lead, Satan and his men, as well as the young soldier, began applying a pungent medicinal balm to their skin. This salve, made from local herbs, repelled mosquitoes. It also contained lion urine, which could scare off most nocturnal predators on the savannah. After Satan's team finished applying the balm, the young soldier noticed that Martin hadn't moved and assumed he hadn't brought any, so he offered his own. But Satan stopped him. The boss doesn't need it. He walks among us. But the young man's words were cut off by Satan's stern gaze. Martin smiled. He really didn't need that stuff. It reeked. There wasn't a single incubus that would let him smear something that foul on himself. And with his magic, he had no fear of any petty nocturnal creature. A blood-curdling scream rang out from inside as one of the poachers clutched his stomach and collapsed. As he fell, unconscious, his hands released, and his intestines spilled all over the ground with a sickening splatter. The stench of iron and rot filled the entire camp in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Teves opened fire, but his marksmanship couldn't keep up with the movements of the Dark Lion King. Each shot only landed behind its rear, and he even almost accidentally hit his comrades. The other poachers around the camp also opened fire. After a chaotic spray of bullets, the Dark Lion King once again disappeared into the night. 3 more bodies were left behind in the camp, 2 of them killed by friendly fire. You idiots, stop firing randomly. Everyone tighten up and form a circle, David shouted. This guy had once served in the military, in the elite KSK Special Forces, Germany's top commando unit, founded in 1994. KSK is formed of professional soldiers and civilian mercenaries, all highly skilled and experienced. They're trained to carry out reconnaissance, counterterrorism, rescue operations, sabotage, and fire support under extreme conditions. That's why David, despite sounding like a brute, was actually the most combat-savvy among them. Naturally, a mere musclehead wouldn't have been able to lead a team like this. Under his command, the poachers quickly closed ranks, forming a circle with their barrels pointed outward. Not bad, pretty fast reaction, Satan said admiringly from the shadows. After giving his order, David pulled Teves toward the center of the formation and said, "Stay here. Once I take out that black lion, we're moving out." Moving out. Teves didn't immediately catch on. Idiot. Didn't you say we needed to retreat into the jungle before that Black Ops chopper arrives? I thought you weren't going to do it. Yeah, I said I wasn't, but in my heart, I'd already decided. Why else do you think I'd everyone rest so early? Then he added, but since we're all awake now thanks to that big cat, let's finish it off and move. Damn it, I've got a bad feeling about this. Just then, a black shadow flashed. The Dark Lion King pounced from another angle. The poachers on that side shouted and opened fire. The Dark Lion King, just as it landed, suddenly twisted its body, dodging a rain of bullets and changing direction. But the poachers on the new path also began shooting. With no blind spots in the circle, as long as their bullets held out, they could take down this lion that was nothing like any ordinary beast. Kill it, and don't aim the head. That can fetch a good price, David said excitedly. He didn't notice that, over 150 meters away, a flash of light flickered, and a gunshot rang out. Bang! One of the poachers, who had been firing madly at the Dark Lion King, suddenly had a bloody hole blown through his head. A few seconds later, another poacher's eye exploded in a burst of blood. Shit, a sniper. It's the Green Hunters. Damn it, it must be them. Get down. Panic broke out among the poachers. Boss, beautiful shot. From over 150 meters out, Satan praised from his heart. Indeed, it was Martin who had fired. Not bad, it was only a 150-meter shot. After all, Martin replied modestly. But you're not even using a sniper rifle. Satan knew the August rifle well. Its maximum range is 500 meters, with sights calibrated for 300. Realistically, though, 150 meters is its practical effective range. To hit a human body at that distance was already impressive, but Martin had landed headshots every time. That was top-tier sniper skill. What a waste, Satan thought. It was a pity that his boss's talent for shooting would rarely get to shine. Elsewhere, the Dark Lion King, taking advantage of the poacher's confusion, resumed its killing spree. Teves, who had been hiding within the circle, was ripped apart by a single swipe to the neck from the Black Lion. David instantly regretted not grabbing the bulletproof vest earlier. The ceramic plates in it might have withstood the lion's claws. He glanced at Teves's fallen body. Blood gushed from the torn trachea, and a severed artery was still spurting. What a fucking mess. No saving him. Looks like I'll have to negotiate with the business side myself. After that quick thought, David stopped caring about his fallen comrade. Right now, the only thing that mattered was survival. With the Dark Lion King rampaging inside, and a hidden sniper outside, even David, with all his experience, was drenched in cold sweat. He crouched and hid beneath a nearby jeep, rifle steady, eyes fixed on the Black Lion wreaking havoc. I have to take that damn cat out first, he thought. At that moment, the Dark Lion King knocked down another poacher. But whether because the poacher was too bulky or the lion was too tired, it didn't manage to kill him in one strike. The dying poacher resisted, momentarily tangling up the Dark Lion King. Opportunity. David's eyes flashed. He fired. Bang, 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 bang. The Dark Lion King let out a roar of pain, darted past an off-road vehicle, and disappeared into the shadows. Damn it, David cursed under his breath. He had underestimated the cat's reflexes. It was only wounded, not dead. A second later, a grenade was tossed from outside the barricade. David caught a glimpse of the grenade's shape, and his face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he dove aside and buried his face in the dirt. Bang! The grenade exploded, but it wasn't shrapnel that flew out. A burst of blinding light flooded the camp. Art, my eyes! Shit, I can't see. Screams erupted, followed by a burst of gunfire. As the flashbang went off, David silently counted to 3, then lifted his head from the mud and crawled out from under a tarp without looking back. Run. That was all he could think of now. The fighting inside the camp ended quickly. Satan's rookies performed admirably, except for 2 who felt ill. After the killings, the other 5 handled it without issue. A short while later, boss, interrogation's done. One escaped. It was their leader. Name's David. Codename, Al. Chief, interrogation complete. One escaped. He's their leader. Name's David. Codename, Al. A soldier came to report. David? Al. Satan's expression shifted slightly. I've heard of him. A brutal man. Once wiped out an entire tribe in Senegal, West Africa, just to seize a herd of elephants. This guy doesn't just poach. He also has close ties with the Colombian drug cartels. He's responsible for opening up at least one major drug trafficking route. Best not to let him escape. He holds considerable influence in South America. Could spell trouble for us. Satan frowned as he explained David's background to Martin. Martin nodded. I don't like trouble. We'll deal with him tonight. Satan was about to issue orders to his men, but Martin placed a hand on his shoulder. No need for the hassle. Let green hunters pack up the camp and keep watch over the prisoners. You come with me. Satan hesitated for only a blink before nodding. Having long been under the influence of Martin's regular mental conditioning, even brainwashing, he had become just like Gordon, obeying Martin's every word without question. David stumbled through the brush, disoriented. With no GPS or satellite locator, and no time to look up at the stars to orient himself, all he could do was run blindly, desperate to get as far from the camp as possible. A sense of unease gnawed at him. His vision was still blurry from that earlier flash grenade. He hunched his back like a cat, using the tall, coarse African grass to conceal his large frame. The grass here only reached about 1.2 meters high now, but in another 6 months, it would easily grow to over 1.6 or even 2 meters. The grass scratched at his ankles, arms, and bare skin, making his skin itch. But David didn't care. His eyes kept darting back over his right shoulder. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him. Damn it! Through a gap in the brush, he caught a glimpse of glowing green eyes in the darkness. He cursed silently. It was the Dark Lion King. It had followed him. Shit. I thought it was wounded. Because the Dark Lion King was tailing him in the dark, David didn't dare run at full speed. He couldn't outrun a lion. He had to conserve stamina and keep glancing back, in case of a surprise attack. Running like this in the dark was bound to end in a fall. Sure enough, after about 20 meters, a stray vine caught his leg. He stumbled. At that moment, he heard a deep growl and felt a rank gust of wind in his face. A giant maw lined with sharp fangs lunged at him. But David didn't panic. He had planned this. That stumble was a ruse, to lure the Dark Lion King into attacking. He couldn't stay alert forever. He had to gamble, draw the lion out and kill it, eliminating the threat once and for all, so he could focus on escaping. As he fell, he twisted his body and aimed his gun upward, firing a burst straight at the lunging lion. The Dark Lion King twisted midair, but was still hit twice. It let out a low roar, but didn't retreat. Instead, as it hit the ground, one massive paw slammed down on David's foot. Flesh tore. David could feel the surge of hot blood in his calf, then an explosion of pain. Screaming, he rolled on the ground, his gun knocked away by the tangled grass. Quickly, he drew the dagger at his waist and stabbed at the black shadow before him. But human reflexes are far too slow for a lion. Before the blade even reached its mark, the lion's paw swiped again, ripping open David's arm. Then, the huge, foul-smelling mouth descended on his face. A bite, a pull, and half of David's face was gone. No matter how tough his nerves were, such an injury was unbearable. David screamed hoarsely. One arm hung limp. The other clutched his bloodied face as he writhed in agony. Not far away, Martin and Satan stood side by side behind a tree, silently watching. Looks like we won't need to intervene, Martin said calmly. Satan, however, looked puzzled. I wonder what that owl bastard did to provoke the Dark Lion King like this. It's pursuing him like it has a blood vendetta. Martin shrugged. Who knows? But dying to a lion out here on the savannah seems like fitting retribution. Then he added, let's go. No need to watch. David's as good as dead. Back. To camp. He turned and walked away. Satan followed. David's agonized screams echoed through the night, adding a strange liveliness to the quiet darkness. When Martin and Satan returned to the camp, the soldiers had already finished cleaning up. Chief, we found 12 elephant tusks, 6 rhino horns, 20 leopard skins, and a dead lioness. Looks like she was pregnant, too. That explains it. Martin looked into the darkness. That's why the Dark Lion King was after them. Satan nodded. Serves them right. Every hunter on the savannah knows not to kill pregnant animals. Only these poachers are so reckless. He glanced at the confiscated goods piled around the camp and the ring of vehicles. This is a good haul. I'll notify the base to send more men tomorrow. We'll have them drive all this back. Martin replied indifferently, "That's your call." Just then, two soldiers dragged the lioness's body out of a tent. She was massive, over 2 meters long. Her fur was pristine, her eyes vacant, mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs. There was a bloody hole in her forehead, clearly shot from a distance by a skilled marksman. Martin stepped forward to examine the lioness's corpse. Satan followed and glanced at the wound. Must have been David who shot her. Heard he was one of the best snipers in his unit. No wonder that Dark Lion King abandoned the prisoners and chased him all the way. Martin looked at the lioness's slightly swollen belly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He pressed his hand to her abdomen. A faint stir came from within. Thump, thump. It was a heartbeat. Martin's face showed a flicker of surprise. He was about to channel some magic to investigate further when, watch out, a black shadow shot from the direction of a pickup truck like a whirlwind, lunging straight at Martin. It was the Dark Lion King. It had come back. The stench of blood filled the air as a low, guttural howl echoed. This particular Dark Lion King was clearly a seasoned predator in the dark. Its growls always carried that chilling, subdued menace. "Don't shoot," Satan shouted the moment he noticed the nervous rookies instinctively raise their guns, aiming at the direction of the Nightfall Lion King. He was afraid they might accidentally shoot Martin. At the same time, he drew his dagger and charged toward the Dark Lion from the side. But just 1 second later, his body froze in place. Diddy, the young black soldier nearby, widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. What they saw was this. Just as the Dark Lion King lunged at Martin, the man calmly took a step back, dodging the lion's frontal assault. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he collided head-on with the ferocious beast. In one swift motion, Martin twisted both of the lion's outstretched forelegs. Even the Dark Lion King hadn't expected its prey to retaliate with such explosive force. Before it could react, its front paws were already locked in the man's grip, and this prey's strength far beyond its imagination. For a moment, the lion struggled to break free, only to find that it couldn't. It let out a deep, frustrated roar and lunged, jaws wide open, snapping toward Martin's face. But Martin abruptly let go, slid sideways with graceful agility, dodging both the lion's claws and its foul-smelling bite. Pivoting around its flank, he let out a sharp cry, then slammed his fist into the lion's belly with crushing force. The lion's body stiffened for a brief instant. Seizing that opportunity, Martin spread his arms wide, locked them around the beast's neck, let out a roar of his own, and with astonishing strength, twisted the mighty lion to the ground. He then straddled its body, clamping his legs tightly around its waist and locking its neck in a death grip. "Oh my God," someone among the soldiers gasped in awe. "Lord have mercy." Diddy's legs gave out as he collapsed to his knees. Watching Martin sit atop the Dark Lion King, completely subduing the savage ruler of the plains, he looked at the man as though he were staring at a god. "Get over here. Tie up the lion now." Satan was the first to snap out of it, bellowing the order. But before anyone could act, Martin spoke. His voice was astonishingly calm, as if he weren't restraining a wild beast, but rather a household pet. "No need. He'll behave, won't you?" To everyone's disbelief, the Dark Lion King, that huge, black beast, seemed to understand. It gave a slow, obedient nod. Martin smiled and released his grip, leaving behind a trace of magic power that lingered in the lion's mind. The beast shook its mane and slowly stood up. Though slightly smaller than other lions of its kind, its body remained powerfully built, emanating a crushing sense of dominance. Everyone instinctively took a step back, everyone except Satan. He stepped forward instead, stopping right in front of Martin. "Boss, are you all right?" Martin shook out his arms, then chuckled. "Do I look like something's wrong?" He raised his hand and gently patted the lion's head. "It's him we should be worried about. He took a few bullets. He's bleeding quite a bit. Needing an immediate treatment." Satan nodded, scanning the new recruits until his eyes landed on a young medic. "Crawl, you're up." The soldier stammered nervously. "Sir, I've never treated animals before. And is it gonna bite me?" Satan growled. "Damn it, you scared little shit." But Martin raised a hand to stop him and said with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry. I'll be right here with you. You've seen it for yourself. This big guy understands humans. You help him, he won't just not bite you. He'll be grateful. As for the treatment, just do it like you would with a person. Open the wound, take out the bullets, stitch it up. It's really that simple. The moment Martin finished speaking, it was as if something clicked in the young man's mind. He immediately stood at attention. Yes, boss. And the treatment went surprisingly well. The Dark Lion King lay quietly on the ground, letting the medic work on his body. Docile as a giant house cat. Who would have thought that this seemingly tame creature had, just moments ago, savagely killed 7 or 8 men? While the medic worked, Martin kept gently stroking the lion's head. And then, images began to flash in his mind. A sturdy, tawny lion wrestled with another of its kind. One lost, fled in humiliation. Then came a blur of images. Martin was now seeing through the lion's eyes. Fighting, hunting, killing. The rival lion's throat was ripped open. Dawn broke. 2 tawny lions stood atop a rock, roaring at the sky. More images followed. The black lion fought side by side with the tawny one, driving off challengers. It roamed alone through the night, patrolling its territory. It frolicked with lionesses under the stars. Until one day, a convoy of humans appeared in the distance. They plowed through the savannah, scattering the pride. Then the truck stopped. A brutish man climbed down, carrying a rifle with a scope. A gunshot rang out. A lioness's head burst into a spray of blood. The lion's vision turned red. It looked back, only to see the humans cheering in excitement. The lioness's body was dragged onto a truck. What followed were days of relentless pursuit. Then, finally, an opening. Martin's eyes narrowed slightly. His brow furrowed as though he were deep in thought. From what he'd seen in the lion's memories, its paw prints covered nearly half the West African savanna. It had ventured into places no human had ever set foot. And among those images was one particularly bizarre. A massive man-made structure, its entire body the same earthy yellow as the surrounding sands. Most of its buildings were shaped like half-cylinders on the bottom, with cone-shaped tops. The outer walls were embedded with sharp, black stones, like jagged fangs jutting out of the surface. Calling it a building didn't do it justice. It was more of a complex, stretching far into the distance. From the lion's perspective, the whole area was lifeless and desolate. Not a single trace of human activity remained. Still, the lion had approached it out of curiosity, giving it a cautious once-over. It didn't find anything interesting, but what didn't interest the lion now fascinated Martin. Things like gold, gemstones, and those massive wooden crates sealed in dried mud. A museum? Martin hadn't expected this. It was supposed to be just a vacation, and now it had turned into something far more entertaining. Interesting. Very interesting. The Dark Lion King possessed a tremendously powerful physique. As soon as the treatment ended, it stood up and gently licked Martin's hand with its rough, barbed tongue. Martin stroked its head and chuckled. "There's one more surprise, buddy." He said this while gesturing for the Dark Lion King to follow. "Come with me." Then he stepped out of the tent. The Nightfall Lion King walked with slow, elegant steps, trailing behind him. Only the young medic was left standing inside, dumbfounded. Wait, that lion actually understands human speech. I'm not dreaming, right? A lion that survived its whole life in the wild, never tamed, never trained, and yet it can understand people? Could it really be some kind of spirit beast? He suddenly recalled the strange legends he'd heard from Diddy, stories whispered among the grassland tribes about this very Dark Lion King. A sense of awe stirred in his heart, and then the thought struck him. If this lion was a god, then what did that make the man who had subdued it? A god king? Martin led the Dark Lion King to the carcass of the lioness. The beast let out a deep, mournful growl and began licking her body with its tongue. Martin placed a hand on the lioness's belly and, after a moment, spoke. "Your mate is dead, but your cub still lives. If you're willing, I can cut her open and save the cub. But it hasn't reached full term yet. I'm the only one who can guarantee it survives, and it might need to stay with me for a while." He said this directly to the Nightfall Lion King. The beast turned to him, eyes glinting with the colors of twilight. Then it gave a soft nod. The medic, who had just stepped out of the tent, gawked as he pointed toward the lion. "Did you see that? Did you see that? It really understands human speech. Oh my God, could it really be a god?" A white soldier beside him stood frozen, then stammered. "Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Coincidence? That's the third time it's nodded at boss." No, wait, 4 times. I just remembered. It nodded once before we even left the camp. He held up 4 fingers in earnest. Then, not far off, Diddy had already fallen to his knees, arms outstretched, and his torso bowed low to the ground. He was murmuring something under his breath. Look at him, he's worshipping. I don't know if it's our boss or that black lion he's bowing to. Wait, the lion's black, and I'm black. Could it be that he's our god, god of reader? The thought made the young black soldier's knees wobble, and he almost knelt down himself, until he reminded himself that his boss was probably even more formidable than the lion god. Meanwhile, Martin had borrowed a dagger from Satan and carefully cut open the lioness's belly, retrieving a tiny cub, its skin still white and pink, its fur yet to grow. Separated from its mother, the newborn squirmed weakly, unsettled by the sudden loss of nourishment. Then a cool surge of energy enveloped it. The little cub relaxed in Martin's hands, nestled quietly, and fell asleep. The dark Lion King studied the cub with a puzzled expression, tilting its head. It clearly didn't resemble him at all. But blood ties don't lie. A sense of kinship softened the lion's gaze. It leaned down and gave a soft snort, gently imprinting its scent on the cub. Martin had a soldier bring over a cloth pouch. He placed the cub inside and looked to the dark Lion King. It can't survive without me for now. If you don't mind, I'll raise it myself. The lion gave a deep rumble, followed by a nod, seemingly giving its blessing. Satan approached, glancing at the sleeping lion by Martin's side. What about the lioness? Martin shook his head. Bury her. She was born on the savannah. She should return to it. Satan finally voiced the question that had been burning in his mind. Boss, that lion, can it really understand human language? Martin laughed. Maybe it only understands me. I wouldn't count on it understanding anyone else. Not far away, both the black medic and the guide, Didier, looked at Martin with wide-eyed reverence. That night, the group camped out at the poacher's site. Before dawn, the dark Lion King departed on its own, vanishing into the darkness beyond the horizon. By 8 a.m., the convoy from the base arrived. All of the poacher's spoils and equipment were loaded up and transported back to the compound. As soon as Martin stepped off the truck, a group of anxious girls rushed to greet him. Martin, are you okay? Were you in danger? We heard you guys took down an entire poacher squad. Oh my God, we've been worried sick. Lynn kept praying for you nonstop. Like you didn't? Jessica, you were practically crying. Hey, can't you see I'm fine? Martin grinned. In fact, I even brought back a little surprise. He reached into the cloth pouch hanging from his waist and gently pulled out the cub. All attention immediately shifted to the tiny, pale creature. What is that? A kitten? Is that a baby leopard? There are no cats on the savannah. It's so cute. Look, its eyes aren't even open. Martin infused a bit of magic into the cub. It yawned with its eyes still shut, let out 2 sleepy little squeaks, and twitched its limbs. It couldn't have looked more adorable. This little guy's a lion cub, Martin explained, smiling. Don't be fooled by how tiny he is now. He'll grow into a big fella someday. A lion cub? You guys ran into lions? How'd you get him? The girls bombarded him with questions. Martin recounted the dark Lion King's tale of vengeance. Gasps and murmurs of awe followed. That sounds like the Lion King, but in real life. Disney should reboot the movie based on that story. People would love it. Forget the Lion Prince. This is a full-on King's vengeance arc. Martin waved his hand, cutting through the chatter. Ladies, take the rest of the day off. Tomorrow, how about we go hunting? Unexpectedly, the girls exchanged hesitant glances. Then Lindsay spoke up. Martin, maybe we shouldn't. After seeing that adorable little guy, I don't want to hurt them when they grow up. Yeah, Martin. I don't want to hunt anymore either. Let's just enjoy the scenery, someone added. Martin. All right, he chuckled. Then tomorrow, we'll take the truck out for a ride across the savannah. Enjoy the sights, take some beautiful pictures. How's that? Agreed. Yes. Sounds perfect. Yay. After 3 days of sightseeing with the girls, one day, a black-skinned elder accompanied by an assistant arrived at the Black Humor base. I forgot the name of this base. If you guys know, please let me know. Boss, here's the scholar you asked for. This is Professor Nama, an expert on West African history. Nice to meet you, Professor Nama. I'm Martin Myers. Just call me Martin. Pleasure to meet you, Martin. May I ask why you've requested my Mid-sentence, the professor's voice abruptly stopped. His eyes were fixed on Martin's shoulder. There, a tiny, fuzzy creature was tugging relentlessly at his collar, trying to burrow inside. Professor Nama, a West African historian, stood frozen, staring at Martin's shoulder. The little ball of fluff was squirming mischievously, trying to burrow into Martin's collar. Martin, is that a lion? That's right, a lion cub. Martin chuckled and scooped the tiny fellow from his shoulder, gently ruffling its fuzzy head. Its mother died. I'm raising it until it's strong enough to return to the wild. Perhaps it was the effect of magic, but the cub was growing at a remarkable speed. In just a few days, it had gone from a furless newborn to a lively, fluffy bundle with gleaming eyes. Now it had become the darling of all the girls. Everyone wanted a cuddle, a kiss, a squeeze. Unfortunately, the little cub only wanted to cling to Martin, leaving the girls pouting with envy. You're a good man, Nama said sincerely, standing up with a solemn look. So then, why did you call for me? Martin thought for a moment, then began to describe the architectural style he had seen within the Dark Lion King's memories. I want to know, what kind of architecture is this? Or more precisely, from which West African civilization or era? Nama pondered a moment, then asked a few clarifying questions. At last, he replied, Martin, I believe what you saw was a structure from the lost civilization of Timbuktu. Timbuktu dates back as far as the 5th century AD. It was founded by the Tuareg people and served as a vital hub on the Sahara trade routes. Known for its rich history, distinctive architecture, and vibrant culture, it once stood as a shining beacon in the desert. It connected North Africa, the Middle East, and West Africa. At its peak, Timbuktu was not only a powerful civilization, but a crucial center of commerce and cultural exchange. In the 9th century, it rose to prominence as a center for Islamic learning, eventually becoming the religious and intellectual heart of the region. Scholars and students from across Africa, North Africa, the Middle East, and even the Mediterranean came to study there. The city became a confluence of cultures: Arab, Berber, and Black African. Many prominent Muslim scholars and saints settled in the city. Some of the greatest works of philosophy and theology were written and preserved there. By the late 14th century, the famed University of Sankore was established here. It was one of the world's earliest institutions of higher learning, some say older than Oxford or Cambridge, with more than 20,000 students studying Quranic texts, medicine, law, history, literature, astronomy, and geography. At this point, Nama's eyes lit up with admiration. If only I could visit Timbuktu in its prime, to witness its bustling markets and flourishing culture. Then his tone turned somber. Alas, no civilization lasts forever. Timbuktu was no exception. Over time, it began to decline. Its golden era faded, and the city slowly lost its former glory, vanishing beneath the sunset over the Niger River. One of the main causes was the shift in trade routes. With the rise of European maritime exploration, new sea trade networks bypassed West Africa altogether. This stripped Timbuktu of its central status. Its economy collapsed. Gold, silver, and salt, the city's lifeblood, lost their value. Its wealth dried up. At the same time, political and social turmoil plagued the region. Invaders looted the city multiple times throughout history. These wars and conflicts destroyed the city's infrastructure and economy. Internal unrest and power struggles tore it further apart. So you're saying this civilization was ultimately destroyed by war? Martin asked. No, not entirely, Nama replied, surprised. Timbuktu still exists. It's in modern-day Mali, the northern region of Timbuktu. Timbuktu, Martin was even more stunned. But how could that be? What he had seen in the Nightfall Lion King's memory was a ruin, abandoned, lifeless, devoid of human presence. Nama nodded. Yes, it still exists. While the culture and prosperity are gone, the city remains. In the 1990s, the Tuareg rebels even tried to form an independent city-state there. The Malian government only managed to restore order in 1996. Recently, the site has caught the attention of the international academic community. Archaeologists and historians have flocked there, hoping to uncover traces of the lost civilization. Lost civilization? Martin's eyes gleamed. What exactly are they searching for? You see, Nama explained, Timbuktu once attracted scholars from across the globe. They founded some of the earliest universities, where various schools of thought thrived. These schools meticulously recorded their knowledge on specially treated parchment and stored the manuscripts in the University of Sankor's libraries. But here's the mystery. When the Songhai and Mali empires went to war in 1591, Sankor was burned down. Yet no burnt manuscripts were ever found. Historical records claim that the knowledge stored there was not destroyed, just missing. Some believe the books were smuggled out or hidden by the scholars before the flames reached them. That's what modern experts are searching for, the long-lost remnants of this once glorious civilization. Martin hesitated, then asked, Professor Nama, aside from Timbuktu, are there any other places with similar architecture? Nama frowned in thought, his weathered face deeply creased with contemplation. Timbuktu's architecture is a fusion of Islamic, Saharan, and indigenous African elements. It's unique. There are buildings that resemble parts of its style, but nothing that fully captures its essence like Timbuktu does. Then he suddenly paused, as if remembering something long buried. After a moment's silence, he said, However, there is an old legend, one that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Martin perked up instantly. Oh, what kind of legend? It said that during the 14th century, a group of scholars, tired of the noise, corruption, and wars in Timbuktu, chose to leave. They took with them a number of master craftsmen. It said they discovered a hidden oasis and set out to build a new city, a secret sanctuary for knowledge, far from the chaos. As Nama spoke, a light began to glow in his eyes. Martin's words seemed to ignite something in Professor Nama. The West African scholar began to murmur to himself, half speaking to Martin, half lost in thought. If that legend were true, then this hidden city shouldn't be too far from present-day Timbuktu. But the location would have to be extremely well concealed. Then why was there never a single report afterward? Could they have suffered some catastrophe, like an earthquake? If so, then it must have been located along a seismic fault line. But an earthquake alone wouldn't silence everyone. If even one person escaped, there should have been some word. How could there be no trace whatsoever? Maybe the path to it was already treacherous, and after the disaster, the entire geography shifted, cutting it off completely. If that place really existed, could the missing texts have been moved there? And if that city was destroyed by calamity, then perhaps what was inside could still be preserved. All that knowledge. Nama's eyes gleamed with growing intensity. Martin let out a quiet sigh and released a pulse of magic. The scholar's pupils dilated in a daze, then gradually cleared as he blinked himself back to awareness. A moment later, he stood up and bowed deeply to Martin. Mr. Myers, I had no idea you were so passionate about West African history. If you're interested, I'd be honored to gift you a copy of my book on the subject. Thank you, Professor Nama. I'd be delighted. In return, I'll be donating a sum to your university as a scholarship fund. Nama's eyes lit up. Thank you for your generosity. This will help many underprivileged children gain access to higher education. Martin shook his head with a smile. No need for thanks. After seeing Nama off, Martin immediately summoned Satan. What the dash, treasure hunt? Satan blinked, caught off guard for half a second, then grinned. Got it. I'll gather a reliable team right away. What? Are you planning to stay here for a few more days to inspect your properties? Should we go ahead first? 3 days later, after sending off the 4 girls, Martin prepared to depart. They had a team of 20, riding in 5 off-road vehicles, every member handpicked from Hellfire's best. And then there was Diddy, the human compass. This guy could read the terrain like a book. From the shape of grass and contours of land, he could tell where there were marshes, water sources, or hills. It was a skill that proved highly valuable on the road. Martin had no choice but to spend a little magic to brainwash him into full loyalty. For days in, the convoy reached the outer limits of civilization. The dense greenery had faded into sparse patches of semi-arid grasslands. It was hard to believe the Dark Lion King had traveled this far. Was the beast a wandering adventurer? Martin found the idea odd. Meanwhile, the lion cub Arthur was curled up atop his head, sound asleep, occasionally mumbling in its sleep with a soft meow meow. Yes, Arthur, that was the name Martin had given the cub. Perhaps he hoped the little one would grow up to inherit its father's royal bearing. We're about to enter the uninhabited zone. Diddy looked ahead with a nervous expression. Uninhabited zone. Martin squinted toward the horizon. It was growing more desolate by the minute. Off in the east lay the ruins of Jinbuktu. Yes, the uninhabited zone, Didier said, his voice trembling. This is a forbidden region. No modern civilization dares to set foot here. It's known as the lost corner of West Africa. I grew up hearing from our tribal elders, never enter this place. Don't even go near it, or it will swallow you whole. Not even a single tribal settlement. Satan asked from the passenger seat, intrigued. Even the Amazon rainforest has primitive tribes living in it. This place looks way more hospitable than that jungle. I've heard of the Amazon too, Diddy said. But in our lore, this place must never be approached. Once, Western scholars flew here to investigate, but none of them ever came back. Not a single one. His voice grew smaller and smaller until he looked sideways at Martin and calmed down, reassured by the man's presence. To Diddy, Martin had already become something akin to a god. He quietly comforted himself. With our divine boss leading us, what could go wrong? Plane crashes? Martin, however, was thinking of something entirely different. He asked sharply, Satan, what latitude are we at right now? 32 degrees north. Martin's face darkened. He remembered something he had read once, about the mysterious line circling the Earth at 30 degrees north latitude. This latitude was home to many of the planet's most inexplicable sights. The pyramids and the Sphinx. For thousands of years, these Egyptian marvels have baffled modern minds. How were they built? Why can't we replicate their construction even today? How did the ancients embed the value of pi into the pyramid structure with such accuracy? Do hidden chambers or ancient curses lie within? God of Reader, sorry to break it to you guys, but we can certainly fucking recreate the pyramid with our current technology. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, a wonder of the ancient world, filled with lush greenery and cascading flowers. But was it real? Many scholars still debate its existence. Could such grand architecture have existed in an era with such limited technology? Atlantis, the mythical eighth continent, said to be an advanced, thriving civilization that disappeared overnight. Some scientists believe it sank due to unknown causes. Did it really exist? Were its technologies more advanced than ours? Why did it vanish without a trace? The Bermuda Triangle, perhaps the most mysterious place on Earth. Stories abound of ships and planes vanishing into thin air. Some claim it's a vortex. Others think it's a gateway to another dimension. Sangxingdui, near Chengdu in China's Sichuan Basin, 3 mysterious golden mounds were discovered. In 1929, a farmer accidentally unearthed a jade relic, launching a new era in archaeology. In 1986, 2 massive sacrificial pits were found, yielding thousands of artifacts. Unlike anything else in China, bronze masks, animal sculptures, and strange designs, with not a single Chinese character among them. Death Valley. In 1949, an American gold survey team ventured into a desert wasteland and vanished. A few survivors later died mysteriously. Since then, the area has fascinated explorers. Known as a national park today, people still report feeling lost in time and overwhelmed by the eerie power of life and death. The Mayan civilization. Over 4,500 years ago, the Maya possessed advanced mathematical and astronomical knowledge. Their pyramid temples rivaled Egypt's, and they created an incredibly precise calendar. Archaeologists once unearthed 13 crystal skulls at Maya ruins, each perfectly shaped like a human skull, with movable jaws and gemstone eyes. Legend says they contain the secrets of human origin and the cosmos. Stonehenge. On the Salisbury Plain in southern England stands this ancient circle of towering stones. Each weighs up to 30 tons and is arranged in perfect concentric circles. Who built it? How did they transport the stones? Was it an observatory? A ritual site? El Dorado, the city of gold. Deep in the Amazon jungle, legends speak of a glittering golden city filled with treasure. Since the 16th century, countless explorers have searched for it. One of the most famous was British Colonel Percy Fawcett, who disappeared in 1925 while trying to find it. And now, this legendary uninhabited zone of West Africa was located at the same 30-degree north latitude. Was this all just coincidence? Or was it something far more unsettling? Martin was an incubus lord, so when it came to all things mysterious, he always maintained a healthy degree of skepticism. After all, on the continent of gods and demons, many so-called mystical phenomena were common occurrences. Things that would seem divine and miraculous in this world. Martin had seen plenty of them. Who was to say that similar things hadn't once existed on Earth? Or perhaps still did. That said, Martin held little reverence for the supernatural. He'd simply seen too much. In fact, if he ever revealed his full power to the world, he wasn't sure if people would worship him as a god or hunt him down as a monster. He chuckled softly to himself. Most likely the latter. After all, his power hadn't yet reached the level of shrugging off nuclear warheads or destroying mountains with a wave of his hand, the kind of power that truly drives humanity to despair. His physical form still placed limits on him. No matter how much magic he infused into it, it was, at its core, still a human body. Which was why Martin always maintained his disguise as a humble consultant, occasionally revealing a hint of power, but only through subtle influence. Never anything flashy. Lost in thought, he was snapped back to the present by Satan's voice in the earpiece. This place really is desolate. Maybe that's why it's uninhabited, too barren, like a desert. Just not suited for human life. As the convoy pushed deeper into the zone, nothing particularly strange occurred at first. Even Diddy began to question the legends. Could it really be that simple? Then, without warning, a voice came crackling through the radio from the lead vehicle. Holy hell, there's no road ahead. I repeat, no road. There's a massive fissure in the ground. Damn it, we almost drove straight into it. The convoy came to a halt. Before them stretched a giant rift, like a wound carved into the earth itself, running north to south as far as the eye could see. Grass and weeds had grown thick over both sides of the rocky cliffs, partially obscuring the abyss. If you weren't paying close attention, you'd never spot the anomaly. How deep is it? Looks to be over 20 meters. There's water down there, probably an underground river. Detour around it, Martin instructed. Tell the drivers to slow down and stay alert. The rift wasn't wide, 3 to 4 meters at most. They could have built a temporary bridge across it, but abandoning the vehicles and equipment wasn't an option. So they turned south, driving 1.5 kilometers before the fissure began to narrow. 3 kilometers later, the chasm vanished completely. They turned west again. 10 kilometers on, they encountered a far more troubling issue. All their electronic devices stopped working. GPS, radios, instruments, everything went haywire. There's definitely something wrong here. Seriously wrong, Diddy exclaimed, panicked. I've lost all sense of direction. It's the magnetic field, Martin said calmly. It's completely disrupted in this area. Everyone knew that some people were born with an innate sense of direction, so attuned to the Earth's magnetic field that they could navigate without stars, the sun, or any landmarks. It was a trait believed to be inherited from ancient Homo sapiens, humans, much like how certain animals, migratory birds, for instance, could sense magnetic fields. Diddy was one of those rare people. Usually, he could walk blindfolded across the savannah and still find his way. But now, as they pushed deeper into the uninhabited zone, even Diddy's instincts were failing him. It was like trying to navigate blindfolded inside a spinning maze. He was deeply unsettled. Fortunately, he wasn't needed for navigation this time. Martin was. Head that way, Martin said, pointing toward a pair of symmetrical hills in the distance. Their rounded peaks reminded him of a certain topographical feature from the Dark Lion King's memories. Yes, Martin was tracing the exact path the Nightfall Lion King had taken. With his eidetic memory, he recalled every detail of that route, every landmark, every turn, etched perfectly in his mind. It was the same route the Dark Lion King had taken both in and out of the ruins. Martin now realized that the Dark Lion King hadn't followed a sense of direction, it had followed a scent. That trail of urine it left behind, not random at all. In a place where magnetic fields were scrambled and instincts failed, it was the animal's trained habit, its learned survival tactic, that had guided it. Because no matter how chaotic the magnetic field, the sun and stars remained in their fixed places. They were eternal beacons. Perhaps that was how the ancients had once traversed this land as well. Meanwhile, Satan frowned in confusion and muttered, "So why did the local tribes call this place the uninhabited zone? Just because it's easy to get lost? They knew how to navigate by the sun and stars too, didn't they? Martin smiled. Maybe it's the terrain. Let's slow down. Have the vehicles follow our exact path. No deviations. Watch the ground. Martin had already walked this road once, twice, actually, counting the return trip, and he remembered every hazard clearly from the Dark Lion King's memories. This land was like a broken mirror, full of dangerous terrain. Natural traps lurked everywhere. Deep cracks, hidden pits, sinkholes. The ground itself seemed wounded, scarred, and wrinkled like old skin. These cracks and pits often appeared without warning. One second the road looked solid, the next it was split open or swallowing a wheel. Fortunately, Martin had his magic scanning the path ahead. Thanks to that, the convoy reached a narrow canyon safely. The gorge was tight, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. The vehicles could go no farther. Unload. Everything, Martin ordered. We're going on foot from here. It's not far now. Luckily, their team was composed of elite young men. Carrying gear wouldn't be an issue. After squeezing through the narrow pass, the scene before them changed dramatically. Until now, everything had been barren, with barely a hint of green. But on the other side of the gorge, it was like stepping into another world. A lush, verdant forest spread out before them. That canyon was like a threshold, dividing two separate realms. Martin scanned the area quickly and pointed to the right. Over there. Satan gave a signal, and two muscular men stepped forward, machetes and batons at the ready, to clear the path. The forest wasn't large. There were snakes and bugs, and traces of a predator. Once the ruler of this land, a lean and deadly cheetah. But 3 years ago, when the Dark Lion King had passed through, that cheetah had foolishly tried to ambush it, and was promptly slaughtered. Since then, the forest had been without a ruler. Half an hour later, the team emerged on the other side. They'd encountered poisonous insects and snakes, but Martin had planned ahead. Everyone wore thick leather boots, sleeves tucked tight, gloves sealed at the wrists. Special helmets with masks covered their heads, and windproof goggles protected their eyes. Other than feeling a bit hot, the team made it through without a single casualty. After passing through the canyon, a wave of cool, damp air greeted them. Not far ahead, a massive waterfall thundered down the sheer cliff face, its cascade crashing into a pool below and sending plumes of mist into the air. Martin lifted his mask, gazing at the strange rock formations ahead. The cliff resembled two twisted paddle wheels set side by side, both black as ink. Their upper halves curved inward, forming a narrow crevice through which the waterfall surged. How do we proceed? Satan asked. There, around that way. Martin pointed to a path on the left. Only then did the others notice a small, hidden valley tucked beside the waterfall's pool. Cloaked in shadow and the same dark stone as the surrounding cliffs, it blended in perfectly with the terrain. Keep moving. Satan waved the order forward. The team advanced once more, with 2 new scouts leading the way. The hidden valley was short, less than 50 meters long. When they emerged on the other side, everyone stopped in stunned silence. Before them stood a small earthen city, yellowish-brown and weathered, built atop a plateau. All around the ground lay crisscrossed with deep, uneven fissures. It was clear now why this city had vanished without a trace. Nama had guessed correctly. This place had suffered a powerful earthquake. The resulting ruptures had isolated the city completely. Even if anyone had survived, they would have been trapped, unable to escape through the maze of jagged crevices spread across the plain. In Martin's memory, it had taken the nightfall. Lion King nearly 5 days of painstaking climbing and leaping to make its way into this city and back again. Fortunately, Martin's group didn't need to go to such trouble. Satan surveyed the landscape, then signaled with a wave. 2 large, dark green metal cases were carried to the edge of the first crevice, about 2 meters wide. With a sharp clanking, the soldiers activated the cases, and from each sprang 4 heavy steel spikes, which were driven firmly into the ground. Once secured, the soldiers pulled levers at the rear of each case. 8 steel cables shot forward, spanning nearly 60 meters, embedding themselves into the far city wall. Each tip deployed barbed anchors, securing the cables tightly into place. Next came 2 more crates, this time filled with modular metal plates. Each plate had grooved wheels along its edges, designed to slide perfectly along the tension cables. Originally, These devices were designed for Antarctic researchers to cross crevasses. With a few modifications, they were perfectly suited for the terrain here. One by one, the soldiers locked the plates onto the lower pair of cables. Once a plate was set, it was pushed forward and followed by another, gradually forming a continuous path. Within minutes, 2 suspended bridges had been completed. "We'll send 2 men across first to reinforce the far side before we move out," Satan instructed. "Agreed," Martin nodded. Half an hour later, the whole team stood at the edge of the city. The walls weren't tall, only about 5 meters high, and made from a yellowish sandstone, some kind of regional material. Satan picked up a rock and struck the wall with full force. The stone barely left a shallow dent. "Quartz sandstone, most likely. Extremely durable," he muttered. Martin, however, was examining the twin round towers flanking the entrance. These towers were built from a lighter brown stone, their outer walls ringed with sharp, black rock spines, resembling the jagged cliffs by the waterfall. As they ventured into the city, the team passed many crumbling ruins, elegant structures worn down by centuries of earthquakes and wind-blown sand. Despite their weathered state, traces of the city's former splendor remained. Some buildings were made from sandstone, others from reddish clay bricks. The exterior walls bore faded relief carvings with a distinct Sudanese style. At the city's center had once stood a bustling marketplace. Rows of buildings lined either side, with facades resembling storefronts. On the west side of the market square stood a mosque. Its dome had collapsed, but the massive square prayer hall remained intact. The mosque was flanked by 2 winding streets. One led back toward the market, while the other curved off toward the residential district. Martin's eyes locked on the mosque. He led his team toward its main entrance. "Split into 2 groups," he instructed. "One team will search the rest of the ruins. The other follows me into the mosque." Meanwhile, Diddy had dropped to his knees, muttering prayers under his breath. Though not particularly devout, like many West Africans, he was at least nominally Muslim. Islam had taken deep root across North and West Africa over centuries. Though Christianity had reached the continent earlier, internal strife and fragmentation had weakened its influence, giving Islam a clear path to spread. From the 7th century onward, the Arab Empire was in its prime. North Africa became predominantly Arab and Islamic. At one point, even Spain fell under Moorish rule for 700 years. Islam swept across the continent via trade routes like the Sahara caravan trails, blending with local cultures and settling deeply in West Africa. Later, in East Africa, it arrived through Arab and Persian seafarers around the 8th century. From the 7th to the 15th century, while Christian Europe was embroiled in religious wars and internal divisions, it had little capacity to spread its faith further into Africa. By then, Islam had already become unshakable. Even during the colonial period, European missionaries struggled to make inroads. Their efforts were often tied to conquest and racial prejudice, making local populations wary. As one South African bishop once said, "When the missionaries first came, they had the Bible and we had the land. They told us to close our eyes and pray. When we opened them, they had the land and we had the Bible." So Diddy, like many, was a Muslim, but not a strict one. He also believed in the old tribal faiths. His attitude toward Islam was more cultural than doctrinal, which was why, upon seeing the mosque, he bowed his head in respect, not out of devout belief, but because it was simply what one did. Martin and Satan ignored Diddy, who was still prostrate on the ground. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, entered the mosque with a few soldiers following. The grand front entrance had already collapsed, but the remains of the wooden doors could still be seen scattered on the ground. They passed through the prayer hall's square interior, walked by 2 broken minarets and a series of alcoved walls, finally arriving at a large hall. The ceiling had long since caved in, and part of the left wall had also collapsed. Still, the main frame of the structure was intact. Satan tapped a wooden column and was surprised by the solid knock. "What kind of wood is this? It's been here for centuries and still hasn't rotted." Martin stepped closer and examined it. Most likely palm wood. It was probably soaked in oil, dried, and then coated with resin or sap to preserve it. It's not unusual for it to last this long. He looked up and pointed to a broken crossbeam. "That's gingerbread tree timber. And look, Those remnants of piping and vent holes are made from ceramic. He gestured toward the wall carvings. The sculpting style blends Sahel and Sudanese elements, rough at first glance, but with intricate detail. See this relief? It shows a teacher instructing students. This mosque wasn't just for sermons, it was also a school. Martin had recently brushed up on African history, having pored through a pile of books supplied by Nama, the African history expert. In just half a day, he had absorbed everything. In terms of general knowledge about the region, Martin now rivaled even Nama himself. He led the group as he explained, heading toward a specific location. Inside his satchel, a small, fluffy head popped out. It was Arthur, the lion cub, who had slept the entire way. Due to congenital weakness, the little cub loved to sleep. But when he was awake, he was incredibly playful. He began pawing at the edge of the satchel, trying to climb out, only for Martin to gently push him back down. Chip meow-o-o. The cub let out a disgruntled roar, which to Satan's ears sounded more like a spoiled child whining. The seasoned soldier chuckled. Who would have thought a baby lion could be this cute? It's just like a cat. They're felines, Martin said flatly. Of course they're like cats. Anyway, Martin, Satan, and 5 soldiers made their way from the mosque's front courtyard to the rear, checking room after room until they arrived at what appeared to be a storage chamber. The walls here were full of cracks, much like the rest of the ruins, old, decayed, and unremarkable. In one corner sat a large cauldron carved from stone. Behind it, the wall had partially collapsed, revealing a narrow corridor, roughly 2 meters wide. Before Satan could assign someone to scout it, Martin simply jumped down and disappeared into the passage. Satan quickly followed with the others. They moved through the winding tunnel, passing 5 or 6 bends, before a staircase descended sharply downward. At the bottom was a large underground chamber, roughly 100 square meters in area. One corner of the basement had caved in, allowing some sunlight to filter in, so it wasn't completely dark. Gold. Even though Satan had mentally prepared himself, he was still shaken. No matter how ready you are, the sight of so much gold piled high is a shock to the senses. As for the mound of gemstones, he barely spared it a glance. Most ancient gems were valuable in their time because they were hard to mine or rare in trade. In modern times, however, without those limitations, many are worth little. Take green chalcedony, agate, red coral, rose quartz, and citron. Nowadays, even antiques of these types don't fetch high prices. The pile before them mostly consisted of glass, garnets, and topaz, common stones across Africa. Even with historical provenance, they wouldn't sell for much. Martin didn't care about the gold either. All his attention was focused on 16 large trunks lined up at the far wall. Just think, if the owner had carelessly tossed aside treasures like gold and gems, what must be inside those chests? Whatever it was clearly of greater value than all this wealth. Combined, Martin had a theory. He believed the trunks held the vanished knowledge from the Timbuktu manuscripts, books long thought lost to time. The mound of gold in the basement wasn't in the form of ingots or coins. It had all been smelted into round discs. Their surfaces were oxidized, covered in a thin layer of brown or blackish patina. Satan picked up one of the gold plates and scraped at it a few times with his dagger. At once, a gleaming golden hue emerged from beneath the tarnish. Martin gave him a look. Satan, mind if I borrow that? Satan casually tossed the dagger over. Martin caught it, spun it smoothly in his hand, and began cutting along the edge of a trunk buried in dirt. Once he found a gap beneath a corner of the lid, he wedged the blade in and pried upward. The trunk was made of palm wood, treated to resist decay. Even after centuries, it remained intact. With a few more prying motions, nails creaked loose, and Martin had the lid off in no time. A strong smell wafted up, aged parchment, tinged with the sharp tang of lime dust. He leaned in. Inside the chest was a neatly stacked collection of scrolls and books made of goatskin parchment. His face lit up with joy. No doubt about it. These were the legendary vanished tomes from Timbuktu. He grabbed a goatskin scroll, though calling it a scripture might have been more accurate, untied the fiber twine binding it, and unfurled a portion. The lines of ancient Arabic script were still clear and legible. Nature is the name given to both the entirety of existence and non-existence. It is the knowable, the understandable, or the transcendent, an essence that can embody all things. Martin, fluent in nearly every language and script on the planet, had no trouble reading classical Arabic. His eyes lit up in recognition. This is on the Division of Nature by Johannes Scotus Eriugena. Note, Johannes Scotus Eriugena, also known in Latin as Johannes the All-Loved, was an Irish philosopher of the Carolingian Renaissance. A master of Greek, he translated works of Pseudo-Dionysius into Latin, most famously, the Divine Names. His own major works include On the Division of Nature and On Divine Predestination. Eriugena's most famous contribution was his ontological argument for the existence of God, arguing that reason and faith were not in conflict, but symbiotic. To him, belief must submit to reason. After skimming a few more lines, Martin carefully rolled the scroll back up and returned it to the chest. Then he turned to look at the rest of the 16 trunks, his eyes gleaming with delight. These texts were the true treasures of the place. Gold had a price. Knowledge was priceless. Through these scrolls, one could trace the intellectual, cultural, and economic pathways of Europe, Africa, and the Arab world in that era. And even setting aside their academic worth, their value as antiquities alone surpassed the entire pile of gold. Call everyone here. Stop. Searching the rest of the area. Focus on packing all of this up first, Martin ordered, visibly pleased. He didn't notice that while he was absorbed in reading the scroll, a little creature in his backpack had almost wriggled completely free. As he was giving instructions, two tiny paws suddenly pushed outward, and with a determined kick from its hind legs, the cub popped out and landed on the ground. Meow! With that cry of freedom, the little lion cub took off sprinting like a maniac. Arthur, get back here. Martin barked, but the cub was already gone. What the fuck? He muttered, stunned. Snatching up his dagger, Martin rushed over to where the cub had disappeared. He looked down and saw a narrow, pitch-black crack in the ground. Arthur's cries echoed from within. Martin stomped on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. A hollow echo answered back. The space below was empty. He crouched down and pried at the floorboards with the dagger. A square wooden panel popped loose. There's another basement beneath this one, Satan remarked, clearly surprised. Arthur, Martin called out. Chip chip. Meow-oh-oh, came the muffled reply from below. Without hesitation, Martin jumped down. He had already scanned the structure with magic earlier. It was shallow, around 2 meters high and roughly 10 square meters in size. As he landed, something pounced on his legs. Startled, Martin looked down. It was the frightened lion cub, clinging tightly and whimpering. Let's see if you'll still run off next time. He scooped the little one back into his backpack, then finally looked around the space. It was dim, but not dark enough to bother him. There wasn't much in the basement, just a table, a chair, and on the table, a stone box. Martin walked over, picked up the box, inspected it, then rotated the lid a few times before pulling it free. Inside was a strange-looking fabric pouch. Asbestos. He realized immediately. No wonder it had survived over 600 years in pristine condition. The pouch was slightly puffed out. Something was stored inside. Martin didn't open it right away. He searched the rest of the chamber first, then left with the cub in tow. After a tough and careful extraction, all 16 trunks had been loaded into the off-road vehicle. The vehicle's cargo area had been modified with a massive canvas canopy, large enough to hold everything from the lower chamber. On the return journey, Martin finally opened the asbestos pouch. Inside were 2 items. One was a brilliant, golden book, a copy of the Quran written on gold leaf. What stunned Martin was that the script used wasn't Arabic, it was classical Mongolian. The second item was a travel journal, written on asbestos paper sheets. The author's name was Rabban Salma, and the journal was also written in classical Mongolian, formatted in traditional vertical script, top to bottom, right to left. Martin glanced at the golden Quran, then gently set it aside. He began, reading the journal. My name is Rabban Salma, though I also have a Huaxiao name, Salma. I was born in the eastern capital of the Great Yuan, Dadu, modern-day Beijing. My father, named Shugon, was a patrol inspector in the capital district. At age 30, I became a monk of the Church of the East, and in the monastery of Tuin, I became well known throughout the Great Yuan. Before long, a fellow monk from Shanshi's Huashan, now called Dongsheng in Inner Mongolia, joined me in discipleship. His name was Marcos. In the 13th year of the Yuan dynasty, 1276, our nation launched a war against the southern Song. It was also the beginning of my journey. And so began the tale of Rabban Salma, a Chinese-born Nestorian Christian monk who would go on to become one of the first recorded Eastern envoys to the courts of Europe. Another Yuan dynasty traveler's journal. No wonder it was written in classical Mongolian. Still, what puzzled Martin was this. Wasn't Church of the East a sect of Christianity? Why, then, was a golden copy of the Quran stored inside this stone box? Judging from the handwriting, the golden Quran and the journal appeared to be written by the same person, this man named Rabban Salma. But why would he, a Christian monk, handwrite a Muslim scripture? Martin kept reading. Makudis and I were granted permission by the great Yuan Emperor, Kublai Khan, to embark on a holy pilgrimage. Our goal was to reach the Patriarch of the Church of the East, Mar Denha, and also to visit Jerusalem. After 4 arduous years, traveling through western Sia, Humus, Ray, Damascus, and Mosul, we finally reached the Ilkhanate capital, Moraga, present-day Iran. We tried to continue westward, but since Jerusalem had fallen under the control of the Mamluks of Egypt, we were unable to proceed. So, instead, we diverted to Mosul, modern-day Mosul. 2 years later, 1287, in response to the growing Mamluk threat, the Ilkhanate Khan Arghun requested that Mar Yaballaha send envoys to Constantinople and Rome to discuss potential military cooperation with the Christian world. I accepted this task and began my mission. I first arrived in Constantinople, where I met with the Emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Andronikos II. Later, I proceeded to Rome. However, the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor had both recently died, and no one could give me a clear response. So I continued on to Paris and met with King Philip IV of France. He expressed willingness to send troops and cooperate with the Ilkhanate to reclaim Jerusalem. While passing through Sicily, I witnessed a natural disaster, possibly the eruption of Mount Etna or Stromboli. A few days later, I arrived in Naples and met with King Charles II. During my stay, war broke out between the Kingdom of Naples and the Aragonese at the Gulf of Sorrento, known in Catalan records as the War of the Counts, occurring June 23 to 24, 1287. Next, I journeyed to Gascony and met King Edward I of England, likely in Bordeaux. Edward warmly welcomed our envoy, but due to internal conflicts, especially those involving the Welsh and Scots, he could not join a military alliance. On my return journey, I met the newly appointed Pope Nicholas IV in Rome and delivered the Ilkhanate's letter. I was honored to receive his permission to celebrate Easter in Rome. During that time, I performed an Eastern Rite Mass and was blessed by Nicholas IV, who acknowledged that while our languages differed, our worship was the same. 2 years later, 1289, I returned to Baghdad. Though my mission failed to secure military cooperation between the Ilkhanate and Christendom, Nicholas IV was deeply impressed by the faith of the Mongol rulers and sent missionaries such as Mana Corvino to the east. Before long, the Church of the East officially acknowledged the Pope as its spiritual leader. I settled in Baghdad, translating foreign manuscripts into the Yuan script, and often held intellectual exchanges with local scholars. By chance, I heard of a distant land in Africa called Timbuktu, a place where minds gathered from around the world, where scholars shared their ideas freely, where religions coexisted peacefully, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, all living side by side. I was deeply curious, and so I journeyed again, across the Mediterranean, through Egypt and Niger, nearly dying in the great desert called the Sahara. I arrived at this place, Timbuktu. It was wondrous. Scholars from all nations came here to exchange ideas and spark inspiration. Here, there were no borders. No religion split people apart. I loved it here. Today, I received an invitation from the University of Sankor to become a teacher. I finally gained access to its great library, and I relished the feeling of swimming in an ocean of knowledge. War broke out. A dear Muslim friend, Abdullah, I made many Muslim friends here, was conscripted into the army. I, being too old, was spared. Before leaving, Abdullah entrusted me with his family's treasured Quran. He asked that I safeguard it. If he returned, I would give it back. If not, I was to deliver it to his family in Lamatutin, then still an independent kingdom, later conquered by the Ilkhanate. He once saved my life. I gave him my word. The war ended. Abdullah never came back. My house was burned down. The Quran was lost. I decided to write a new copy for him, using a material that fire could not destroy. I considered writing it in Yuan script, for Abdullah always dreamed of bringing Islam to the East. Though it already existed there, he believed it was not the true teaching. I completed this labor, a golden Quran. Abdullah, I hope you are smiling in heaven. I also copied another version in his native Sudanese tongue, which I hoped to deliver to his family. But now I am ill. I cannot finish my promise. I feel death drawing near. I miss Baghdad. I miss my disciple Marcos. If I die here, I hope someone one day reads this journal and fulfills my last wish, to bring this golden Quran to Abdullah's family. That is my only regret. Martin felt something stir in his chest. This man, Rabban Salma, who claimed descent from the Ongud tribe, the same as the modern-day Yugur people, had spent his entire life on the road. From East Asia to Central Asia, to Western Asia, across all of Europe, and finally from East Africa to West Africa. His footprints stretched across 3 continents. 1. His travelogue, written from the perspective of a foreign observer immersed in other cultures, offered rare insight into late Crusades Europe and the twilight of the medieval world. To historians, it was invaluable. True. His life? Truly legendary. Not only had he lived through the Yuan dynasty, he had been received by 2 popes, served 2 Ilkhanate khans, and personally witnessed the diplomatic exchanges between Mongol rulers and the papacy. True. He'd visited Hagia Sophia, St. Paul's, and received gifts from the Eastern Roman Emperor, 2, the King of England, 3, and the King of France. True. He'd seen war erupt between Sicily and Aragon, watched Mount Etna erupt. False. Documented the Jewish expulsions in Sicily and Gascony. 4. Dined with the Pope in Rome, befriended Genoese merchants, Norman lords, and monks from Bourges. Martin exhaled softly and shook his head. A life like that is nothing short of a legend. 1. He did not travel to East or West Africa. There is no historical record of him going to Africa at all. 2. Nah. He just received a fucking hospitality and not gifts. 3. He didn't even go to England. 4. Jewish expulsions from Gascony, France, and Sicily did occur in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. So yeah, it's fucking inaccurate, and he didn't document shit. Martin couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Rabban Salma's extraordinary life. But the story within the asbestos-bound manuscript hadn't ended yet. There was more. He turned the page. My name is Actor, son of a merchant from Egypt. I love philosophy, and I came to Timbuktu to pursue my dream of philosophy. I never expected that during a casual visit to the market, I would buy an Oriental-style wooden chest, inside of which I discovered, oh Lord, what an incredible travel journal. This man from the East, Rabban Salma, was truly a remarkable soul. Unfortunately, I couldn't fulfill his final wish. The nation of Lamatutin disappeared from this world 50 years ago. Its land is now part of the Ottoman Empire. I wouldn't dare set foot in those savage lands, even though we share the same faith. Those barbarians now covet my homeland, Egypt. That was also one of the reasons I came here. Timbuktu is no longer peaceful. More and more people are coming, traders, scholars, refugees. And the shadow of war looms over this city. We must leave and seek a new place of peace. I found a new city. I like it here. It's called Oth Azura Sam, the place of separation. It's a strange place. Even camels lose their way here. But it's quiet. Birds sing, flowers bloom. There's no raging sandstorms like in Timbuktu. I built a mosque here, which also serves as a university. When war broke out and Timbuktu was nearly destroyed, thankfully, some professors from the University of Sankore had already transported most of the library's books here, sparing them from disaster. Lately, the weather has been strange. The horizon flashes with blue light, clouds swirl oddly, and the dogs seem to have gone mad, running wild. Oh Lord, have you abandoned your people? Why rain such punishment upon us? And with that, the journal ended. Martin closed the book and let out a long sigh. 1 journal, 2 lifetimes, separated by nearly a century, yet bound by the same legacy. and in the end, brought to silence by a catastrophe. It was impossible not to reflect on the fickleness of fate. Still, he didn't linger in sentimentality. They were almost back at base. Martin had no plans to announce what he had found to the world. The convoy drove straight into a large warehouse, where crates were swiftly unloaded and transported to the underground vault beneath his newly acquired estate in Guinea. If he tried to bring them into the U.S., the haul would be subject to security checks, which meant exposure. Better to hide it. All here. He had no desire to deal with endless waves of scholars, universities, and research organizations from around the globe. Besides, many of the manuscripts contained religious content related to Islam. That alone would ignite interest from Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, even Iran and Libya. Some of them might not hesitate to send agents to steal them. Speaking of Libya, Martin thought of his business associate, the notorious warlord Mu'tasim. At that moment, Mu'tasim was speaking with his father, the de facto ruler of Libya, Takhafi, about none other than Martin. A Westerner with that much generosity? Mu'tasim, don't let him fool you, the old man growled. Don't worry, father. Everything's in writing, black on white. And I'm personally overseeing the mining firm in Guinea. It's secure, Mu'tasim replied. Good. Then I have a task for you. Word is someone saw one of Saddam Hussein's former officials in West Africa. I suspect Saddam himself might be hiding there. Find him. Saddam? Are you saying? Mu'tasim frowned in surprise. I want to bring him and his exiled government back to Libya. I'll be the one to restore justice for Iraq. Takhafi declared, eyes blazing with fanaticism. Mu'tasim's heart skipped a beat. But that would mean directly offending the U.S. My son, if we want to become leaders of the Middle East and Africa, crossing the U.S. is inevitable. Don't fear it. Don't run from it. Don't be weak like Saddam, Takhafi snapped. In his eyes, Iraq lost its war because Saddam had foolishly clung to false hopes of peace with the Americans. That mistake would not be repeated. What he wanted now was Saddam's influence. Even after Iraq's fall, Saddam's name still carried weight. Because the Americans hadn't made Iraq better, in many ways, they'd made it worse. Nostalgia for the past was growing. While the Libyan leaders plotted how to find Saddam, the man himself was in Guinea's capital, Conakry, inside a wealthy villa in the southern district. He was meeting with Martin's representative, Gordon. Yes, Martin had already made use of Saddam's resources. Over the years, Martin's companies had acquired many valuable assets in Iraq, facilitated by none other than Saddam and his fugitive inner circle. At first, they had worked for Martin reluctantly, especially Saddam himself. Once the head of a nation, reduced now to a subordinate of a Western businessman. Such a reversal had been hard to swallow. But over time, that resistance faded. Their new roles began to feel natural, as if they had always been Martin's people, such as the work of a soul-binding formation. Saddam, these are the letters that need your signature, Gordon said, placing a neat stack of documents on the table. The bulky man picked them up and skimmed through them. A moment later, he looked up in confusion. You want to recruit Abdul ibn Haram, Dia Haime Sak, and Emir Tazadidus? These are some of Iraq's top mathematicians and physicists. That's right. Mr. Myers's company needs them. And frankly, they're not doing well these days. CIA and Mossad both have their eyes on them, Gordon replied calmly. Saddam's expression shifted. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and began signing with swift strokes. Gordon collected the signed documents and departed the fortified villa, preparing to head to Europe. Several of the scientists Martin had his eye on were now being watched closely, especially by Mossad. And it was Gordon's job to get them out safely, before it was too late. Starting from the 1960s, Iraq began reaching out to France, hoping to collaborate on nuclear infrastructure projects. France, of course, knew such cooperation wasn't easily granted. They dangled the carrot, luring Iraq along, offering promises and minor benefits without making any real moves. Still, even a little bait came with rewards. In exchange for access to Iraq's oil resources, France did give them a taste, like allowing Iraqi physicists to conduct research at nuclear energy facilities. Abdul ibn Kaplamo was the most prominent among this group of Iraqi physicists. After the collapse of Saddam's regime, these scientists were left stranded in France. With no ties and no support, they quickly caught the attention of both the CIA and the Mossad. But their interests differed. While the CIA aimed to bring the scientists in for research, Mossad saw them as a threat that needed to be eliminated. After all, these experts had spent years working in France. They were now fully capable of building a nuclear bomb. At the top of Mossad's list was Abdel ibn Kaplamo. Their plan was simple: take down Kaplamo first. Ideally, they'd flip him, using his role as team leader to uncover the whereabouts of other scattered Iraqi scientists throughout Europe, and then sweep them all up in one operation. This mission was codenamed Operation Sphinx. The team selection? Unexpected. 20 of Mossad's most stunning female agents were deployed. Kaplamo lived in a villa on the southern outskirts of Paris. One unit from the Sphinx operation rented a flat across the street for round-the-clock surveillance. Another unit was tasked with covert entry, bugging the house, planting surveillance equipment. One early morning, a Mossad agent disguised as a German cosmetic saleswoman rang the doorbell of the Kaplamo residence. His wife, Samira, intrigued by the promotional offer, welcomed her in. Within minutes, the two women were chatting like old friends. Samira shared her frustrations and daily woes without reservation. During their talk, Samira mentioned she'd soon be returning to Baghdad. Her mother needed surgery. The Sphinx team saw this as a golden opportunity. With Samira gone, Kaplamo would be left alone in a foreign land. Years of isolating scientific work had already strained their marriage, and the couple hardly spent any time together. A seduction operation was now more likely to succeed. That's when Unit 3 was sent in. Unit 3 consisted entirely of beautiful women, specialists in honey trap operations, just like the Soviet KGB's legendary swallows. Kaplamo, ever cautious, stuck to public transport. Before coming to Europe, Iraq's Security Bureau had drilled into him the importance of safety. Take buses and trains, transfer often, stay unpredictable. Only then could you shake off potential tails. Every morning after Samira left, Kaplamo would walk to a bus stop near the Jewish quarter. Almost every time, he'd spot a stunning brunette waiting there, chestnut curls spilling over her shoulders, dressed to turn heads. She always arrived a few minutes earlier than his bus and often caught a ride instead. Just before the bus arrived, a red Ferrari would roar up. A glamorous blonde behind the wheel would scoop the brunette up and speed off. Both women had caught Kaplamo's attention. He'd never spoken to either of them, but their images had taken up residence in his mind. Then one day, the chestnut-haired woman beat the Ferrari to the stop. She waited, scanning the road. When the Ferrari didn't show, she shrugged and boarded the bus. Moments later, the red Ferrari screeched to a halt in front of Kaplamo. The blonde looked around, clearly searching for someone. Kaplamo chuckled and called out. She already left on the bus. The blonde blinked, confused. Sorry, she said in English. I'm from England. I don't speak French. So, Kaplamo repeated himself in English, still smiling. She laughed, giving him a playful look. Thanks for the heads up. Where are you headed? If it's on my way, I could give you a lift. He told her, and, how convenient, it just so happened to be along her route. Invited warmly, and sensing no danger, Kaplamo got into her car. The fish has taken the bait. During the drive, the blonde proved talkative and charming. She introduced herself as Elena, from London, working in international imports and exports. As they parted ways, Elena asked, interested in visiting my country villa this weekend? Something in Kaplamo's chest tightened. Her eyes seemed just a little too eager. Sorry, he replied, cautious. Work's been a bit hectic. I can't say for sure right now. Elena seemed to realize she'd pushed too hard. She smiled. No worries. Maybe another time. The next morning, Elena returned to the bus stop, this time with the chestnut-haired woman in tow, and waved warmly at Kaplamo. In the days that followed, Kaplamo saw the red Ferrari again, but the brunette never showed. Elena invited him for another ride. He hesitated, then accepted. This time, their conversation was even more relaxed. Elena handed him a business card and invited him to visit her company sometime. Still, something gnawed at him. Two stunning women just happened to frequent the same bus stop as him every day, and one of them had already invited him to her villa. Something didn't add up. When he looked at Elena's card and saw her office was near the Arc de Triomphe, one of the priciest real estate areas in Paris, he decided to check it out. To his surprise, it was all real. Elena's company occupied an entire office floor. The nameplate was gold-plated, the decor extravagant. And the chestnut-haired woman? Her name was Emma. She was Elena's secretary. Caplemo's doubts melted away. Soon, every weekend, he found himself spending time with the two women, dining in high-end restaurants, clubbing, drinking alcohol, strictly forbidden in Iraq, and growing ever more relaxed in their company. Not long after, Elena invited him to the Sofitel Hotel on St. Dominic Street, along with the company's PR manager. This PR manager, Mary Claude Maggiani, was a stunning Parisian in her 30s. She was also a Mossad agent. After a luxurious meal, Elena received a call, urgent business. She had to leave, but had already booked a deluxe room for them to rest. Soon after, Caplemo found himself under Maggiani's spell and quickly became a regular visitor to her bed. One day, Emma mentioned to Elena that the company had just imported a specialized container and needed a professional to verify its specs to avoid being scammed by suppliers. However, all the experts she'd contacted charged exorbitant fees. Caplemo took the bait. "I could help out," he offered. Elena waved him off with a smile. "You don't need to get involved. I need a scientist." "I am a scientist," he said, grinning. "I don't know much about this specific container you mentioned, but I have a friend who probably does." Elena's eyes lit up. "Really? Could you give me his contact info?" Just as he was about to respond, a thought hit him. His colleagues' identities were classified. Would giving that away cause trouble? He hesitated, then changed the subject. "Let me think about it. I'll check with him first." "Elena, what's the situation on your end?" The leader of Operation Sphinx asked calmly. Caplemo took the bait, but he still seems a bit uneasy. Just when he was about to cave, he suddenly changed his tune, said Elena, the blonde beauty. "That man's already knee-deep in Maya's trap. It's only a matter of time before he spills. As soon as he gives up the location of any one of his colleagues, there's no going back," said Emma, the chestnut-haired woman. "The problem is, we're out of time. The CIA's already sniffing around these people. Maybe we should just let the CIA take them. Wouldn't that eliminate the threat they pose to us?" "Huh. I wouldn't trust those CIA idiots. That agency leaks like a sieve. What if something slips through the cracks? And besides, the US is our ally for now, but who knows what'll happen down the road. Better we handle this ourselves. It's safer. Then what do you suggest? How about we send Elena to seduce him directly? Caplemo seems genuinely infatuated with her." "You've got to be kidding me," Maya snapped, her stunning face full of displeasure. "So he falls for Elena, and I'm just some toy to him? Oh, please, don't act like that's not the truth." While the Mossad's female operatives debated how best to eliminate Caplemo swiftly, Caplemo, in his secluded villa, received two unexpected guests. "Relax. We're not here to hurt you. Just thought you should know a few things," said Gordon, casually lounging on the sofa across from a visibly tense Caplemo. Behind Caplemo stood a tall man in a casual suit. One hand rested heavily on Caplemo's shoulder, while the other twirled a sharp dagger between his fingers with unsettling ease. Caplemo's eyes stayed locked on the blade, anxiety growing by the second. If this guy's hand slips, that knife could. "Who the hell are you people? What do you want?" Despite the sweat pouring down his forehead, Caplemo managed to keep his voice steady. Gordon slowly reached into his black briefcase and pulled out a stack of documents. "I'm here to help you. Maybe you should take a look at this." Caplemo hesitated, then took the folder. The first page made his breath catch. It was a familiar face, almost too beautiful to be true. Elena? His heart dropped. He quickly scanned the contents of the file. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He flipped through page after page, recognizing more faces. "Emma. Maya. How do I know this stuff is even real?" he demanded, tossing the file aside and glaring at Gordon. Gordon smirked. "There's more." He pulled another envelope from his briefcase and handed it over. Caplemo opened it and froze. Hussein's signature? His expression shifted from fear to shock, and then relief as he read through the letter. "So you're allies? Thank God. I almost ended up betraying a colleague because of this mess. Feel like getting a little payback?" Gordon's smile turned razor-sharp. "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Arad called out suspiciously. "Delivery for you." A woman's voice answered from the other side of the door. The feminine tone lowered Arad's guard. He opened the door a crack. "What delivery?" Uffed. Two women dressed as delivery couriers sprang into action. One sprayed him in the face, while the other snapped the chain lock with bolt cutters and stormed into the apartment. Arad howled, clutching his eyes, stumbling backward. The two Mossad operatives charged in. One slammed the door shut, while the other pulled a hammer-like metal baton from her chest holster and lunged. Screams echoed through the apartment. Moments later, Arad sat slumped on the floor, gasping. His eyes were swollen, almost almond-shaped from the spray. Both women lay unconscious. One with her neck twisted unnaturally, the other knocked out cold. A brown-haired man tied up the unconscious agent with a rope, while two others stood nearby, laughing. "Chris, you really screwed up this time. Too bad we couldn't bring our phones. Your face looks like a Halloween mask. I'd have taken a picture for posterity. Good thing it was only pepper spray. If it had been acid, you'd be a goner." Of course, this wasn't the real Arad. The man they ambushed was actually Gordon's operative in disguise. "Those damn sluts. When I get back, I swear I'm gonna make them pay," Chris growled. Then he turned to his companions. "Frank, help me to the bathroom. I can't see shit." One of them helped Chris up. The other said, "If you're thinking of getting payback, there's only one left. John was too rough, the one who sprayed you." He snapped her neck. "Shame. She'd have fetched a nice price in Africa." "Africa? South America would be better. Tribal leaders there are loaded." "You'd actually trade with warlords?" "Gordon would beat your head in." "Exactly. Boss gave a direct order. No trafficking in women or drugs." "Fine, forget it. Gems and gold from those tribal leaders sound good enough anyway. Let's get her to talk first. She might know something useful." Just then, Gordon entered with two more men. The brown-haired man looked up. "The other floors taken care of?" "Both done," Gordon nodded. "John, what happened here?" "One dead, one alive." John pointed to the bound and unconscious agent on the floor. Gordon couldn't help but click his tongue. "John, you motherfucker. You really are a sick bastard." Meanwhile, in the villa across from Kaplamos, the second team still hasn't checked in. It's been 3 hours. With Carol's skills, taking out one scientist should have been easy, unless... Damn, something's gone wrong. Pack up. We're leaving. Inside, the female operatives rushed to gather their gear, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Several oddly shaped grenades crashed through the windows. "Grenades. Get down." The 8 operatives immediately scattered, diving for cover. But these weren't ordinary grenades. They were flashbangs. Boom, boom, boom. In seconds, the room spun. The women staggered like drunks, collapsing one after another. Masked black-clad figures burst through the doors. The fight was over in moments. Despite their training, the women had lost the advantage. Their attackers were elite too. One of the masked men pulled out a phone. "Gordon, all 8 women are down. Alive. On the outskirts of Paris, at a rural farm." The same scene played out. Soon, several black crates were loaded into vans. The vehicles vanished into the twilight. Back at Kaplamos' villa, the man himself was long gone. Only Gordon remained. A few minutes later, his phone rang again. The farm's cleared too. 2 dead, 6 alive. Gordon ended the call, then tossed the SIM card into a cement mixer and flipped the switch. The machine roared to life. He let out a long breath. "Ever since I started working for the boss, life's gotten a whole lot more exciting." Inside a dark, oppressive interrogation room, Gordon sat with calm composure, his eyes locked on the woman in front of him, gaze deep and unreadable. As the leader of this Sphinx operation, Cepha regarded him with icy disdain. This man could forget about getting a single word from her lips. But then, she noticed something strange in his eyes. 2 swirling vortexes forming deep within. Am I seeing things? If her hands hadn't been cuffed, she would have rubbed her eyes. Her second reaction, well, there wasn't one. Her mind soon turned hazy. A stream of questions echoed around her ears, and before she realized it, she was spilling everything she knew. By the time Gordon left the room, he had everything he needed. Martin's ability is truly useful. Indeed, this ability had been a gift from Martin. But it came with a catch. It could only be used 3 times. Martin had constructed a magic core inside Gordon's mind, capable of storing magical energy. Once depleted, it had to be recharged, just like plugging in a battery. "Everyone, we have 5 days to extract our people. After that, the Sphinx Task Force's safety signal will automatically change. Any delay, and the Mossad will grow suspicious." For days and 3 hours later, Back in Los Angeles, Martin received a call from Gordon. "Martin, it's done. All 112 scientists have been successfully relocated to the Guinea base." "Excellent. But we did learn something from one of the Mossad agents. Amir Tat, currently in Egypt, has caught the CIA's attention. Getting him out might be a little tricky. While the Mossad and CIA were on par in terms of field capability, there was one key difference. Martin and Gordon were Americans. If they were caught pulling strings behind the scenes, it could land Martin in serious political trouble." To Gordon's surprise, Martin just chuckled. "Don't worry. The CIA's not a problem." Over the years, Martin's influence had seeped into the U.S. government more deeply than anyone could imagine. Even without long-term loyalty like Gordon's, Martin had secretly implanted magical triggers in the minds of dozens of federal agents. These tiny mechanisms only activated when something related to Martin came up, guiding their decisions in his favor without them even knowing. As for Amir Tat, Martin had to have him. This guy wasn't just a physicist. He was also a top-level chemist. He was the mastermind behind the upgraded Run-B ground-to-ground missile system. They called him the Superbrain. He'd studied in Europe for years. If he'd gone into academic science instead of military R&D, he might have won a Nobel. Martin had his sights set on more than just the U.S. presidency now. He was considering founding his own country. And for that, he needed talent. A lot of it. But for now, he still had a movie to release. May 2nd, 2008. Iron Man premiered, officially kicking off the summer blockbuster season. Martin strolled down the red carpet with his girlfriend on his arm, smiling for cameras before heading into the after-party. At his side, Robert Downey Jr. whispered to him with a mix of excitement and nostalgia. "It's been so long since I've done a movie premiere, whether mine or someone else's. It feels like a distant memory." Martin laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Enjoy it while it lasts. Ready to join the ranks of the A-listers?" Robert chuckled. "You always did believe in me, didn't you?" "Of course. I picked you for a reason. I'm Martin Myers, after all," Martin said with a mock-arrogant smirk. "So that's it, huh? Your faith in me is really just your faith in yourself. I thought you saw something in me, but really, you just trust your own judgment." "Bingo. Nailed it," Martin said, clapping again. The light-hearted exchange helped Robert relax a little. Martin then moved off with Alexandra Daddario, mingling with other guests. Robert turned to his wife, Suzanne Donnie, and said, "Martin really is a good friend." Suzanne nodded. "He treats his friends well, that's for sure. But he's such a womanizer. Did you see he brought another girlfriend tonight?" Robert shrugged. "That's just how this industry is. At least he treats all his women well." He caught himself mid-sentence and quickly added, "But I'd never follow his example." Suzanne withdrew her hand from his back with a teasing smile. Half an hour later, the movie began. The story was simple. Tony Stark, a billionaire playboy, inherited the massive military enterprise Stark Industries from his father, Howard Stark. But instead of running the company, Tony spent his days drinking and chasing women. Then, during a trip to the Middle East for a weapons test, he was captured by terrorists. With the help of a fellow captive, scientist Ensign, he built the first version of his Iron Man suit from scraps and used it to escape. Thus began the legend of Iron Man. But Martin had directed it with flair. Unlike the dark, brooding Batman trilogy, Iron Man was bright, fast-paced, and packed with humor and explosions. Pure, unapologetic entertainment. Put simply, it was gloriously fun. Avi Arad and Stan Lee sat in the front row, visibly nervous as the movie started. After all, this was Marvel's make-or-break moment. Halfway through the film, Stan Lee leaned over and whispered, "Listen to the laughter and applause behind us. I think we can breathe easy now." Avi Arad nodded. "Martin's incredible. He turned Iron Man into a complete bastard and made the whole world love him for it." The movie didn't shy away from Tony Stark's flaws: selfish, arrogant, undisciplined, emotionally stunted from childhood trauma, allergic to responsibility, and hopelessly womanizing. He'd fall for any pretty face he saw. In short, the film painted Tony as a total bastard, but a bastard every guy secretly wished they could be. Love him or hate him, you couldn't look away. The turning point came during his captivity in the cave. With Ensign's help, he built the very first Iron Man suit and broke free. But Ensign didn't make it. That moment of loss, combined with the pain he'd witnessed in war-torn villages, shook Tony to his core. He remembered what Insan had said to him in the cave. "You're the man who is everything and nothing." Those words had haunted him for a decade. And so, one day, Tony Stark chose to become Iron Man, and the armor would give him a new life. As Tony Stark emerged from the cave clad in his primitive Iron Man suit, unleashing fiery vengeance upon the terrorists, the movie hit its first explosive climax. Thunderous cheers erupted throughout the theater. In Martin's vision, Iron Man wasn't just a superhero. He was a man of flesh and blood. Flawed, impulsive, deeply human. And it was because of those flaws that his growth and transformation throughout the story felt real and relatable. Think about it. What draws us to certain characters isn't their perfection or idealism, but their fullness as people, their glaring strengths and vulnerabilities. Heroes who are torn, conflicted, sometimes noble, sometimes selfish. The ones we love and hate in equal measure. Tony Stark was exactly that kind of character. A notorious playboy, yet fiercely loyal. Irresponsible, yet burdened by a growing sense of purpose. These extreme contradictions, under Martin's direction, never felt jarring. Every shift in Tony's arc unfolded naturally, drawing viewers deeper into his journey. The audience wasn't just watching, they were feeling it all with him. This was what it meant to make a film that replaces distance with identification. As the story progressed, the audience discovered something else. Iron Man couldn't stand to see others suffer. He always saved his laughter and lightheartedness for others, while shouldering grief alone. Arrogance, bravado, loyalty, these were Iron Man's three defining traits. Not once did they see him lash out at his closest allies. He always joked, always took their criticisms in stride. After Tony defeated Obadiah Stane, the Ironmonger, the audience assumed the film had reached its grand finale. But Martin had one last surprise in store. At the very end, during the press conference, Tony Stark tossed away the scripted speech. Then, with his signature smug tone, he said, "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The theater exploded again. Cheers, whistles, and applause crashed like waves through the room. "Even the second time watching this, it still hits just as hard," Stan Lee murmured with a smile. Unlike previous superheroes who pretend to be reporters or hide behind masks, Iron Man is unapologetically himself. Flawed, arrogant, but so painfully real. That's why we love him. New York Times. From beginning to end, Tony Stark redefines the superhero archetype. Martin and Robert imbue the character with irresistible charm, and the moment Tony publicly claims his identity, it becomes legendary. Entertainment Weekly. Astonishing. Martin's directorial skill is undeniable. After crafting a distinct take on Batman, he now gives us a hero unlike any other. No secret identities, no double lives. Tony Stark is Iron Man, loud and proud. That defiance is exactly what makes this such a thrilling experience. Los Angeles Times. Visually stunning, sharply written, and deeply entertaining. Martin takes what could have been a heavy narrative and tells it with levity and brilliance. Iron Man's journey from reckless genius to self-made hero is nothing short of spectacular. The Washington Post. Mainstream media hailed Iron Man as a masterpiece of commercial cinema. And online, the praise was just as overwhelming. Sure, the tech in the movie is over the top, but inside that suit of metal beats a very human heart. I love Iron Man. I love Tony Stark. He's just different. When he said, "I am Iron Man," I swear my heart almost exploded. Has anyone else noticed how similar Tony Stark is to Martin Myers in real life? Genius, charming, womanizing, witty, handsome. Of course, Martin's younger and less arrogant. Oh my God, that's actually so true. Imagine if Martin had played Iron Man himself. Wouldn't it be even more epic? Nah, Martin's too young. Plus, he already played Spider-Man. And to be honest, Robert Downey Jr. nailed this role. Age isn't a problem. Martin's played roles way beyond his age before. I'm sure he could have erased everyone's memory of Spider-Man. But yeah, Donnie really crushed it. Another tale of a rogue redeemed. After this movie, Donnie's stardom is about to explode. I just hope he holds on to this chance and stays out of jail. Robert Downey Jr. closed his laptop with a quiet smile and murmured to himself, "No, I won't mess this up. Not this time." The explosive success of Iron Man's premiere sent shockwaves through the industry. The very next day, over 100 cinemas nationwide added the film to their lineup. What followed was an absolute box office tsunami. In just 3 days, Iron Man raked in nearly $110 million, kickstarting Marvel's cinematic universe with a bang. It was a debut as powerful as the Dark Knight trilogy. And it took only those 3 days for Robert Downey Jr., once dismissed as a clown, to blaze into superstardom. Just 3 days. The film's wild success and overwhelming acclaim gave Iron Man a long, surging tail. Praise continued flooding in across the internet. This movie is pure fire. I've never seen a superhero like this. Bold, cocky, insanely high-tech, and then bam. I am Iron Man. I almost exploded. The action scenes were amazing, the effects mind-blowing. But that's not even the best part. There were 2 emotional turning points. When Ensign died, and Tony cried. I cried too. That's when I knew he'd change. And then, at the final press conference, when he declared himself Iron Man, I felt it. A whole new kind of hero was born. He's not hiding behind a mask, not wearing a cape, not skulking in the shadows, burdened by secret pain. He's Tony Stark, bold, flawed, and completely unique. Lately, Robert Downey Jr. was on a roll. Endorsements, commercials, they came pouring in. He moved out of his old apartment and into a freshly purchased mansion in the upscale Beverly Hills district. Even though the payments from all those contracts hadn't arrived in full yet, he was able to use the agreements as collateral for loans. Banks were more than happy to lend to a premium client with a bright future. Robert, don't forget to thank Martin, Suzanne reminded him as she unpacked boxes in their new home. Donnie nodded. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. I'm planning a party. Invite Martin, Leonardo, Jack, Jeff Raymond, the whole gang. Sounds good. Just don't make it one of those parties, Suzanne warned. Relax. This isn't that kind of party. I'm holding it right here at home, Donnie grinned. Ooh, then I better hurry and start tidying up. Nope, don't worry about it. I'll call that cleaning service. They'll send someone over. Let's head upstairs and check out the new bed. Robert, it's the middle of the day. Pull the curtains, and it won't be. So this is Robert's new place? Leonardo glanced around. Not bad. Martin, who'd arrived at the same time, stood beside him and added, Of course it's not bad. This place is worth $8 million. Damn, kid really blew up fast. I've heard he's cashing in like crazy, big brands chasing after him nonstop. I'm jealous. Jealous. Martin shot him a look. Leo, have you already forgotten how it was? After you shot Titanic? You were even hotter than Robert is now. That was then. Leonardo sighed, patting his belly. Now I'm just a middle-aged man. Come on. Robert's not much younger than you. Look at what he's doing, training, eating clean, staying fit. Word is he's got abs now. You could at least try. Nope. I prefer enjoying life. Honey, can we go in now? Said a young woman standing beside Leonardo. It wasn't his longtime girlfriend Bar Raffaele. It was someone whose face looked oddly familiar to Martin, something triggered from his memories. Blake Lively. She wasn't quite a supermodel, but with her long blonde hair and legs for days, she was the kind of pretty girl who could light up a screen. Martin remembered she missed out on a breakout role in the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants because he had taken it over and redirected the casting. Still, in 2007, just last year, she'd shot to fame thanks to the TV show Gossip Girl. And now, apparently, she was dating Leo. Blake came from an entertainment family, 5 siblings, all in showbiz. Her parents were actors, and one of her brothers was a minor TV actor. She and Leo had met through her brother, who got into a bar spat with a girl from Leo's entourage. Leo and Blake stepped in to de-escalate things, and the rest was history. Clearly, Leo adored his new girlfriend. The moment she showed even a hint of impatience, he quickly said, all right, let's go in. Standing beside Martin, Alexandra Daddario raised a curious brow at Blake. This was the first time she'd encountered someone this bold, if not downright rude, in Hollywood. In the original timeline, Blake's brashness would eventually cost her. She offended the wrong people and, at her peak in 2013, suddenly vanished from the spotlight. Not until The Shallows in 2016 did she make a comeback, now much humbler and more reserved. Because that's what society does, it sands off your edges. Blake wasn't a bad person, just a little spoiled. Surprisingly, Leo still doted on her. It was obvious that whatever feelings he had for Bar Raffaele had faded. Sometimes, Martin would wonder, If Leo had his level of physical conditioning and endurance, could he also juggle multiple women peacefully? But that thought always made him chuckle. Nope. Leo could never pull it off like he did. The girls wouldn't get along. The party Robert hosted was, by Hollywood standards, extremely tame. Just a bunch of folks gathered to hang out, chat, and unwind. Lovely weather today. I know a great restaurant nearby. Anything exciting lately? That was about the extent of it. Robert and Suzanne moved gracefully through the crowd, smiling, chatting, checking in with guests. When they reached Martin, Leo, and Jack Nicholson's circle, they paused. Martin smiled. Congrats on the new place, Robert. Nice crib, Leo added. Nicholson gave a sly grin. How'd you like my gift? Robert groaned. Jack had sent him 10 massive boxes of vintage Playboy magazines. Motherfucker. Did Jack actually expect him to get through all of that? I would have preferred something normal, Donnie grumbled. Like Martin's Porsche. Or Leo's luxury sofa set. You brat. You have no idea how valuable my gift is. Martin and Leo's stuff costs what, maybe 100 grand? That full set of collector edition Playboys I gave you? Just 100 of those vintage issues are worth over $150,000. Do you know how much it pained me to give those away? Nicholson had the air of a misunderstood genius. Robert raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. My bad. I'll make time to appreciate them. That's better. Nicholson grinned. Then came a voice out of nowhere. This party's kind of boring, isn't it? Blake again. Blake, Leo said quietly but firmly. Then he turned to Donnie and Suzanne, apologetic. Sorry. She didn't mean it like that. She's just. No worries, Robert interrupted with a smile. Honestly, it is kind of a boring party. Since 2003, the fun version of Robert Downey Jr. is dead. The group chuckled. 2003, the year Robert finally kicked his addictions for good. He turned to Suzanne and joked. Thanks for marrying the unfun version of me. Suzanne laughed. Actually, I think this version of you is far more interesting. Blake's outburst had created a moment of tension, but Robert's self-deprecating humor smoothed it over effortlessly. That was the difference that came with social experience. And Martin finally understood why, in the original timeline, Blake Lively's career hit such a long pause. That mouth of hers offended way too many people. What made it even more amusing was that Blake Lively didn't even realize her words earlier had been hurtful. She was still giggling at Robert Downey Jr.'s witty comeback, and even added, well, you're pretty funny, but this party is still kind of lame. Leonardo looked visibly embarrassed. His girl had just made him look bad in front of his friends. He was about to say something when Robert cut in. Thanks for thinking I'm funny. But if you think the party's dull, how about Uncle Robert here performs a little number for everyone? People forget I was a decent singer before acting got in the way. Uncle Robert? Who's that? Blake asked, eyes wide with confusion. Robert froze. Martin and Nicholson burst into laughter. No one was actually offended. They could all tell she genuinely had no clue what she'd just said. Robert wasn't mad either. He'd already figured out this girl had a naturally low EQ. Leonardo, however, looked mortified. Alexandra Daddario leaned in and tugged Martin's hand, whispering with disbelief, Can this kind of person survive in Hollywood? Robert raised a thumb and pointed at himself. That would be me. I'm Uncle Robert. Martin, trying to ease the awkwardness, joked. Not quite as iconic as I Am Iron Man, huh? Everyone laughed. Blake's eyes sparkled as she looked at Martin. Now this guy's funny, she thought. True to his word, Robert did end up singing. And he wasn't bad at all. There was a bit of that old-school professional flair in his voice, surprisingly pleasant. By a little past 10, the party wound down. Martin, Alexandra, Leonardo, and Blake walked out together. Even though Alexandra didn't know Leonardo well, she could sense the gloomy pressure radiating off him. Once they were in the car, she leaned toward Martin and asked, Leonardo looks really upset. Do you think they're going to fight? Martin chuckled. I doubt he's getting lucky tonight. In Martin's view, with someone like Blake, pampered and short-tempered, any sign of criticism from Leonardo would send her storming off. He'd be left alone with cold sheets. In the original timeline, Leo had broken up with Blake for the exact same reason. He just couldn't take her temper anymore. Publicly, they'd chalked it up to busy schedules. What Martin didn't expect, though, was how explosive Blake's temper really was. Before Leo could even start the car, she threw open the door and stormed out, slamming it shut behind her. Then she glanced around and stomped toward Martin's car. Martin's eyes widened. Oh, hell no. Seconds later, Blake opened the door and hopped in, right next to a stunned Alexandra. Sorry, mind scooting over? She said sweetly to Alexandra. Then she turned to Martin. Martin, could you give me a ride home? It's not far. Martin raised an eyebrow. Sorry, but you'll need to ask Leo. He's my friend. Translation, you're not my friend, and I'm not about to drive you home without his permission. But Blake completely ignored the implication and huffed. Humph. I don't need his permission. He doesn't control me. Martin said nothing, waiting silently as Leonardo approached the car. He rolled the window down. Yo, Leo, what's going on? Leonardo looked at Blake in the back seat. She glared at him. Leo gave a resigned smile. Martin, could you take Blake home for me? You sure? Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Then he leaned toward the back seat. Babe, don't be mad. Call me later, okay? Any reasonable girl would have seen the exit and taken it. But Blake wasn't having it. Humph. She crossed her arms and stared out the window. Leo shrugged helplessly and turned away. Thanks again, man. No problem, Martin replied. As Leo walked back to his car, Martin shook his head. What a mess. At least I'm not a playboy, he thought. He turned on the engine. Where to? Blake rattled off the address. It was only a short distance away, still within Beverly Hills. Her parents lived there. The whole ride, Martin and Alexandra sat in silence while Blake complained nonstop about Leo. He's such a control freak. Doesn't understand women at all. Robert Downey didn't say anything to me. Screech. Martin finally pulled up in front of a modest-sized villa. Here we are. Thanks for the ride, Martin. She got out and strutted toward the door. Alexandra finally exhaled in relief. The air in the car had felt heavy. Martin glanced over and smirked. Shocked, Alexandra nodded furiously. Then she spotted the Iron Man figurine Robert had given him sitting on the front passenger seat. Can I sit up front? Martin chuckled. Of course. He hopped out, grabbed the toy, and moved it to the back, clearing the seat for her. As they drove off, Alexandra couldn't help but say, she's got quite the temper. Isn't she worried about offending people in this industry? Of course she is. But her dad, Ernie Lively, still has some pull in Hollywood. As long as he's active, people will overlook her tantrums. But that kind of protection gives her a dangerous illusion that she's never wrong. Eventually, she'll pay for it. In the original timeline, Blake's fall came shortly after her dad's retirement. The industry turned cold. For over 3 years, she didn't land a single meaningful role. Do you think she and Leonardo will work out? Martin laughed. No chance. They've just started dating. Leo hasn't gotten tired of her yet. The funny thing? In the original timeline, Blake was a hardcore Leo fangirl before they ever met. She'd gushed about him at press events. But once they broke up, she never mentioned his name again. Lesson of the day, don't get too close to your idols. Iron Man was still topping the box office charts. And Martin's latest directorial project, District 9, was about to hit theaters. A sci-fi horror film. This was a genre Martin had never tackled before. Up to now, very little information had been released about the film. Aside from the striking alien designs and some speculative chatter about the connection between the fictional District 9 and the real-life Area 51 in the United States, the plot itself remained completely under wraps. Martin hadn't even released a trailer, pushing his hunger marketing strategy to the extreme. Yet despite the secrecy, anticipation for the film remained sky-high. After all, the lead actor was none other than the red-hot Robert Downey Jr., fresh off his breakout role in Iron Man, and the director was Martin Myers, who had never once made a cold film. Everyone in the film community was dying to know what kind of movie District 9 really was, why the aliens had come to Earth, what kind of ghetto-like environment they were surviving in. The curiosity was off the charts. And then, just 1 week before the film's release, Jason Morris, a member of the MPAA ratings board, suddenly tweeted, "This is one insane movie," which only poured fuel on the fire. Late Night Show with Conan O'Brien. Martin, dressed casually, and Robert Downey Jr., in a neat suit, sat side by side on that iconic blue and white striped couch. Across from them sat the host, Conan O'Brien. With his fiery red hair, narrow eyes, freckles, and lanky legs, this man was one of the hottest talk show hosts of the era. Late Night with Conan. O'Brien consistently ranked among the top shows on NBC. He often invited trending personalities and A-list celebrities, and once they were on the show, well, they had to brace themselves for his signature pranks and irreverent humor. This time, it was Martin and Robert's turn in the hot seat. Martin agreed to appear partly because he felt the hunger marketing campaign had done its job. With the release date just around the corner, it was time to start feeding the audience some real content. "Hey Martin," Conan grinned. "I heard you turned our dear Mr. Iron Man into an alien. What's that about? I mean, the guy literally fights aliens for a living. Don't you think that's a bit harsh?" Martin burst out laughing. He knew better than to play it too straight on this show. "I just wanted him to understand that racism is wrong," he said. "Aliens might look a little strange, sure, but they're intelligent beings, just like us. We all live under the same universe." A clever play on the civil rights slogan, "We live under the same sky." The crowd laughed again. Then Robert jumped in. He succeeded. "I've completely moved beyond racial distinctions now. I believe in total unity. Not just with aliens, but cats, dogs, goats, cows. Hell, even viruses and bacteria. Equal treatment for all." "Oh my God, you're insane," Conan exclaimed, pulling a face. More laughter. Once the laughs died down, Conan said, "I heard the aliens in your movie are really hideous. I didn't believe it at first, so I looked it up online, and then I threw up." Laughter. "Martin, seriously, what was going through your head when you came up with those designs?" He added slyly, "Was it because of Kafka's Metamorphosis?" Martin shot back, mock offended. "Hey, you stole my line." Laughter again. Then he continued, "Look, no one's ever actually seen an alien. So why not make them look as weird and unsettling as possible? I'm pretty sure no one's ever designed aliens quite like these." Robert can back me up. He was shocked when he saw what he was turning into. Robert replied right away, "I wasn't shocked. I was trying not to puke." Actually, he did puke, Martin revealed, exposing Robert's little accident during filming. "Really?" Conan asked, intrigued. "Yup," Robert admitted. "And the lunatic next to me decided to include that scene in the movie. Congratulations, everyone. You'll get to see Iron Man at his absolute lowest." Another round of roaring laughter. "So, Robert," Conan asked, "how do you really feel about the film?" Donnie thought for a moment, then said, "It's like a nightmare brought to life. You probably don't know this, but after I read Martin's script, I had nightmares for days. My wife Suzanne was freaked out. I was screaming in my sleep." Conan's eyes widened. "Come on, that's a bit dramatic, isn't it?" "Just wait till you see the movie," Donnie said. "I will. I haven't had a dream in ages, not even a nightmare. I miss those." Laughter. Then Martin chimed in. "In that case, you should be thanking me. Nothing makes life feel more real than turning your nightmares into reality." "Oh, listen to this guy," Donnie cried, pretending to be mad and pointing at Martin. More laughter. But suddenly, Martin stood up with a serious expression and said, "There's nothing scary about nightmares becoming reality. The path you choose at 22 won't be the same one you walk at 32 or 42. Dreams change, some grow bigger, some shrink, some take new directions. It's the rigid thoughts we refuse to let go of that define us. And that's what makes each of us unique. That's not easy, but once you accept your misfortunes and face them head on, even your most crushing failures can become the catalyst for real transformation." The studio audience went quiet, thoughtful, especially Conan. It felt like Martin's words had struck a deep chord in him, as if they had been ripped straight from his own soul. What Conan didn't know was that those were his own words, a quote Martin had jotted down long ago. After a pause, Conan smiled and said, "That was beautiful. Really, from now on, I'm claiming that as mine." He raised a hand to the audience. "Everyone, forget what Martin just said. I'm going to repeat it again, obliviate." A Harry Potter reference. The audience burst out laughing again. But he wasn't done yet. With mock solemnity, Conan repeated Martin's quote word for word, as if it truly came from his own heart. The crowd roared even louder. And that night's Late Night with Conan O'Brien? An undeniable hit. Thanks to Martin, Robert, and Conan, a trio of comedians who truly knew how to make people laugh. New York, Staten Island. In a white wooden villa nestled in the suburbs, the Erickson family was gathered together, roaring with laughter in front of the TV. They were diehard fans of Late Night with Conan O'Brien. Ilya Erickson, age 40, was a cosmetic surgeon. Like a dentist, he was among the high-income professionals. Shaking his head as he chuckled, he said, "That District 9 really has me curious. We should go watch it together as a family when it comes out. I want to see Iron Man." "Let's go watch Iron Man," yelled 16-year-old Tony, waving around his toy Iron Man gauntlet. "We already saw Iron Man," Ilya reminded him, frowning. "But I want to watch it again," Tony insisted, striking a pose with his palm raised as if firing a laser. "By UBUBU." His older sister, 18-year-old Lilith, rolled her eyes. "Idiot. You're 16, not 6. Grow up and play something more age-appropriate, instead of acting like a total moron." Tony shot back, indignant. "Age-appropriate? Like you dating every guy on campus." "What? I do not date everyone," Lilith snapped, flustered. "Huh. I saw you yesterday, riding on Baller's motorcycle." Tony grinned smugly. "That was Baller, the captain of the football team. I'm going out with him, so what? Everyone's jealous of me," Lilith said, proudly, standing up. "Oh wow, Baller, huh? That's such a sweet nickname. So, have you two slept together yet? Don't forget, he's a total player. Even I've heard he's slept with the entire cheerleading squad." "What did you just say? You little brat, shut up." "I won't. My sister got played by Baller." "Haha, my sister got played by." "Silence," Ilya Eriksson roared. "Tony, don't talk about your sister like that." "But Dad, I said shut up." "Yeah, shut up." Lilith huffed with a smug grin. "You too, shut it. Starting tomorrow, you're breaking up with that Baller guy. If I hear even a whisper that you're still seeing that little punk, I'll break both his legs myself." "Fine, Dad. Shut it." "Huh? Shut it," Tony echoed triumphantly. Ilya turned to his wife. "Maggie, starting tomorrow, I need you to drive Lilith to and from school. I don't want her getting played by some womanizing punk." "Okay, darling." Lilith's eyes went wide. "That's not fair." "Fair? We can talk about fair when you stop living under my roof, eating my food, and spending my money." Family drama like this? Just another day in many American households. But let's shift our attention back to District 9. After the Late Night with Conan segment aired, more and more people became interested in the film. Online, the buzz was exploding. "Hey folks, did anyone watch last night's Conan episode? Martin and Robert were hilarious. I have to see District 9 now. I've been waiting for this movie forever. When's it finally coming out?" Dude above, have you not seen the news? It's less than a week away. Pre-sales already started. 127 hours proved Martin's skills as a director. But since that was a biopic, Iron Man's box office success is what really shows he can dominate the commercial scene. Now with District 9, I'm dying to see what kind of story he's crafted. Myers Gang assemble. It's time to make our move. Remember to use our group discount. The Movie Fans Association has a ticket-buying network. Each ticket can save you $10. This is Martin's way of giving back to his loyal fans. I'm in. Count me in too. How do I join you guys? Me too. I want to be a member. Click the link above. It'll take you to our official Myers Gang website. Just follow the steps to sign up. June 15. Los Angeles, Grand Theater. The premiere of District 9 was underway. Martin and Robert stood at a second-floor window, watching the long stream of guests pouring into the theater below. Robert looked out at the crowd, all smiles and anticipation, then grinned mischievously. "Man, I really hope they're still smiling after they've seen the movie." "Hee hee hee." Martin laughed. "Ha ha ha." Robert shot him a look. "Sometimes I seriously wonder if you're doing this on purpose, just to satisfy your twisted sense of humor." Martin widened his eyes. "Come on. Do I look like the type?" "Bluff." Robert made a gagging noise. Inside the theater, the lights dimmed. The screen lit up. The film was about to begin. Leonardo sat next to Robert, glancing at his friend's face. There was something odd about that smile, like he was waiting for something, or maybe watching someone walk into a trap. So Leo asked, "What are you smiling about?" Instead of answering, Robert countered, "Where's your little girlfriend?" "Oh, we broke up again. Taking some time apart." "Got it." Robert nodded casually. Ever since that night at Donnie's party, those two had been breaking up and making up so many times, no one was keeping count anymore. One fight, and they'd break up. 2 days later, back together. Again and again. At first, Martin and the others would try to comfort him. Now, they barely reacted. What did bug Robert, though, was, "Too bad your girl's missing out on one hell of a healing film." Really, Leonardo wasn't convinced. If it's that good, I'll recommend it to her. He was so used to the constant breakups with Blake that it barely even registered anymore. By now, the theater was packed to capacity, all 2,000 seats filled. Clearly, the combined star power of Martin Myers and Robert Downey Jr. was a force to be reckoned with. People had popcorn in their laps, soda in hand. Some leaned over to whisper to their friends, "Dude, have you seen the alien design? I feel like this movie might actually be a comedy. I thought it was a sci-fi horror. Horror can still be funny, right? Maybe, but I heard it deals with ghettos. And racism. That doesn't sound very funny." I came mentally prepared for something heavy. I think it's going to be emotional. I brought a whole bag of tissues. Chill. It's starting. The commercials ended. And the movie began. Night fell, and outside the Grand Theater, the red carpet lay deserted. Only a few scattered passers-by, patrolling security personnel, and a couple of sanitation workers sweeping the streets remained. Occasionally, a car would drive by, its wake kicking up leaflets into the air, slogans printed boldly across them. "We want equality. The world belongs to everyone. You, us, all of us." The flyers fluttered upward, then slowly drifted back to the ground, heightening the bleak emptiness of the scene. It felt as if the bustling spectacle from just moments ago had all been a dream, an illusion. A few die-hard equality protesters remained, black, white, and mixed-race faces among them. At this point in history, Asians had yet to take to the streets to demand their rights, still clinging to the hope that others would recognize their plight and lend a helping hand. A young black man let the flyer slip from his hand. He tugged the hood of his t-shirt over his head against the chill of the night breeze, then turned to the white boy beside him and asked, "Bro, you think this film's gonna be any good?" "How would I know? I haven't seen it," the young white guy snapped, throwing him a glare, irritation bubbling under the surface. Of course, his frustration wasn't really directed at his friend, but rather at those others who had come with them to the protest, only to bail and rush off to see the movie. "Motherfucker," he muttered. "If every damn protest ends up like this, what's even the point?" Then he heard the black kid say, "Hey, I heard there's a midnight showing. Want to grab a ticket and see what the fuss is about? I've always been curious about Martin's films." The white boy kicked the flyer off the pavement and growled, "Fine, let's go. Buy the damn ticket." Inside the theater, the previews and trailers came to a halt. The screen dimmed to black. The massive hall fell silent. The sound of people munching snacks, sipping drinks, and murmuring quietly faded in an instant. Next to Martin, Alexandra Daddario sat up straight, completely focused. Even Leonardo stopped grumbling to Robert about his troublesome girlfriend. Robert finally exhaled in relief, cursing silently. No wonder Martin insisted on switching seats with me. Inside the theater, fans and film buffs alike straightened up, senses sharpening. In the darkened grand hall of the Grand Theater, journalists, critics, VIP guests, and movie fanatics, all eyes locked onto the massive screen. District 9 was about to begin. The screen remained dark, and then Kung Fu Panda appeared, performing a set of graceful Tai Chi moves. The contrast between his adorable, clumsy appearance and the fluid precision of his form was comical. As the panda finished his routine, bold white letters appeared across the screen with a series of rhythmic thuds. Produced by Myers Studios. Then, in even larger text, a Martin Myers film. The names of producers, lead actors, and core crew members followed. Robert perked up instantly, nudging Leonardo and whispering, "You better pay attention. This movie will blow your mind." Leonardo raised an eyebrow skeptically but said nothing, focusing on the screen. The first image appeared. A massive metallic spaceship with a punk industrial vibe loomed into view. The audience gasped, a wave of awe rippling through the crowd. Was this the start of some epic alien invasion? Then, the camera zoomed out, shrinking the alien ship in the frame. Suddenly, a sharply dressed news anchor appeared next to the footage of the ship, framed within a television broadcast. It wasn't a movie scene, it was a news report. "We're seeing live footage from Johannesburg, South Africa," the anchor reported. "A massive alien spacecraft has been hovering over the city for 15 hours. There's been no activity, no weapons fired, no emissaries sent, no communication at all. The ship hasn't moved, and we still have no idea what it wants." The camera cut to another close-up of the enormous spacecraft. With a generous production budget, The CGI quality far surpassed the original timeline. The ship looked stunningly real, textured, and tangible, not like a clumsy sticker photoshopped into the sky. Panic spread. Quickly, civilians fled in droves. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Unable to wait any longer, world leaders held emergency meetings. Humanity deployed elite task forces to surround the ship, even cutting open an entry point to venture inside. And what they found shocked both the characters on screen and the real audience in the theater. The spacecraft was packed with aliens, creatures that looked like crossbreeds of lobsters and insects. Refugees. They didn't fight back. Instead, they scrambled in fear, chaos breaking out among their own ranks. The humans discovered that these aliens were starving, malnourished, and desperate. Despite humanity's fear of them, the aliens seemed even more terrified of human. In the pitch-black auditorium, renowned film critic Kevin Thomas was transfixed. His mind immediately conjured the image of slave ships from centuries ago, filthy, overcrowded, full of half-dead captives suffering from hunger, disease, and neglect. Once the world learned the truth about the aliens, the human instinct for compassion surged. A wave of humanitarian fervor swept in. Activists demanded that governments provide aid, while volunteers brought food, water, clothing, and essentials to the ship's perimeter. The first wave of aliens to step foot on Earth was met with cheers and excitement. Volunteers rushed in, eager to help. Initially, the aliens were housed on the outskirts of cities. There was no quarantine. But over time, public perception shifted. The once pitiful aliens gradually came to be seen as pests, cockroaches, vermin. Disgust replaced sympathy. Eventually, governments cordoned them off from human neighborhoods and dubbed the area District 1. Over the next 2 decades, as cities expanded and the alien population boomed, new districts were created, District 2, District 3, until eventually, District 9. But as human cities continued to sprawl and the aliens reproduced rapidly, conflicts broke out. Then came the discovery. The alien ship held advanced weaponry. And just like that, interest groups took over. Greed poisoned public discourse. Slander and fear-mongering exploded. First, the aliens were nicknamed prawns, likening them to bottom-feeding scavengers who lived off trash and rot. Then, isolated incidents of alien theft were exaggerated until the entire species was branded as criminals and thugs. The bitterest irony came when a woman appeared on camera and declared, "If you ever see one of those aliens, you better run. They'll rob you of everything. Your wallet, your clothes, your shoes, your phone. They'll even take your life." But even as she spoke, an alien behind her was digging through a trash bin, completely ignoring her bag, her clothes, her shoes, and her life. When the woman in the interview shouted those words, and the prawn behind her rummaged in the trash with no interest in her bag, clothes, or life, the contrast couldn't have been starker. Especially when she turned around and saw the alien behind her. She didn't react with fear, like someone who'd just encountered a robber or a murderer. No, what surfaced on her face was anger. Yes, anger. The kind of rage one might feel when a lesser being dares to approach them. A visceral revulsion, like a highborn lady catching a whiff of a beggar in her garden. She screeched at the prawn to get lost, to roll away from her. But if she'd truly been faced with a real murderer or criminal, would she have dared to scream like that? Kevin Thomas's eyes gleamed. On his notebook, he jotted down one phrase, supreme irony. And then finally, the protagonist, Robert Downey Jr., made his debut on screen. Through the first-person narration of his character, Carl, the audience learned that the MNU, the 727 United Nations Coalition, had appointed him to relocate all the aliens from District 9 to a new, even more remote location, District 10. Through the lens of a handheld camera, Carl, played by Robert, led a convoy of armored trucks and helicopters, flanked by a full squad of personnel, as they entered the alien slum. As Carl marched into District 9 with his troops, the theater stirred with anticipation. The main character had arrived. Now the real story could begin. Kevin Thomas placed his pencil against his notebook, glancing briefly at those beside him. Everyone was fully immersed. He leaned in again, eyes locked on the screen. District 9 was a cacophony of chaos. Gunfire, helicopters, roaring overhead, news broadcasts overlapping in a dissonant soundscape. Outside the base, human rights organizations were protesting the government's forced relocation of the aliens. Inside the district, Carl was a walking contradiction. He showed no hesitation in ordering his men to bulldoze alien homes. Right here, this one, it's an illegal structure. Tear it down. On screen, the camera panned through the squalid slum as an enormous bulldozer bearing the MNU logo plowed straight into a crooked tin-roofed shack, following Carl's command. The shack groaned and collapsed under the mechanical assault. Not far off, a tall, green-skinned alien, one of the prawns, shouted in distress, stomping the ground and hurling alien curses at Carl. Carl glanced over, casually picking his ear, and ignored him entirely, his indifference cold and cutting, painting a perfect portrait of detached cruelty. Beside the adult alien stood a child, a tiny green-skinned prawn, clutching a filthy, torn ragdoll. The child stared blankly at the ruins of their home. That was his house. And yet Carl, even knowing his men were about to open fire on a defiant alien, stopped them, not out of respect for life, but to keep things clean. No, don't shoot him. That's not necessary. But his mercy felt more like condescension than compassion. To Carl, he was a superior species dealing with inferiors. Any occasional sympathy he showed was no more than a performance, an act of charity from above. In one alien home, he casually ripped out a nutrient pipe used to feed alien young, smiling all the while. He had no respect for alien life. He even ordered his soldiers to torch an incubator housing alien eggs. Then, grinning at the camera, he joked, "You hear that? Pop, pop, pop. Like firecrackers. That's the sound of prawn eggs bursting in the heat." That moment sparked revulsion in countless viewers. Kevin Thomas scribbled furiously in his notebook, "Racism, xenophobia." Then he paused and wrote a single powerful line. "Life is sacred. Life is magnificent. Life is equal. These rights are inborn. No one has the authority to strip them away." Just as he finished writing, the screen burst back into motion. "What did you say? You call this your home?" Carl sneered on screen. "No, no, no. This place doesn't belong to you. Not a single inch. And those rotting shacks? They're not yours either." Carl smirked as he pointed at the trembling alien on the ground. "Your little legal loophole era? That's over." He gestured toward a nearby helicopter. "See that? That's a sniper. You resist, and bang. I guarantee your head'll pop like a watermelon hit with a bat." He burst into laughter, and so did the soldiers around him. But in that instant, the alien being threatened suddenly snapped. Letting out a furious roar, the prawn lunged, flipping a weapon out of nowhere and rushing at Carl, who was still grinning smugly. Carl's laughter died instantly as he was flung backward, slamming into a fuel drum. A shot rang out from the helicopter above. The alien collapsed, legs shattered, immobilized. Soldiers swarmed in. One of them sneered, "Where you think you're going?" The alien crawled toward his home. The soldiers followed behind, snickering. "You're not getting away," the leader jeered. "Keep crawling, mutt. Crawl. You looking to piss me off?" "No, no." The alien whimpered, turning over and dropping to his knees, arms shaking, palms pleating. Bang! A gunshot echoed. The alien's head exploded. His body hit the ground, trembling. Another soldier laughed. "Hey!" His head did burst like a watermelon. Carl staggered over, wide-eyed. "Why the hell did you kill him?" he demanded. He wasn't a threat anymore. Inside the theater, eyes gleamed, not just Kevin Thomas's, but those of many film critics. They saw something in Carl, complex humanity, and that was exactly what they craved. But the general audience was cold with unease. This callous disregard for life struck a deep nerve. Despite their grotesque forms, the prawns were clearly intelligent beings. From the very start, Martin had been subtly stirring emotions in the viewers, like a maestro conducting an invisible orchestra. Signs that read, "No prawns allowed," littered the city. Civilians dumping garbage on the aliens. Alien children being kicked aside like insects by soldiers. Aliens displayed in cages like circus animals. Bit by bit, he stripped away the facade of civility, exposing the raw ugliness of human prejudice, while gradually awakening the audience's empathy for the prawns. By the time Carl and his men entered District 9, viewers had shifted from seeing aliens as parasites to feeling a conflicted sympathy. Then came the brutal scenes of MNU and human soldiers committing atrocities, while the aliens, contrary to everything said about them in the opening interviews, appeared nothing like the monsters they'd been painted as. And just like that, the moral scale inside the hearts of the audience began to tip in a new direction. In a theater on New York's East Side, Colette Manheidecke, a feature columnist for Entertainment Weekly and a respected film critic, rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he watched the screen. Even from just the opening 20-some minutes, it was already clear this film was anything but ordinary. To Colette, what Martin had done with the alien depiction was extraordinary. It completely subverted the usual Hollywood tropes. These aliens weren't powerful invaders with superior tech or overwhelming strength. No, they weren't the conquerors. If anything, they were the conquered. Martin had astonishingly portrayed them as impoverished refugees, viewed by humanity as pests and parasites. They lived in squalor, locked away in slums, eating garbage and cat food, feared and reviled. In District 9, humans treated them without shame as test subjects, zoo exhibits, commodities. The film laid bare the darkest depths of human nature. Clearly, this was no summer blockbuster designed solely to entertain. No, this was something else. At the very least, in terms of artistic ambition, it had already far surpassed Martin's earlier film Iron Man. Then the story took an even more surreal turn. During a raid on a shack, Carl, Robert Downey Jr. character, was sprayed with a strange black fluid from a device that alien Christopher Johnson had spent 20 years secretly assembling. At the time, Carl felt only slight discomfort. He carried on with his mission, unaware that this random incident would soon upend his entire life. At another rickety tin-roofed shack, a small alien child was playing outside. "You see this?" Carl said to the camera, gesturing. "Little prawns everywhere." His tone was casual, like pointing out puppies or stray cats. "That's exactly why I wanted to burn those eggs earlier." "Let's just shoot those damn thing," muttered a soldier behind him. "No, not yet," Carl said, pulling a lollipop from his pocket. Like tossing a treat to a dog, he threw it at the alien child. "Here, candy for you." Then he turned to the camera with a proud grin. Candy always works. Never fails. But unexpectedly, the alien child smacked the lollipop right back, straight at Carl's eye. "Fuck you," Carl roared. "You almost took out my eye." A soldier raised his gun toward the child. "Am I not being nice enough, huh? You little bastard." Carl snapped. Whatever goodwill the audience had gained for Carl when he spared an alien earlier vanished in an instant. Just then, an adult green-skinned alien emerged from the shack. "Is that your brat?" Carl barked, pointing. "Inside now," the alien father said, ushering his child in, then bowed to Carl. "I'm sorry, sir. Deeply sorry. This little shit has no manners," Carl muttered. He pointed at the adult alien and ordered, "Thomas, get him out here." The alien was dragged out and forced to kneel. Carl stormed inside, intending to flush out the child and evict them both. Inside, he discovered an unusual array of electronics. "Thomas, aim your weapon. This guy's a criminal," he declared, then turned to the camera with mock amazement. "It's like a damn tech shop in here. Look at this." He's decked out the place with stolen computers, clearly unregistered. Suddenly, Carl doubled over in nausea and rushed outside, vomiting against the wall. He brushed it off as fatigue or the foul stench of the slums. But on the way back to headquarters, his head began to spin, and then his nose started bleeding black. Back at MNU, things only got worse. While trying to write a report, he pressed the pen too hard, and, pop, a bloodied fingernail fell off. Panicked, he stumbled to the restroom, only to find his teeth loosening. "Oh God, this is terrifying." Gasps filled the theater. There wasn't any gore, but this creeping, parasitic transformation had a visceral, skin-crawling horror that made the audience shiver. Staggering home, Carl was greeted with a surprise party, organized by his wife, the daughter of MNU's director. She brought him good news. He'd been promoted. But the tragedy was, just as he should have been celebrating, he collapsed. When he awoke, he was in a hospital bed. "I had black liquid coming from my nose," he told the doctor. "I even coughed up some black thing. I don't know what it was." As he spoke, the doctor silently began to unwrap the bandages around his arm. Then came the horror. 3 slimy, insect-like alien tentacles shot out from under the gauze. Yeah. What is that? Fuck. Fuck. What's happening to me? My hand. Doctor. The doctor recoiled. What the hell is that? The whole theater erupted. Ah. Oh my God. He's turning into an alien. Colette Heidecke's pulse raced. His heart was pounding. Kafka's Metamorphosis, melded with alien DNA. What genius. Back in the Grand Theater in L.A., Leon was sweating bullets. For the first time, he realized you didn't need buckets of gore to make your skin crawl. As for Robert Downey Jr., he couldn't help but grin smugly as he watched his own performance. Even though he'd seen it before during internal screenings, this scene still made him feel like a badass. He was badass. And Martin's direction? Incredible. Kevin Thomas scribbled furiously in his notebook. Unimaginable plot twist. Tragic fate of the prawns elicits outrage, while the racist, prejudiced Carl, of all people, develops a flicker of humanity and is now becoming the very creature he loathes. Whatever's next, it'll be spectacular. This isn't just a sci-fi movie, whispered James Cameron, eyes wide. This is so much more than a damn sci-fi movie. On screen, the story took an even darker turn. Through Carl's perspective, viewers finally saw the horrific truth. The human government had been secretly experimenting on the aliens all along. Incomplete bodies, severed limbs, grotesque, inhumane trials. The audience's popcorn suddenly lost all flavor. Carl was about to be dissected, and the one who gave the order? His own father-in-law, MNU's top executive. Chapters 735, 723. This isn't the sci-fi I asked for. Ever since Carl began to mutate, the film had been steeped in a suffocating atmosphere of dread. His mutation started with forced experimentation. To test the functionality of his alien arm, he was made to fire a weapon and shoot a living, breathing alien. Once the tests were complete, they planned to dissect him alive and harvest his biological assets, despite his desperate pleas to his father-in-law. But the order had come from his father-in-law. Only when Carl managed a desperate, wild escape from the surgical ward did the pressure begin to ease ever so slightly. He stole an alien weapon and gunned down the MNU guards, fleeing the facility. Inside the theater, the audience erupted in low cheers. They thought this was it, the protagonist's grand turning point, that he would reclaim his identity and return with an alien army to exact vengeance. If this were a commercial blockbuster, maybe it would have gone that way. But this was not that kind of film. Carl's transformation only worsened. As more and more of his body morphed into something alien, the film plunged deeper into despair. Colleagues, friends, family, all turned their backs on him. To them, he was now a monster. The only one who showed him warmth was the very alien he had bullied earlier, Christopher Johnson. A harrowing scene unfolded on screen. Grotesque images of human experimentation on aliens, vivisections, skinning, brain extractions. A child alien's decapitated head, its innocent eyes wide open in eternal confusion. The entire theater was silent. All 3,520 venues airing the premiere fell into the same stunned hush. Yes, humans have always known, on some level, that humanity is far from noble. Animals kill to survive, to fill their bellies. But humans? We slaughter for profit. Whales, seals, elephants. How many species had been skinned, butchered, and wiped out by human greed? Where was the final boundary of human morality? Martin used his lens to pose this question, dragging the audience into deep contemplation. These weren't just disturbing visuals. They were a mirror. The photodocumentary style, the handheld camera work, the grounded realism, everything combined to immerse the viewer. Especially in scenes of conflict and violence, the raw footage forced you to feel. You couldn't just sit back and pretend it was fiction. Whether during Carl's mutation or during the alien-human interactions, the cruelty was viscerally real. Viewers unconsciously sank into the plot, unwilling to miss a single frame. Kevin Thomas, trying hard to resist the story's pull, scribbled in his notebook. In the face of power and profit, humanity has completely forsaken its final moral line and shred of conscience. On screen, Carl fled, enduring horrific pain as he searched for a way to reverse his condition. But things only got worse. Captured by local gangsters, Carl was tortured. Their leader believed consuming his mutated arm would grant them alien powers. This absurd, primitive greed highlighted yet another layer of human ugliness. After enduring unimaginable torment, Carl escaped again. He called his wife. "Don't give up on me, sweetheart, please." Somber music swelled. Beneath the night sky, in the trash-strewn slums of District 9, Carl sat weeping into the dirt, voice trembling as he begged the voice on the other end. "Believe me, I'm not like those filthy bugs, I swear. I love you. Don't leave me. I want to believe you, Carl," his wife sobbed. "But, please, just let me go." Click. The line went dead. Carl clutched the phone, sobbing, eyes hollow with despair. Then, suddenly, he snapped. With a guttural scream, he hurled the phone and began clawing at his own body, ripping off sheets of bloodied skin. He collapsed to the ground, curled in a ball, wailing. The camera zoomed in. Black mucus ran from his nose and eyes. Terrifying. Unbearable. "Oh my God, Carl, this is too much." Even his wife abandoned him. "It's those goddamn rumors." At the start of the film, when humans spread lies about the aliens, how they slept with humans or ate human flesh, audiences didn't think much of it. But now, seeing the media smear Carl the same way, slandering him with the same baseless, cruel nonsense, the audience felt their blood boil. When even his wife no longer believed him, the despair was suffocating. Tears fell freely in theaters across the country. Even Robert Downey Jr. couldn't hold it in. He'd filmed the scene himself, but every time he saw it, it hit like the first. Sitting beside him, Leonardo turned to say something, but when he glanced over, he saw Robert's face soaked with tears. He reached up to wipe his own cheek, and realized he was crying too. Damn it, Robert acting is incredible. That scene was perfect, he thought, both in admiration and, just a little, in envy. I don't think I could ever pull off a performance like that. In a corner of the Grand Theater, the Erickson family of four sat watching. Lilith, the eldest daughter, sobbed quietly, mumbling, "Damn it, this isn't the kind of sci-fi I asked for." Then she thought of her younger brother. "He's definitely going to hate this movie," she thought. "He loves stuff like Iron Man." She turned to check. Her little brother, Christian, sat staring at the screen, fists clenched, eyes red and glistening with tears. Up front, James Cameron stared in stunned silence. He didn't cry, but his heart felt tight. After watching District 9, he suddenly realized his own sci-fi epic avatar felt embarrassingly shallow. On screen, Carl continued to suffer, his body mutilated, his spirit crushed. But even worse was what he witnessed, the full, unfiltered ugliness of humanity. Because of Carl's transformation, the audience, for the first time, truly saw through alien eyes. They began to despise the humans in the film. And so, when Carl finally decided to help Christopher Johnson storm MNU to retrieve the lost fluid, the audience felt a glimmer of hope. Carl and Christopher rallied a handful of intelligent aliens to join their cause. Together, they stormed MNU's heavily guarded facility, guns blazing. In theaters across the world, cheers erupted. It was perhaps the first time in cinematic history that an audience cheered for aliens killing humans, and not the other way around. In the end, they succeeded in reclaiming the vital fuel, but only Carl and Christopher survived. One man, one prawn, racing through the chaos, back toward District 9 and the mothership waiting above. This is a sci-fi film that forces you to confront just how vile humanity can be. Kevin Thomas scribbled furiously in his notebook. "It's true. We really are horrible." It felt too real. So real that I started to believe there are aliens locked away, being experimented on by humans somewhere, maybe in Area 51. Meanwhile, in another cinema, film critic Collette jotted down in his own journal. Through a documentary-style lens and stark realism, the film delivers a clear message. But in its later half, the excessive action slightly diluted the potential for deeper exploration of its themes. Even so, compared to the usual flashy, shallow sci-fi blockbusters, this film remains a rare, thought-provoking gem. When Carl learned that the alien fluid could either be used to power the mothership or to cure his mutation, but not both, he made his choice after a moment of agonizing reflection. "Take your son and go home. You have to make it. Don't let my suffering be in vain. I can't leave you behind. Go now, before I change my mind. 3 years. I promise, I'll come back in 3 years." As MNU forces closed in on District 9, the battle reignited. Before boarding the ship, Christopher Johnson gave one final, solemn nod to Carl, now piloting the exosuit, who had rallied a group of aliens to fight back. At this point, except for part of his face, Carl had almost completely transformed into a prawn. My friend, until we meet again. The camera zoomed in on the cockpit, showing a close-up of Robert Downey Jr. expression, an unreadable mix of anguish, resolve, and bitter irony. A scene featuring a man in a mech suit could have easily evoked comparisons to Iron Man. But the harrowing story that came before, combined with Robert's gripping performance, wiped that association away. Here, in this movie, he was Carl, the betrayed, the mutated, the desperate. The camera slowly panned out as Carl turned the suit. Then it shifted, revealing a massive human army in front of him, hiding behind piles of garbage, crouching in dirty alleys, peeking out from dented armored vehicles spewing smoke. MNU soldiers were everywhere, guns blazing. Carl suddenly crouched, then charged, exosuit thundering forward. He raised its Gatling-style arm cannons and opened fire. Cut to a close-up. Robert's eyes blazed with fury and grief. You bastards, every last one of you deserves to die. The alien energy cannon and Gatling gun roared to life. Lasers and bullets tore through the air. A wide aerial shot followed. All across District 9, aliens emerged from their huts, silently watching the battle. Gunfire and beams of energy wove a tapestry of death across the slum. Human soldiers screamed. In the cinema, cheers erupted again. The scene astonished critics and professionals alike. Martin had managed to make audiences empathize more with the aliens than the humans. No small feat. Fuck yes. Kill them. Kill every damn one of those humans, shouted young Christian from the Erickson family, fist pumping furiously. His sister, Lilith, didn't even scold him. Normally, she'd snap at her annoying little brother, but not. Tonight. Tonight, she was right there with him. Go, Carl. You're amazing, she screamed, even louder than Christian. As Carl fought the soldiers, Christopher Johnson and his son finally reached the mothership. The moment the fuel was inserted, the ship, dormant and hovering for over 20 years, began to stir. But then, Carl's mech was hit by an armored vehicle. He tumbled to the ground, gazing up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. Soldiers encircled him, rifles raised. Then, something shifted. One soldier seemed to hear a sound. He turned. The camera followed his gaze. A wave of prawns surged forward, overwhelming the humans. Cheers thundered through the theater. Carl disappeared. The humans, meanwhile, successfully relocated the aliens from District 9 to the newly constructed District 10. The screen faded to black, then slowly lit up again. 1 year later, a series of interviews followed. We don't know where he is. Maybe he's being held in a black site run by MNU. If we did know where he was, we'd try to help. But that's the thing, we don't know. His mother appeared next. It's heartbreaking. He's gone. And I'm the one left behind to deal with everything. I can't answer these questions. His father, I don't know what really happened. I just wish someone would tell me the truth. Finally, the camera cut to his wife, the woman who had once seemed like an angel at the beginning of the film. Now, the audience viewed her with thinly veiled rage. Her betrayal had pushed Carl past the brink, driven him into utter despair. She stared at a photo of their wedding and said softly, "He was a good man. What happened to him wasn't punishment for wrongdoing." This confused the audience. Wait, didn't she give up on him? Then why's she defending him now? Then came the twist. She opened a small box and pulled out a crude flower, made from scrap metal. "I know this won't make it into the final cut," she said, "but I found this outside my door. Someone must have left it on purpose. I believe it was from Carl. My friends told me to throw it away. Said it was just trash, that there's no way he made this. But I know it was him." The screen flashed to a green-skinned prawn, meticulously crafting the same metal flower out of junk. Her voice continued. "I don't know why he didn't call me when he was at his lowest. But I want to say, he would never do those awful things they accused him of. I believe in him." Gasps filled the theater. So that's it. Realization dawned. The wife who abandoned Carl before hadn't been her at all. It had been a setup, a conspiracy. His real wife had never given up. Even when his parents had stopped believing, she still loved him, still trusted him. A wave of warmth washed over the audience. Carl wasn't entirely abandoned after all. Even at rock bottom, even with his body twisted beyond recognition, someone still believed in him. Someone still loved him. And somewhere out there, in the garbage-strewn ruins of District 9, a once-human creature silently forged a flower from scraps. Amid the quiet sobs echoing in the theater, the film finally reached its end. The final shot lingered on Carl. Now fully transformed into a prawn, he stood alone atop a pile of garbage, holding a newly crafted metal rose in his hand. Slowly, he lifted it toward his face. His eyes were gentle. The screen faded to black, and the credits began to roll. Colette sat still, surrounded by a tide of applause. It wasn't prompted. It was spontaneous, raw appreciation from the audience. Human complexity, racism, alienation, rebellion, gangs, arms trafficking, corporate evil, war, and peace. It was hard to believe Martin had crammed so much into a single film. And yet, it never felt bloated or chaotic. Genius, brilliance, grandeur. 3 words floated in Khalid's mind as he shook his head and muttered aloud. Unbelievable. Inside the Grand Theater, the applause reached a fever pitch and showed no signs of stopping. Lilith clapped while wiping her tears, hands flying in a blur as she sobbed and laughed. Ugh, I hate Martin so much. He made a film that's going to ruin my sleep for a week. I think I'm going to cry all night. Her brother Christian wore an odd expression. I'm conflicted. This isn't even my kind of movie, but I liked it. Again and again. It's weird. Maybe it's because of Iron Man. He looked at Robert Downey Jr. on stage, then shook his head. No, that's not it. It's something else. I don't get it. He mumbled to himself in confusion, fists clenched tighter than anyone else's. Leonardo stood, his expression unreadable as he looked at Robert. Damn, this guy can act. He's too damn good. I thought winning an Oscar was enough, but now. Then another thought crossed his mind. Yeah, Blake has to watch this movie. Then she'll finally realize just how perfect her life is now. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. On stage, Martin held the microphone, facing the crowd and honored guests. Wow, such thunderous applause. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this. I thought you'd walk out of here sulking, but I'm glad to see you're all still smiling. He cracked a joke. The crowd burst out laughing. Someone shouted, No, we're definitely sulking. I cried, man. Martin, you owe us therapy. Haha, all right. Sounds like you've got a lot of grievances. Martin grinned, gesturing to Donnie beside him. Let me make it up to you with a joke. So once, while filming, I was blown away by Robert's performance. I asked him, How do you do it, man? How do you feel so much? Robert looked at me and said, Because I'm a delicate, sensitive soul, like an 8-sided shoujo heroine. The crowd roared. Martin raised a hand. Hold on. I'm not done yet. The laughter grew louder. He waited a beat, then continued. So I asked him, What do you mean by sensitive? Robert sighed and said, You made me do Iron Man, and now you're making me play this guy? How could I not feel things? I said, So that's why you cry so much on set? And he said, No, that's because you still haven't given me a raise. Ha ha. The laughter exploded. All right, back to the main topic. Everyone on this film gave it their all. David, Jason Cooper, Zachary, Annie M. Co. And of course, Robert Downey Jr. I saved him for last because he gave an Oscar-level performance. Honestly, I was nervous after we finished the movie. This kind of sci-fi story has never really been done before, and I wasn't sure if you'd accept it. But now, seeing your reactions, I feel better. You do like it, right? A loud chorus of yes echoed back. Martin laughed. Great. That's the answer I was hoping for. Though maybe next time, say it in unison, yeah? More laughter. Oh, speaking of performances, Robert actually threw up during one scene. The one where he fires the alien weapon in the lab. Yeah, Martin's humor and banter filled the theater with warm laughter. When Robert Downey Jr. finally took the mic, he was clearly nervous. It had been too long since he stood before an audience like this. The feeling was strangely familiar and strangely foreign. He brought the mic to his lips. Hey guys, thank you. Thank you for watching this movie. It feels really good to be human again. His words carried double meaning. I feel like I've been reborn. You all love me again. This time, I promise, I'll be careful. No more messing with weird alien stuff that turns people into whatever that was. I'd rather be human than a mutant. So, thank you, Martin. You gave me another shot. 2 shots. He held up 2 fingers. Then he grinned, which is why I'm not asking for that raise anymore. In a cinema in New York, as the crowds poured out, many still wore stunned, emotional expressions. A young black couple entered the lobby just as the last group exited. The guy stopped a pale, dazed white boy and asked, "Bro, how was the movie?" The white kid just pointed to his own eyes. "See this? That's your answer." The guy frowned and turned to his girlfriend. "What does that even mean?" His girlfriend replied, "Can't you tell?" He was crying. Crying? Wasn't this a sci-fi horror flick? Was he even watching District 9? He turned to grab someone else. "Hey bro, did you just watch District 9? Of course. How was it?" "All I can say is, it's different." "Yeah, it's not like the others." The guy's frown deepened. He wanted to ask more, but his girlfriend pulled him along. "Come on, James. Don't ask. We bought the tickets. Just watch it and see for yourself." All right. You're right, Hanny." Soon after, the internet exploded with reviews of District 9. Those who'd held it all in during the film, without Martin there to crack jokes and ease the tension, poured their hearts out online. "Oh my God, this sci-fi movie is insane. Even now, I'm still shaken. I have to write about it. This isn't just sci-fi. It's a deep dive into the human condition, wrapped in an alien skin. Who's the real alien? Who's the real monster?" The film demands an answer. At first, I sided with the humans. I mean, they're my species. But as the story progressed, I changed. Humans were monsters. The moment Carl chose to help the aliens, I switched sides too. When I saw the prawns shove the human soldiers back, I felt pure satisfaction. It was the first time I ever felt joy watching aliens kill humans on screen. Martin's filmmaking was genius. Using a mockumentary format with interviews pushed the realism through the roof. The story hit hard, and it hit deep. The way humans react with fear and hostility when faced with the other, it exposes something truly ugly in us. As night faded over Los Angeles, dawn broke. It was now Saturday, June 16th. District 9 had officially launched its global release. And as early audiences exited theaters, the first wave of movie buffs took to IMDb to cast their votes. At present, over 127,000 users had rated the film, and the main page showed an astonishing score of 9.1. From the top 250 list, 76,892 users had voted, landing the film a score of 8.9, enough to surpass The Dark Knight, 8.8, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, 8.8, and charge all the way up to 8th place, right ahead of Schindler's List. Of course, the score was temporary. As more votes poured in, it inevitably dropped. Indeed, once the vote count surpassed 150,000, District 9 settled at 8.8, now tied with The Dark Knight, Return of the King, Fight Club, placing it in a shared 9th to 11th ranking. The major media outlets soon published their reviews. A film whose philosophical weight exceeds expectations. A metaphorical fable on the value of life. Martin Myers, through his lens, tells a powerful story about the human condition, and Robert Downey Jr. elevates that story to something transcendent. The New York Times. This proves that science fiction doesn't need A-list stars, massive budgets, or bombastic visuals. It doesn't even have to be pure entertainment. USA Today. A true, unadulterated work of science fiction. From the first frame, it grabs you and refuses to let go, until the final scene fades to black. Hollywood Insider. And from Entertainment Weekly, film critic Colette offered an in-depth commentary. People often say that Transformers represents the pinnacle of science fiction. If they mean in terms of visual spectacle, fine. But beyond special effects, Transformers offers nothing that surpasses District 9. In direction, writing, and thematic ambition, District 9 dominates. Particularly in concept, District 9 towers above Transformers. It wins with narrative structure and character depth, told from a unique angle and with a rare lens. The pseudo-documentary style lays bare humanity's greed and desire, even weaving in a surprisingly touching thread of love. In this film, I saw reflections of issues many refuse to face: racism, wealth inequality, social alienation. These problems, driven by capitalist mentalities, are becoming more pronounced in our daily lives. As society rushes forward in its urbanized frenzy, they lie buried deeper and deeper, until one day, they erupt in the most extreme forms. I often say that the relationship between cinema and reality is not that of a mirror or a photograph, but that of allegory. Limited in form, infinite in meaning. District 9 achieves this to perfection. To question the nature of humanity is one of cinema's grandest challenges. And in District 9, Martin Myers doesn't rely on flashy CGI. Instead, he merges documentary footage with cinematic storytelling, creating a hyper-real visual experience. There are no sweeping epics or dazzling explosions, just gritty, stylized shots and haunting close-ups that present violence not as spectacle, but as news footage. It makes us feel the violence, then reject it. Many viewers will recognize the Kafkaesque lineage, drawing from the Metamorphosis, where the protagonist turns into the very creature he once despised. As Carl endures one tragic twist after another, both he and the audience undergo a transformation. I, and most viewers I spoke with, found ourselves siding with the aliens. Humanity, so faded and ugly on screen, seemed more monstrous than the prawns, who were, ironically, the ones displaying human virtues. Martin Myers manipulates emotion with a master's touch. Viewers willingly switch allegiances, growing disgusted with the human characters and beginning to reflect deeply on their own nature. This is what art should do, awaken the conscience. Martin Myers has succeeded spectacularly. And in the end, I must say, this isn't just a film. It is a chronicle of civilization. Even James Cameron publicly praised District 9, a rare move. To me, District 9 is a film of grand vision, deep storytelling, and an incredibly distinct style. What's even more remarkable is how little it cost to make. All right, I'll admit, that's something I couldn't pull off. Martin blazed a new path. With minimal investment, he created maximum impact and told a perfect story. The most powerful moment of the film is the emotional arc of Carl, from hating the prawns and destroying their eggs, to gradually seeing them as fellow beings, and finally, sacrificing his own hope of becoming human again to help them escape Earth. That final scene, where Carl sits amid trash and lifts a metal rose, it hit me hard. The beauty of humanity shone brightest, after he had lost all traces of it physically. Amid this tidal wave of acclaim, District 9's opening weekend box office results were finally announced. It dethroned Martin's other sci-fi hit Iron Man and claimed the #1 spot. In just 3 days, across 3,642 theaters, it grossed $87.44 million. This shocking success caused every studio in Hollywood to stop and think. How could a film this uncommercial perform this well? Was it Martin Myers' draw? Was it Robert Downey Jr.'s star power? Or was it the film itself? Robert Downey Jr. stared blankly at the contract before him. It was an offer from Surprise Pictures, a $20 million deal for Iron Man 2. "This is, for me?" he asked his agent, Jeff Raymond, in disbelief. Jeff smiled. "Yup, welcome to the $20 million club." He couldn't help but recall the day Martin had pulled him aside and said, "Robert, trust me, this film's going to put you in the big leagues." Motherfucker, he was right. Los Angeles was slow and lazy, just as it was in the daytime. Beneath the warm summer sun, Martin lounged comfortably on a deck chair by the backyard pool, a glass of juice in one hand and his phone in the other. On his screen, the Little Minx Paris Hilton had just sent over a few selfies, scorching hot, even a bit too hot. Martin took a small sip of juice, trying to cool himself down and avoid any embarrassing reactions. At his feet, the lion cub Arthur was happily playing with a leather ball, a new toy Martin had recently bought for him. Watching the cub completely lost in play, Martin could tell he really liked it. Just then, his phone chimed with a crisp ding. A new message had come in. "HM." Martin sat up. "Someone is snooping around for information on Saddam's whereabouts. What's he up to?" He paused for a moment, then typed out a reply. "Keep an eye on them. Don't tip them off just yet. Let's see what they're planning." Thanks to the quiet transformation of the soul-binding formation, the city of Conakry, capital of Guinea, was now essentially Martin's city. Anyone trying to pull something sneaky within its limits couldn't escape his surveillance. Lately, though, he hadn't been paying much attention to Guinea. The U.S. presidential election was in full swing, heating up by the day. Time pushed forward to early February 2008. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Inside a medium-sized conference room at Harvard University, Martin and his senior schoolmate, Barack Obama, were lounging casually on a circular couch, chatting. Martin gestured toward two men in dark suits standing in the room, both wearing earpieces, clearly security detail. 12 bodyguards total, huh? Including the 10 outside? Barack, don't you think that's a bit much? This was the first time Martin had seen Barack Obama mobilize such manpower. Before they even entered the room, the group had run bomb sweeps and checked for bugs using trained detection dogs. If Barack hadn't stopped them, they might have even tried frisking him. Martin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obama gave a helpless smile. After all, I might become the first black president of the United States. A lot of people are worried about an assassination attempt. The Secret Service sent this crew over a few days ago to ensure my personal safety. He spread his hands in exasperation. What can I say? I actually tried to refuse. But the people around me insisted, especially Michelle. Martin nodded. I don't think your opponents would be dumb enough to try something that extreme, but who knows? This country is full of surprises. Better safe than sorry. For any black candidate in a U.S. presidential race, personal safety was a serious concern. Back in the 1980s, the renowned civil rights leader Jesse Jackson had received countless death threats during his campaign and had to request Secret Service protection. Before him, Secretary Powell had even refused to run out of fear for his life. Right now, Barack Obama was polling at the top. Many saw him as the modern-day successor to the assassinated President Kennedy, a great leader for a new era. Professor Harris, a political scientist at Princeton and an expert in modern African-American culture, remarked, "The closer he gets to the people, the greater the danger." How are things going lately? Martin asked, switching to business. He was not only a member of Obama campaign team, but also its biggest financial backer. To this day, Michelle was still drawing a sizable salary from his campaign budget, funds that would continue flowing unless Barack Obama made it to the White House. I heard Hillary's planning to run too. That's not great news, Martin said, frowning. I thought you guys in the Democratic Party had already come to an agreement. Based on his memories, Martin had known that Barack Obama would eventually win the presidency, but he hadn't memorized the details of the campaign. So Hillary's sudden entry into the race caught him off guard. What if the timeline has changed? He wasn't about to let his early investment go to waste. I tried persuading her behind the scenes, Obama said. But she's got plenty of supporters within the party, and she's ambitious. So an internal party showdown is inevitable? Martin asked. Looks like it. Martin's mind raced, memory kicking into high gear. A flood of information about Hillary surged to the surface. Suddenly, he grinned. Actually, it's simple. That woman used to strongly support the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. But once things started going south, she quietly flipped her position. Barack, you know how much Americans hate those wars now. That's a huge weak spot. Obama's eyes lit up. That's a solid angle. He chuckled. I'll have my aides dig up some of her old statements. In the original timeline, this was exactly how Barack Obama had defeated Hillary, by turning her war record into a liability and winning the Democratic nomination. Then Obama shifted the conversation to California. How are things looking over there, Martin? Is the vote count running smoothly? Martin leaned back into the sofa and smiled. With me around, you've got nothing to worry about. Schwarzenegger's support for McCain is a minor nuisance, but nothing more. If this had been the early days of Schwarzenegger's governorship, Martin might have treaded more carefully, maybe even pulled a few shady moves behind the scenes. Back then, Arnold had been at the peak of his popularity. But now, that fit and fabulous gentleman had pretty much burned through all his goodwill with California voters. He talked big, but didn't deliver. Martin's influence in California had long since surpassed his. You can leverage the black community, Martin added, but don't get too close. It's a double-edged sword. As he said this, he glanced toward the two security agents in the room. They stood at a distance, earpieces in place, eyes fixed elsewhere. True professionals who knew exactly when to mind their own business. Obama nodded. I know, but I still need their full support for now, so I can't distance myself just yet. By the way, my team's working on a campaign slogan to resonate with the black community. Got any ideas? Although Martin was a member of the campaign team, his position was quite different from the rest of the staff. Obama never treated him like a subordinate. Everything was up for discussion. A phrase immediately popped into Martin's head, something he remembered from his past life. It had been so well known that even other countries' media had picked it up. How about this? I am my brother's keeper. I am my brother's keeper. I am my brother's keeper. Obama repeated the phrase a few times, a bright smile spreading across his face. That's brilliant. A line from Genesis, no less. Shows I'm a devout Christian, highlights my solidarity with the black community, and best of all, it's inclusive. I've got both black and white heritage, so no one can twist these words against me. Huh, Martin, you really are a genius. Ah, thanks. That's exactly what I was going for. Martin accepted the praise with a calm smile, even though he had no idea the line came from Genesis, and hadn't really thought that deeply about its implications at all. Martin's advice had proven immensely valuable to Barack Obama. Those two wars were indeed a sore spot for the American public. Hillary's crushing defeat came swiftly. She soon announced her withdrawal from the primaries and, in a surprising turn, declared her support for Barack Obama. At the same time, the slogan Martin had coined, snappy and impactful, greatly boosted Obama's approval rating among black voters, sending his popularity soaring to near-fanatical heights. This made Obama take Martin's opinions even more seriously. He would now call him regularly. Hillary surrendered. I've now secured enough primary votes to clinch the nomination, Obama said over the phone. She's even expressed willingness to be my running mate and help energize the base. Her support in Florida is huge. She might help bring in a ton of votes. Martin frowned slightly. He'd dealt with Hillary before. She wasn't someone who gave up easily. Obama's victory felt too smooth. Something's not right, he thought. He asked, did she introduce her donors to you? A beat. No, Obama admitted. Martin's brow furrowed deeper. So her donors haven't even pledged support to you? Silence on the other end. Barack, Martin warned, you need to be careful. She might have another agenda. You mean? She's not joining me to help. She's using my spotlight to boost her own visibility? There's an old saying, better safe than sorry. Keep your guard up. Another pause. Finally, Obama said, thanks for the warning, Martin. Always happy to serve, Mr. President, Martin said with a grin. Obama laughed. A few days later, Martin began rallying support for Obama in California, but with a flair uniquely his own. He and Obama orchestrated a bit of theater. First, Obama made a formal statement to the press, expressing his desire for Martin to become his image consultant. As a national icon and symbol of American youth, Martin Myers embodies fashion, charisma, and cultural appeal. I sincerely hope he will serve as my image advisor, guiding me on body language, public speaking, and overall presentation. Shortly afterward, Martin publicly accepted the offer. Then came the media blitz, fueled by Martin's own grip on the press. According to reports, 22-year-old Martin Myers has been in frequent contact with Barack Obama, primarily offering insights on personal image and public speaking techniques. A close friend of Martin's shared that he has always crafted his own public persona with great success, and is now helping Obama shape an image that resonates at home and abroad. Los Angeles Times. Sources within the Democratic Party reveal that beyond image consulting, Obama and Martin have discussed foreign policy strategies in depth. Martin is said to have advised Obama on adopting a more balanced stance regarding U.S.-Israel relations. California Daily. Martin Myers, a prominent figure in Hollywood's inner circles, has rallied an impressive list of celebrity endorsements for Obama, including James Cameron, Steven Spielberg, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Nicole Kidman, Natalie Portman, and Jessica Alba. Their support could provide a powerful boost to the campaign. California News Post. With Martin in play, Obama quickly gained the upper hand. Among young Americans, Martin's influence was unmatched. Thanks to his maneuvering, Obama's polling numbers ticked up by 1.02%. But the Republican camp wasn't just sitting on their hands. McCain soon made a dramatic move of his own. Just 1 week after Martin's media storm in California, McCain, who had struggled to find a suitable running mate, finally made his pick. It was a classic hunger marketing play. He kept the public guessing, amping up anticipation. And when he finally revealed his choice, the entire political world was stunned. Sarah Louise Palin. Sarah who? That was the immediate reaction from over 10,000 attendees at McCain's campaign rally when he announced her name. Palin had less than 2 years of executive experience and had never appeared on any of the known shortlist for VP. But McCain's selection was clearly a calculated counter to Obama, a deliberate move to introduce a female version of Barack Obama. Back in their private discussion, Martin had said, "I've got to hand it to him. McCain's move is both brilliant and incredibly risky." He analyzed. First, by picking a political unknown, he's guaranteed to capture the media's and the public's attention. Before this, McCain kept complaining that the media favored Democrats. But now, with a surprise VP pick no one expected, he's shaken things up and made headlines. Second, by choosing a woman, McCain introduces a fresh dynamic. It could break the historic male monopoly on the presidency and vice presidency. Remember the buzz when Hillary and Barack were seen as a dream team? The media and voters were ecstatic. If she hadn't had ulterior motives, that combo might have worked out. McCain seems to have picked up on that energy. He saw the Democrats leave a gap, and now he's seizing it. Apparently, McCain only spoke with Palin once on the phone before picking her. Sounds impulsive, but it's working. Third, Palin is a direct counter to Barack's strengths. By pairing himself with someone young and energetic, McCain hopes to offset his own age and appeal to younger voters. She's even 3 years younger than Barack, with the same political outsider image, fresh, untainted by Washington politics. Fourth, Palin brings multiple advantages to the table. She's a working woman, a capable professional, and a mother of 5. That's going to resonate with conservative family voters. She's a walking, talking voter magnet. Obama, in hindsight, did feel a bit of regret. Before picking his own running mate, Martin had suggested he consider keeping Hillary on board, not out of trust, but to neutralize any sabotage she might attempt. If her schemes were already exposed, she couldn't do much more damage. Unfortunately, Obama wasn't quite magnanimous enough and ultimately turned the idea down. Looking back now, he had to admit, Martin had seen it coming all along. McCain's decision to choose Palin was undeniably a brilliant move. His approval ratings visibly surged. For Palin herself, it was a historic moment. She became the first female candidate in the history of the Republican presidential race, and only the second woman in U.S. history to receive a vice presidential nomination. Before her, the only other woman to achieve this was Geraldine A. Ferraro, a congresswoman from New York who was nominated as the Democratic VP candidate in 1984. If she helped McCain win the presidency, Palin would become the first female vice president in U.S. history. The strategy instantly captured the attention of voters. After all, a U.S. presidential election is essentially a grand show. How to draw eyes, how to stay in the spotlight, slogans and gimmicks come first. Actual competence is often secondary. Once Palin became McCain's running mate, she launched into action. At a rally in Anchorage, she gave a 36-minute speech that convincingly showcased why John McCain hadn't made a mistake choosing her. In her address, she first introduced herself with the persona of a regular mom. She talked about her eldest son Track, who was deployed to Iraq, and her youngest son Trig, who was born with Down syndrome. One by one, she spoke about the 5 children she had with her husband Todd Palin. Speaking of Todd, she said, "We met back in high school. After 20 years of marriage and 5 kids, he's still my guy." Palin described herself as an ordinary hockey mom. That term comes from the North American saying, soccer mom, which refers to suburban, middle-class mothers who spend hours driving their kids to after-school activities. A hockey mom is a cold-weather version of that, perfect for Alaska, where Palin was governor. She then turned to the crowd and asked, "Do you know the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull?" Lipstick. At the end of her speech, Palin picked up Trig, still in diapers, and cradled him in her arms. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Meanwhile, Barack Obama and his campaign team were watching the live broadcast of the speech in their headquarters via NBC. Hillary was there too, still mentally sharp despite her age. After the speech, Hillary said, "That woman could be tough to beat." Obama nodded silently. One of his aides added, "She emphasized her role as a mayor, likening it to being a community organizer, only with more real responsibilities. She didn't call you out by name, but it's clear she was targeting your past work as a community organizer, Mr. Obama." Obama nodded again. Before entering the Illinois State Senate, he had worked as a community organizer in Chicago. She also said she was going to Washington to serve the American people, not to seek praise from the media or cozy up to the political elite. That was another jab. And there's this line, the aide continued. Some people run for office to advance their careers. Others, like John McCain, run to make change happen. That's a direct rebuttal to your campaign's change slogan. Obama's team analyzed Palin's speech line by line, especially the more pointed remarks, so they could systematically dismantle them in future speeches. Just then, a young assistant entered the room holding a printout. Obama took the document and skimmed it. Then he burst into laughter. I'm really lucky to have that little genius Martin on our team. Look what he wrote. He handed the pages to his aides. Even Hillary stepped over to take a look. It was a detailed draft responding to Palin's speech. Sharp as hell, one senior advisor admitted, grudgingly impressed. It could use a bit of polishing, but every rebuttal hits the mark. More impressive was the timing. The draft had been delivered almost immediately after Palin's speech ended. 9 days later, at a campaign rally in Virginia, Obama addressed more than 2,400 Democratic supporters. In his speech, Obama sharply criticized McCain's policies, calling them no different from Bush's. We've had enough of the Bush administration. Why would we elect another politician cut from the same cloth? Then he shouted, America needs change. He followed that up with a biting metaphor to discredit McCain's talk of change as nothing more than old wine in a new bottle. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It was an unmistakable jab at Palin's earlier joke. What's the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull? Lipstick. The crowd roared in approval. Obama continued. You can wrap an old fish in a piece of paper and call it change. But after 8 years, it still stinks. We've had enough. That soundbite, lipstick, instantly became a trending keyword across media outlets. Many election watchers connected Obama's remark to Palin, who had just recently made her now-famous lipstick joke. According to a nationwide poll by NBC and the Wall Street Journal, Obama was supported by 47% of voters. After falling behind following McCain's pick of Palin, Obama's numbers were once again on the rise. Gallup polling showed McCain had temporarily overtaken Obama by several points after selecting Palin. Just 2 months ago, Obama had been leading by 6%. Another poll by the Washington Post in collaboration with ABC indicated that McCain's selection of Palin had successfully won over many white female voters. Conversely, Obama's appeal to that demographic was slipping. But after Obama fired back with his lipstick comment, his approval ratings climbed again, especially among elite male voters. This was a deliberate strategy designed by Obama's campaign team. Losing white suburban housewives was inevitable, so they refocused efforts on influential men in elite circles. Martin's speech draft had clearly anticipated this. By using a traditionally feminine item like lipstick as satire, he helped Obama win over the male demographic. And the strategy worked. In just 1 week, Obama went from trailing by 5 points to just 1. After Obama's lipstick remark, the McCain camp hit back immediately. A viral video ad became one of the Republican Party's most effective counterattacks. The ad featured bold text mocking Obama. Ready to lead? No. Ready to remove lipstick? Yes. The McCain team also issued a statement condemning Obama's comment about putting lipstick on a pig, calling it a malicious comparison that likened Palin to a pig. They demanded an immediate apology. The statement accused Obama of engaging in personal attacks, behavior unbecoming of a leader. They escalated the matter further, accusing Obama of gender discrimination, claiming his words disrespected women. The election battle was escalating by the day. Both camps had begun using every dirty trick in the book to attack each other. Meanwhile, the onlookers were having a great time eating popcorn and watching the drama unfold. McCain's camp accused Barack Obama of making sexist remarks. Obama's side immediately issued a rebuttal. During a speech, Obama stated that McCain's outrage was nothing more than a phony performance, aimed at distracting the public from real issues. He claimed his words had been twisted and that he held no discriminatory intent whatsoever. Some analysts believed that McCain's team might be intentionally prolonging the debate. But the problem was, last year, during the Democratic primaries, McCain himself had criticized the healthcare plan and used a very similar analogy. Indeed, the now infamous lipstick on a pig comment originally came from McCain's own mocking speech during that time. Obama had praised Martin for exactly this reason. The kid was quick on the uptake and sharp as a whip. As soon as Palin finished her speech, he came up with the perfect counterattack using their own phrasing. That way, any attempt by the other side to discredit the words would mean discrediting themselves first. Just like how McCain's team claimed Obama was sexist, Obama's team immediately dug up McCain's past words and threw them back. Didn't you say the same thing last year? So who's really being sexist here? According to several U.S. polls, after Obama's lipstick on a pig comment came to light, his approval ratings quickly caught up to McCain's, reaching parity. What the hell? When did I ever say that? Inside Republican campaign headquarters, McCain was fuming. One of his aides reminded him, "Sir, you did say it. We found the press transcript from that time. Damn it. Why didn't you find this earlier?" Now I'm completely on the defensive. The aides were dead silent. Even you don't remember what you said. How the hell are we supposed to? There was no helping it. Politicians, especially those running for office, constantly needed the spotlight. That meant speeches, lots and lots of them. Sarcasm aimed at opponents was part of the game. With that much talking, it was impossible to remember every single word ever said. In fact, many of their speeches weren't even written by themselves. Take Palin, for example. Her speech was drafted entirely by her team of aides. All she had to do was memorize it before going on stage. Of course, not everyone could pull that off. Just look at Trump and that old senile guy. They constantly blurted out weird divine wisdom during speeches, adding all kinds of colorful flair to American politics. To help Obama break through the female voter stronghold McCain had, Martin came up with another move. It was pretty savage. Obama loved it. That morning, Hillary had just gotten up and was heading to the dining room for breakfast when she spotted her husband, Clinton, already sitting at the table, even though he hadn't come home the night before. She instinctively snorted coldly. Clinton grinned but said nothing. Instead, he pushed a newspaper across the table toward her. Hillary shot her husband a glare and picked up the paper. On it was an article quoting Obama's running mate, Biden. "Yes, I've always thought this way. Hillary is absolutely qualified, perhaps even more qualified than I am, to be Vice President of the United States. We must recognize that. She is a close personal friend of mine, and she is absolutely capable of serving as president. So taking on the vice presidency should be a walk in the park for her. To be frank, she is a stronger candidate than I am. She's a top-tier political figure. I sincerely mean that. She's a top-tier political figure, and everyone should understand that." What the hell? Hillary cursed and slammed the paper down. She was sharp enough to instantly see through Biden's intentions. That son of a bitch was trying to ride her popularity to score points with female voters. "You figured it out, huh?" Clinton chuckled, watching her seethe. "Of course I did, that double-faced pig." Hillary snapped again. Clinton suddenly said, "You know, I love it when you drop the act, light up a cigarette, and curse like a sailor. So much better than the always composed Iron Lady act. And since we've got time, how about a quickie?" Hillary blinked in disbelief, then raised her middle finger at him. Clinton, unfazed, got up with a goofy grin and approached her. The rougher she got, the more excited he became. Half an hour later, back to being the well-dressed, composed Ms. Hillary Clinton, she tidied her hair and threw a cheeky look over her shoulder. "You bastard. How do you always have a way?" Clinton replied, "This is the perfect chance, Madam Clinton. Time for you to show your grace." "Grace?" she repeated. "That's right. You're in the same party. You can't afford to publicly oppose Biden. So you've got two choices. Either say nothing and let those two bastards milk your popularity, or graciously endorse him. That way, you'll earn goodwill from his supporters and look like the bigger person. Win-win, isn't it?" "But I'm pissed off," she growled. "Hey, Madam Clinton. No feelings. You're not a woman right now. You're a full-blooded political animal." Got it. As a seasoned politician with more tricks up his sleeve than most, Clinton really had taught her a lot. That was one reason she tolerated his infidelity. This skirt-chasing husband of hers was still the most popular president in U.S. history. Even after the Zippergate scandal, people still loved him. Yes, she was a political animal. And political animals don't have emotions. They're just cold, calculating vote machines. Hillary reminded herself silently. The next day, news outlets friendly to Hillary published a statement from her. "I support Senator Obama's decision to choose Biden as his running mate." Biden is a good man, an intelligent man, a man of rich experience. I know him well, and I know he's devoted his life to fighting against social injustice and economic inequality. So I ask everyone to support him the way you supported me. Senator Obama is the candidate I endorse. He must become our next president. Whether or not you previously voted for me or for him, now is the time to unite. We must form one party with one goal. We are on the same team. We cannot afford to sit on the sidelines and let this moment slip away. Well, Hillary handed the newspaper to Clinton, who, for once, had stayed in that morning. He read it quickly, then recited the entire piece verbatim without missing a single word. Absolutely brilliant, babe. Hillary felt a twinge of jealousy. Goddamn, that memory. Then she heard his voice again, whispering in her ear, so, how about another round? What the hell? Are you a breeding boar or something? Moments later, strange sounds echoed from their bedroom. The U.S. presidential election didn't just ripple through America. It sent waves crashing across the Atlantic to England's shores. Just days ago, the former Princess of Wales, now a renowned philanthropist, Lady Diana, published an article openly endorsing the U.S. Democratic presidential candidate, Barack Obama. Her piece appeared in the London Observer. In it, she praised Obama's policies aimed at tackling economic hardship. Across the globe, progressive politicians are rising to meet these challenges, she wrote. In the U.S. presidential race, it's the Democrats who are offering ideas to help people navigate tougher times. To protect families facing foreclosure, Barack Obama has proposed a fund to shield them from the economic downturn. Though English, Diana commanded unmatched popularity in the U.S. Heaven only knew why a former British princess was so beloved across the pond. Her endorsement sent Obama's approval ratings soaring, overtaking McCain by another 4 points. Obama, thrilled, called Martin. My God, this is a massive surprise. I never imagined you'd get Lady Diana to speak up for me. I owe you one. Martin chuckled modestly and hung up. His relentless support for Obama, leveraging his strong network, was a rehearsal for his own future ambitions. Sure, he had dreams of founding his own nation in Guinea, but that didn't stop him from eyeing the U.S. presidency first. If the world's most powerful nation let even a sliver of its resources trickle to Guinea, that impoverished African country could transform into a developed one. With robust U.S. backing, Guinea might even rise as Africa's hegemon. God of Reader, if this fucker started proposing various policies that are beneficial to China, I'll straight up abandon this novel. Between inheriting a continental titan or a rundown backwater, Martin clearly preferred the former. Yes, he was out to shear America's wool, laying the foundation for his future nation. Diana's article predictably enraged the Republicans. McCain's campaign foreign affairs senior official, Michelle Gettys-Fab, issued a statement on the campaign's official website on the 10th. She declared that Diana, as a prominent British figure and former princess, was out of line for publishing such a blatantly partisan article. The U.S. election is an internal matter, she said. Foreign interference is plainly unwarranted. Gettys-Fab added, if this former princess has time to spare, she'd do better focusing on Britain's own economic issues, especially given their current state, rather than making inappropriate remarks about another nation's politics. To counter Diana's influence, another woman, Sarah Palin, announced a forthcoming mini-memoir. Within a week, it hit the shelves. Titled Sarah, How a Hockey Mom Shattered Alaska's Political Establishment. Don't laugh. It's a real book. The slim 160-page volume told the story of a political Cinderella. It chronicled a small-town mayor and devoted hockey mom chasing her dreams in an unforgiving political landscape. As the only book about Palin's life on the market, its bestseller status was no surprise. In under a month, the hardcover climbed to 13th on the national nonfiction hardcover list, while the paperback hit 6th on its respective chart. Palin had struck gold. But just as she rode the wave of Republican efforts to overshadow Diana's impact and boost her own profile, internal cracks emerged. Obama's campaign announced they'd teamed up with Alaskan officials to reveal the real Sarah Palin and dismantle her mythos. Former Alaska Governor Knowles and Wasilla Mayor Winston took the lead in the Democrats' latest offensive, dubbed the Alaska Mythbusters. Wasilla was at the heart of the Bridge to Nowhere controversy. These two officials questioned Palin's integrity and McCain's judgment in choosing her as his running mate. Knowles, in a teleconference, said, Sarah Palin, Alaska's current governor and the Republican vice presidential candidate, could become president if McCain falters. I deeply question her qualifications for that role. Their so-called reformist agenda doesn't align with reality. Winston, meanwhile, highlighted Palin's growing credibility gap. For me and many Alaskans I know, he said, the divide between what Palin says and the truth, between what she claims to have done and what records show she actually did, is widening. He zeroed in on her handling of the bridge to nowhere fiasco. Palin had claimed she blocked construction of a costly, federally funded bridge linking the small town of Wasilla, population 7,600, to an airport on Gravina Island, citing its economic impracticality. At the Republican National Convention, an Ohio rally, and a Virginia event on the 10th, she told cheering crowds, I told Congress, thanks, but we don't need a bridge to nowhere in Alaska. Winston called it pure fiction. Palin never told Congress any such thing, he said. In fact, she never said a word to Congress. The bridge's funding was secured long before she became governor. We did the work, and this woman shamelessly took the credit. Damn it, Sarah, what's going on? Tell me straight. Is the bridge to nowhere story true or not? McCain's voice crackled with frustration. He'd chosen Palin as his running mate partly for her gender, but also because, as a political newcomer, she'd be easier to control if she became vice president. But if she was already deceiving him, McCain was starting to doubt his decision. Palin's heart raced, but she stood firm. That credit is absolutely mine. No one can take it away. Meanwhile, Obama was buzzing when he called Martin again. How the hell did you pull this off? They'd already aligned with Palin. How'd you get them to flip? My God, you're a miracle worker. My team's PR folks couldn't crack this in a week, but you did it with one phone call. I'm almost regretting not dragging you into my office. His excitement poured through the line. And why wouldn't it? Smearing Palin meant McCain had lost his biggest asset. Martin's voice stayed calm. Easy, Barack. You know I'm good at persuading people. Good. Obama laughed. Martin, you're practically the god of persuasion. Martin shivered, his mind flashing to a certain trickster from Norse mythology, the one locked in a love-hate dance with his brother, the god of thunder. Loki, he thought. The god of mischief, lies, fire, and persuasion. Obama's campaign staff had always been curious about how Martin had managed to persuade those stubborn Alaskan officials to turn on Sarah Palin. But Martin never told them. With no other choice, they buried their curiosity and moved on. Meanwhile, even after her political backyard caught fire, Sarah Palin wasn't defeated. Instead, she doubled down. I don't know why they're saying all this. Maybe it's because I'm a woman, and in their eyes, that makes me unworthy of such achievements. With just one sentence, she dispelled doubts from many women and drew even more support. After all, women are often emotional voters, easily swayed when a message resonates with their sense of shared experience. At a campaign event for the Republican base, Palin wore a flowing black dress with minimal makeup. The outfit struck a balance between nurturing mother and professional woman, and she still had the charm of a beautiful, mature woman. She easily captured the audience's attention. By contrast, Biden, too proud and too traditional, came off as a relic of the old establishment. During her speech, Palin carefully avoided specifics about the bridge to nowhere controversy, repeating only, I don't know why they're saying all this. Maybe it's because I'm a woman, and in their eyes, that makes me unworthy of such achievements. She smoothly pivoted the narrative to one of gender conflict. Then she launched into a long and passionate speech about collective responsibility and national unity. At one point, she even pretended to struggle with symptoms of her son's Down syndrome, portraying herself as a loving, self-sacrificing mother. The performance was nothing short of masterful. McCain's approval ratings surged past Obama's once again. Even Martin, watching the broadcast live from his home in Los Angeles, couldn't help but comment, damn, that woman is good. She's not old at all. Palin's only 43. She's amazing, chimed in Lindsay, her eyes glowing as she stared at the TV. Not just Lindsay, Scarlett, Natalie, Jessica, Megan, all of them were just as captivated. Clearly, Palin had massive appeal among women. Obama still had a long and difficult road to the presidency. But Obama's team wasn't going down without a fight. The day after the McCain-Palin rally, a Swedish news outlet suddenly released a rare, never-before-seen video. The footage, just 39 seconds long, showed Republican nominee John McCain during the Vietnam War, after being captured and later released as a POW. In the video, McCain limped as he stepped off a bus alongside other prisoners. Though limping, he wasn't using a cane. Later, the group lined up, and when McCain's name was called, he took a step forward, saluted a U.S. officer, and raised his fist. The final scene showed an American jet speeding down a runway. This video had cost Obama's team a fortune to obtain. It had come from a military museum in Vietnam. The one who found it, Martin, through a budget channeled via Angelina Jolie's team. Angelina was still on her saintly streak, having adopted a Vietnamese child. During one of her visits, her team stumbled across the footage in a museum archive. Fate, it seemed, had a sense of timing. In the original timeline, Obama's team had also acquired this footage, but through a retired war journalist named Eric Erickson. As for why it aired in Sweden, that was deliberate, to avoid suspicion. Politics is built on illusion. Sometimes, the more you deny something, the more people believe it's true. Just like Bill Clinton and the Epstein Island scandal. Everyone knew he did it, but since he never admitted anything and no one had hard proof, what could they do? Sir, we found this in the office. An agent handed Obama a small metallic object shaped like a button. It had been discovered inside the campaign headquarters. Obama glanced at it. His expression darkened. This a bug? Yes, sir. It's a listening device. God damn it. McCain's crossed the line. What a bastard. Obama flew into a rage. Gone was his usual warm and composed public persona. Later that evening, Obama revealed the bugging incident to the press. McCain's camp, of course, vehemently denied everything. This is slander, McCain declared. Neither I nor my team would ever do such a thing. Not in the past, not now, not ever. That son of a bitch Obama is throwing dirt on my name. And thus, the mudslinging escalated. Watching McCain's reaction on live TV from Los Angeles, Martin frowned. With his devilish intuition for reading emotions, he couldn't help but think, this guy doesn't seem like he's lying. Washington, D.C. A stately mansion stood quietly on Hawthorne Street. It was just 3 kilometers from the White House, nestled near the famed Embassy Row along Massachusetts Avenue. The mansion, spanning over 5,500 square feet, was an impressive property in the heart of the capital's political district. This was where Bill and Hillary Clinton lived. Unlike most former presidents who left D.C. after their term, the Clintons had kept a permanent residence in the city, convenient for Hillary, since Bill's political career was long over. They bought the house in 2000 for $2.85 million, a significant sum back then. At the time, Hillary had explained, when I was elected senator in 2000, I knew we'd still need a place to live in D.C., something discreet. So I started looking and found this home. To her, this was a low-profile residence. Compared to the White House, maybe. Today, both Bill and Hillary were home. Bill was swirling red wine in his glass. What do you think of my idea? Everyone's so focused on Obama and McCain tearing each other apart. No one's paying attention to our daughter's connection to the Epstein Island scandal. That has nothing to do with me, Hillary replied coldly. I wasn't involved. I didn't even know about it. Oh wow, that's our daughter you're talking about. You really are cold. Fuck off. I've done more than enough. I even let people spread rumors about me and Leonardo DiCaprio. Hearing that, Bill burst into laughter. Shut up, you bastard, Hillary snapped. Still chuckling, Bill said, Oh my God. Who in your team came up with that brilliant idea? You and Leonardo? Ha ha ha. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm not good enough for him? No, darling. Leonardo's not good enough for you. Ha ha ha. Fuck you. Okay. Bill grinned. The U.S. presidential race sweeping across North America was turning into one grand, chaotic stage play. Some were center stage in the spotlight. Others watched from the wings, enjoying the drama unfold. And this theatrical saga had kicked off with the Democratic primaries. Hillary Clinton's dazzling entrance ignited the crowd with passionate fervor. She was the first woman in U.S. history to run seriously for the presidency, setting hearts racing and expectations soaring. But it was Barack Obama who ultimately surged ahead. Young, fiery, basking in the winds of change. With change as his campaign mantra, he made Hillary seem stale and outdated. Still, regardless of how it turned out, Obama's candidacy as a black man vying for the presidency was already a historic milestone. Then, in a move that stunned many, Obama passed over the wildly popular Hillary and instead chose the veteran Joe Biden as his running mate. Biden, a seasoned hand in foreign affairs and national security, was meant to shore up Obama's perceived weaknesses, prompting McCain's camp, who had long criticized Obama for being young and inexperienced, to scramble for a counter. Just 48 hours later, McCain pulled a showstopper. He picked the stunning governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin, as his running mate. There was no doubt. It was a direct appeal to the female vote, many of whom were still bitter over Hillary being snubbed. Palin, right out of the gate, lavished praise on Hillary Clinton and Geraldine Ferraro, the 1984 Democratic vice presidential nominee. She vowed to continue their legacy of shattering glass ceilings. Thus began a heated, back-and-forth barrage between the two camps. You dig up my dirt, I dig up yours. Then came Wiretapgate, catapulting this political drama to a new high. In the noise, no one seemed to notice the latest Epstein court documents quietly released. At least, no one in the mainstream did. And even if someone had, their voice was quickly drowned out by the wiretap uproar. In those documents, there were 30 pages involving Chelsea Clinton, daughter of Bill and Hillary, and her escapades on Epstein's private island. According to the files, Chelsea had visited the island 3 times and partied all night with a group of Eastern European models aged 17 or 18. No wonder she's her daddy's girl, Martin muttered, tossing the paper aside in his Beverly Hills home. Across from him, Alexandra Daddario glanced at the headline, then quickly returned her attention to the juicier topic of the day. If McCain really planted a bug, that's seriously low. Jessica, also at the table, joined in. Honestly, who else could have done it? What do you think, Martin? Martin replied calmly, we'll probably never know. There's no hard evidence. But even if McCain didn't do it, Obama's team will still pin it on him, drag it out whenever it suits them. It works in their favor. What made it interesting, however, was the true mastermind behind it all, Bill Clinton, suddenly stepping back into the spotlight. On the 19th, he and Hillary hosted a very public dinner with Obama. The dinner lasted 90 minutes, giving the press plenty of time for photo ops. Afterward, Bill told reporters, we've reached a bit of an agreement. I'll be helping Obama out on several matters. He's a good guy. Whether or not he chose Hillary as his running mate, we'll support him. When asked about the state of the race, especially against McCain, Bill grinned and said, I predict Obama will win the election, and easily too. Obama chuckled beside him. See? You can trust the words of a former president. He knows politics. The wiretap scandal had hit McCain's campaign hard. His poll numbers were visibly plummeting. In his office, the 72-year-old McCain stormed back and forth in frustration, white hair practically glowing with rage. God damn it. These bastards are playing dirty. Dennis, can't we strike back? Use the same damn tricks. The bespectacled advisor lifted his head thoughtfully. It's tricky. If we respond in kind, it'll look like petty retaliation. So what? We just sit here and take it. McCain barked. We could pivot instead, up our game with another tactic. Like, strengthening our ace cards. Ace cards. McCain squinted at him. Defense contractors are facing a bit of an economic slump. The weapons dealers are hurting. Maybe we toss them a bone. They're broke? Huh. McCain scoffed, then sneered. And what's this bone? Promise them a war once I'm president? Greece? Iran? Libya? No. Russia. What the fuck? You want me to start a war with Russia? Are you out of your goddamn mind? No. Dennis rushed to explain. Not an actual war, just a show of force. Talk tough, raise tension, make those people believe we might go to war. That's enough to win back their support. It'd also help counteract the wiretap scandal's impact. That could work. But we need a fallback. I'm not getting strong-armed into a real war by those warmongers. Then let Palin say it. Sarah, huh? Not a bad idea. The very next day, on an ABC talk show, Palin brought up Russian foreign policy. She told the host, Russia's aggression in Georgia is unacceptable. As the beacon of democracy, the U.S. cannot allow a superpower to bully its neighbors. When asked whether she would consider military action, she responded, We can't rule out that possibility. Her remarks immediately reignited interest from the U.S. arms lobby. And among the portion of the public that favored a hardline stance against Russia, Republican support grew even stronger. Even Martin, usually Hollywood's anti-war poster child, was asked by reporters whether he agreed with Palin's statement. He responded, "If we use war to solve war, and not even our war, how are we any different from the rogue nations Palin talks about? We're already knee-deep in the mess of Iraq and Afghanistan. Isn't that enough?" Meanwhile, Obama's team unearthed old posts from Palin's church website. In one, she'd written about the Iraq War. "Our nation's leaders sent our brave soldiers to carry out God's mission." That was enough for them to brand her a war profiteer. Palin's rebuttal was measured. "I've never claimed to know God's will, nor do I preach in his name." It was the perfect political answer, sincere, cautious, and tailored to appeal to both religious conservatives and secular moderates. Especially when she added that even she wasn't sure whether her son, soon to be deployed to Iraq, was carrying out a divine mission. Her words struck a delicate balance. She wasn't a war hawk, but she was willing to make sacrifices for national security. This time, Palin's gamble paid off. Both she and McCain won back a good chunk of voter goodwill. "That's one hell of a smart woman," Obama admitted to Martin during a private chat. Chapter 734, Navid, Betrayal, Counterattack. Palin's bold remarks triggered a fiery backlash from Russia. Across the Pacific, the formidable Russian leader fired back at the American beauty-turned-politician. Whether this Ms. Palin is using Russia as a political stepping stone or genuinely intends to interfere in our domestic affairs, she has clearly chosen the wrong opponent. "We are not afraid of any rival or enemy, nor will we allow anyone to smear Russia. If the United States wants war, then let there be war. This is not just my promise, it's Russia's promise. Let the American people decide whether they want a warmongering beauty and her team in power. Let me make one thing clear. Russia is not Iraq or Afghanistan. This is not a quagmire. This is hell." His statement threw the McCain camp into an awkward position. On one hand, the arms lobby was practically salivating at the thought of a new conflict. Even if it wasn't a direct U.S.-Russia war, a proxy war would be just as profitable. On the other hand, McCain's advisors knew full well that direct war with Russia was unthinkable. A clash between two superpowers would almost certainly spiral into another world war. And it wasn't just campaign strategists who saw that. Most Americans did too. After Iraq and Afghanistan, the public had come to realize that their military wasn't as invincible as they'd once believed. The two wars had shattered the aura America once carried after the Gulf War. The nation's international standing had declined sharply. The only real beneficiaries were the arms dealers and oil barons. No one else came out smiling. Why else would someone like Gaddafi dare bare his teeth at the U.S.? His defiance stemmed not just from his personality, but also from the weakened U.S. credibility after two prolonged, messy wars. Still, there was one silver lining. Palin's outburst had successfully drawn attention away from Wiretapgate, relieving the pressure on McCain. And since the statement had come from Palin, not McCain himself, there was still wiggle room for damage control. By late June, District 9 was still burning up the box office. On June 30th, the fifth episode of Palin's interview series aired, courtesy of the U.S. Broadcasting Corporation. In the interview with anchor Charles Gibson, Palin admitted that accepting McCain's invitation to be his running mate was a major challenge, but one she believed she was ready for, with not a shred of hesitation. When questioned on national security and foreign policy, she doubled down on her hardline stance. She insisted that NATO should expand to include Georgia and Ukraine. When Gibson asked if the U.S. would go to war with Russia if Georgia joined NATO and was subsequently attacked, Palin responded, "It's possible. What I mean is, if you're a NATO member and another member is attacked, you're obligated by treaty to assist." She added, "We'll keep a close eye on Russia. If they arbitrarily threaten or pressure smaller neighboring nations, that's unacceptable. We're not going to relive the Cold War." In Washington, at Obama's campaign office, Martin, temporarily joining Obama, Biden, and their staff, watched the interview unfold on TV. After hearing Palin's response, Obama smiled wryly. She changed her wording. "Looks like Ms. Palin just got stabbed in the back by McCain." Martin nodded. "But she's smart. She didn't walk back her earlier statement completely. She just shifted the framing from a direct US-Russia confrontation to a NATO-centric one. Clever move. But I don't think voters will love it. An aide chimed in, exactly. Whether you're hawkish or cautious doesn't matter. Flip-flopping is what voters hate. It makes you seem indecisive. Unfortunately, the one who blundered here is Palin, not McCain. Martin added, her earlier remarks were clearly McCain's idea. Now that wiretap gate has lost steam, she's the one left exposed. Still, being a rookie works in her favor. She has an exit strategy. As he spoke, a small furry head poked out from Martin's satchel and glanced around curiously. Arthur's awake. Wow, I still can't believe you're raising a lion, Obama laughed. Martin gently stroked the cub's head. He belongs to the wild. I'm just looking after him for a while. Arthur closed his eyes, purring contentedly under Martin's hand. By now, the cub's mane had begun to grow in. Unlike his father's all-black coat, Arthur had a striking black halo around his head, with golden-brown fur elsewhere. Everyone in the room was captivated by the creature. Meanwhile, the backlash to Palin's hedging on Russia came fast and fierce. Many media outlets and pundits slammed her for her inconsistent messaging. The Washington Post remarked, Palin's statements lack the diplomatic language expected from U.S. officials discussing Russia. She comes across as a thoroughly inexperienced politician. Another commentator noted, it seems her previous statement was just parroting Bush-era rhetoric. Now she's backtracking. Does she even know what she's talking about? McCain's team scrambled to contain the fallout. In a public address, McCain said, Sarah is 44 years old and has been governor of Alaska for less than 2 years. She has limited foreign policy experience. In fact, she only got her first passport last year when she visited Kuwait and Germany. She's new to all this. I just ask that people be patient with her. Palin herself later stated, it's true. I've never met a foreign head of state. But I don't see that as a weakness. After all, they don't know me either. At the same time, McCain's team launched a counterattack on Obama. A conservative writer discovered that Obama had a half-brother living in Kenya in poverty. In a move meant to humiliate Obama, the author established a sympathy fund, contributing $1,000 himself and urging readers to donate, arguing that just a few $1,000s could completely change this man's life. If Obama's brother accepted the money, it could open the door to a scandal. Fortunately, Obama had seen this coming. He had already prepared official responses regarding all his relatives. His half-brother in Kenya rejected the charity outright. No one from the Obama family has ever approached us or offered help. And we don't need help from strangers, he said. This so-called donation is just a smear tactic. To be honest, McCain's counterattack sent a cold sweat down Barack Obama's back. If Martin hadn't warned him, it really wouldn't have crossed his mind that even a relative living far away in Kenya could become a target of political assault. Martin, I really have to thank you. Thank you so much. Good thing you gave me the heads up. As long as it helped, that's what matters. I just didn't want trouble down the road. You could say Obama got lucky. The second Martin never had much interest in American politics, so his memory of this election cycle was a bit fuzzy. If it hadn't been for the original timeline, where McCain's camp used Obama's younger brother to stage a major counterattack that even made headlines overseas, he probably wouldn't have remembered this at all. As time went on, the election entered its high-stakes phase. From September to October, there would be 4 televised debates between the presidential and vice presidential candidates. The U.S. general election would shift from a back-to-back standoff into a face-to-face battle. By then, the 2 final candidates would officially go head-to-head in the ultimate showdown. Martin had returned to Los Angeles. His new movie, Wanted, was about to hit theaters. The premiere was held at the Grand Theater in Los Angeles, a venue that had collaborated with Martin multiple times. Both sides were happy with the partnership. Today, a large crowd of reporters gathered at the Wanted premiere. It wasn't just entertainment media this time. Plenty of journalists covering politics and current affairs were in attendance too. Clearly, it was because Martin had joined Barack Obama's campaign team. Martin, what motivated you to join Barack Obama's election campaign? This doesn't really relate to today's premiere, but I'll answer it anyway. 3 reasons. First, Mr. Obama is my senior. We both studied at Harvard Law School. Second, I agree with most of his policy platform. Third, he's personally very charismatic. I believe he's going to win. And who doesn't want to be on the winning team? Martin, since McCain introduced his tax cut proposal, his poll numbers have surged. What's your take on that? Martin chuckled and replied with ease. Anyone with a brain knows McCain's tax cut proposal is just a bunch of words on paper. There's no way it'll ever get implemented. Honestly, I doubt he even intends to. Even if he gets elected, I bet he'll drop it the moment he takes office. Let's take a look at what McCain actually said. If elected, he promises to reduce corporate taxes and eliminate the lowest tier of income tax that's been burdening middle-class families. As compensation, he plans to cut unnecessary congressional and government expenditures and introduce reforms to entitlement, spending, and pensions. You know how big a budget hole that tax plan would create if they actually tried to implement it? You don't. Then let me tell you, $3.3 trillion. Even if the entire U.S. government worked for free, there's no way they could cover that. So yeah, I think he's just bluffing. In a small suburban villa near Washington, D.C., Alan Greenspan looked helplessly at his granddaughter, who had switched the TV channel to an entertainment station. He had just been watching election news. If it had been anyone else, he'd have cursed them up and down. But this was his favorite granddaughter. What could he do? Wow, it's a Martin interview. He's so handsome. The 13-year-old girl's eyes sparkled as she stared at the screen. Alan wanted to say that he had been quite the heartthrob in his youth too, but when he looked at the young man's face on the screen, he thought, forget it. I'll just pride myself on my intellect instead. Do you know how big a budget hole this little tax cut plan would create if it were actually implemented? That's $3.3 trillion. He's just bluffing. I don't support cutting taxes with borrowed money. Real tax cuts need to be tied to actual spending cuts. Alan's eyes lit up. His attention snapped back to the TV. This kid's making a lot of sense. Although he had stepped down from his post as chair of the Federal Reserve, Lampson still followed America's economic issues closely, especially the economic policy proposals in every administration's platform. He'd already dismissed McCain's tax cut plan as nonsense the first time he heard it. He'd publicly criticized it many times. He never expected this Hollywood kid to hold views so similar to his own. Who is he? He asked his granddaughter. The girl widened her eyes and looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Grandpa, are you serious? You don't know him? Alan rubbed his nose awkwardly. Should I know him? Of course. That's Martin. Martin Myers. The U.S.'s ultimate genius. A global megastar. Everyone knows him. Grandpa, are you still living in the last century? No, Martin was already famous in the last century. All right. Grandpa admits he's wrong. I do know who Martin is, I didn't know what he looked like. You know I don't follow entertainment news. I'm sorry, okay? Faced with his granddaughter's relentless interrogation, Alan had no choice but to surrender. But soon, his eyes were glued to the screen again. Yeah, same with his granddaughter. Who would want to miss Martin? Even if we go by what McCain says, cutting unnecessary congressional and government spending, the savings wouldn't exceed $170 billion. That's a drop in the ocean. Mr. Myers, we all know you have close ties with that major Eastern power. What kind of relationship do you think the next U.S. administration should have with Eastern power? Censored has always maintained a consistent foreign policy. They're not an aggressive country. As one of the two major powers in the world, the best way for the U.S. to interact with censored is through cooperation, resolving trade friction, tackling global warming, strengthening military dialogue, and preventing the spread of nuclear weapons to sensitive regions. The so-called threat is baseless fear-mongering. These war profiteers just want to sell weapons. Martin spoke with clarity and confidence, laying out every benefit of cooperation between the two superpowers and explaining the drawbacks of confrontation with calm precision. He had the eloquence and the charisma, and that naturally inspired trust. This kid should run for president. Lampson blurted as he watched Martin speak so boldly on TV. Mr. Myers, how do you feel about Barack Obama? Stop. Martin suddenly cut off the reporter's question with a smile. Hey, guys, did you forget something? This is the wanted premiere, not a Martin Myers campaign event. The last question has to be about the movie, otherwise, I'm out of here. He pretended to make a run for it, and the entertainment reporters panicked. They hadn't even asked their questions yet. Leonardo and Jack Nicholson came over to meet Martin. Hey, you little rascal, when did you quietly join Obama's campaign office as some kind of image consultant? Honestly, I think I could handle that job too. You idiot. Leon, do you really think Martin's just some figurehead advisor? He had to have something going on with Obama. Right, Martin? You sleeping with his wife or his daughter? Fuck off, Jack. You really are a dirty old bastard. Martin flipped him the finger. He knew this old bastard was a hardcore Republican, especially a fan of Palin's tough foreign policy. After Palin stepped down, the guy apparently ranted at Leonardo for 3 days straight, forcing Leo to escape to Hawaii. But to his horror, the old bastard followed him to Hawaii. Driven to his wits' end, Leo finally called Martin to complain. This old freak is insufferable. What can I do to make him disappear? Martin had replied, find a gun store, buy a pistol and some ammo. Load the magazine, chamber a round, aim at Jack's head, and pull the trigger. Bang. Problem solved. Even if you don't kill him, you'll be in jail, and at least he won't be able to bother you anymore. Phew. Eventually, when Jack's rambling got truly unbearable, Leo told him exactly what Martin had suggested, adding, you should be thankful I didn't actually follow through and shoot you, instead of just telling you off. Jack had gone quiet for a moment, then said, good thing I never pissed Martin off. Leonardo. Back at the premiere, Robert Downey Jr. had also arrived. Hey, congrats on the new movie, man. He gave Martin a big hug. Martin asked, did you sign on for Iron Man 2? Yup, signed. Robert grinned, clearly very pleased with himself. You're smiling way too happily. That paycheck must be big, Martin teased. Ha ha ha. Robert finally couldn't hold it in anymore. 20 million bucks. Man, I'm sorry, I lost my cool. I still can't believe I landed that kind of money. I get it, Leonardo said, shrugging. The first time I got a paycheck that size, I locked myself in a bathroom and laughed for like 10 minutes straight. Jesus, Jack muttered. Salaries these days are just absurd. 20 million? That would have been impossible back in my day. This is all thanks to you, Martin. You're the one who brought me back to the top, Robert said, seriously. Come on, you earned it. Don't forget, District 9 cost me one of your roles, Martin said with a grin. I'm happy to be robbed blind by you anytime. As far as I'm concerned, my rates are always negotiable for you, Robert said earnestly. Then let me thank you in advance, Martin replied with a smirk. Hey Martin, long time no see. When are you free for a drink? I never got a chance to thank you for helping me out back in Prague. A slightly sycophantic voice called out. Everyone turned to look. Who is this guy? Leonardo. No idea. Robert. Who is this guy? Martin. Ah, it's Star-Lord. Chris Pratt looked a bit heavier. The guy had the kind of body that put on weight easily, so keeping in shape was always a challenge. Just then, Will Smith joined them with a big smile. Hey guys, I'm throwing a party next weekend. At my place. You all better show up. Then he turned to Martin. Thanks for supporting Mr. Obama, man. He's a hero for us black folks. Martin smiled. He's also a fellow alum from my school. Of course I'd support one of my own. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps cut into the conversation. A woman with a beautiful face, around 5 feet 5 inches, but with a massive, muscular build, walked over. Who's that? Leonardo asked, curious. Surprisingly, even Martin didn't know. No idea. Who invited her? Jack's face turned red, looking a bit sheepish. Fellas, this is my girlfriend Ashley. She's a professional arm wrestler. Whoosh. Everyone turned to stare at Jack in stunned silence. The contrast in body types was shocking. Jack was old and frail, while this woman walking toward them had a bodybuilder's frame. Her muscles were even more exaggerated than some pro boxers. Leonardo couldn't help saying, Dude, are you serious? I bet you wouldn't last 3 seconds in bed before she breaks you in half. Fuck off. You don't know anything. Ashley looks tough, but she's actually super gentle. Jack defended her. Hello, everyone. The diamond-bodied woman greeted them, a little awkward and self-conscious as she noticed everyone's stunned gazes. Jack quickly stepped in to ease the tension, pulling her close. Don't worry, sweetheart. These are all friends. Let me introduce you. This is Martin Myers, total punk. This is Leonardo DiCaprio, another punk. This is Will Smith. We're not super close, so I don't know if he's a punk too. And this is... sorry, who are you again? I'm Chris Pratt. I played that guy in Wanted who gets his ass kicked by Martin. Also a friend. Chris cast a cautious glance at Martin, who didn't deny it, so he relaxed a little. Ah, great. Chris Pratt. As Jack introduced everyone, Ashley greeted them politely one by one. Despite her hulking physique, her face was delicate and well-kept, completely mismatched with her body. But the contrast gave her a unique kind of beauty. Diamond baby. So that's what all the fuss was about. The group chatted for a while longer before the movie started, and everyone headed into the screening room. Jessica suddenly appeared from nowhere, slipping her arm through Martin's and whispering in his ear, "Brittany just called me. Her tour wrapped up, and she's in LA tonight." Martin's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think of Brittany's wild, electric energy. Grinning, he said, "I'll have Gordon pick her up." In the original timeline, Brittany had already fallen from grace by now. 2 failed marriages, a tanked career, and no comeback in sight. But now, thanks to Martin's intervention, Brittany's fate had changed completely. With the hit song he'd crafted just for her, she was staging a full-blown comeback. Her rise toward pop royalty had put even longtime diva Mariah Carey on the defensive, forcing her to retreat again and again. Inside the theater, Martin and Jessica found seats near the front. Not far away, Leonardo was whispering intimately with his girlfriend, Blake Lively. Well, they're back together again. Did you see Jack's new girlfriend?" Blake asked. "I caught a glimpse of her when we walked in. Jack's taste is unique. That woman looks tougher than Tyson. Ouch. Hee. I can't even imagine what would happen if Jack ever pissed her off. Would she just crush him with a single pile driver?" On the other side, Jack Nicholson was murmuring to Ashley, "Wanna bet Leon's gossiping about us right now?" "Really?" Ashley turned her head instinctively in Leonardo's direction, and sure enough, caught him glancing over while chatting with Blake. Her eyes widened. "Huh, looks like it. He really is. I know that little bastard too well. What about Martin? What about him? Is he talking about us too?" That little bastard's a different breed." "I doubt it. He's probably talking about girls." "Wait, what? Girls? With his girlfriend sitting right next to him? Are you serious?" "Sweetheart, you really don't understand him. That guy has unusual abilities." The massive 2,000-seat theater was completely packed. The lights dimmed. The animated Myers Studios intro played. Then the screen went black, and the movie began. Wanted's story was simple. A young Scottish man named Wesley finds himself entangled in chaos. He has a crappy boss, a neglectful girlfriend, and a life stuck in a rut, until he meets the assassin Fox, and everything changes. Soon after, Wesley's father is murdered. Fox recruits him into a secret society called the Fraternity, a group that claims to awaken a person's hidden potential. But the truth behind the fraternity is far darker than it seems. Martin played the lead, Wesley, the son of the legendary assassin The Cross, a man with an undefeated record. But Wesley lived like any other nobody. Day after day of commuting to a dead-end job, dealing with an idiot boss, fake colleagues, and a toxic girlfriend who screamed at him constantly. That miserable life left him anxious, depressed, and numbed by medication. But what he didn't know was that his anxiety and stress were symptoms of a rare assassin's talent. God of Reader. Holy shit, I have a rare assassin talent too. When stressed, his heart rate dropped below 400 beats per minute, allowing him to perceive high-speed motion and react with supernatural precision, shooting the wings off a fly without any combat training. Born with extraordinary talent, Wesley seemed destined for an extraordinary life. But the door to his future opened through a conspiracy he would regret forever. Overall, this was a classic power fantasy tale. The underdog rises, levels up, and defeats the final boss to become a winner in life. The first real thrill in the film came when Wesley, fed up, finally snapped. He cussed out his fat girlfriend and smashed the guy who cheated with her using a keyboard. The theater exploded in cheers. Then came the relentless adrenaline rush. High-speed chases, shootouts, and stylized action. The bullet-bending scenes were a crowd favorite. Unlike John Woo's White Dove slow-mo style, Russian director Timur Bekmambetov favored blood-splattered, visceral violence infused with absurdity and flair. Bullets that curved through the air, impossible car flips, close-quarters battles, all performed by a breathtakingly attractive cast, then slowed down for cinematic flair. It was a dreamlike visual experience. Especially Martin's upgraded combat technique. The sequence with the cross-shaped kill shot and inverted stunts stunned the audience. So gunfights could look like this? As the leads rampaged through the enemy lines, the final showdown began. Wesley drove a dump truck into a textile factory. The truck bed burst open, releasing hundreds of grenade-strapped rats. Explosions rocked the screen. Then came the most explosive sequence of the film, a 1 versus 100 battle. This scene was already legendary in the original timeline as one of the wildest shootouts ever filmed. But now, remastered by Martin's incubus aesthetic, it had become utterly electrifying. The audience was breathless, eyes wide, afraid to blink and miss a single shot. Surreal camera setups paired with gravity-defying choreography created a mind-blowing spectacle. Each assassin fell under Wesley's sharp, ferocious strikes. At last, the final boss, Sloan, and his elite squad surrounded Wesley. But Fox chose to go down with them. She fired a bullet in a perfect arc, slowed by cinematic time, tearing through one assassin after another, until it landed squarely in her own temple. Despite the blood, the exploding heads, the violence, within the film's dreamy slow-motion lens, the moment somehow radiated a strange beauty. Even the gore bloomed like a crimson flower. In the climax, Wesley faced Sloan in a final duel. A dazzling shootout ensued. And naturally, the villain died. As Sloan lay dying, blood bubbling at his lips, he rasped, "You think this is over? Our reach goes far beyond anything you can imagine." Just when the audience expected some heroic quip, Wesley raised his gun and blew his head off without hesitation. Clean. Brutal. No need for banter when a bullet does the job. Only then did Wesley speak the film's final line, delivered with disdain. "I control my own destiny." The words echoed Sloan's earlier monologue, when he'd tried to recruit Wesley. "Wesley, this is the choice we all must face. Keep living your pitiful life, drowning in mediocrity, misery, and boredom, like another sheep in the flock? Or join us. Unleash the wolf caged within, and take your fate into your own hands. Our mission is to maintain balance in this chaotic world. Kill one to save 1,000. This world hangs by a thread. That makes us the thread. The fraternity's path is paved with blood and danger. Before you choose, ask yourself, will you be a sheep or a wolf?" Wesley had made his choice. He became the wolf and seized his destiny with his own 2 hands. The movie ended, and the lights in the theater lobby came back on. A film like this, slick, explosive, indulgently satisfying, and boasting top-tier action choreography, was bound to win applause. As expected, everyone in the theater burst into enthusiastic clapping. Leonardo couldn't help but turn to Blake and say, "Martin's got a flair for these gunfight flicks. He always brings in some wild, imaginative twist." Though a girl, Blake was clearly just as fired up by this monster-fighting, level-up style thrill ride. That combat technique thing was incredible, especially the final segment. It's got to be one of the most visually stunning displays of violence in Hollywood history. Then her eyes lit up. She lowered her voice and asked, "Leo, if Martin's studio has any upcoming projects, could you recommend me?" Leonardo thought it over and replied, "Recommending you won't be a problem. But whether or not Martin would actually use you, that I can't promise. You know how many women he's got hanging around him." "Is that so?" Blake fell into thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, Will Smith was still pondering. What was the name of the director of Wanted again? Something Eastern European? He mused. Maybe we could collaborate. If we added this kind of explosive action to Men in Black 3, would the result be even better? When Martin got home, Brittany was already there. Unlike in her previous life, she hadn't gained weight. Thanks to years of dance training, her figure remained slim, toned, and firm. Her waist soft to the touch but taut with strength, rivaling Jessica, who also trained rigorously. "Martin, I missed you so much." The moment she saw him, Brittany leapt into his arms like a little monkey, clinging onto him tightly. Martin cupped her ass in both hands and gave her a passionate French kiss. Jessica walked past them like nothing was happening. "Couldn't you at least wait until you're in the bedroom before heating things up?" "Ah, someone's jealous." Brittany squealed mischievously. "Come here." Martin held Brittany with one arm and opened the other. Jessica chuckled and rolled her eyes. "Jealous, my ass," she said, then jumped into his arms too. What happened next was delightfully indecent. Elsewhere in a high-end Beverly Hills neighborhood, Blake, lying beside a soundly sleeping Leonardo, quietly reached for his phone. She opened his contacts, scrolled to Martin's number, and silently memorized the digits. Then she carefully returned the phone to its original position and quickly saved the number to her own phone. Only after finishing all this did Blake finally let out a breath of relief. But her excitement kept her tossing and turning. It wasn't until past 2 a.m. that she finally fell asleep. In her dream, she had become Martin's woman. No, the woman, the only one he loved. He pampered her. To the heavens. Whatever resources she wanted, he gave. Whatever role she craved, she got. Until one day, a penniless man named Leonardo showed up at her doorstep, pointing a finger at her and shouting, "You bitch! You betrayed me. You." Blake frantically denied it. "No, no, no. Who even are you? I don't know you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Then Martin appeared, looked at Leonardo in astonishment, and said, "Isn't this my old friend Leo? What happened to you?" "It was this woman. She ruined me. She's evil. I'll tell you, she's fucking evil." "No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. You are. You are. You are." Leonardo suddenly lunged forward, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her violently. "I'm not. I'm not. Blake. Blake, wake up. Wake up. What's wrong?" Blake opened her eyes to find Leonardo's handsome face hovering near hers, shaking her gently. For a moment, she couldn't tell dream from reality. Instinctively, she shoved him hard and cried out, "Bastard. I'm not a bad woman. I didn't ruin you." Leonardo toppled backward onto the bed, stunned. "What the hell? Sweetheart, did you have a nightmare? Wake up a little." "A nightmare? Wake up." Blake slowly came to her senses. Looking at Leonardo again, guilt flickered across her face. "Are you okay, honey? The bed's so soft, of course I'm fine. But are you okay?" "I'm fine," Blake blushed. "Just had a nightmare." Leonardo chuckled. "A nightmare? What kind of dream could scare you this much? You don't even know. You were lying there with your eyes shut, flailing around, shouting like a mad woman. I'm not. I'm not. Did something happen?" Not really. I dreamt I became some kind of dark witch, and I accidentally turned you into a mouse. You came to find me and accused me of ruining you, and I kept saying I didn't mean to. Something like that." "A mouse, huh? Seriously?" Leonardo snorted. "Babe, you underestimate me. At the very least, I'd be a little viper. Want to see how a viper strikes?" No. Stay back." Blake shook off the last of her dream, and the two of them playfully wrestled on the bed. Myers Studios. Ivanka opened the laptop on her desk and started scrolling through film websites, looking up reviews for Wanted. On IMDb, Wanted already had over 700 comments, and over 90% of them were glowing praise. This film is the new benchmark for aestheticized violence, outshining even John Woo and his White Doves. Don't believe me? Go watch it. You'll be blown away. Martin's portrayal of Wesley, his transformation from repressed and simmering to explosive and fearless, was nothing short of masterful. It's a hard character to pin down, but Martin nailed it. And Jessica Alba? Cold, sultry, and effortlessly sexy from start to finish. The 7-minute car chase alone is unforgettable. The scene where the female lead flips a car in the middle of a crowded street to assassinate her target? Absolute cinema. But the real climax? That insane. 1 against 100 final showdown. Easily the best action sequence of the year. The whole film runs at a breakneck pace. It's pure adrenaline. Explosions galore. Energy through the roof. By the end, I had just one feeling. Hell yeah. This is the ultimate adrenaline rush flick. Hot guys, gorgeous women, flying bullets, smashing keyboard, impossible stunts, curved bullets. Every scene pumps your blood. This is Martin's most badass film since The Matrix. Honestly, I think it's even better than Spider-Man. Crossfire shootouts, crucifix-style hangings, rapid-fire kicks. The action in this one will absolutely blow your mind. Wanted was showing clear signs of becoming a box office smash. Compared to James McAvoy in the original timeline, Martin brought even more personal charisma to the role, combined with the way he redesigned the action scenes to be flashier and more dynamic. The film was bursting with an energy that far surpassed the original's commercial potential. It was only the movie's second day in theaters, and a weekend at that. Moviegoers looking to catch a good film that day ended up, almost unanimously, buying tickets for Wanted. Fans of Martin and Jessica had already been mobilized by various fan clubs, organizing online and offline to show support. By the end of opening weekend, Wanted had grossed $82.33 million in box office sales, vastly surpassing the original timeline's $51.12 million. At the same time, Iron Man was nearing the end of its theatrical run, with a North American total of $343 million and a global box office of $644 million. That day, right after work, Harold Brooks quickly packed up his desk, slung his bag over his shoulder, and bolted. A co-worker nearby caught sight of his rush and asked curiously, "What's the hurry? Hot date tonight?" No, nothing like that," Harold replied. "I'm heading out to catch Wanted. Been dying to see it, and I finally scored a ticket." Wanted, Martin Myers' new movie. The co-worker perked up. "Is it good?" "Come on, it's a Martin Myers film. When has he ever made trash?" Harold shot back confidently. "Fair point," his colleague chuckled. "Sounds like I found the perfect weekend date idea with Taylor." Harold fell silent, slightly annoyed. "Great. Now he's just showing off that he's got a girlfriend. Anyway, I gotta run." "Later," he called, cutting the conversation short as he headed toward the elevators. It was rush hour, elevator packed. "Damn it." Harold checked his watch, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "It's only 11 floors. I'll take the stairs." Without hesitation, he darted into the emergency stairwell. Once he got down, he didn't even bother retrieving his car. He worked near Melrose Avenue, one of LA's trendiest shopping districts, and there was a cinema just a few blocks away. As soon as he entered the theater lobby, he saw a massive crowd inside. The ticket line alone stretched dozens deep. "Thank God I booked online," he said with a grin. At that moment, his eyes were drawn to a girl with jet black hair. A total knockout, he whistled inwardly. The girl was staring intently at the Wanted poster on display in the lobby. Harold glanced at his watch. Still had time. So he figured, why not take a shot? "Hey, hi there. I'm Harold Brooks. What's your name?" The girl turned her head and gave him a cold look. But that aloof, slightly dangerous aura only made Harold more excited. "Are you here to see Wanted 2? It's a really good movie, getting great reviews. Martin Myers always delivers. I already have a ticket. What showtime are you going to? Maybe we can watch it together?" Kristen Stewart was instantly annoyed. "Can he not tell I'm not interested?" "Sorry, I just want to watch alone." "Ah, sorry to bother you." Harold awkwardly backed away. Once that annoying fly buzzed off, Kristen's gaze returned to the poster. She had a secret. One even her parents didn't know. She feared men. Or more precisely, she feared intimacy with men. From the age of 10, she found herself drawn to the scent and softness of other girls. She even started dressing like a tomboy on purpose, short hair, boyish clothes, to blend in better. To cover up her secret, she'd even forced herself into a relationship. She met her first boyfriend while filming Speak. She was only 13 at the time. It was her first time falling in love. But the relationship only confirmed her truth. She couldn't stand physical contact with men, even if her boyfriend was gentle, delicate, and more puppy than wolf. The romance didn't last. Her boyfriend couldn't handle the platonic distance and broke things off without a fuss. But right as that ended, Kristen's career took off. She starred in Gordon Cline's horror film Shadow Tide, earning a nomination for Best Newcomer at the International Young Artists Awards. Then came the big-budget sci-fi adventure Jumanji 2, Galaxy Peril, directed by John Vignan and co-starring Tim Robbins, Keira Knightley, and a bunch of other A-listers. The box office was solid. She followed up with a rebellious teen role in The Messenger, a horror film helmed by Hong Kong directors Peng Shun and Peng Fa. That same year, she joined the romantic comedy In the Land of Women, starring alongside Adam Brody, Isla Fisher, and Meg Ryan. Kristen played Lottie, a bright but anxious teenage girl uncertain about her future. Also in the same year, she starred in the indie drama Cake Girl, portraying Georgia, a girl struggling with a rare autoimmune disease. And then came Into the Wild, directed by Sean Penn, featuring Emile Hirsch, Marcia Gay Harden, and William Hurt. Kristen played Tracy, a feisty music-loving teen, and earned both Best Supporting Actress and Best Newcomer awards at the 19th Young Artist Awards. Her star was rising fast. Then came the game changer. Martin Myers, the brilliant novelist, announced that his best-selling book Twilight would be adapted into a movie. The news caused a sensation in Hollywood. Twilight had been a publishing juggernaut since its release, consistently ranking among the top 5 bestsellers every year. By now, it had sold over 12 million copies worldwide, been licensed in over 40 countries, and stayed on the New York Times bestseller list for more than 150 weeks. The influence it wielded was massive. A best-selling novel being adapted to the big screen meant guaranteed box office returns. To any actress, whether a rising starlet or an established name, this was the golden ticket. And the female lead, Bella, was the crown jewel of the franchise. To everyone's surprise, Myers Studios announced an open casting call for the role, triggering a fierce competition among every actress under 20. Kristen Stewart was one of them. As previously mentioned, Kristen Stewart had auditioned for the role of Bella. At first, she joined the open casting with a half-hearted, why not give it a shot attitude. Rumors were swirling that this so-called audition was just a publicity stunt by Myers Studios, and that the role had already been promised to one of Martin's many notorious girlfriends. But the truth turned out to be different. Not only was the audition real, it was Kristen who actually landed the part. Only God knew how giddy she was when she got the call from the casting director. As her manager put it, "Chris, you nearly died laughing." If she had died laughing, it would have been the biggest joke of the century. During the shoot, Martin Myers visited the set multiple times. He wasn't just a teen idol. No, idol wasn't even the right word. Target was more like it. Every actor under 20 in Hollywood dreamed of being the next Martin. From his debut film onward, each project had been a hit. And now he was even directing, and still succeeding. Even in terms of acting experience, Martin was the ultimate Hollywood success story. Of course, he'd made a name for himself in plenty of other areas too. To Kristen Stewart, this guy was simply born to win. Some called him God's favorite child. Kristen thought that sounded about right. Whatever the case, Martin's presence on set always caused a stir. The younger cast would swarm around him, eager to get a photo, a hug, or toss out praise like, "You're my idol. I've admired you since I was a kid. Can we take a selfie?" But the one moment that stuck with Kristen the most was Robert Pattinson. This guy, who normally played the aloof and handsome type on set, turned into a squealing fanboy the moment Martin walked in. Kristen was stunned the first time she saw it, left literally speechless. Not wanting to stand out as antisocial, Kristen joined the others in hugging Martin. She thought it would make her uncomfortable again, like every other time she had to hug a man, but surprisingly, it didn't. In fact, it actually felt warm, natural, even nice. She couldn't believe it. Wait, does this mean my so-called fear of men only applies to the ugly ones? Is it just that my standards are too high? Maybe it takes someone at Martin's level of hotness for me to feel nothing gross? After that, she tested it a few more times. And so, in the eyes of the rest of the cast, Kristen soon became another Robert Pattinson, someone obsessed with winning Martin's favor. But Kristen didn't care what they thought. She only cared about one thing. She didn't mind getting close to Martin. By the end of July, the filming of Twilight had wrapped. Kristen turned down a dinner invite from Robert Pattinson. Funny thing was, the guy thought they were the same, ambitious, hungry for fame, driven. He figured they'd hit it off. But the truth? Kristen found him completely off-putting. To reward herself for wrapping her first big lead role, Kristen decided to catch a movie. As it happened, Wanted was still dominating the box office. Why not? She thought. At the very least, that face won't make me nauseous. It was the kind of feeling that let her forget she was different. Despite having acted in plenty of films, Kristen wasn't yet a household name. Dressed in her usual casual style, she could easily blend into the crowd, just like she had earlier with that annoying guy who tried to hit on her. The whole thing left her feeling both amused and strangely unsettled, a mix of comfort and frustration. But as her manager said, enjoy this piece while it lasts. Once Twilight comes out, your name's going global. Showtime came quickly. Kristen turned and made her way into the theater. Her manager had already bought the ticket in advance. The lights were dimming. The screen was playing the last few trailers. She made her way through the dark to her seat, only to hear a voice beside her, surprised and delighted. "It's you. What a small world." Kristen stiffened. She turned, and sure enough, it was that guy from earlier. The annoying one. Shut up. Harold Brooks didn't even get the chance to launch his usual charm before she dumped a bucket of ice water on him. The movie started. Soon enough, Harold forgot all about the hot girl next to him. Damn, this movie is insane. Absolutely badass. Meanwhile, at a private party in Will Smith's upscale residence, Blake lively stood off in a quiet corner, watching Martin chat with the host across the room, locked in an internal war with herself. Martin's more handsome than Leonardo. More powerful, too. So what am I hesitating for? I should just go for it. This is Hollywood, damn it. Why am I still holding back? She'd grown up in the business. Blake knew exactly what Hollywood demanded and what it cost to climb to the top. Your body, your morals, your dignity. And yet, every time she was about to make the decision, she'd see that slightly pudgy face of Leonardo's in her mind, whispering, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Damn it. We're not even married. What gives him the right to make me feel guilty? I can be with whoever I want. It's my life." Just as she was wrestling with herself, Leonardo's voice rang out behind her. "Hanny, I've been looking all over for you. What are you doing hiding back here?" Blake jumped, startled, and snapped. "I just wanted some peace and quiet." "You okay?" he asked, noticing something off in her expression. "It's nothing. Just a little tired. Wanna head home then?" Go back now. Won't that be rude?" "Nah, Will's a friend. Besides, to me, you matter most." In that moment, Blake made her choice. Sure, the man in front of her was starting to put on weight. And sure, he wasn't as successful as Martin. But why do I still like him so damn much? All right, let's go. Blake's eyes lit up with visible joy. And for reasons he couldn't explain, Leonardo found himself smiling too. At some point, a fiery new post began circulating online. Have you all noticed? Starting from 127 hours, Martin's films seemed to follow a pattern. One artsy, one commercial. 127 hours was artsy. Iron Man was commercial. District 9, artsy again. Wanted, commercial. So can we guess that his next project will definitely lean toward the artistic? The post exploded, racking up over 50,000 replies. Some agreed. Others pushed back. Bro, did you forget The Dark Knight? That came right after 127 hours. The one above. Actually, I think the OP's order still works. The Dark Knight was half commercial, half artistic. It still fits the pattern. Art film? Commercial? Come on. You're calling 127 hours an art film, but it grossed $178 million. District 9 is supposed to be art too, but it's about to hit $300 million worldwide. Martin's films, whether art or not, are all blockbusters. Dude, they're categorizing based on film style, not box office numbers. If we're going by sales, every single one of Martin's movies is commercial. But if we're talking about cinematic content, it's not that simple. That's Martin's genius. He makes artistic films that everyone wants to watch. Those directors whining about audiences not getting art should take notes. Exactly. Art and commerce don't have to conflict. If no one wants to see your film, it's not because it's too deep. It's because it's boring. This hot topic had long caught Ivanka's attention. Myers Studios' marketing team, the Water Army, was already secretly pushing the hype. Martin's next film didn't even have a title yet, and people were already going wild with anticipation. And Martin? Martin was munching on watermelon. As he ate breakfast, he held up a newspaper and laughed uncontrollably. The cover featured paparazzi shots of Leonardo and Blake making out on the street. "Those two can't keep it in their pants," he muttered. "Look, it's all over the internet too." Ivanka, browsing celebrity forums on her laptop, beamed. After last night's sex session, she was glowing, her eyes sparkling with post-pleasure warmth. Martin glanced. Over at her screen, a photo of Leonardo licking ice cream off the corner of Blake's mouth was trending, with hundreds of comments beneath it. "Can't you two get a room? Public makeouts? Yuck." Agreed. There's no such thing as real love in Hollywood. Look at all these messy couples. None of them end well. Sounds like jealousy to me. Yeah, they look great together. Don't ruin it just because you're bitter. I ship it. Leo should settle down anyway. He's not young anymore. Wishing them the best. He's only 34. That's not old. LOL. 34 and still being called young? 34 is a weird age, especially for men. Anybody want some Viagra? I've got an 80% discount. Are they FDA approved? Totally. I tried one last night. My legs are still jelly. My girl's still in bed. Pics, or it didn't happen. Pics, or it didn't happen. Pics, or it didn't happen. Martin cracked up. Kristen Stewart was also online, and saw the exact same trending post about Martin's upcoming project. Truth be told, even she was curious what his next movie would be. She left a casual reply. I really hope I can play the female lead in Martin's next film. To her surprise, even that offhand comment gained traction. Who doesn't hope that? I literally dream about it. More than being his co-star, I'd rather be his girlfriend in real life. Dream on, girl. Must have had a few too many drinks, huh? At Myers Studios. Honey, what's your next project gonna be? Ivanka asked sweetly, plopping her curvy self onto Martin's lap and swinging her hips. Martin, still flipping through documents, replied absent-mindedly, might do something about a clown. A clown? Ivanka didn't panic. If anything, her eyes lit up with intrigue. You mean like the Joker from Batman? Something like that. Oh, using a DC villain as the lead? That's actually really interesting. Honestly, Joker's a solid choice. Just look at how people reacted to The Dark Knight. He totally stole the show. That character could definitely carry a whole movie. When are you planning to start? No rush. There are still a few things I need to handle. The elections are hitting a crucial phase, and I don't want to let my investments go down the drain. Martin tapped Ivanka's plump rear as a cue for her to get off his lap. To his surprise, she giggled and said, No worries. You keep working. I'll just take care of my business. And with that, Martin exhaled, settling back into focus. Meanwhile, in the North African coastal oasis of Tripoli, Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was pacing in deep thought. What did you say? We've lost contact with our special ops in West Africa? Who did it, Americans? The Israelis. To Gaddafi, the two threats he least wanted to provoke were the US and Israel. We don't know. It happened too fast. 6 agents went off the radar, almost simultaneously. Damn it. Deploy more agents. We have to find Tadatmo. Where did they vanish? Gambia, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. What? You're saying they disappeared in different countries at the same time? Are you kidding me? The intelligence officer replied. Sir, those are the facts. Whoever's behind this clearly has massive power. Honestly, I think your guess was right. It's either the US or Israel. Damn those rogue nations. Gaddafi cursed, then added, This mission is too important. Activate our intelligence networks in Egypt. Mobilize our sleeper agents. They resemble the local population and know the customs better. Yes, sir. Compared to previous presidential elections, this year's race was brimming with unpredictable factors beyond any candidate's control. These uncertainties included, how much further would housing prices plummet? Would crude oil prices spike again? Would the violence in Iraq undo the gains from increased troop deployments? Would Israel launch military action against Iran? Would one of America's big 3 automakers go bankrupt? Which banks would shutter their doors? Would terrorists strike the U.S. again? Martin laid out 7 critical issues for Obama's team to focus on during the debates. Could they lead America out of its economic quagmire? Hit hard on Palin's anti-abortion policies, which were starting to alienate moderate women voters. Navigate the gender discrimination minefield with utmost caution when addressing Palin. McCain was a debate master but prone to gaffes. Exploit that weakness. Win over Hillary's base while leveraging her popularity among women voters. Keep a tight leash on Reverend Wright, the black pastor under fire from McCain's camp. McCain's temper flared under pressure, especially when fatigued. Toward the end of debates, provocative language could push him to lose control. These 7 points left Obama's advisory team in awe. So precise, so meticulous. Mr. Myers' 7 points are incredibly useful, Obama's chief aide said. Before the final debate, we can start strategizing around them. For instance, to rile up McCain, we could gradually ramp up the intensity of Obama's attacks, building McCain's frustration bit by bit. Obama's campaign sprang into action. The next day, Obama publicly lambasted McCain's economic policies. McCain ignores the reality that investors, homebuyers, and workers are hurting, he declared. His rhetoric is completely detached from the truth. If he can't even acknowledge that our economic system is starting to crumble, how can he possibly manage our economy? In Los Angeles, Martin echoed the attack. He even had Myers' production company film a biting ad mocking McCain, using phrases like Lehman Brothers collapse and market chaos. Shockingly, just 2 months after Martin's ad was filmed, on September 15, 2008, Lehman Brothers, America's fourth-largest investment bank, declared bankruptcy. The ad became known as the century's most chilling prophecy. McCain's campaign was caught off guard by the sudden offensive, scrambling to respond. At 6 a.m. on a TV program, McCain tried to clarify, "What I meant was that the backbone of our economy is America's workers. They've just been betrayed by the greedy, corrupt sharks on Wall Street." He called for a new commission, akin to the 9/11 investigation, to uncover the root causes of the economic crisis, blaming Washington's cronyism and corruption for the downturn and urging immediate reforms. But Obama dismissed McCain's words as hollow, pointing out that over the past few months, McCain had repeatedly expressed rosy optimism about the economy in 16 different speeches. As the former chair of the Senate Commerce Committee, McCain had staunchly opposed government intervention in markets, arguing that Washington's economic oversight was meddling in things it shouldn't. Obama's team, thanks to Martin's foresight, had been sounding the alarm about the looming financial crisis for 2 months, labeling it a global financial meltdown in the making. As time passed, mounting evidence proved Obama's camp right. Lehman Brothers collapsed. Merrill Lynch, the third-largest investment bank, was acquired by Bank of America. Within 6 months, Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, and Merrill Lynch were either bankrupt or bought out. Of America's 5 major investment banks, only Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley survived. Obama's unexpected onslaught cost McCain his lead. The election returned to the neck-and-neck heat of the pre-convention days. A CNN poll on September 16 showed McCain and Obama tied at 46%, with 8% of voters still undecided. Worse for McCain, Obama was gaining traction in Hollywood. Stars who once backed Republicans, like Jack Nicholson, were switching sides. On August 16, with help from Hollywood's elite, Obama raised $20 million at a Beverly Hills fundraiser held at the Gurst Tower in California. Tickets cost $28,500 per person. The guest list included A-listers like Martin Myers, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Wentworth Miller, Will Ferrell, Jodie Foster, Jamie Lee Curtis, and DreamWorks founders Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, some 800 Hollywood heavyweights in all. Obama attended in person, posing for photos with the stars and joking in his speech, "I may be skinny, but I'm tough." It was a jab at McCain's comments about his lean frame. With that $20 million, Obama's August fundraising hit $76 million, shattering the record for a U.S. presidential candidate's monthly haul. McCain, trailing far behind, raised $47 million. More money meant more speeches, more media appearances, and more high-impact events. By late September, Obama's poll numbers overtook McCain's again. A Reuters/Zogby poll on September 17 showed Obama with 47% support to McCain's 45%, with 8% of voters still undecided. The presidential race was in full swing. As September gave way to October, the final debate loomed on the horizon. McCain was fuming. "That little punk Martin," he growled in his office. "Has he forgotten he's a white guy? Throwing his all behind Obama like that. Damn it, does he really think I'm doomed to lose?" His chief aide quickly interjected, "Mr. McCain, you absolutely cannot let that kind of talk slip out in public." "Relax, I'm just venting to you guys," McCain scoffed. "I'm not an idiot." His aide, deadly serious, pressed on, "It's best not to say it even among us." McCain raised an eyebrow. "What? You think there's a traitor in my campaign?" "I don't know," the aide replied. "I just know that the closer we get to crunch time, the more careful we need to be. Even the tiniest slip could be weaponized by the other side. And I worry that if you get too comfortable saying it here, it might come out somewhere it shouldn't." McCain chuckled. All right, I'll save my rants for the bedroom." He took the advice, but couldn't resist muttering under his breath, "Damn Martin. Damn Obama." Obama's strategy to provoke McCain seemed to be working. In mid-September, as the election hit a critical phase, McCain stepped into another mess. This time, it was during an interview with a Spanish journalist. McCain didn't realize José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero was Spain's prime minister and even mistook Spain for a Latin American country. When asked if he'd invite Zapatero to the White House for talks, McCain conflated Zapatero with Mexico's Zapatista movement, calling Spain a major Latin American nation. Though his foreign policy advisor, Randy Schuneman, scrambled to cover up the gaffe, and McCain himself clarified that Zapatero was Spain's prime minister while the Zapatistas were armed revolutionaries fighting Mexico's government. The damage was done. The blunder spread like wildfire. For McCain's supporters, it was a grim day. Many weren't exactly Zapatero fans, but it was disheartening that their hero couldn't even place Spain on a map. Obama and his team watched the interview together, erupting into laughter in their office. McCain's camp struck back swiftly. On September 19th, at an Obama rally, over 20 black protesters stood up, shouting and waving signs accusing Obama of betraying black communities. The signs read, "Ku Klux Klan supports Obama. God of Reader, the famous KKK." They were quickly booed and escorted out. Obama's team brushed off the attack, dismissing it as a desperate move from a floundering McCain campaign. By late September, McCain, the Republican nominee, proposed delaying the first presidential debate, scheduled for September 26th. He cited the financial crisis as his reason. Obama, the Democratic nominee, shot down the idea. The American people need to hear both candidates' plans, he insisted, especially now, when the crisis isn't just financial. On Monday morning, Martin and Drew headed to Warner's headquarters in Burbank. Martin's new project, The Joker, required his personal pitch. Though it was an original story, the character tied back to DC Comics, creating some complications. He could strip away the comic book elements entirely, but that would dilute the film's impact, and Martin wasn't willing to compromise. So, The Joker couldn't be independently financed by Myers Pictures. Partnering with Warner was inevitable, at the very least to secure the rights. Truthfully, Martin preferred a second option, though it was a long shot. In the meeting room, Alan Horn, Warner's head, personally attended the pitch discussion. No amount of enthusiasm for Martin's project seemed excessive. After quietly reviewing the script outline, Alan asked, "Martin, this story, it's about the Joker's origin?" Even as a rough draft, the script left Horn stunned. It was staggering. Through the character of Arthur, the Joker, it subtly tackled pressing social issues. With the financial crisis erupting and an unemployment wave looming, the story carried a raw, soul-shaking power. "Exactly," Martin said with a smile. "The Joker wasn't always the Joker. Nobody's born a villain. I want to tell an origin story, a tragic, traceable core that unpacks this character through narrative." "Forgive my bluntness," a Warner executive interjected, setting down the script outline and proposal. "This script is too dark. It makes the new Batman trilogy look like a fairy tale. Its box office potential is questionable at best." Martin's smile widened. "Is that so? If Warner feels that way, we could go with the second option in my proposal. I'll buy the TV and film adaptation rights for the Joker outright. How's that? I think." "No." Alan Horn cut off the executive, his gaze sharp. Turning to Martin, he said, "I'm greenlighting this project. Warner will provide the character rights and invest $10 million for a 50% stake. $10 million's too low, and 50% is too high." Drew, who'd been silent, chimed in. $20 million for 20%. Burbank, Warner's headquarters, inside the grand conference room. The executives exchanged glances before diving into a heated debate with Drew over shares and investment figures. They'd already reached a tacit understanding. Warner was definitely investing in this project. The only question was how big a slice they'd claim. The earlier executives' remarks were just a ploy to gain leverage in the negotiations, a classic good cop, bad cop routine. Martin knew it well. He and Drew had played the same game plenty of times. As Warner's team sparred verbally with Drew, Alan Horn strolled over to Martin with a grin, steering the conversation toward politics. In America, the ties between capital and politics ran deep. No capitalist could afford to ignore the game. "Martin, how's Obama's momentum looking?" Horn asked. "Not bad at all. The latest polls show his approval rating topping 60%. The debates won't be easy," Horn cautioned. "McCain's a master at them." "No worries," Martin replied. "Barack told me he's sticking to speeches, not debates." Horn burst out laughing. It was a jab at McCain, tied to a notorious moment from 2000. Back then, during the Republican primary against Bush, McCain faced a smear campaign just before the final debate. Bush's team had spread rumors that McCain had an illegitimate mixed-race daughter with a black woman, when, in fact, She was an adopted daughter from Bangladesh. The scandal tanked McCain's popularity, paving the way for Bush to clinch the Republican nomination. Word is, McCain's planning to push some radical ideas in the first debate. Horn said, curiosity piqued. Like expelling Russia from the G8? Martin nodded. I've heard the same. If it's not just a smokescreen, McCain's camp is clearly going all in, banking on extreme rhetoric to win over certain groups. He shook his head. It's a desperate move. Won't work. While Martin and Horn chatted, Warner's executives and Drew finalized the project's terms and presented the results to the decision-makers. Warner would invest $25 million plus the rights to the Joker, securing a 30% stake in the project. Myers Pictures would put in $20 million, plus Martin's directing and acting fees, folded into the investment, for a 70% stake. However, the peripheral product revenue split was the reverse. Warner and DC would take 75%, while Myers Pictures would get 25%. Leaving Warner's headquarters, Martin headed to pick up his car. Want to grab a bite nearby and celebrate the new project? Drew suggested. Sure, Martin agreed. I know a great steakhouse close by. On the drive to the restaurant, sirens suddenly blared behind them. Several police cars roared past. A couple of kilometers later, Martin and Drew spotted a crowd gathered in front of an 8-story building. Police, freshly arrived, were cordoning off the area. Martin slowed the car, catching a glimpse through the crowd. A middle-aged man's body lay on the ground. Another jumped the building, he sighed. Ever since the subprime crisis hit, suicides have been skyrocketing. Drew looked away, nodding. Yeah, it's not just the middle class getting crushed. Even billionaires are being wiped out. Since the start of the year, over 10 tycoons have taken their lives. Stephen Good, Adolphe Merkel, Rentieri Magan de la Villa Huchet. These were people the public once idolized, but this economic crisis broke them. Martin added, investing's a minefield. Those guys lost everything because of bad bets, compounded by the financial crisis. Take de la Villa Huchet. He was a Wall Street legend, but he lost billions of his clients' money investing with Bernard Madoff. Madoff's Ponzi scheme? Drew exclaimed. That guy screwed over a lot of big names. She added, with a hint of relief. You know, Cameron and I almost invested with him. Thank God you warned us. Who'd have thought a former NASDAQ chairman would pull something like that? Forget when this financial storm will pass, Drew said, her voice heavy. Unemployment's spiking like crazy. Martin shook his head. This crisis is worse than people realize. The fallout could last over 20 years. 20 years, Drew gasped. But McCain and Obama both promised at least $700 billion in relief once they're in office. Drew, you've got to understand. In a global financial crisis this massive, the wealth evaporating is astronomical. The U.S. alone could lose tens of trillions. $700 billion won't even make a ripple. But for Martin, who knew how history would unfold, this crisis, spanning nearly a decade and lingering even at the time of his other soul death, was a golden opportunity. He was snapping up overseas assets discarded by tycoons at bargain basement prices, focusing on high-value industrial enterprises. Take the Smederevo Steelworks in Serbia, for example. Founded in 1913, it was once Serbia's only state-owned steel mill, hailed as the pride of Serbia. It accounted for 40% of the Smederevo region's fiscal revenue, but had been declining since the 1950s. Later, a subsidiary of the U.S.-based Cleveland Group acquired it for $33 million. The Cleveland Group, once a symbol of American old money, had been spiraling downward since the late 90s. When the financial crisis hit, their cash flow dried up, forcing them to sell off assets to survive. Martin swooped in, acquiring the Smederevo Steelworks for just $1, though he had to assume 46 million euros in debt. Once in his hands, Martin immediately brought in experts to dismantle the operation. He transferred key workers and machinery to his own turf, Guinea. Simultaneously, he was scooping up factories worldwide: steel, shipbuilding, automotive, aerospace, railway construction, while recruiting waves of unemployed workers from the U.S. and Europe to relocate to Guinea for industrial projects. Truth be told, without the economic crisis, these skilled workers would never have considered moving to what many Westerners saw as the savage lands of West Africa. For Martin, this financial crisis was nothing short of a goddamn jackpot. For impoverished Guinea, the global economic crisis barely registered. The country had no finance to speak of. It still clung to a barter-based economy. But Martin's maneuvers were rapidly transforming it into Africa's industrial powerhouse. With Guinea's government firmly under his control, sweeping infrastructure projects and education reforms were underway. As the global unemployment crisis worsened, Martin aggressively recruited talent from U.S. and Europe. While the world sank into gloom, this small African nation buzzed with vibrant prosperity. Is this Guinea? One early morning, as Kylie Onia stepped off a bus into Conakry's city center, the scene before him was staggering. Construction sites sprawled everywhere, workers bustling with purpose. Men pushed carts or wielded shovels, darting between projects. Women carried woven baskets brimming with food prepared for their families. Children, book bags slung over their shoulders, jogged or pedaled bicycles to school. No one here was idle. Was this the same Guinea, notorious for its loafing crowds? Most shocking was the diversity, not just black locals, but white, brown, and Asian faces, adults and children alike. Stepping off the bus, Kylie stamped his feet, unaccustomed to the smooth, wide concrete road beneath him, a rarity even in Egypt. Though it was Guinea's only paved road, a phrase popped into his mind. This is just the beginning. He'd seen it on a billboard entering the city, a slogan that stuck with him. The city was plastered with them. This is just the beginning. Let's make it big. This city doesn't feed the lazy. Progress, progress, progress. We need progress. It reminded Kylie of Libya in 1972, 3 years after Gaddafi's coup, when the nation pulsed with similar fervor and ambition. Back then, Kylie was dispatched to Egypt, becoming a sleeper agent. Now, over 30 years later, the 20-year-old operative was a 50-year-old grandfather, settled in Egypt with a wife and family. He'd thought his life would coast along quietly, until he was activated. Truthfully, he'd resisted. After years in Egypt, married to an Egyptian woman, he'd grown attached to the country. But resistance wasn't an option. Thankfully, his mission wasn't against Egypt. He was sent to West Africa to track down Saddam. Several agents were activated simultaneously, assigned to different regions. Kylie's destination was Guinea's capital, Conakry. He knew why Gaddafi wanted Saddam. Libya and Egypt were vying for dominance in Africa, and Libya lagged behind the continent's established powers. Controlling Saddam, and through him, parts of Iraq's regime, could massively boost Libya's influence. But such a move would surely provoke the U.S. and Israel. Kylie wasn't sure it was a smart play. Whatever, he muttered, shaking his head as he checked into a hotel. I'm just a spy, and an old one at that. None of this is my problem. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he settled in, a Guinea intelligence agent moved into the room next door, a wiry, sharp-eyed black man. Guinea's intelligence agency was Martin's creation, staffed entirely by his loyalists. Its director, a man named Malton Tarks, was a former CIA operative ousted after clashing with his superiors. Recommended by James Hendricks, a New York FBI field office chief and West Point classmate, Tarks had joined Martin's fold. Divorced, he'd brought his 2 kids to Guinea, taking citizenship and becoming a true Guinean. At 35, Tarks was a force, having earned his stripes combating drug traffickers and poachers. He kept a close watch on anyone sniffing around Saddam, or potentially doing so. Egypt was a key focus, so Kylie, fresh off a flight from Cairo, was flagged the moment he entered the country. Track him, Tarks ordered. Report his every move, but don't get spotted. Got it, replied the agent in the hotel, hanging up. Later that evening, after eating, Kylie stepped out. The agent trailed him silently. Los Angeles, USA. Once the Joker was greenlit, it sparked immediate buzz. After 127 hours, Martin takes the helm again, writing and starring. What kind of story will he deliver this time? Let's wait and see. The Joker? Is that a code name or the actual title? If it's real, who's this Joker? DC's iconic villain. Martin's finally bringing the Joker's story to life. Ever since Batman, The Dark Knight, fans have clamored for a standalone Joker film. The character's charisma surpasses even Hannibal Lecter from The Silence of the Lambs, making him Hollywood's most magnetic villain. Casting for the Joker kicked off swiftly. Though the lead was set, supporting roles drew a flood of eager young actors. Even Leonardo DiCaprio called. Not for himself, of course. Martin, any roles that'd fit Blake. Leo, Blake's only 20, Martin replied. There aren't any parts for young women in this film. That said, if she's really interested, she could audition for Sophie's role. But I can't guarantee she'd get it. She's awfully young. Got it. A shot at auditioning is enough. I'll let her know. Leonardo trusted Martin wouldn't mislead him. If Martin said there wasn't a suitable role, he meant it. When Leo relayed the news to Blake, he braced for a tantrum. Surprisingly, she took it in stride. No big deal, Blake said with a laugh. Sophie's probably not right for me anyway. Meanwhile, Martin's home was hosting a private audition. The candidate, Cameron Diaz. Darling, you're absolutely sizzling today. Cameron Diaz stood before Martin, twirling playfully. Her tight jeans hugged her long legs, accentuating her curves in a way that was utterly captivating. Her loose, casual top added a touch of girl-next-door sweetness. So, did I pass the audition? Cameron asked, flashing a sugary smile. You're in, Martin said, pulling her into his arms with a grin. Though we still have to go through the formalities. Honestly, I don't know what those skinny is beautiful folks are thinking. Curves are where it's at. Those stick-thin types look like walking skeleton. Nothing beats a full, healthy figure. Cameron poked him in the ribs. I heard you're planning to lose weight again. Yeah, the role calls for it. Gotta slim down. Don't rush it, she warned. Take it slow, don't hurt yourself. Don't worry, I've got it under control, Martin said, chuckling. With his uncanny knack for controlling his physique, he could shed or gain weight at will, no harm done. Still, he soaked up her concern. Slipping off Cameron's shoes, he took her bare feet in his hands, massaging them gently. Cameron leaned her head on his shoulder, savoring the moment as they chatted. God of Reader. So for those of you who don't know, he has foot fetish like Hideo Kojima. You're not worried? She asked. About what? The first Obama-McCain debate. Nah, Martin said. I've done all I can. The rest is up to fate. Oh, did you see last night's news? Cameron said. Apparently, Sarah Palin competed in the Miss Alaska pageant and won Most Charismatic. Word is, some women voters think her pageant past clashes with her feminist image, and her approval ratings are slipping. Martin laughed. Yeah, I heard. That tidbit came from Pamela Massey, a fellow contestant from back then. She even provided bikini photos of Palin. Total bonus points for us. Wait, that wasn't your team's doing. Nope, not this time, Martin said. That's the price of fame. Get rich, get famous, get power, and all sorts of snakes come slithering out, some for profit, some out of envy, to take a bite. That's why I say, too many skeletons in the closet? Better to stay low-key and make a fortune quietly. Casting was split into two parts. Key roles were auditioned at Myers Pictures headquarters, while minor roles were handled by CAA, overseen by Jeff Raymond, to ensure no unqualified connections slipped through. Downstairs, Martin was ambushed by reporters and agreed to a brief interview. Mr. Myers, is your new film really about the DC villain, the Joker? Why choose a character like that? Correct, it's about the Joker, set in Gotham, Martin confirmed. As for why, I want to give the Joker his due. In Batman, The Dark Knight, I showed his evil side. Now I want to show the world why he's evil. We know DC Comics never gave the Joker a clear backstory, so this is an original story. Exactly. It borrows DC's backdrop, but while it's set in Gotham, the story itself is original. Will Batman be in it, Mr. Myers? Martin grinned. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not spoiling anything now. You'll have to wait for the film to find out. All right, that's it for now. See you. The audition process was straightforward. The cast mirrored the original timeline closely. Robert De Niro as Murray, Frances Conroy as Penny, Zazie Beetz as Sophie, replacing Zoe Kravitz, who was only 17. Shea Whigham as Detective Burke. Bill Camp as Detective Garrity. One role diverged. Thomas, originally played by Brett Cullen, caught Martin's "I Want a Familiar Face" auditioned, Joaquin Phoenix. Yes, the actor who, in the original timeline, played the Joker. Perhaps out of some compensatory impulse, Martin cast Phoenix as Thomas. Joaquin was beyond grateful, unaware he'd just missed the role of a lifetime. A blockbuster that would have earned him a Best Actor Oscar. As the Joker's pre-production ramped up, the U.S. presidential race reached fever pitch. After the first debate, Gallup polls showed Democratic nominee Barack Obama leading Republican John McCain 50% to 43%. The New York Times published a scathing editorial. Sarah Palin was once McCain's box office elixir. Now, while not quite as poison, she's no longer boosting his campaign. In the earlier vice presidential debate, CNN polls revealed 84% of viewers thought Palin performed better than expected. Still, most agreed the debate was won by the Democrats' Joe Biden. Palin's performance offered Republicans a small sigh of relief. Compared to her earlier, cringe-inducing TV interviews, the fact that she didn't utterly embarrass herself felt like a win. Yet, despite her exceeding expectations, Palin couldn't shake the widespread perception that, should McCain be unable to serve, she lacked the chops to step up as vice president. During a break from pre-production, Martin watched the debate in New York with his film crew. Joaquin Phoenix, a politics buff, chimed in repeatedly. Palin's dodging the moderator's questions. That's a bad look. Easy for the other side to pounce on. Sure enough, moments later, Biden jabbed. You've said a lot, but I still haven't heard a single solid plan. Martin shook his head. Palin's in over her head. Her experience and ability just aren't enough for the vice presidency. You can tell from her empty responses, she's running on fumes. Producer Gray added, I heard the Republicans gave her 3 days of intensive coaching before the debate, but it clearly didn't stick. You can't cram that kind of knowledge and make it your own in just 3 days. Martin's decision to write and star in The Joker split Hollywood's opinions down the middle. The high-profile project wasn't universally celebrated. Skeptics were plenty. As a supporting character, the Joker's captivating, sure, one critic wrote. But as the lead? Come on. I don't think a comic book villain has what it takes to carry a film. Martin's probably been seduced by the Joker's success in The Dark Knight, thinking he can stretch that into a starring role and still hit it big. This is a gamble, another opined. Warner Brothers is betting big, and so is Martin. Hollywood's never seen a comic book villain lead a film to success. Let's hope this isn't Martin Meyer's Waterloo. Cameron Diaz tossed the newspaper aside, fuming. These idiots. They know nothing about our project and still have the gall to trash it. Martin, unfazed, just smiled. That's par for the course. If some outlets are hyping us up, others will tear us down. It's actually a good thing. Good. Cameron raised an eyebrow. Yup. Controversy breeds buzz. Unanimous praise gets boring. Besides, I'm not a dollar bill. I can't make everyone happy. But I hate seeing these clowns criticize you, she said, her fingers brushing Martin's chest. The once chiseled pecs were gone, replaced by a gaunt frame where ribs stood out starkly. Cameron's heart ached, but she also felt a surge of admiration. For someone of Martin's stature to sacrifice so much for a role was true dedication. It was a sentiment shared by the entire crew. In his mind, Martin had meticulously reviewed the original Timeline's Joker film. Its success owed much to Joaquin Phoenix's riveting performance, a one-man show demanding extraordinary skill. But Martin was confident he could outdo it. At the film's New York shooting base, Martin pushed open the meeting room door. Good morning, Mr. Myers. Good morning, Ms. Diaz. Good morning, Director Myers. Good morning, Miss Cameron. The crew greeted Martin and Cameron with warmth, their enthusiasm genuine. Cameron felt it, a glow of acceptance. No wonder Anne Hathaway loves being seen with Martin in public, she thought. This feels incredible. Since pairing up with Martin, Cameron hadn't faced a single cold shoulder or icy stare in Hollywood. It was as if, overnight, everyone had become her friend. Martin let go of her hand, scanning the room. Everyone was present. He stepped to the head of the conference table, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. Some of you have worked with me before, some more than once. Others are new faces. Those who know me know I lay out the ground rules up front. My set tolerates no drugs, no slackers, and no half-hearted efforts. I demand excellence. If I catch anyone not earning their paycheck, I'll cut them loose without hesitation. The room grew solemn. Martin cracked a smile. You've seen me now. I dropped 30 pounds for this role. That should tell you how seriously I'm taking this project. I expect the same from all of you. All right, enough of the heavy stuff. Let's dive into task assignments. Actors, hang tight. We'll get to the script read-through shortly. Filming for The Joker officially began. Assistant Director Todd Phillips sat before the monitor, watching Martin slowly shed his jacket, then the shirt underneath. They were about to shoot a scene where Arthur changes in the company locker room. It was a tough one. With his back to the camera, Martin couldn't rely on facial expressions to convey emotion. How would he project Arthur's crushing loneliness through just his silhouette? Truth be told, Todd Phillips was curious. At 38, Phillips was a Hollywood heavyweight. His films, Road Trip, Old School, Starsky and Hutch, The Hangover, were box office gold. A director of his caliber wouldn't typically play second fiddle, but Martin's invitation was hard to refuse. Phillips' biggest hits, Starsky and Hutch and The Hangover, were collaborations with Martin and Myers Pictures. He felt indebted. Plus, Martin had a reason for wanting him. In the original timeline, Phillips directed Joker. Martin peeled off his shirt, revealing a skeletal frame. The crew gasped inwardly. Seeing him shed his clothes drove home just how drastic losing 30 pounds was for a man of his build. Phillips' eyes were glued to the monitor. Martin turned slowly, walking to a narrow bench and sitting with his back to the crew. His arms crossed behind him, shoulder blades jutting sharply, body twisting to reveal stark ribs, his posture hunched. No music, no dialogue. Yet a raw, desolate loneliness poured out, enveloping everyone on set. Phillips' eyes widened, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. This is unreal. He'd worked with Martin on Starsky and Hutch, a comedy reliant on exaggerated physicality. Back then, he'd thought Martin's body language rivaled even Jim Carrey, Hollywood's king of physical comedy. But now, Carrey who? Martin was in a league of his own, the undisputed master of physical expression. Nearby, Joaquin Phoenix watched, transfixed. A seasoned supporting actor with a knack for stealing scenes, he'd secretly tried tackling Arthur's role after reading the full script. It was tough, his first thought. I can do this, his second. But watching Martin today, Phoenix realized Martin was leagues ahead. A man in his 20s, riding high on success, had flawlessly embodied a middle-aged loser, desolate in both career and life. The emotional leap was staggering, and in terms of raw skill, Phoenix knew he couldn't compare. No wonder he's on top, Phoenix thought. That level of craft is unreal. As Martin's performance wrapped, Joaquin Phoenix witnessed something even more astonishing. The guy sat there for a moment, then effortlessly snapped out of character. Hollywood had long whispered about Martin's ability to slip into and out of roles with uncanny speed. Now Phoenix saw it was true. What an enviable gift, he thought. Spotting Martin approaching, Phoenix instinctively moved to meet him, eager to discuss the performance. I finally get why you had to lose the weight, Phoenix began. Analyzing Arthur's state, he's trapped in this stifling, hopeless existence. Anxiety, hesitation, frustration, sleepless nights. His body couldn't be healthy. And that move you just did, crossing your arms behind your back? It screamed this desperate need to break free, but being unable to. The physicality was unreal, like all these negative pressures formed a cocoon around Arthur, trapping him, dragging him down. Caught up in his excitement, Phoenix mimicked Martin's gesture, then groaned. No, I'm not getting it right. It's missing that feeling. Maybe I'm too heavy. Dropping 20 pounds might help. Martin chuckled. Joaquin, you really love Arthur's character, don't you? Phoenix froze, suddenly embarrassed, realizing his enthusiasm might have come off as trying to steal Martin's role. No, that's not it. Sorry, I just love that scene, he stammered. Relax, Joaquin, Martin said warmly. I admire your passion for acting. It's fantastic. He meant it. To Martin, Phoenix was one of those rare, devoted performers, treating the craft with reverence. A talent like that deserved more opportunities, and Martin didn't mind offering them. Maybe Phoenix wouldn't get the career-defining Arthur role like in the original timeline, but Martin could at least ensure he'd never be out of work. Call it compensation. The Joker's production rolled along smoothly, so smoothly that Martin, juggling roles as director and lead, found time to visit another set. In a New York suburb, a temporary studio had been set up in a cluster of old buildings. Guided by producer Mike Medavoy, Martin entered the space. Sorry, Mr. Myers, Mike said sheepishly. We're filming, so please keep quiet once we're inside. Martin nodded with a grin. Don't worry, I'm not dumb enough to sabotage my own movie. Stepping into the studio, Martin felt a wave of familiarity. The setup mimicked New York's Lincoln Center Theater. On stage, Natalie Portman, draped in a pristine white ballet dress, danced with ethereal grace. She'd trained for a year to master ballet for this role. Cut. That was fantastic, everyone. Take a break, called director Darren Aronofsky. Only then, nudged by Mike, did he notice Martin and hurried over. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Myers. Aronofsky said. Any thoughts on what we just shot? Martin caught the hint of nerves in the acclaimed director's voice and lightened the mood with a quip. Hey, I'm just here to snoop. Filming's your job. I'm not doing it for free. The room erupted in laughter, and Aronofsky visibly relaxed. Known for Requiem for a Dream, Aronofsky had a knack for artistic filmmaking, his work both critically acclaimed and commercially solid. Just then, Natalie, fresh from changing, approached. Her eyes sparkled at Martin, though fatigue shadowed her makeup-caked face. As she neared, Aronofsky and Mike tactfully excused themselves. Martin studied Natalie as she sat before him, concern creeping in. Nada, you look worn out. You're not sick, are you? She shook her head, beckoning him closer, and pressed her cheek against his hand. I'm fine, just exhausted. My ballet skills still aren't quite there. Some of the harder moves are a stretch, and I've had to rely on a double. But pride flickered in her voice. Still, I nailed most of the moves myself. Her amber eyes gazed up at Martin, wide and eager, like a school kid awaiting a teacher's praise. Martin smiled, ruffling her hair. My Nada's phenomenal. She giggled, beaming. How do you have time to visit? She asked. I talked to Popo, Cameron, the other day, and she said you're swamped. Swamped? Sure, but things are going well, Martin said. And no matter how busy I am, I've got to check in on my little treasure. His sweet talk never failed to charm, and just as Natalie leaned in for a kiss, a voice interrupted. Whoa, is that Martin? Nada, not going to introduce me. They turned to see Mila Kunis, a Ukrainian-born actress and Natalie's close friend. Natalie had even recommended her for a role in the film. Mira, this is Martin. My friend, Natalie said. Friend, huh? Mila teased, winking at Natalie before extending a hand to Martin. Hi, Mr. Myers. Call me Mira. Hey, Mira. Call me Martin. Mila joined their chat, grinning. I heard from Mike we had a visitor, and I thought it was Macaulay. Didn't expect you, Martin. Macaulay's her boyfriend, Natalie explained. Martin's curiosity piqued. Macaulay, as in Home Alone Macaulay Culkin? Yup, Natalie confirmed. Mira and Macaulay have been together for 5 years. Martin visited the Black Swan set to check on Natalie Portman. Her close friend and the film's supporting actress, Mila Kunis, joined their chat with ease. During the conversation, Martin noticed Mila seemed hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring herself to. At noon, Martin and Natalie grabbed lunch nearby. Over the meal, he voiced his suspicion. Nada, don't take this the wrong way, but I get the feeling Mila had some ulterior motive for joining our conversation. Natalie sighed. I know. It's about her deadbeat boyfriend. You mean Macaulay Culkin? Yeah. Since he returned to acting in 2003, he's been stuck in limbo. Mila probably wants you to give him a leg up. Martin nodded. I'll keep it in mind if the right role comes along. But you know my projects don't tolerate drug users. I know. I'll tell Mila to talk to her boyfriend about it, Natalie said. Martin felt a pang of sympathy for Macaulay Culkin, a former child star often compared to him in their youth. As Hollywood's hottest young talent in his day, Culkin had endured a deeply unhappy childhood. His father, a failed Broadway actor turned church caretaker, never gave up on showbiz dreams. From age 4, he drilled Macaulay in every skill needed to break into the industry. When Home Alone catapulted Macaulay to stardom, his father's twisted ambitions kicked into overdrive. On one hand, he saw his son as a cash cow, forcing the 10-year-old to churn out 14 films in 6 years, milking him dry. On the other, he was consumed by jealousy. A dream he'd chased his whole life, his kid achieved at 10. So he terrorized Macaulay. If you don't perform, I'll beat you, he'd threaten. In Macaulay's memoir-style novel Junior, he recalled, if the house was messy, my father would grab my face, yank me out of bed, and hit me. He never hit me in front of my friends. That'd be too humiliating. Instead, he'd pay them to stop talking to me. He loved beating my mom most. Once, on a walk, he flew into a rage, punching her head over and over. The psychological abuse and relentless domestic violence left deep scars on a boy barely 10. Years later, Macaulay still spoke of the pain. My father was a bad man. I don't mind showing you the scars on my body. In 1994, his parents split, but they fought viciously over custody of Macaulay, their golden goose. Desperate, 14-year-old Macaulay quit the industry. His father, furious, told the press, "I never saw him as my son." At 14, Macaulay was effectively homeless. The entertainment industry's dark underbelly, combined with his fractured family, led him down a grim path: smoking, drinking, drugs, reckless relationships. At his worst, he smoked over 60 cigarettes a day and spent $6,000 a week on drugs. In 2003, Macaulay returned to acting, starring alongside Tessa Graham and Marilyn Manson in the crime comedy Party Monster. Playing Michael, he was part of a $5 million film that grossed just $700,000 in the U.S. As he put it, "The box office magnet Macaulay is gone. Now I'm just box office poison Macaulay." Hollywood's saying, "Child stars can't grow up," captured the brutal reality of his post-fame struggles. After lunch, Natalie, excited, rushed back to the set to share the news with Mila. Mila fell silent for a long moment. Finally, she spoke. "I don't know, honestly. I don't know if he can quit drugs. That's why I couldn't bring myself to say anything earlier. Everyone knows Martin's stance on that." She forced a smile. "But I'll try to talk to him. He can't keep going like this, or he'll destroy himself." Natalie nodded. "Tell him to think of little Robert Downey Jr. If Iron Man can turn it around, so can he." Mila burst out laughing. "You know, since you got with Martin, you've developed a sense of humor." "What's that supposed to mean? Was I not funny before?" Natalie teased. "Forgive my bluntness, but 8 years ago when we met, you came off as this aloof, intellectual beauty, hard to approach. Then one day you told me about Martin, and there was this light in your eyes." Mila's words left Natalie quiet, reflective. After a pause, she said, "So, meeting a man worth trusting means that much to a woman. Mira, maybe it's time to consider ending things. You're exhausted." Mila fell silent, then shook her head. "I still want to try one more time." The New York Times, Wall Street's financial crisis, and the ongoing economic downturn have reshaped the U.S. presidential race. Obama has adjusted his campaign strategy, invading McCain's territory, while McCain scrambles to win over traditionally Democratic states. The Washington Post. On the 5th, Republican vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin claimed that Barack Obama's ties to a 1960s radical are fair game, defending her remarks linking Obama to terrorists. The Washington Times. On the 5th, Obama slammed the Republican campaign's new tactics, accusing McCain of favoring personal attacks over fixing the economy. Obama himself said, "McCain's camp is gambling that personal attacks, not real issues, will shift the public's focus. They'd rather drag us down than lift this country up. That's what you do when you're out of touch, out of ideas, and out of time." In a luxurious Manhattan apartment, Martin spent a threesome night with Natalie Portman and Cameron Diaz. The next morning, he drove Natalie to the Black Swan set before heading with Cameron to the Joker's filming location. Today's schedule included exterior scenes. "Todd, are we sure the city's on board?" Martin asked. "We're closing the street in an hour for shooting, but the roadblocks aren't up yet." "I just called to follow up," Todd Phillips replied. "The city's crew is on their way, 10 minutes out." "Good. And the NYPD? We need officers to maintain order." "Already handled. First wave of cops arrives in 5. "Nice work." "Don't worry, Martin. I've got it all coordinated." An hour later, on a street in Brooklyn, police and city workers had sealed off both ends, ensuring no pedestrians wandered in. Brooklyn, once a haven for artists, musicians, painters, dreamers from around the globe, had declined as its black population grew, becoming one of New York's most crime-ridden areas. Locals followed strict survival rules. Avoid going out alone, especially at night, and steer clear of dangerous zones. Be cautious with new acquaintances. Don't share too much personal info. Point 1. Never flaunt wealth in front of neighbors or in public. Stay away from volatile people and don't join crowds gawking at trouble. Carry minimal cash, but keep some change handy for emergencies. Program a police hotline shortcut into your phone. None of this fazed the Joker's crew. For reasons unclear, Martin was a favorite among black communities. Many young black fans had his posters taped above their beds, a spot once reserved for icons like Michael Jackson, Kobe Bryant, or Will Smith. Before filming began, a middle-aged black man shouted from the sidelines, "Martin, make a movie for us. We'll support you." A young black guy nearby chimed in. Martin, if you ran for president, I'd vote for you. Todd Phillips, surprised, turned to Martin. Didn't know you were this big in the black community. The script supervisor jumped in. Of course. Martin's a national icon. Doesn't matter your race or background. Everyone loves him. Only one person could deliver such unabashed flattery. Chris Pratt, the Star-Lord himself. Jobless recently, Martin had pulled him onto the set for odd jobs and a few background roles, ensuring he had some income. National icon. Martin scoffed. Not today. Right now. I'm Arthur, a scrawny, powerless nobody no one understands. His voice turned bleak, laced with solitude. Standing, he shed his jacket, revealing a frail frame. As his shoulders slumped, his entire demeanor shifted, broken, aimless, lost. With makeup enhancing the effect, he was unrecognizable as Martin Myers, the triumphant American prodigy. From beyond the barricade, the young black guy who'd shouted about Martin running for president muttered, "Damn, now I get why he's so successful." The middle-aged man beside him, awestruck, said, "Unbelievable. I just watched a man transform into someone else right in front of me. My God, it's like there's another person inside Martin's body." His words made the younger guy shiver. Another person inside him? Man, that's creepy. Kid, you gotta toughen up, the older man teased, snapping out of his daze. I'm Kevin Barak, attorney. You. Daniel Kaluuya, actor, the young man replied. Whoa, actor? How old are you, 15, 16? Working already? Man, I was born in 89. I'm 19, all right? And black kids working at 15 or 16 ain't exactly rare. True. I know a kid on my block, 16, running drugs with his brother. That's nothing. I know a 14-year-old in the square who joined a gang, strutting around with some stolen piece like he's king. Damn, when I get money, I'm out of that hellhole. The black square's gotta be the worst place on earth. Huh. I'm moving next month, Kevin said. For real? Congrats, man. Getting out of this dump. Lawyers really do rake it in. So, you're an actor, Kevin said, smirking. What movies or shows you been in? You seen Skins? Nope. What about The Fades? That teen show? Yeah, I caught it. You were in that. Kevin eyed Daniel with surprise. Daniel, sheepish, admitted, just a small part in one episode. All right, here's to your big break. Hope so. You know the shortcut to success, right? Kevin said, glancing slyly at Martin. What? Latching onto someone big, he nodded toward Martin, like that white guy sucking up earlier. Daniel gave a wry smile. Me? I don't even get a chance to talk to the guy. Damn it, where's Steven? Todd Phillips snapped at his assistant. That idiot. Where am I supposed to find a black actor on short notice? Kevin grinned at Daniel. See? Opportunity's knocking. Can you grab it? Daniel's eyes lit up. He shouted toward Todd. Sir, I'm an actor. I can do it. I'm an actor. You're an actor? Todd asked, skeptical. Why, yes, sir. I am an actor, Daniel stammered, nerves kicking in. Stuttering? That won't cut it for dialogue, Todd said, shaking his head. No, sir, I can do it. Daniel pleaded, desperate not to let the chance slip. Let him try. Martin interjected, approaching. Something about the young man's face felt familiar. Thank you, Mr. Myers. I'll do great, Daniel said. No pressure, kid, Martin said with a smile. It's just a small role, one line. Then, almost as an afterthought, he asked, what's your name? Daniel's heart raced. Could Kevin be right? Is this really it? Daniel Kaluuya, sir. You can call me Daniel. Daniel Kaluuya's performance was a modest success. After all, playing a small-time thug with just one line wasn't exactly demanding. Martin could tell the kid had some acting chops, though they were limited and formulaic, likely honed in a $40 an hour acting class. As Daniel rapped, Martin dug through his memories and pinned him down. Ain't no way. In the original timeline, Daniel Kaluuya starred in the 2017 horror hit Get Out, a breakout role, and later played a supporting part in Black Panther. From what Martin recalled, Daniel's performance in Get Out showed far more skill than the raw talent on display now. Not bad, kid, Todd Phillips said offhandedly, then turned to his assistant. Get him paid and send him on his way. Daniel panicked. Sir, can I stay? I'll do anything. Odd jobs, whatever. I don't even need pay. Nearby, Chris Pratt nearly choked. What the hell? This guy's trying to steal my gig? Todd frowned. Did this kid think they were running some ragtag production? A legit film crew didn't just let random stick around. Before he could shut it down, Martin spoke up. Let him stay? Pay him 80% of Chris's rate. No issue there. Todd nodded to Martin, then turned to Daniel. Lucky kid. You heard him. Get to work. Thank you, sir. Daniel bowed repeatedly, then turned to Martin from a distance, shouting, Thank you, Mr. Myers. I'll never forget your generosity. Chris Pratt's jaw dropped. No way. This guy's actually getting Martin's attention? A surge of dread hit him. He resolved to double down on buttering up Martin, doing whatever it took to stay in his good graces. Watch out, kid. Chris Pratt's not losing this game. The other stunned onlooker was Kevin Barak, the black lawyer. What the hell? The kid actually stayed? He grabbed that chance. Kevin had only been half serious, mostly joking, but it seemed Daniel Kaluuya had genuinely seized the opportunity. If he managed to win Martin's favor. Damn, should I give this kid my card? Could be a future connection. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded on the Joker's set. One black and one white sycophant, vying for tasks and relentlessly flattering Martin at every chance. From the crew's perspective, Daniel's brown-nosing edged out Chris Pratt's. His sincerity shone through, unlike Pratt's sly, almost comical pandering. But when it came to work, Daniel's inexperience showed. Pratt ran circles around him in efficiency. Listen, kid, Pratt hissed in a quiet moment. Martin's not some average Joe. Flattery alone won't win him over. Daniel, wearing an innocent look, shot back. Oh yeah? Then why do you keep kissing up? You think you can compete with me? I've known Martin for a year, and I'm better at the job. So what if you met him first? Daniel countered. You said it yourself. Martin values ability. You're only better for now. I'll catch up soon. Dream on. Pratt scoffed. We'll see. And so began a new round of workplace rivalry. Like tireless mules, they scrambled for every grimy, exhausting task. Todd Phillips watched, dumbfounded. Is this why you kept the kid, Martin? The catfish effect. Martin hadn't planned this at all. He'd only given Daniel a shot because he recognized him from the original timeline. But he played it off with a knowing smirk. Exactly. This is the vibe I wanted. The Pratt-Kaluuya feud didn't just push them, it sparked a ripple effect. Other crew members instinctively upped their game, unwilling to be outdone by two idiots. The set buzzed with a competitive, almost frenetic energy. When Alan Horn visited, he was floored. No wonder Martin's Martin, he thought. Controlling a crew of Hollywood veterans like this? That's not normal. Clearly, Warner's CEO had misread the situation. Didn't expect you'd make a biopic for the Joker, Jack Nicholson said, visiting the set with a look of surprise. This is a full-on villain. First time I've heard of someone building a whole movie around one. He paused, then added, Makes sense, though. The Joker was a massive hit in The Dark Knight. Shame I'm too old. If I were 10, no, 20 years younger, I'd have begged you to let me play him. You're great, but I'm the original Joker. Original? Martin cut in, grinning. Nah, Cesar Romero's the OG Joker. No way, he doesn't count. Nicholson protested. His version wasn't half as good as mine. Note, Cesar Romero, a veteran Hollywood actor, was the first to play the Joker. His portrayal leaned too comedic, more circus clown than menacing villain, leaving little lasting impact. If we're judging by performance to crown the Joker's founder, then I'm the one, Martin said, striding toward the camera. Filming was about to start. Let's see how you top this, Nicholson muttered in curiosity. Martin's Joker in The Dark Knight had blown him away, but playing a villain as a supporting role was one thing. Leading as the Joker? Nicholson was dying to see what Martin could do. The Washington Post. The second televised debate between Republican and Democratic presidential candidates McCain and Obama drew 63.2 million viewers, 10 million more than the first. Frontrunner Obama aims to lock in his lead, while McCain pushes to shift focus from the economy to reverse his fortunes. The Wall Street Journal. On the 7th, Republican candidate John McCain proposed a new plan to ease the mortgage crisis for everyday Americans, catching Obama off guard. During their second debate, McCain unexpectedly announced a $300 billion government plan to buy up bad mortgages, helping homeowners crippled by plummeting property values. He called it a critical step to navigate the current crisis. Martin, ready? Todd Phillips called out. Standing before the dilapidated hallway of an apartment building, Martin flashed him a thumbs up. All right, scene 16, take 32, action. In an instant, Martin seemed to switch to a different channel. His tall frame slumped, and he shuffled up the stairs, step by deliberate step. Reaching the middle of the hallway, he slowly closed his eyes, then spread his arms as if struggling to tear free from an invisible cocoon, his movements heavy with effort. Camera. Tight shot on Martin's face, Todd directed, his voice tinged with excitement. His eyes were glued to the monitor, muttering. Expression. We need the expression here. In the hallway, Martin's arms stretched to their fullest. To his right, a massive camera loomed, its lens practically kissing his face. A sound tech gingerly extended a boom mic from behind, hovering just above his head. Martin seemed oblivious to it all, lost in his own world. He exhaled softly, as if blowing away an invisible mask clinging to his face. Behind the monitor, Todd nearly leaped from his seat. The screen captured Martin perfectly, every angle, crystal clear. The close-up of his profile was striking, a crooked half-smile, a nose quivering with suppressed emotion, and eyes radiating an icy chill. Jack Nicholson shuddered. Every time he saw Martin slip into a role, it felt like the character was already living inside him. Damn, Nicholson muttered. This kid doesn't sprout a new personality for every role, does he? The thought gave him chills. In the hallway, Martin began to move, arms swaying, spinning lightly. His eerie expression froze on his face, unmoved by his actions. God damn, this is unreal, Todd exclaimed, sweating after just a few minutes. As the dance ended, Martin steadied himself, his aura shifting back from that sinister edge, or rather, from the Joker to Arthur. The scene captured the Joker slowly taking shape within Arthur's body, not yet fully formed, while Arthur's kinder side still fought back, though weakly. Drenched in solitude, Arthur stared at the empty staircase, one hand on his stomach, the other behind his back, bowing faintly to the air in the hallway. Cut. That's a wrap, AR. Martin, you're a damn genius, Todd blurted, accidentally calling him Arthur before catching himself, embarrassed. The performance's intensity had hit him hard. Martin grinned. Thanks. That slip-up's the best compliment I could get. Chris Pratt, perched on a prop crate, stared at Todd in shock. The biggest suck-up in the crew is the assistant director? Daniel Kaluuya, meanwhile, gaped at Martin, awestruck. Only up close, witnessing Martin's performance, could he grasp the sheer power of his character work. Compared to Martin, the actors he'd worked with on Skins, or the Fades, were they even acting? Simply phenomenal. Unmatched, Daniel muttered. Jack Nicholson overheard, and though he bristled with reluctance, he couldn't argue. He consoled himself. Humph, if I were 10, no, 20 years younger, I could have pulled that off. Deep down, he knew it wasn't true. Like dominoes falling, after Nicholson's visit, Leonardo DiCaprio showed up to check out the set. Unlike Jack, who came specifically, Leo was just passing through, in New York to discuss a new project with Martin Scorsese. Shutter Island. Martin said, I remember Dennis Lehane's novel by that name. Exactly, Leo replied. It's adapted from that. I read the script. Honestly, it blew me away. Scorsese's still got it. In Martin's memory, Shutter Island's box office was underwhelming. Scorsese's psychological thriller was too opaque, leaving audiences confused and unmotivated to unravel its mysteries. The dual narrative structure muddled the story's truth, leaving many viewers baffled by the ending. Still, it was a solid film and didn't lose money. By the way, Leo said, Jack told me your Joker performance is scaring the hell out of people. I'm curious. Martin smirked, dripping with subtle bravado. I think my craft in the Joker has hit a new level. How could it not? His inner magical prowess had advanced another tier. Really? Now I've got to see this, Leo said. Scene 22, take 69, action. This time, it was an outdoor staircase, a bridge scene. Martin stood on the steps, painted in full Joker makeup. Above him, two passers-by, Daniel Kaluuya and Chris Pratt, one sporting a fake beard, the other glasses, lurked in the background. They'd become the film's go-to extras, offering up every angle of their bodies, backs, profiles, limbs, even butts. Martin, as the Joker, danced freely on the steps. In this scene, the Joker was nearly fully formed, almost completely overtaking Arthur's original personality. Artificial rain poured from above. Martin splashed through it, kicking, waving, head swaying. His curly, shoulder-length hair danced in the water, red-painted lips stretched into a manic grin, but his eyes remained chillingly detached. Damn, how's his eye work that good? Leo muttered, staring at the monitor from behind Todd Phillips. It's the emotion, Todd replied. The eyes need emotion to carry it. When it's intense enough, it spills out through the gaze. But how do you get emotion that intense? Leo pressed. And that look of his, like he's above all life. What kind of headspace does he tap into for that? He's not some nihilist who thinks he's God, right? I haven't figured that out myself, Todd admitted. Maybe we can ask him later. Hey, is that Nicole? Leo suddenly noticed the Oscar-winning actress Nicole Kidman standing nearby, with whom he'd been discussing acting. Hey, Leo, long time no see, Nicole said. Same here. The New York Times, with only 27 days until the 2008 election, Democratic candidate Barack Obama's momentum is surging. Gallup's October 8th poll shows him hitting record highs in support, lead duration, and lead margin. International Herald Tribune. As the presidential race enters its final month, McCain's camp has unleashed a smear campaign, led by his running mate Palin over the weekend, claiming Obama sees America as deeply flawed and consorts with terrorists. On October 6th, they doubled down, criticizing Obama's ties to radical anti-American, anti-Semitic pastor right. The Times, French film icon Brigitte Bardot, once as famed as Marilyn Monroe, issued a statement on the 8th, blasting Republican VP candidate Sarah Palin as a shocking embarrassment and a disgrace to women, hoping for her defeat in the upcoming election. Nicole Kidman was someone Martin hadn't seen in a while. Recently, the Australian star had returned to her homeland to deal with her sister Antonia Kidman's career troubles. Hey, Hanny, no hug for an old friend? Martin's eyes lit up as he spotted her. Nicole had put on a touch of weight, but paired with her height, it only enhanced her allure, her most perfect form, in Martin's opinion. He was smitten. Caught off guard by his enthusiasm, Nicole blushed. So many people, MMPH. Oh, Martin, MMPH. Her words were cut off as he swept her into a tight embrace, kissing her deeply. Her lips were as sweet as ever, and under Martin's influence, she showed no signs of aging. Fine lines on her face had all but vanished. Leonardo, standing nearby, scratched his nose awkwardly, muttering under his breath. Prioritizing romance over bros, huh? He shuffled to the side. Todd Phillips barked at the crew. Stop gawking. Get back to work. Philip, are the props for the next scene ready? Mick, clear that track. Daniel Kaluuya and Chris Pratt, seizing the moment, joined in. Break it up, break it up. Never seen a kiss before. Don't stare. Nothing better to do. As Martin pulled back, Nicole's face flushed, radiating warmth. Martin, eye up. With a startled yelp, she was hoisted into his arms, then slung over his shoulder. He gave her a playful pat on the backside and strode toward his trailer. Leonardo's jaw dropped. What the hell? That wild. Moments later, the trailer began to rock rhythmically, accompanied by Nicole's muffled cries. Leonardo posted a status update on social media. Visited Martin in New York today. Big mistake. Within 5 minutes, the post racked up over 500 replies. Were that many people just glued to their screens? Jobless? Should I censor this word? Why the regret? Got humbled by Martin's acting, huh? Leo's no slouch. His work in The Departed was top tier. Jack's got nothing on him. Leo's good. Sure, middle upper tier in Hollywood. But compared to Martin? Martin's in a league of his own. Who in Hollywood can touch him? Yo, check it. Leo just posted a pic. Saw it. A train going through a tunnel? What's that supposed to mean? Feels like Leo's throwing shade at someone. In a Manhattan apartment, Nicole nestled against Martin, murmuring, Martin, no protection. I want to have your baby. Cameron Diaz, mid-assist, froze. Nicole, what about your career? Nicole shrugged. I'm 40. I care more about a child, Martin's child, than my career. Martin was momentarily stunned by her request, but he quickly understood. Whether for security, legacy, or deepening their bond, it made sense. All right, let's do it, he said. My God, you two are insane, Cameron exclaimed. Then a thought hit her. Born in August 1972, she was 36, not exactly young. Maybe I should have a kid too? Screw it, Martin won't abandon me. Cut. That's a wrap. Martin reviewed his scene with Cameron on the monitor, nodding in approval. Since that day, Cameron's acting had exploded. She was treating this film like her last. He turned to Todd. Get the extras ready. This is today's final scene. Let's nail the crowd sequence. And make sure the extras have rehearsed their escape routes, he added. No chaos. Got it, Todd replied. Soon, the empty street filled with passers-by. Two cops mingled among them, played by none other than Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya. Now the crews go to extras. How many roles have we played in this thing? Pratt muttered. No clue. 10, maybe more. Daniel replied. Hope Martin sees our hustle. Maybe he'll think of us for a real role later. Fingers crossed. Whether from all their bickering or not, their rivalry seemed to be softening into camaraderie, less cutthroat than before. Cut. Todd bellowed. You in the black suit, your brain made of pork? You blocked Martin's shot. Reset. Reset. Let's go again. Cut. Who left that prop crate in frame? Damn idiot. Reset one more time. Cut. You two over there, you're out of frame. Crowd scenes were always a mess. Something went wrong every take. 7 or 8 tries were standard to get it right. The only thing keeping Todd sane was Martin's unflappable demeanor. No matter how many takes flopped, he stayed steady. What a genius, Todd thought. If I were directing this, it'd be perfect. As filming progressed, Todd felt the film shaping into a classic. His only regret? It wasn't his project. Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya, backs to the camera, kept whispering. Didn't realize Phillips was such a tyrant, Pratt said. When shooting went smooth, he seemed chill. Now, one hiccup, and he's a studio dictator. Mr. Myers doesn't lose it like that, but everyone respects him, Daniel noted. Obviously, with Martin's clout, he doesn't need to yell to command the set. The Washington Observer. Obama called the current crisis the worst financial collapse since the Great Depression, blaming Bush's failed policies. McCain described it as the greatest crisis of our era. Both candidates sidestepped the $700 billion bailout plan in their rhetoric. America Online. On October 6th alone, Obama spent $3.3 million on ads. At this rate, his ad budget will exceed $90 million by Election Day, outstripping McCain's entire campaign costs. McCain's ad spend that day was $900,000, with $700,000 from the RNC. The Wall Street Journal. On the 8th, McCain drew criticism for referring to Obama as that one during their debate. That same day, he faced backlash for using songs in campaign events without artists' permission. Notable musician, actor, and author Martin Myers joined the protest, as McCain used his song Unstoppable. Martin, our shooting schedule's ahead of projections. Post-production can start early, Todd Phillips said. Great. I've already contacted Richard at Digital Domain. They'll be ready soon, Martin replied. The two chatted casually. Martin's stellar performance seemed to ignite the supporting cast, pushing the Joker's filming pace faster than expected. Is the mental hospital set ready? Martin asked. Almost, 2 days at most. But the Bronx isn't exactly safe, worse than Brooklyn. We should aim to wrap daytime shoots. In a dimly lit room, Arthur sat across from a psychologist at a rectangular table. I just feel like being locked up in here might be better. Maybe I was born for this place, Arthur said. A sharp, uncontrollable laugh followed. The cinematographer zoomed in, focusing tightly on Martin's face. His desperate struggle to suppress the laughter, tinged with panic, insecurity, and helplessness, drew a gasp of admiration from Todd. The psychologist, unfazed by Arthur's state, asked coldly amid his stifled laughter, "Have you ever thought about why you're locked up?" Arthur lifted his drooping head, still chuckling intermittently. "Isn't it, haha, obvious? Haha, I'm sick, haha, I'm sick." That was unreal, absolutely chilling. Chris Pratt said, awestruck. "Best performance I've ever seen." Daniel Kaluuya nodded vigorously. "It's like watching some kind of evil grow inside Arthur. Gives me goosebumps. Being on the Joker set has completely changed how I see acting." They weren't just sucking up. Martin's performance had genuinely floored them. For Daniel, witnessing Martin's transcendent acting up close was a soul-shaking revelation. Martin said the pinnacle of acting is becoming the character, the person you're playing. Chris said, shaking his head. But how many can actually do that? The performance continued. Psychologist, why do you laugh? Arthur, I don't know. People laugh when they're happy, when they're sad. Me? I just laugh. With a simple line, Martin captured Arthur's profound loneliness, his sense of being an outcast, even to himself. As he spoke, another uncontrollable bout of laughter erupted, but this time, he didn't fight it. The shrill, unhinged sound filled the room. The actress playing the psychologist couldn't maintain her stoic facade. To her, the shadowy figure before her was morphing into the very image of a demon in her mind. "Ah," she screamed, leaping to her feet. "What the hell?" Chris Pratt and the crew gaped. "Acting flub," Daniel grumbled. "What a shame. Myers' performance was phenomenal, and this psychologist chick's too amateur." If the actress heard him, she'd probably snap. You try sitting across from Martin and acting that scene. You can't feel it unless you're there. The crushing, icy negativity radiating from him, shredding your psyche. To everyone's surprise, Todd didn't call cut. His eyes stayed locked on the monitor, as if entranced. With no stop, Martin pressed on. His piercing, desperate, pained laughter continued, blending with the psychologist's screams. One sat, one stood, one laughing maniacally, the other shrieking in terror. One shrouded in darkness, the other caught in a dim ray from the window. The frame created a bizarre, yet harmonious image, leaving Todd in awe. In film history, many iconic moments were accidents, often feeling more natural than scripted takes. Like the laughing scene in Zero to Hero, the forgotten line in Infernal Affairs, the accidental cut in Django Unchained, or Leonardo's flubbed line in Titanic when sketching Rose. Over on the couch became over on the bed, the couch. Cameron loved the mistake and kept it. Martin's performance, paired with the psychologist's startled reaction, achieved that same magic. "Cut. That was perfect," Todd shouted. "Martin, come see this, it's better than we planned." Martin snapped out of character instantly and walked to the monitor. The actress, however, remained dazed, collapsing into her chair, drenched in cold sweat. After a long moment, she jolted upright, as if waking from a trance, and scurried to the lounge to soothe her rattled nerves. She looked genuinely freaked out. "Not acting," Chris remarked. "I'd kill to know what it's like to play opposite Martin," Daniel said, mesmerized. The New York Times. Gallup's October 9th poll shows Democratic candidate Barack Obama leading Republican John McCain 52% to 41%, an 11-point gap. This marks Obama's second consecutive day with a double-digit lead and his 13th straight day in the lead, setting records. The Washington Post. Following Sarah Palin's October 4th attack linking Obama to terrorists, Cindy McCain took up the offensive on the 8th, calling Obama cold-hearted. She claimed Obama opposed funding for U.S. troops in Iraq, where her son serves. "Senator Obama's vote against supporting my son sent a chill through me from head to toe." The Los Angeles Times. While filming The Joker, Hollywood titan Martin Myers is also rallying votes for Obama, whose 52% approval rating owes much to Myers' influence. The Joker's production was running smoother than ever, but trouble wasn't far behind. First, a prop assistant fell off a ladder, dislocating his neck and landing in the hospital. Then, a major street scene requiring a busy New York road closure, already approved by the city, was canceled. The excuse? A recent trash can bombing incident, with the city citing safety concerns. To top it off, an assistant director was hit by a car on his way back to his hotel after work. He survived, but his femur was shattered. For Martin, the first and third issues were minor headaches. The street closure, however, had to be resolved. "I'm sorry, Mr. Myers," Mayor Bloomberg said in person. "We can't risk any incidents, especially with a high-profile production like yours. If that bomber slipped through, the consequences would be unthinkable." Martin shook his head. "We'll beef up our security and have the NYPD sweep for potential explosives in advance. I'm confident it'll be fine." "No, we can't take that chance," Bloomberg insisted, unwavering. Martin frowned, ready to subtly weave his magical influence over the stubborn mayor, when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Rewind a bit. While Martin negotiated with Bloomberg upstairs, Gordon waited in the car below. His attention snagged on a man in his 30s riding a blue Ross bicycle along the street. The guy's posture was odd, knees inward, hips raised, one hand clutching a black duffel bag, head swiveling nervously, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Then, Gordon watched as the man screeched to a halt in front of City Hall, swiftly tossing the bag into a trash can. His instincts screamed. He grabbed his phone and called Martin. "Martin, something's off. I think I just spotted the bomber who's been stirring up New York." "What?" Martin's voice sharpened. They'd just been discussing the bomber issue with the mayor, and now Gordon had a suspect? "You sure?" Martin asked. "Not certain, but you should get out of City Hall, now." Note: in 2008, New York faced a Times Square bombing. The authors shifted the location to City Hall for Martin's butterfly effect. Martin's mind raced. He leaned into the microphone, addressing Bloomberg. "Mayor, if we catch the bomber, can you lift the lockdown?" Our police are working hard on the case," Bloomberg replied, confused. Martin didn't explain. With a smile, he lowered his hand from the mic. "Gordon, grab him." He'd already scanned the trash can with his magic. It was indeed a bomb. No risk of grabbing the wrong guy. "Got it," Gordon replied, springing into action without hesitation. Martin turned back to Bloomberg. "Mayor, call the NYPD and get their bomb squad ready. Also, we should head downstairs. It's not safe here." An hour later, a still-dazed Bloomberg shook Martin's hand goodbye. Sitting in his office afterward, it took him a while to process. So, the bomber causing havoc in New York was just caught? Was Martin's bodyguard that good? Or were the police that incompetent? Later, his office phone rang. It was the NYPD commissioner. "Mayor, we've apprehended 4 of the bomber's accomplices and seized 4 explosives made from ammo crates, packed with black powder and time detonators. Also, through interrogation, we learned the bomber was targeting you and Mr. Myers for a big headline. Their original plan was Times Square." Bloomberg pressed. "Who are these terrorists? Who's behind them? Iraq? Al-Qaeda?" The commissioner's answer was awkward. "Neither. They're U.S. soldiers discharged from Iraq, resentful over the government's failure to provide jobs." Regardless, the Joker's filming issue was resolved. Gordon became the set's instant hero. Men wanted to grab drinks with him. Women threw him flirty glances. He rebuffed them all. "Gordon, you need to loosen up sometimes," Martin teased. "You're divorced, man." "I'm your bodyguard," Gordon replied, stone-faced. "Even bodyguards need a break. That young actress, Hannah Gross, has been dropping hints." "Pass." "All right, your call," Martin said, chuckling. "But seriously, your wound too tight. You'll age early. I get women. The paid kind." I meant, never mind," Martin said, giving up. NBC. Newsweek sparked controversy by using a photo of Republican VP candidate Sarah Palin as its cover. Republicans criticized the image for highlighting Palin's facial flaws, accusing the outlet of bias toward Democrats. GOP media advisor Andrea Tantaros slammed Newsweek for abandoning impartiality, noting their past photos of Obama were far more flattering. Media analyst Jeff Berkowitz wrote on his blog, "The message is clear. This is your beauty queen, a mature woman from the coldest state's hottest governor? When you see her fishtail wrinkles, heavy lashes, bloodshot eyes, and faint mustache, how much do you still like her?" The New York Times. Martin Myers became a New York hero yesterday. While meeting Mayor Bloomberg at City Hall to discuss filming permits, the trash can bomber, behind recent city chaos, placed an explosive outside. Martin's bodyguard spotted the suspect, acted swiftly, and apprehended him. The bomb squad neutralized the device. New York commentator Andrew Brook. "Martin is Batman, his bodyguard Robin. But if a city needs Batman and Robin to save it, what's the point of our police? The lighting. I need this end of the alley to feel darker, colder, more oppressive. Got any good ideas? Mr. Myers, we could add an extra layer of green-tinted filter glass." "Okay, do it." Props. I need more trash. Here, and over here. Fill up all the garbage bags with junk. I'll get right on it." "Oh, Mr. Arthur." This scene was to film Arthur's alleyway beating, the scene. Before the cameras rolled, Martin deliberately pulled aside the actors playing the street punks. "If you guys don't know how to act it, then just hit me for real." The insurance company rep assigned to the set rushed over. "No injuries. Absolutely no injuries. And if you can avoid hitting for real, don't hit for real." Martin grinned. "John, I'll protect my sensitive parts. You don't have to worry so much." In Hollywood, having insurance involved in a film shoot was standard practice. Since the early 20th century, the Marriage of the insurance industry and Hollywood filmmaking had been a fact of life. From low-budget silent films to massive blockbusters, the insured amounts had only grown larger over time. Take Myers Pictures' Born Again 4 as an example. During production, Matt Damon had a total of 15 stunt doubles. Not because he didn't want to do his own stunts, but because, as one of the world's top 10 highest-paid actors, the insurance company simply wouldn't allow him to take unnecessary risks. Some say the people Hollywood actors fear most aren't directors or producers. It's the insurance companies. And there's truth to that. 1. Martin was the kind of actor insurance companies both loved and hated. They loved him because he'd almost never been injured and had never caused a shoot to be delayed or shut down. They hated him because he liked doing real fight scenes. If not for his spotless safety record, the insurer's on-set rep wouldn't put up with his recklessness. As time passed, most of Little Clown's exterior scenes in New York had been completed. Today, they were filming what, in the original timeline, would become one of the most iconic shots in cinema history, this Silent Limbs performance. Yes, the scene where Arthur takes off his clothes. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's hard to imagine how an actor could convey such complex emotion from nothing more than a bare back. It had to be said, Joaquin Phoenix's performance in the original timeline was nothing short of perfect. But Martin wanted to surpass perfection. Scene 112, take 46, action. At Todd Phillips' cue, Martin slowly walked into frame and sat down on the bench in the dimly lit changing room. He began to undress, baring his gaunt, bony frame. He leaned forward. His spine protruded one vertebra at a time, ribs jutting out like the wings of some demon, starkly visible under the skin. Christ. Even though it's not my first time seeing Martin after he's lost the weight, it still shakes me every time, Daniel murmured, sucking in a sharp breath. Chris Pratt nodded, genuine admiration in his voice. That's professionalism, especially for someone of Martin's stature to still throw himself into a role like this. What excuse do the rest of us have to slack off? Martin kept moving. He stretched out his skin-and-bone arm, picked up a shoe from the floor, adjusted its laces and insole, and let out a sudden, involuntary, high-pitched cackle. With each motion, the skin over his ribs shifted. A single beam of dim light from the window illuminated his back, and for a moment, it was as if those demonic wings were beating. The chill of the setting, the twisted limbs, the piercing laughter. This was the kind of image that bypassed reason and went straight to the soul, pressing a heavy, ink-dark loneliness into the heart of every onlooker. Cut. Todd Phillips let out a low sigh. Martin, I can only say, perfect. The scene wasn't long, but in the original timeline it was one of the most unforgettable moments in the entire film. Martin was confident that his performance would raise it to a new height, especially after seeing the playback. In both physical expression and emotional layering, he had surpassed Joaquin Phoenix's original. And with his uniquely seductive magnetism, he was certain he could draw the audience fully into Arthur's mind and detonate, within each viewer, a bomb called loneliness. Agents France Presa. Following a recent surge in attacks over Quan Hai's negative image, McCain shifted his campaign strategy in Virginia and North Carolina, two traditionally Republican strongholds. The Arizona senator stated, "We have 21 days left. We're 6 points behind, but the national media has already written us off." He accused his opponent of measuring the White House drapes already. La Stampa, Italy. When McCain was taken prisoner, the treatment he received may not have been as brutal as he has claimed. In fact, the South Vietnamese army may have saved his life. This revelation could impact his image as a war hero. Media roundup. In 15 days, Quan Hai and McCain will face off in their final presidential debate. For the first time, the two will share the same stage and sit side by side, forcing a close, direct exchange. Veteran CBS News anchor Hiko Gang pledged that he would not allow either candidate to dodge tough questions. Entertainment Weekly. Reports say that Joker filming is proceeding smoothly. According to an insider, Martin's interpretation of the role will surpass even his performance in The Dark Knight. In the source's words, Martin is pushing his acting to the absolute limit. Cut. That's not going to work. Martin stepped out of Arthur and looked over at Todd Phillips. Something wrong, Todd? It feels off. You're too good. Those three got completely overshadowed. Martin walked over to the monitor to watch the playback. Sure enough, his performance stood apart from the other three supporting actors. Sometimes, a movie's about the whole picture. It's not just about being as vivid as possible. It's about coordination. If the contrast between characters is too jarring, the audience can get pulled out of the scene in minutes. Even though Joker was essentially a one-man show, the supporting roles were still crucial for building the story. He wasn't the only actor here. That connection between performances mattered a lot. If it had been anyone else, they might have been forced to tone themselves down to match the weaker actors. But Martin didn't need to do that. He was the incubus. He had mastered the technique that could pull others right into the scene with him. Next take, watch my eyes, he told the other three. Scene 114, take 42, action. At Todd Phillips' cue, Martin slipped into character. One sweep of his gaze, and the quiet pull of his presence spread. Instinctively, the three supporting actors followed his lead. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Todd Phillips murmured, amazed. Martin really could draw people into a role. What incredible emotional gravity. This one's good. Let's keep it, Martin said after reviewing the take. Then it was time for his scene opposite Cameron Diaz. I'm a little nervous. You're too good, Cameron admitted. She'd been watching him act these past few days, and he'd completely blown her away. Her man was incredible. It was hard not to worry about getting overshadowed. Relax. You saw earlier. I'm good at bringing people into the role. All right. Just don't hit me with too much at once. Don't worry, sweetheart. I wouldn't dream of it. Scene 114, take 44, action. Cameron stepped out of the elevator, a paper bag of groceries in hand. Suddenly, Arthur's apartment door swung open. That thin, frail man stood silently in the doorway, smiling at her. For some reason, Cameron's heart skipped a beat. She quickened her pace. Hey, Sophie, been out shopping? Arthur greeted the girl he secretly adored. Cameron forced a stiff smile and hurried into her own apartment across the hall. Bang! She closed the door, leaning back against it, stunned. What's wrong with me? Why am I suddenly afraid of Martin? No, not Martin, Arthur. This is what he meant by bringing me into the role. He actually pulled it off. Amazing. Cut. Fantastic. That's a wrap for this one. Martin's voice came from the monitor. He turned to Todd. We done for today's scenes. All finished, Todd confirmed. Good. Martin glanced out the window at the darkening sky. It looked like rain. All right, everyone, wrap it up. Head home and rest early. Boom. Thunder cracked, and moments later, a heavy downpour swept over New York. Martin held Cameron's soft body against his, sitting by the window, eyes smiling as he watched the rain. Mid-October in New York already carried a bite of cold, and this storm would surely drop the temperature further. But inside Martin's apartment, it was warm as spring, a world apart from the chill outside. Cameron draped one arm around his neck, a glass of red wine in the other. She took a slow sip, then pressed her lips to his, passing the wine between them. Martin's eyes half closed as he savored it. The air in the room grew warmer, thicker. Just as Martin was about to take things further, the phone rang. Hello, darling. You're supposed to be on vacation with Courtney, aren't you? Oh, you met Nicole in Australia? What? You want a baby too? You're where? Downstairs? Well, that's a nice surprise. Come up. Popo's here too. Who was that? Cameron asked as Martin hung up. Jennifer. Jennifer Aniston. Looks like tonight was going to be busy, Martin thought. A stormy night indeed. The next morning, a sleepy Jennifer Aniston woke in Martin's bed, glanced at the clock, and called her good friend Courtney Cox. They agreed to meet before visiting Martin on set. Courtney arrived first, parking downstairs to wait for Jennifer so they could ride to the studio together. When she saw Jennifer, Courtney blurted, Damn, we've only been apart a little while, and you're glowing. Just how much fun did Martin give you last night? Jennifer smiled sweetly. Plenty. I envy you. He may never marry you, but aside from that, he can give you everything. Not like Dave. Lately I hardly see him at all. Talking about her marriage, Courtney's face darkened. Her second marriage was clearly on its last legs. Hey, don't dwell on the bad stuff. Let's check in first, then I'll take you somewhere fun. All right, let's have some fun, Courtney said with a reluctant smile. Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox arrived on set to have a look around. Daniel Kaluuya, who didn't interact with Martin much, nudged Chris Pratt with his elbow. Buddy, isn't that Rachel and Monica? You know, Jennifer and Courtney from Friends? Don't tell me they're also part of Mr. Myers's collection? Oh my God, Cameron's here too. Are they going to fight? Fight. Chris Pratt shot Daniel a look of disdain. You really underestimate Martin. I don't know exactly what's going on between him and Jennifer or Courtney, but trust me, when it comes to women, Martin's got skills. Back in Prague, I saw Jessica Alba and some young actress named Alexandra Daddario walk into Martin's room together. And the crazy part? Those two got along just fine afterward. What the hell, seriously? How does he pull that off? Daniel gaped. No idea. Money? Power? Or maybe he's just that good in other areas. Chris tilted his head thoughtfully. Honestly, I've been wondering myself. Then he looked at Daniel with a grin. Why don't you go ask him? The hell? Are you trying to get me killed? I know you're dying to be Martin's #1 bootlicker, but I'm not making it that easy for you. Daniel flipped him the middle finger. Hey, relax. I'm just kidding. Chris laughed awkwardly. Just then, Cameron Diaz spotted the two women and started walking toward them. Chris seized the moment to change the subject. Look, Cameron's heading their way. They're really not going to throw down? Damn, I'm nervous now. Daniel forgot all about chewing out Chris and stared at Cameron's every move. Others on set were also watching, some quietly hoping for a spectacular scene. Human nature. Nothing draws a crowd like drama. Hello, Jennifer. What took you so long to get here? Courtney, how have you been lately? Cameron greeted them warmly, giving each a hug. A collective sigh of disappointment rippled through the onlookers. One prop guy muttered to his buddy, Man, I thought for sure there'd be a cat fight. Guess not. His friend shrugged. There's been this Hollywood rumor for years. Martin Myers is surrounded by women, and somehow they all get along. Yeah, right. The prop guy looked skeptical. No? Then how do you explain what you just saw? The prop guy had no comeback. At noon, Martin took the three women to a famous New York restaurant for lunch. Wow, this place is impossible to book. I've tried so many times and never managed to get a table, Courtney said in surprise. Martin smiled. Next time you want to come, just use my name. I've got a permanent reservation here. That's amazing. Courtney laughed. Courtney, you seem a little down today, Martin asked suddenly. She blinked. You noticed? Inside, she was startled by how perceptive he was. My marriage with David's been having some issues lately. I don't know what to do. Over lunch, Courtney opened up about her troubled relationship. Martin knew David Arquette well enough, a former actor turned director and producer. Talented in his day, he'd starred in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie version, and the Scream trilogy, which made him a household name in the late 90s. He'd even won Most Popular Actor awards at the time. Later, he tried his hand at directing and producing with little success. Oh, and in 2000, he'd pulled a bizarre career stunt, stepping into the world of professional wrestling and actually winning the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. These days, though, David's career was on a steep decline. In the original timeline Martin remembered, David and Courtney divorced, and David never got another big break. After the meal, Martin and Cameron returned to set, while Jennifer took Courtney to a women's club. Relax, I'm just taking her out to blow off some steam, Jennifer whispered in Martin's ear before leaving. Martin grinned. I'm not worried. No gigolo in this city could outdo me. Exactly. You're my one and only wild man. Jennifer giggled. But when Martin came back to his apartment later that night with Cameron, Courtney was still there. I told Courtney she could stay over. Hope you don't mind? Jennifer whispered as she helped Martin out of his coat. Of course not. We've got plenty of room. That night, Courtney couldn't sleep. Restless, she wandered into the kitchen for a drink, only to hear sounds coming from another room. The kind of sounds like a storm tearing through. She instantly remembered overhearing Jennifer and Martin over the phone once. Her heart pounded, heat pooling low in her belly. Before she knew it, she was at Martin's bedroom door, pressing her ear to the wood. Minutes later, her face was burning red, her hands moving to her nightgown. The next morning, Courtney, you look awful. Didn't sleep well? Jennifer asked. Yeah, didn't sleep well, Courtney stammered. Was the mattress too soft? I forgot to tell you it's adjustable. No, it's fine. Martin, overhearing their exchange, chuckled to himself. After all, Courtney had spent 3 hours at his door last night. No wonder she didn't look so fresh. The Washington Post, Democratic presidential candidate, appears to be gaining momentum. Previously, states like Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Colorado were toss-ups. Now, they've swung in his favor. Of the remaining 7 swing states, he also holds a clear advantage in most. The Wall Street Journal. It may be months before we know when the storm on Wall Street will finally calm. So far, over 120,000 jobs have been cut in the sector. With major investment banks like Merrill Lynch being acquired, analysts are revising their layoff forecasts upward by 10 to 20%. The New York Times. Yesterday, Jennifer Aniston and close friend Courtney Cox visited the set of Joker to see Martin Myers. Long-standing rumors in Hollywood suggest a close relationship between Aniston and Myers. This time, perhaps they've decided not to hide it. The next day, after lingering a while at her friend Jennifer's side and strolling through the streets, Courtney Cox returned home. As she'd expected, her husband was nowhere to be found. She glanced around the slightly empty room, and without meaning to, her mind drifted back to what had happened last night. God, I can't believe I did that. How embarrassing. Thank goodness no one found out. Even as she scolded herself, Martin's image kept creeping back into her mind. Only in her imagination, of course, and in a rather unclothed state. She had never actually seen him like that, but she could picture it vividly enough. She went into the bedroom, switched on the TV, and dug a CD out of a drawer, Martin's dance film. It was probably the most popular movie he'd ever made. She popped the CD into the player, drew the curtains closed, and lay back on the bed. Then she suddenly sat up, pulled a packet of tissues from the drawer, and set it on the nightstand. Just in case, she thought. If things get emotional. The following morning, the clouds had cleared. Golden sunlight spilled into the bedroom through the slits in the curtains. Remembering the ridiculousness of the day before, Courtney felt her cheeks warm. But when she noticed the other half of the bed empty once again, her expression cooled. Jingle bells, Tay and I, Isabel. Her phone rang, jingle bells chiming brightly. It's Jennifer. Her voice softened. Hello, honey. What's up? Out to sea. Doesn't Martin have filming today? Oh, the crew's taking a scheduled day off. All right then, I'm in. Blue skies, white clouds, gulls circling, the spray of waves. Courtney leaned lazily on the yacht's railing, letting the October sea breeze wash over her. It was chilly, so she wasn't in a swimsuit. Jennifer stood beside her. Feeling better now, hon? A bit, Courtney replied. But last night he didn't come home again, and hey, Jennifer, what do you think you're doing? Jennifer's hand had suddenly slid around her waist, wandering upward and downward with deliberate mischief. This is punishment, Jennifer teased with a sly smile, for all those gloomy thoughts. Okay, I'll shut up. Too late. You're coming with me. No, let me go. Up on the control deck, Cameron Diaz stood next to Martin, looking down at the 2 women horsing around below. They're such good friends, she said with a laugh. Martin was watching too, though his gaze lingered more on Jennifer's playful little hand than anything else. Jennifer's such a troublemaker. Courtney's completely done, huh? Aloud, he said. Yeah, their friendship's like yours with Drew. That's true. Jennifer and Courtney are like sisters. Compared to them, Gwyneth and I aren't as close. I heard she's having marriage trouble lately. Lots of fights with Chris Martin. Oh, whose fault? Both, really. Gwyneth's always been a bit of a princess, and after having kids it got worse. Chris isn't much better, always out late with his band buddies, never at home. Night fell. The yacht anchored in the shelter of a small island. In her cabin's shower, Courtney let hot water cascade over her, steam curling around her like countless gentle hands caressing her skin. Without realizing it, she began to picture a man standing in front of her, an impossibly handsome face leaning in to kiss her. Of course, that face belonged to Martin. Stop. I can't go there. She slapped her cheeks with both hands, trying to snap herself out of it. But later that night, she still couldn't sleep. Her mind kept spinning, imagining what Martin, Jennifer, and Cameron might be doing. Together in their cabin. No. Stop it. Calm down, Courtney. Don't lose your mind. Oh no. No, don't get up. Her brain screamed orders, but her body disobeyed, slipping out of bed. She padded softly to the door of Martin's cabin and pressed her ear to it. Minutes passed. She was exhausted from standing there, but her pulse raced. It had been a long time since she'd felt like this. When the sounds from inside finally faded, She prepared to sneak back to her room, unnoticed, just like last time. But suddenly the door swung open from the inside. In the dim light, Martin's striking face appeared before her. For a moment, her mind went blank. She stood frozen, unable to speak or move. He smiled, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her straight into her cabin. Courtney felt as if her soul were about to leave her body. A strange pressure bloomed low in her belly, and at the height of an almost unbearable rush, she let go completely. Ah! When she finally came back to herself, everything was still again. Her whole body felt oddly light, her mind clear, as if she'd just had a long, luxurious steam bath. How does that feel? Martin's voice was gentle at her ear. Her cheeks burned. Jennifer can never find out. Actually, Martin said with a grin, it was her idea. What? Courtney's eyes widened. Rest up. Or, do you want to go again? No, I am Ph.D. Entertainment Daily. The crew of Joker has been making rapid progress, so Martin gave everyone the weekend off. Our reporters spotted him taking Jennifer Aniston and Cameron Diaz out on a yacht, along with Aniston's close friend, Courtney Cox. Good morning, Courtney. Good morning, Han. Inside the yacht's dining room, Jennifer Aniston smiled and greeted her good friend and Martin's companion. Courtney Cox's eyes were full of guilt. Jennifer, I'm so sorry Jennifer cut her off with a gentle smile. Darling, no need to apologize. How are you feeling? Courtney stared intently at her friend, searching for any trace of reproach. Finding none, she closed the distance in a few quick steps and wrapped her arms around her. I'm much better now, really, so much better. Thank you. Cameron Diaz popped the last bite of toast into her mouth and gave Martin a sly, knowing look before turning to Courtney. So, she drawled. How did our gentleman saint perform last night? You should know. When he went looking for you, he'd already fucked us 4 rounds with us. Courtney blushed, nodded slightly, and said, he was wonderful. No, incredible. Still, something about it felt strange. The awkwardness she'd expected never came. Everyone seemed to treat the whole thing as completely natural. Even she did. Inside her, a seed of affection began to take root. Martin walked over to Cameron and patted her head. Then he went to Jennifer, bent down, and kissed her lightly. Finally, he sat beside Courtney, pulling her firmly onto his lap, one arm wrapped around her slender waist. Feed me breakfast. I'm starving. Martin, Courtney isn't your maid, Jennifer teased. Martin shot her a look. This is my right. You all should know how much energy I burned last night. With a wicked grin, he tugged his collar down, revealing a row of tiny teeth marks on his shoulder. See? This is the medal Courtney gave me last night. Courtney's face burned even hotter. I'll get you something to eat. And with that, she slipped off his lap as though escaping and hurried toward the dining area. Darling, I'll have 2 poached eggs, extra toast, and another glass of juice. Thanks. Jennifer swatted Martin's shoulder playfully. Bullying people again. I'll go help. She joined her friend in the kitchen, and soon the two were bustling about together. Courtney glanced over her shoulder at Martin. He was chatting with Cameron, so she leaned closer to Jennifer and whispered, Jennifer, last night, was it really you who told Martin? You're really not angry. Jennifer chuckled. Darling, don't overthink it. Yes, I told him to go. I just didn't expect you'd be right at the door. Huh. Courtney covered her flaming face. Oh God, I'm done for. So embarrassing. I'll die of shame. Jennifer gave her a playful smack on the hip, smiling with a hint of wickedness. Go on, don't be shy. You'll get used to it soon enough. Martin's a shameless rogue. Now hurry and get that daddy some sandwich. He really did work himself to the bone last night. Martin, let's go over the schedule. We should be done filming the New York scenes by the end of October. Good. That's even earlier than I expected. I can't wait to get back to sunny California. Martin had never cared for New York weather, especially in autumn and winter, too gloomy, cold, and damp. To him, the city barely had a fall at all. As soon as summer ended, the chill seemed to rush and to claim it. Todd, keep an eye on the extras running around in the chaos scene. I'll need shots from here, here, and here. For the shot where I jump onto the car, I want a high wide-angle lens. In that moment, Arthur has fully become the Joker, towering, godlike. I want that feeling captured. Got it. Joker, scene 149, take 37, action. Martin, No. Arthur sat in the back of a police car. He had been arrested. Moments earlier, live on television, Arthur had shot a man dead. He felt no guilt, no discomfort. He deserved it. They all did. Arthur leaned his head against the window, eyes drifting to the chaos outside. Slowly, a thin smile curled across his lips. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. Watching through the monitor, director Todd Phillips shivered. That smile, it's so damn evil. A van suddenly rammed into the police car. Cut. Swap in the stunt double. Bang. The police car came to a halt as several masked men swarmed it, yanking the prisoner out. Cut. That's good. Stunt double out, Martin in. Martin stepped forward to take the spot. If he could have done the stunt himself, there'd be no need for the swap, but the insurance company would never allow it. Filming resumed. On screen, in full Joker makeup, Arthur stood atop the car, surrounded by a frenzied mob wearing Joker masks. They roared in triumph at his return to freedom. Arthur threw back his head and laughed. Wild, unrestrained, manic. His mouth stretched into an exaggerated, deranged grin. His eyes were cold, emotionless. His arms spread like wings as his feet pounded the car roof in a steady rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Soon the crowd began stomping along, chanting in unison. Joker! 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 Arthur swayed his head, basking in their worship, his wavy hair whipping in the wind. His arms moved like a conductor's, orchestrating this mad chorus. Joker! 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 Boom, boom, boom. The chanting and stomping merged into perfect sync. Martin's movements had a hypnotic pull, compelling the mob, and even the viewer, to follow. Through the monitor, Todd Phillips could see it clearly. In that perfect camera angle, Arthur was larger than life, sinister, unbound, radiating a dangerous allure. Arms spread, feet pounding, eyes looking down on all. He was the Joker, an evil god. The Times. With just over 2 weeks before the U.S. election, the Democratic and Republican candidates held their final televised debate. Trailing badly in the polls, McCain hoped the debate would reverse his fortunes. But post-debate surveys show Obama scoring yet another win. The New York Times. According to a CBS poll taken immediately after the debate, 53% of undecided voters thought Obama performed better, compared to only 22% for McCain. The Iowa electronic markets now give Obama an 82% chance of victory. CNN reports Obama leading in several swing states, including Virginia, Colorado, and Florida, prompting the GOP to abandon 2 of them entirely. Hollywood Entertainment News. In a recent interview, Joker's assistant director Todd Phillips, working with Martin for the second time, called the film a groundbreaking epic that embodies the rise of the antihero in our era. The New York shoot for Joker wrapped up smoothly. Martin flew the crew back to Los Angeles, taking Jennifer and Courtney with him, neither of whom wanted to leave. Once back in LA, Martin gave himself and the crew a day off, planning to spend it tidying up his place at the Beverly Hills estate. The next day, his manager Jeff Raymond showed up with Robert Downey in tow. "You're being followed?" Martin asked, a little surprised. Little Robert Downey's expression was grim as he nodded. "It's not paparazzi this time. Otherwise, I'd just ignore it. It's the eye of Hollywood. That notorious bastard." Martin knew exactly who he meant. The man was a famous Hollywood private investigator, real name Anthony Delitinoc, of Italian descent. His favorite pastime was using all kinds of illegal methods to dig up scandals and private secrets about celebrities, then using them to extort huge sums of money. His personal creed. Everyone has a fatal weakness, and that weakness is scandal. The only way to deal with a scandal is to dig up another one. This guy had nearly brought the likes of Stallone, Tom Cruise, and Michael Jackson to the brink of ruin. But Martin distinctly remembered. Hadn't he gone to prison in 2002? Anthony Delitinoc? Wasn't he locked up? Martin asked. Jeff Raymond explained. He was released a long time ago. He only got 2 years and 3 months. He was out by 2005. Why is he after Robert? Do you have something he can use against you? No. But that bastard has no bottom line, and I don't want him messing up my life. He had his guys plant a bug in my house. Damn it. If Suzanne hadn't noticed the flower vase was in the wrong place, we'd still be in the dark. She was so shaken up. That son of a bitch. Robert was seething. Martin understood. Nobody would feel comfortable knowing their privacy was being watched without limits. Jeff said, Anthony's dangerous. He probably thinks Robert will relapse and wants to get proof for blackmail. Fortunately, Robert's genuinely turned over a new leaf. That guy's a real piece of work, Robert muttered. Got it, Martin said, understanding why they had come. They wanted him to deal with this. He stood, clapped Robert on the shoulder. Leave it to me. Tell Suzanne not to worry either. I'll handle it. Warn me? Tell me to stop bothering. Robert and his family? Who the hell dares talk to me like that? Anthony rubbed his shiny bald head, sneering. Who thinks they've got that much clout? Think one sentence will make me back off? Huh. I get over 100 threats a day, and this guy thinks he can scare me with words alone? Daydreaming. His 30-year-old assistant shifted uneasily. The caller's name was Gordon. He said the man warning us is named Martin Myers. Anthony froze mid-smirk, rose from the sofa. Who? Which Martin Myers? I think it's the Martin Myers. The super genius, industry heavyweight. He's pretty close with Robert. Martin Myers. Martin Myers. Anthony paced in circles, his expression changing several times before he stopped and sneered again. So what? Unless I get paid, I'm not backing off. He wants me to stop now? Fine. Bring me $1 million. Boss, this is Martin Myers we're talking about. So what? I'm the eye of Hollywood. His assistant began to suspect prison had knocked something loose in his boss's head. When Gordon relayed the demand, Martin actually laughed in disbelief. This guy was neck-deep in trouble already, yet still so brazen. How had he survived in Hollywood this long? Martin made a few phone calls. 5 days later, news broke that sent joy through Hollywood's celebrity circles. The man had been caught again. The trial was swift and merciless. That day, Judge Fisher declared, Delitanok has long acted with malice and arrogance, causing lasting damage to public trust in government institutions and inflicting physical, psychological, and emotional harm on his victims. In his work, he obtained scandals and private materials for clients to use in lawsuits or disputes, including wiretapping victims such as Tom Cruise, Stallone, and Clinton. Previously, Delitanok served prison time for illegal possession of firearms and explosives, yet showed no sign of reform. This court finds him guilty on 78 counts, sentences him to 15 years in prison, and fines him and his 2 accomplices $2 million. The case stirred Hollywood. Some were overjoyed, others were terrified, mostly those who had once hired him. The Los Angeles Times reported, Delitanok was once among Hollywood's most infamous private detectives. His wiretapping scandals exposed the dirty dealings behind the polished images of stars. From this perspective, his conviction may help curb the industry's shadowy transactions. Celebrities ought to be pleased. Anthony Delitanok's life was over. For Martin, though, it was nothing more than a minor interlude. At CAA's offices, Robert turned to Jeff in shock. I just wanted him to back off. I didn't think Martin would actually send him to prison. That's... He trailed off, unable to find the right word. Jeff chuckled. You'll get used to it. Being friends with Martin comes with a strong sense of security. Robert nodded in agreement. The New York Times, Democratic and Republican. Presidential candidates Barack Obama and John McCain appeared together in New York on the 16th for a charity dinner. It was likely their last joint public event before the election. Unlike their previous debates, they joked and traded barbs, each trying to outdo the other's humor. The Washington Post. On the 18th, Republican presidential candidate McCain criticized Democrat Obama's support for tax cuts and adjustments to tax brackets, calling them socialist economic measures. McCain said such policies merely redistribute wealth rather than create it. The Los Angeles Times. Little Rascal is nearing completion. In an interview with this paper, Martin said post-production is already underway and hinted that this unconventional anti-hero film could hit theaters next summer. Martin, you know what? The Miranda brand just got listed in Vogue's 2008 annual Most Stunning Fashion Gifts, and they even called me the brightest pearl among businesswomen. Inside her luxurious Beverly Hills home, Miranda practically leapt into Martin's arms the moment she stepped through the door, brimming with excitement. Look at this. She pulled a magazine out of her handbag. It was the latest issue of Vogue, with Miranda herself gracing the cover. She wore a pale blue, perfectly tailored business suit that hugged every curve. Her hair was swept up, revealing her long, elegant neck and the delicate lines of her collarbones. Undeniably sensual. How's the shoot? Honestly, I love what they wrote even more. Wow, the brightest pearl. Are they talking about me? Martin kissed the side of her neck and chuckled. Darling, you deserve it. He began flipping through the pages. The truth was, Martin hadn't invested too much personal effort into the Miranda label, just the occasional bit of promotion in his own circles and connecting her with one or two incredibly influential allies. But Martin's network was top tier. When those lofty elites, politicians, aristocrats, A-list celebrities started talking about and buying Miranda, the layers beneath them naturally followed suit. Because, as the saying goes, when it's good at the top, it works all the way down. So Miranda's brand caught fire, and so did Miranda herself. No surprise there. Martin scanned the glowing praise printed in the magazine and couldn't help but smile. Time really flies. The little girl I once knew is now a bona fide powerhouse. I declare filming for Joker officially wrapped. Thank you all for your hard work. Tonight, there's a party. Bring your girlfriends, friends, or whatever. Drinks are on me, so go wild. Woohoo! The announcement sent cheers through the crew. Later that evening, Beverly Hills, the Langford Grand Hotel. Top floor. A lavish party was in full swing. Considered one of the best five-star hotels in Beverly Hills, eclipsing even brands like Hilton or the Waldorf, Langford had been built in 1887 by the wealthy Klaus brothers from Armenia. With over 70 luxury boutiques, it was a paradise for high-end shoppers. It also boasted a history museum, an in-house theater, and a reputation for meticulous service. Chris Pratt was experiencing that famed service firsthand. Leaving the restroom with a satisfied grin, he adjusted his hair in the mirror, only to make Daniel jump. What the fuck? When did you get in there? Daniel blurted. Chris smirked, patted him on the shoulder, and said, a while ago. The bathrooms here are amazing. And off he went. Amazing bathrooms? Daniel was puzzled, until the mystery solved itself a moment later. The same stall Chris had just vacated swung open, and out stepped a young, pretty hotel maid. She ignored him completely, went to the sink, cupped water in her hands, and drank. She wiped her mouth and left, leaving Daniel standing there in awkward silence. He emerged into the party, scanning the crowd for Chris to ask how he'd managed to charm a hotel maid, only to see Chris now flirting with a petite model. Damn, is this guy some kind of sex-crazed stallion? Abandoning the idea of learning from Chris, Daniel grabbed a glass of Canadian ice wine and wandered to the poolside, watching bikini-clad women splash and play. Beautiful, aren't they? He turned to see a striking young white woman, also holding a drink, sipping as she gazed at the pool. She looked barely out of her teens, still with a trace of baby fat in her cheeks, but undeniably gorgeous. Who are you? A model? An actress? Are you even old enough to drink? She shot him a look. Are you a cop? No. Gonna report me? Of course not. Then why the hell are you asking? All right, I'll drop it. My name's Kristen Stewart, she said suddenly. You can call me Chris. I'm an actress. Another Chris. Daniel cursed inwardly. But compared to the other Chris, this one was much easier on the eyes. He raised his glass. I'm Daniel. You can call me Daniel. I'm an actor too. So, I don't remember seeing you on the Joker set. You crashed the party? How'd you get in? Easy. I just found someone from the crew and pretended to be their boyfriend. But I'm not here to party. I'm here to find Martin. You know Martin? Daniel blinked, suddenly losing a bit of interest in anything else. Russian news agency. On October 20th, Russia's permanent mission to the UN reported that U.S. Republican presidential candidate John McCain had recently sent them a formal request for financial support for his campaign. Russia reiterated its stance that it will not fund foreign political activities. The Washington Post. Regarding the McCain campaign's letter to Russia's UN mission, spokesman Brian Rogers responded on the 20th that they have no idea how such a misdirected request occurred, but insisted the campaign would never solicit funds from prohibited sources. Associated Press. With just 2 weeks to go before the U.S. presidential election, Democratic candidate Barack Obama's lead over Republican opponent John McCain continues to grow. According to the latest Gallup poll released on the 20th, Obama leads 52% to 41%, a margin of 11 points. Do you know Martin? Daniel Kaluuya's eyes widened, his small ambitions momentarily shelved. The girl squinted slyly. Of course I know Martin. In her mind, She added, but he might not know me. Daniel, fooled, said, Chris, I just saw Martin head to a small meeting room with some people. Women? Kristen Stewart asked. No, they looked like, business types? Politicians? I don't know, but it seemed serious. All right, I won't bother him then, Kristen said. In the meeting room, Martin leaned forward. So, you've reached an agreement with Hillary? Yes, the gray-haired middle-aged man replied respectfully. Mr. Obama has pledged to fully support Hillary's presidential run after his term. Wow, that's a hell of a blank check, and one Hillary can't refuse, Martin said with a grin. He shifted gears. So, Florida's no longer an issue? Correct. Hillary and Bill Clinton will personally campaign there. It's their stronghold. Martin nodded. Tell Barack that California won't be a problem either. I'll be there to back him. The man smiled. Exactly what he'd hoped to hear. He bowed slightly. With your support, Mr. Obama's chances of winning the presidency are significantly boosted. Don't get cocky, Martin warned. I hear McCain's team is digging into that. Plumber. The man froze. Is that so? He didn't dare dismiss it. I'll report to Mr. Obama immediately. The so-called Plumber Joe was a political stunt by Obama's campaign. 2 weeks earlier, while visiting Toledo, Ohio, Obama had a chance encounter with a plumber named Joe, engaging in a friendly chat. Joe, unfazed, even debated Obama on the street. The cameras tailing Obama captured it all. Joe, the plumber, sparring with Obama as he toured Toledo's neighborhoods. You believe in the American dream, right? Owning my own shop is my dream. But if you raise taxes on incomes over $250,000, I'm worried I'll get hit hard. I don't agree with your tax plan. The exchange made Joe a sensation. McCain referenced him over 20 times in debates, turning him into a conservative darling for attacking Obama's tax policies. But Joe was a plant, a calculated move by Obama's team to showcase his openness to dissent and everyman appeal. When McCain used Joe to jab at Obama, Joe became a weapon for Obama's camp. It was bait, and McCain bit. In the second debate, Joe, who McCain had leaned on heavily in the first, showed up in person. Before the event, he told the press, I disagree with Mr. Obama's tax plan, but I'm voting for him because. The crowd saw McCain's embarrassment plain as day. Joe, the opponent-turned-supporter, became a media star, potentially swaying voters. Meanwhile, McCain's earlier attacks backfired. Joe became a liability, reminding voters of McCain's missteps, which hurt his campaign. So, before voting began, McCain's team moved to neutralize the Joe problem. On October 16th, the Associated Press ran a story, Is Joe really a plumber? It revealed Joe's real name was Samuel. He lacked a plumber's license, didn't earn enough to buy a shop, netting $250,000 a year, and owed Ohio $1,182.98 in back taxes, landing him in court. Toledo's plumbers union head, Tony, weighed in. Him calling himself a plumber is shameful. But real plumbers like Joe support Obama. What the hell? McCain crumpled the newspaper and hurled it. Didn't you say you had Tony handled? Why'd he add that last bit? His aides went silent. They'd paid Tony $10,000 to say the first part, but unbeknownst to them, Obama's team swooped in right after, offering $20,000 to tack on the pro-Obama line. Obama himself stepped up for Joe, license or not. It's irrelevant. The media's blowing this out of proportion. Most plumbers work for licensed employers and still call themselves plumbers. If Joe's stance helps Democrats, would the media and unions attack him so fiercely? The controversy, poised to stir waves, was deftly defused by Obama's camp. In Washington, at Obama's office. Thank God for Martin's heads up, or McCain's team would have made a bigger deal out of Joe's flaws, an aide said. Martin's intel is unbelievable, another agreed. He's been a game changer. The Times, the U.S. presidential election proves one truth. Money doesn't buy everything, but without it, you get nothing. The presidency is forged in financial power. Without ample funds, names like Kennedy, Reagan, or Clinton wouldn't have reached the White House. The New York Times, after 3 televised debates, Americans have a clearer view of Obama and McCain. More believe McCain's attacks on Obama are unfair. Currently, 53% of voters view Obama favorably, up 10% from last month, with only 33% unfavorable. In contrast, only 36% view McCain positively, while 45% view him negatively. Even some prior McCain supporters say their enthusiasm is fading. The Hollywood star. Last night, the Joker's crew threw a lavish party at the Beverly Hills Hotel, attended by over 200 guests. After the event, our reporter spotted Martin leaving with a stunning, unfamiliar woman. "Hey, Chris, Martin's out," Daniel Kaluuya said. "Oh, I see him. Thanks for the heads up. Catch you later, Daniel," Kristen Stewart replied. Daniel watched as the girl headed toward Martin. Kristen's heart was pounding. Tonight, she was determined to confirm something. Was Martin the only man who didn't make her feel uneasy? So nervous. God, he's so handsome. But so skinny. Probably from filming the Joker. The papers were right. He's dedicated. As Kristen approached, Martin noticed her. His first impression was sweet. At just 18, Kristen Stewart's face still held a youthful roundness, softening her sharp, boyish features with a touch of charm. Her gray eyes caught the terrace's ornate lighting, giving them a dreamy glow. She wasn't the curvaceous type, but her proportions were balanced, and her long, slender legs gave her a deer-like grace. Martin recognized her instantly. "Hello, Kristen." Kristen's eyes widened in disbelief. You know me?" Martin smiled. "Of course. I personally picked you out of over 2,000 or sums for Bella." That was true, though it was more like 5 or sums. For Twilight's casting, the director had narrowed down over 2,000 auditionees to a short list of 5. Lily Collins, Sarah Parkston, Emma Stone, Sarah Hyland, and Kristen Stewart. A who's who of future Hollywood starlets. Martin didn't hesitate to choose Kristen, the original timeline's Bella, who had defined the role and risen to fame with it. "Really? Thank you." Kristen's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling an instant connection, as if some invisible thread had drawn them closer. Is this fate? Maybe it's divine intervention. Martin's the only man I don't recoil from. Want to find a quiet spot to chat? Martin offered. "Oh, and you can call me Martin." "Absolutely, Martin." Kristen beamed, thrilled at the suggestion. On the sidelines, Chris Pratt sidled up behind Daniel. "Damn, Daniel, I didn't think you had it in you. Setting Martin up with a girl? That's next level." Daniel, startled, spun around to see Pratt. "Bullshit. I'm not like you, stooping that low." "Oh, come on," Pratt grinned. "I saw it all. You were chatting with her, then. You saw Martin, said something, and she went straight for him. No shame, man. Buttering up the big shots is what us little guys do. We're both Martin's guys now." He pointed to himself. "Number 1 lackey." Then to Daniel. "Number 2 lackey." "What the hell are you talking about?" Daniel groaned. "All right, fine," Pratt said, smirking. "Since you pulled off something I didn't see coming, I'll give you the win." He pointed to Daniel. "Number 1 lackey." Then to himself. "Number 2 lackey. Happy now?" "That's not what I meant." "What? You want to be the only lackey? You're going too far, bro." Kristen found chatting with Martin genuinely delightful. Before she knew it, she'd scooted from one end of the circular couch to his, inching closer. Strange. Martin has this unique pull. Not only does he not repulse me like other guys, he feels more approachable than even my girlfriends. With that thought, she slid closer still, giggling. "Haha, you're so right." Martin sensed she wasn't really listening, too busy finding ways to cozy up to him. He'd never admit it was because he'd dialed up his charismatic aura with a touch of magic. "This is just my charm. Yes, my natural charisma." Time slipped by unnoticed. Martin's hand found her slim waist, and Kristen didn't resist. Instead, she nestled deeper into his embrace, sniffing lightly. She noticed Martin was one of the rare men who didn't douse himself in cologne or deodorant. He lacked that heavy scent she associated with others, and his warm, inviting presence made her feel utterly at ease. Martin glanced at his watch, nearly midnight. "Chris, where you at? I'll drive you home." "I don't want to go home," Kristen said softly, her tone unmistakable. As a seasoned player, Martin caught the hint immediately. "Hold on, let me make a call." He stepped aside with his phone, leaving Kristen with a pang of disappointment. Moments later, he returned, extending a hand. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere fun." The Florida Times. On the 20th, Democratic candidate Barack Obama kicked off a 2-day campaign swing in Florida, attacking Republican rival John McCain's say anything, do anything political style. The Wall Street Journal. With just 2 weeks until Election Day, Obama's campaign is soaring. On the 19th, he secured the endorsement of former Republican Secretary of State Colin Powell and broke fundraising records, gaining a massive financial edge. Meanwhile, McCain faces a double blow, and questions are resurfacing about his choice of Sarah Palin as running mate. The Hollywood Insider. Our reporter spotted Martin leaving last night's The Joker party with a young, beautiful woman heading to the Griffith Observatory. Security blocked our access. Damn those VIP privileges. The Griffith Observatory, one of the world's most renowned observatories, offered Los Angeles's most breathtaking nighttime views. Perched northwest of the city, it faced the iconic Hollywood Hills. Sign in the distance. A landmark in its own right, the observatory had served as a backdrop for films like Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle, and GoldenEye. Open to the public by day with reservations, it was strictly off-limits at night, unless you had special clearance. Martin, a donor to the observatory, had made a quick call to secure that special access. As he led Kristen Stewart to the top-floor viewing platform, a stunning scene unfolded before them. Ahead lay a deep, endless darkness. Below, the city sparkled with vibrant lights. Above, a vast, star-studded cosmos stretched endlessly, blending with the glow of countless homes below in an indescribable beauty. "Wow, this is gorgeous," Kristen gasped. "Not as gorgeous as you," Martin replied. In that moment, under the stars, Kristen surrendered to the magic of the night. She reached up, cupping Martin's face, and stood on her toes to kiss him. Her lips were cool yet sweet, laced with a faint hint of wine, intoxicating. But she was the one truly drunk, melting into Martin's embrace, overwhelmed by his magnetic allure. After a long, lingering kiss, they parted. The stunning cityscape couldn't hold her gaze. She only had eyes for Martin, her gaze as bright as the stars. "Love me," she whispered. Except she didn't say love me. She said fuck me, which, in context, meant much the same. Martin's magic scanned the surroundings, and Gordon, stationed by the terrace door, got the hint. He stepped outside, locked the iron gate, and stood guard. Martin grinned, his hand reaching for Kristen's clothes. She wore a gray t-shirt and tight, elastic jeans that hugged her curves, accentuating her pert backside and slender legs. The jeans, though, were a challenge to remove. "These pants are tough to get off." "Let me," Kristen started. Before she could finish, the jeans slid down smoothly. "What the?" Her surprise was cut short as Martin pulled her into his arms again, kissing her deeply. Kristen's senses drowned in his presence. The moon hung high, the night sky vast and clear. Stars and city lights intertwined, a fleeting dance of passion. The sounds of their fervor echoed faintly on the terrace. Gordon shook his head, stepped a few paces away, and focused intently on the dark hallway below. In the parking lot outside, two paparazzi sat in a blue Cadillac. "Joaquin, what do you think Martin and that girl are doing in there?" one asked. "Do you even need to ask?" the other scoffed. "They're getting it on, obviously." He sighed enviously. "Look at that guy. Fine wine, gourmet food, luxury mansions, yachts, and beautiful women. That's living. We're just surviving. Joaquin, you want to keep staking out here? I know a club with some wild girls." "Really? Expensive. You think I'd go somewhere pricey? Then what are we waiting for? Let's roll." The next day, Martin brought an exhausted Kristen to his Beverly Hills home. When she saw his two stunning housekeepers, she perked up. Instantly. "Hi, I'm Kristen Stewart. What are your names? Making breakfast? Need a hand?" Bijou and Heather exchanged glances. "Is this girl hitting on us?" Heather whispered to Bijou. "You feel it too?" "Thought it was just me," Bijou replied, stunned. Martin eyed Kristen's sudden burst of energy warily. "Did I just let a wolf into my house?" After settling her in, he drove to the Myers Entertainment Tower. Martin, the CEO of AMC Theaters, called. Drew said, jogging to meet him. "They're fully backing your new film." Despite her fierce, professional demeanor in public, Drew was all warmth with Martin, always eager to be close. As soon as they entered his office, she shut the door and pressed herself against him. Martin indulged his curvaceous, indispensable assistant, lifting her onto his lap as she briefed him on recent developments. AMC promised at least 1,200 theaters and over 2,900 screens for the Joker. The other two major chains gave similar numbers. Warner and Disney are also on board to help distribute. Oh, and Will Smith called. He wants to make a movie about Chinese kung fu, starring his son, and asked if we'd invest. A kung fu movie starring Jaden Smith? Martin's memory clicked. The Karate Kid. Invested $40 million, grossed $322 million globally. No brainer. Greenlight it, Martin said. Will's got a good eye for scripts. Even if it's not a blockbuster, it won't lose money. Also, Scarlett's been cast in Iron Man 2. Apparently, Robert Downey Jr. Put in a good word. Robert's a family. Of course he'd help Scarlett. Oh, remind me to call Leonardo, Martin added suddenly. I want him for my next project. Drew raised an eyebrow. The dream one. Yup. The Washington Post. Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer believes Congress may discuss revitalizing the economy post-financial crisis by November, with Federal Reserve Chairman Bernanke's support being crucial. For a new stimulus package, we couldn't ask for a better ally, Schumer said. His backing turns possibility into reality. The Washington Herald. Obama, with his mixed-race background, knows race is a double-edged sword in politics. Recently, Republican VP candidate Sarah Palin campaigned heavily in West Virginia, targeting Obama's weakness. Many local white voters expressed unease about his race. The Los Angeles Times. Martin's new film, still in post-production, is already a hot commodity among theater chains. The Joker is shaping up to be a blockbuster. In a Los Angeles CAF frequented by celebrities, Martin and Leonardo lounged in a secluded, circular booth. So, when's your film with Scorsese kicking off? I've wrapped The Joker, and you guys haven't even started? Martin asked. Still locking down roles, Leonardo replied. I wanted Robert for Chuck's part, but he's off shooting Iron Man, and we haven't settled on a filming location. Scorsese scouted a few spots, but none fit. For the mental hospital? Try Medfield State Hospital. In Massachusetts. James One shot Saw 3 there. I saw his location photos. It matches Shutter Island's vibe perfectly. Really? I'll call Scorsese when I get back. Hope you're right. Leo, since Shutter Island's schedule is still up in the air, how about starring in a film for me first? Martin proposed. Another one? Leonardo raised an eyebrow. You just finished The Joker. Don't you need to handle post-production? I work fast, post and shooting. If you're in, we start January next year and wrap by April. All right. I'll check with Scorsese and get back to you by tomorrow. Can you give me a hint about the film? It's a dream heist movie. Dom Cobb, a seasoned thief, infiltrates dreams when people are at their most vulnerable, stealing valuable secrets from their subconscious. On one job, Cobb and his partner Arthur are thwarted by Cobb's late wife, Mal, haunting his subconscious, preventing them from getting the client's intel. They've got 2 days before they're marked for death. Martin laid out the story, and Leonardo was hooked. Wow, that's a wild concept. Dreams within dreams. If we pull it off, it'll blow people's minds. Thanks for thinking of me, man. I'll push Scorsese to align schedules and confirm by tomorrow. He grinned mischievously. Business done. Now let's talk about that girl you left with 3 nights ago. Who is she? How'd you meet? What happened? God damn, Leo, why were you gossiping like a tabloid? Martin laughed. Gossip's human nature. Who said that? Oh, right. Martin Myers, when Blake and I started dating. What's that saying? Karma's a bitch? You and Jack roasted me back then. Now it's my turn. Fine, Martin relented. It's no big deal. Men and women hooking up is human nature too, right? Her name's Chris, and... The next day, Leonardo called with good news. Talk to Scorsese. Shutter Island starts late April or May. I'm free for your film first. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Leo, Martin said. No problem. I love that story. With the lead for his next film locked, Martin called in Buret. Buret means China, then dove into the Joker's post-production in the editing room. In China, Louis Fei was feeding her cats in the courtyard of her sprawling 25-acre mansion in Beijing's Shuni district. The estate was divided into residential, fitness, entertainment, and dining areas, so vast that golf carts were kept on hand for getting around. Her phone rang with "There's a girl, but I let her get away." She set down the cat food and picked up. Yang Mi's excited voice burst through. "Yifei," Martin called. He cast me in his new film, female lead. Martin had decided to reimagine Inception's Ellen Page role, Ariadne the architect, as a Chinese-American character, with Yang Mi in the part. He chose her for her more three-dimensional features, distinct from the traditional Eastern beauty of actresses like Zhang Anai or Hu Jing, making her more palatable to international audiences. Really? Congrats, Liu Yifei said, genuinely happy for her friend. Hee, it's whatever, Yang Mi said, feigning modesty while gloating. It's the female lead, but Martin said it's not a huge part, more like a supporting role. Not like you, starring as the main lead in that big budget The King of Kung Fu. At the mention of The King of Kung Fu, Liu Yifei's mood soured. The film had caused friction with China Film Group's boss, Wang, and its box office flopped, leaving her with no new offers in China. All because Mom got greedy, she thought. If we just passed on China Film and skipped that movie. When's your film starting? Liu Yifei changed the subject. January next year. I'm heading to the US in December. You'll miss Chinese New Year? What's the big deal? No fireworks anymore. Just boring family gatherings and the Spring Festival Gala. Oh, you mentioned wanting Martin's signed album last time. I'll grab a few in the US. I'd rather ask him myself, Liu Yifei thought, but said aloud, thanks. Hanging up, she sat quietly. Who was that? Yang Mi again. Liu's mother approached, noticing her daughter's low mood. You look upset. Did that girl say something? I told you. She's too cunning to be a good friend. It's not her, Liu Yifei sighed. I'm just too idle lately. Her mother fell silent. Liu's idleness was her fault. She'd sweet-talked China Film's Wang brothers to secure the King of Kung Fu's lead for her daughter, expecting it to launch her to stardom. Instead, she sighed inwardly and shifted topics. What did Yang Mi say? She got a Hollywood film with Martin directing. She's heading to the US soon. What? Liu's mother's regret deepened. They shouldn't have passed on that Xiao Zhang role in the Harry Potter series. It was small, but if Yifei had built a rapport with Martin like Yang Mi did, it'd be worth more than any big-budget Chinese drama. She didn't know Yang Mi had slept with Martin, assuming it was just savvy networking. Liu Yifei, for her part, kept her friend's secret. The Voice of America. On the 21st, senior Democratic and Republican senators said Democrats could secure 60 of the Senate's 100 seats after the November election. The economic crisis has weakened Republicans, potentially giving Democrats a decisive majority for the first time in 30 years, avoiding partisan gridlock. International Herald Tribune. Obama's rise from humble roots embodies the American dream, but also reflects the power of elite politics. Despite his modest background, his Ivy League education at Columbia and Harvard, combined with the vast network of Ivy League graduates in media and finance, makes his success unsurprising. It underscores the enduring role of elite institutions in American politics. Entertainment Weekly. Reports say The Joker hasn't premiered, but Martin is already planning his next directorial project, possibly reteaming with Leonardo DiCaprio. In December, Los Angeles carried a faint chill, the coldest time of year in the greater metro area. People layered jackets over t-shirts, and women adorned themselves with vibrant scarves, adding flair to the mild winter. As Martin had promised, his editing speed was blistering. He completed the rough cut of The Joker in a week and finalized it in 3 passes. Todd Phillips, assisting with the edit, was floored. This isn't just fast, it's the Flash. Then came the test screening. Executives from Warner Brothers, Myers Entertainment, and DC attended. After watching the final cut, sans score, the room fell silent. A moment later, applause erupted. Warner CEO Alan Horn loosened his tie, exhaling. I've got to say, this film shook me, he told Martin, clapping. It's undeniably artistic, said an elderly, bespectacled man with white hair, eyeing Martin with admiration. But could it be too dark, too oppressive? Will audiences buy in? The elderly man was Joe Kubert, often called the father of DC by fans. While Stan Lee is Marvel's iconic figure, DC's equivalent is less publicized. Kubert, like Lee, created beloved heroes, Superman, Batman, Robin, but shunned the spotlight and never cameoed in DC films like Lee did in Marvel's. Still, his contributions to comics rivaled Lee's. Addressing Kubert's concern, Martin smiled. I'm not worried. Yes, it's dark, but not stifling. If viewers empathize with Arthur by the end, it's actually a thrilling ride. Think about it. Superhero films follow a formula. Weak to strong, spiritual uplift, hero born. A villain film flips the last two. Weak to strong, moral decay, villain-born. The difference is, the villain's journey is steeped in darkness, which we often call art. His words left Horn and Kubert pensive. After a beat, Kubert chuckled. Clever bastard. You played a beautiful trick. Horn shook his head inwardly. What a sharp guy. He wrapped a commercial core in an artistic shell so seamlessly that, without him spelling it out, no one would have pegged this dark masterpiece as a blockbuster. If my idiot son had half his brains. Horn's son was a notorious Hollywood playboy. With editing done, Martin left special effects, scoring, and subtitles to the team, freeing up his schedule. He poured most of his time into prepping Inception while squeezing in an appearance at the Golden Globes. The Golden Globes, unrelated to soccer, are officially the Hollywood Foreign Press Association's awards for film and TV. Unlike the Oscars, run by the Academy, the Globes are voted on by 96 journalists, two-thirds part-time. Held a month before Oscar voting, they're often seen as an Oscar precursor, though they're distinct. Though the author didn't mention it earlier, Martin had long been a Golden Globes darling. Unlike the Oscars' art-heavy focus, the Globes embraced commercial appeal, and Martin's knack for blending both made him a favorite. This year, Myers Entertainment's Slumdog Millionaire swept Best Drama, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Score, dominating the night. The individual standout was Martin's ex, Kate Winslet, who won Best Actress, Drama, for Revolutionary Road and Best Supporting Actress for The Reader. Steven Spielberg received a Lifetime Achievement Award, delivering a heartfelt speech about the craft of acting. At the after-party, Kate found Martin. Got a minute to talk? She asked. Sure, over there. Martin pointed to a lounge area. How's it going? She asked. Same old. Partying, meddling in the presidential race, shooting a few films. Pretty full life, he said. Kate laughed. Still anti-marriage. You know me, Kate. Too many women. Marrying one would be unfair to the rest. God, you and Leo are both jerks, she teased. But your sweet talk's miles better than his. Making womanizing sound responsible? You should run for office. I've thought about it, Martin said, grinning, unfazed by her jab. How about you? Heard you had a son. Kate paused, then nodded. Yeah, but things aren't great. Sam and I are separated, planning to divorce. Martin's eyes widened. Don't look so scared, she giggled. I'm not going to cling to you. Scared? I'm just surprised, Martin thought, but let it slide. Whatever the lady says. I could use some comfort tonight, Kate added, her tone shifting. You free? Hell yeah, I'm free. Of course. I'll take you out. Kate smiled. The Wall Street Journal. Sarah Palin. Vase, troublemaker, or versatile. Beauty? Palin's striking looks have drawn attention. In 1982, she won Miss Wasilla in her hometown. 2 years later, at 20, she represented Wasilla in the Miss Alaska pageant, earning Most Interactive Miss despite not winning the crown. When McCain named her his running mate, Palin fever surged. Her rimless glasses became a fashion trend, and a wallpaper company even launched life-sized Palin posters. Republicans hoped she'd sway female voters, but online chatter fixated on her looks and pageant past. Some posted alleged nude photos online, which her campaign denounced as fakes. Bikini shots from her Miss Alaska days and a provocative short shorts photo also surfaced. To preempt scandal, Palin revealed her 17-year-old daughter's unwed pregnancy, shocking Republicans. Party insiders questioned her ability to balance family and public office, and some criticized McCain's hasty vetting, suggesting her personal issues could sink the campaign. Is Palin just a pretty vase? Like any celebrity, Palin's been dogged by scandal since entering the race. On October 3rd, the GOP released her financials, showing over $1 million in assets, undermining her average American worker image. Then came allegations of abuse of power. As Alaska governor, Palin allegedly allowed her husband, Todd, to use her office to pressure officials to fire her ex-brother-in-law, a state trooper, in retaliation for his divorce from her sister. When a public safety official refused, Palin sacked him. She's now under investigation. More trouble. Palin allegedly used state funds to cover her daughter's travel and hotel expenses for official trips, including $21,000 for 64 one-way and 12 round-trip flights since December 2006. Reports claim her daughters weren't always invited, though Palin amended expense reports to say they attended official events. These controversies have hurt McCain's campaign. Yet Palin's public appearances and speeches still draw praise. Her vice presidential debate against Joe Biden was a standout, exceeding expectations. Critics noted her fluent, relatable style, blending charm and poise, giving Republicans a glimmer of hope. She used folksy language to connect with voters. Despite attacks on her inexperience, some Republicans are unfazed. Reports suggest conservative factions are eyeing her for a 2012 presidential run, arguing 4 years of grooming could make her a formidable candidate. For Palin, this election year has been anything but ordinary. Where her political star journey leads next, we'll see. The Los Angeles Entertainment Times. At last night's Golden Globes afterparty, Martin and Kate Winslet were seen chatting animatedly before leaving together. Our reporters couldn't track their destination. The Washington Daily. With election results looming, the nation's biggest question awaits. Who will the people choose to lead? Chapter 768. Yang Mi in California, off to Paris. In a hotel room, a phone blared abruptly in the early morning. Leonardo's call hit Martin's cell. God damn it, Leo, don't give my number to people who ruin my sleep. Martin grumbled, answering while his other hand mischievously slipped under the covers. Martin, what's the deal with you and Kate? Leonardo's voice came through. A soft escaped from Kate, still half asleep, her eyelids fluttering. Martin chuckled, finally focusing on the call. Leo, what's up? Are you and Kate back together, or what? Leonardo pressed. What the hell? You called me at dawn to gossip. It's not gossip. I'm her friend, your friend. I'm just looking out. Looking out doesn't mean waking me up, asshole. Wait, it's 9:30 and you're still in bed? Hold up. Leonardo's suspicion spiked. Then he heard a familiar muffled sound from the other end. Holy shit, Kate's there? You're in bed together? And you're, what, screwing while talking to me? Martin glanced at Kate, now fully awake and moving rhythmically atop him, doing push-ups of a sort. He grinned. You called me, man. Your fault. You filthy dogs. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Who was that? Kate asked instinctively, mid-motion. Leo, asking if we're back together. The paparazzi caught us leaving last night. Screw it, I don't care if we're together, Kate said. I'm not expecting you to marry me, you bastard. I just want to drain you dry. Try me. Martin laughed, flipping her over to take control. After seeing Kate off, Martin drove back to his Beverly Hills estate. Yang Mi was on a long-distance call. Ife, LA's winter isn't cold at all. Just a t-shirt and a light jacket do the trick. Did you see the pics I sent? Don't I look stylish? Hee. Louis Fei giggled. What's so funny? Yang Mi asked. My mom saw your photos and said you deliberately showed off the mansion in the background. What? Auntie saw? She doesn't know about me and Martin, right? Nah, I didn't tell her. She asked why you're staying in such a fancy place, and I said it's the cast dorm Martin arranged. She was impressed, said Martin's super generous for setting up such a luxe place for the crew, huh? That's how you lied to your mom? Not cool. Should I tell her the truth then? No. I was kidding. Martin, MMPH, MMM. Yang Mi's words were cut off by smacking sounds. Louis Fei pulled the phone away, puzzled by the odd noises. What was that? MMPH, A moment later, Yang Mi's voice returned, flustered. Hey, Ife, you still there? Yeah. What was that sound? Louis Fei asked. Nothing. Just, eating some cake. Yang Mi stammered, her face flushed, lips swollen from a kiss. Cake makes those noises? Louis Fei was skeptical but didn't press. Instead, they chatted about Martin's new film. Ife, Martin's script is so fucking good. I was floored when I read it. How does his brain even work? Have you heard of multilayer dreams? Dream within a dream? Imagine someone sneaking into your dreams. Scary, right? Guess who's starring? Not Martin. Leonardo DiCaprio. Yup, Jack. He plays a spy who steals secrets in dreams, and I'm his assistant. Oh crap, I said too much. It's confidential. Ife, don't tell anyone. After hanging up, Louis Fei felt a pang of envy. Yang Mi's excitement made it clear this was another hit in the making. Martin never missed. Unlike that damn king of kung fu, she thought bitterly. Her friend's career was about to eclipse hers, leaving her both happy and frustrated, emotions tangled in a complex knot. January 2009. Mid-month, Martin took the Inception crew to Paris for filming. Before leaving, he congratulated Obama, The election results match the original timeline. My character's named Cobb? Weird name. Any meaning behind it? Leonardo asked at the script read-through. Cobb's pronunciation echoes dream in Sanskrit, Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi, fitting for the film's title, Martin explained. All right, let's dive in. I'll break down the script so you understand your roles. The film opens with Cobb waking on a beach, washed ashore. Guards seize him and tell an old man. He's delirious but insisted on seeing you. They bring Cobb to a weathered elder who eyes a spinning top and says, I know what this is. I saw it long ago on a man. We met in a dream. Cobb's head snaps up, his eyes sharp, pausing mid-meal. This opening scene sets the tone and ties to the final act's limbo search for Saito. What's dream theft? In the film, Cobb and his team are dream thieves. Theft meaning stealing. They use drugs to put targets into a dream state, entering alongside them to steal critical secrets from their subconscious. That's the heist. Associated Press. The U.S. presidential election results are in. Democratic candidate Barack Obama secured 297 electoral votes, clinching victory per election rules and becoming America's first black president. Homeland Security Secretary Chertoff urged the president-elect to appoint a transition team for national security matters to deter international terrorists in the next 6 months. Le Monde. Obama's victory drew cheers from nearly 200,000 Berliners, representing most Europeans, including the French, led by Nicolas Sarkozy. While Sarkozy's support may be diplomatic, ordinary French citizens have no such obligation. Obama has captured nearly everything he could want in France. Wear a badge with his image, and you'll get free fruit at Paris markets or free rides on buses driven by black drivers. A wave of pro-Obama fervor has swept French intellectuals, professors, journalists, and political figures, including the conservative chair of France's National Assembly Foreign Affairs Committee, Axel Poniatowski. Le Figaro. Martin recently brought his film crew to Paris for his new project, receiving an overwhelmingly warm welcome, driven by two men, Martin Myers and Leonardo DiCaprio. This film's shooting will wrap in 3 months, Martin told producer Emma Thomas. Editing will be quick too, so we can start promotion early. Emma, Christopher Nolan's wife, had joined Martin's Inception crew thanks to her husband's connections. Hollywood's hottest director didn't hesitate to get her on board. With her extensive experience managing projects in Europe, Martin welcomed her without question. In the original timeline, she produced nearly all of Nolan's films, a proven talent. Emma nodded. I'm already prepping. What do you think of hyping the fact that most of the cast are former child stars? Really? Martin blinked, surprised. He'd cast based on the original timeline, except for swapping Ellen Page's role with Yongmi. Emma grinned. I noticed it going through their sums. Leonardo was 16 in Growing Pains Season 7. Joseph Gordon-Levitt debuted at 7 in a TV movie. Yongmi was 16 in Harry Potter. Lucas Haas acted in Testament in 1983 while still in kindergarten. Wow, I didn't realize we had so many child stars, Martin said. But you forgot one. Who? Me. Martin smirked. Emma burst out laughing. My bad. I forgot the most famous child star in the crew. Martin chuckled. Probably because I'm so mature now. Your idea is solid. Let's kick off the first wave of promotion with our child star angle. What? A sudden break? What's going on? Where's Martin? Leonardo was floored when Emma relayed the crew's 3-day hiatus notice. Emma looked equally puzzled. Honestly, I don't know. Martin called me this morning, said we're pausing for 3 days, then left Paris. Leonardo's eyes narrowed. Someone might know. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Yongmi called, hanging up her phone and opening her hotel room door. You guys? She blinked at Leonardo and Emma. What's up? She asked. Leonardo cut to the chase. Me? You were with Martin last night, right? Any idea why he suddenly ditched the set today? Yongmi hesitated. She did know. Martin got a call while she was sleeping beside him. But, I know, but it's personal. I'm not sure I can say. You should ask Martin. Leonardo nodded. Fair. I'll call him now. Concerned, he dialed right there in Yongmi's room. Hey Martin, it's Leo. Where are you? Something up? Need help? Sorry, Leo. I'm in a rush and can't explain now, Martin replied. Me knows the deal. Let her tell you. All right, Emma and I are in her room. She said she can't talk without your okay. Pass the phone to her. Leonardo handed it over. Yami took it. Yeah, okay, got it. She hung up, returned the phone, and smiled. It's good news, actually. Nicole Kidman's pregnant, and Martin's the father. What the fuck? Leonardo gaped. Holy shit. Emma echoed, stunned. Am I supposed to hear this? Sensing Emma's unease, Yami added. Martin said it's not a secret. He's not hiding it. It's his kid, and he won't let their father be a mystery. After a long pause, Leonardo processed the bombshell. Martin's, what, barely in his 20s? And he's gonna be a dad. God of Reader, wait, what? Martin's already in 20? Man, I'll just turn 20 in August 12th. Australia, a sprawling ranch. The pristine living room hummed with soft music, filling every corner. Nicole Kidman sat on a plush sofa, cradling her belly, a faint, sweet smile on her lips, radiating joy. Even her pale skin glowed with a rosy warmth she rarely showed. Her best friend, Naomi Watts, sat across from her, jaw dropped, staring at Nicole's still flat stomach. After a long silence, Naomi exhaled. My God, Nicole, you're having another kid? I don't know whether to call you crazy or congratulate you. Congratulate me, Nicole said, her smile blooming like a rose. This little life is what I want. My heart's full of joy. And the father's Martin? Yup. Does he know? I called him yesterday. He's on his way. And will he? Nicole laughed, cutting Naomi off. No worries, dear. He said he'll claim the child. He'll tell everyone it's ours. Naomi beamed. Congrats, Nicole. Martin may be a player, but he's stepping up. The Washington Post. Shortly after the final election results, McCain gave a public speech congratulating Barack Obama on his victory, calling the election historic. Associated Press. Delaware's Senator Joe Biden, who entered the Senate at 30, the minimum age, finally reached the White House as vice president after 2 failed presidential bids and 36 years of Senate experience. Following Obama's win, Biden's long career paid off. The Chicago Sun-Times. In Chicago, President-elect Barack Obama spoke of America's new chapter. He thanked his family, campaign team, and opponent McCain, singling out Martin Myers for his extraordinary contributions to the campaign. In the days leading up to January 20th, 2009, before Barack Obama's inauguration, news about him flooded every outlet. Even a trivial moment, like Obama getting a fishbone stuck in his throat, was treated as headline-worthy, with pundits spinning grand interpretations. But on January 16th, a bombshell eclipsed Obama's coverage, dominating front pages across the globe. Nicole Kidman pregnant. Father is Martin. No April Fools here, this is real. American prodigy Martin Myers and Australian star Nicole Kidman are expecting a child. Breaking news. Nicole Kidman, 2 months pregnant, and the father is Martin. Yes, that Martin. The source of the leak was untraceable. Reporters, like flies to a carcass, swarmed the Inception set in Paris, not just from the US but from the UK, France, Australia, and Canada. I don't know. Martin's not here. How would I know when he's back? We're on a break. Martin left Paris days ago. Don't ask me when he's returning. Martin and Nicole? I saw the news, but no, I know nothing. Unable to find Martin or Nicole, the press hounded the entire Inception crew. Anyone stepping outside was mobbed by journalists. Leonardo, exasperated, called Martin. Dude, when are you coming back? These reporters are insane. We're all trapped. Martin, sounding chipper, replied. What's wrong with a little extra vacation? Vacation? We're basically in jail. Come on, man, you can't just ditch us in Paris. All right. 2 days max. Tell everyone I'll be back in 2 days to handle this. In an Australian ranch, Martin hung up and pocketed his phone. Beside him, Nicole Kidman rested a hand on her belly, her eyes sparkling as they met his. I'm sorry for dragging you from Paris, she began. Before she could finish, Martin scooped her up, one hand behind her back, the other under her knees, and settled her on his lap. Leaning in, he said, Shut up. I'm kissing my baby's mom. Nicole's rosy skin flushed deeper, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. Naomi Watts, sitting across from them, was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Why am I suddenly the third wheel? Hey, enough, you two, she snapped. I'm right here. Can't you save the makeout session for the bedroom? They broke apart. Nicole blinked at her complaining friend. Naomi, why are you still here? I didn't leave. Naomi huffed, indignant. Nicole laughed. Sorry, just kidding. Turning to Martin, she added, but tonight's off limits. You get that, right? The baby's only 2 months along. I don't want any accidents. Martin grinned. Come on, I'm not some rutting bore. I'm not gonna whack our kid with a stick this early. Whack with a stick? Nicole frowned, confused. Naomi, catching the innuendo, flushed instantly. Martin turned to her, serious. Naomi, I owe you. Thanks for being there for Nicole while I was away. I'm in your debt. No need for that, Naomi said, waving it off. Nicole's my best friend. She's helped me plenty. No, her help is her thing. This is mine. I won't forget your kindness. If you ever need anything in Hollywood, just say the word. Well, okay, Naomi said, flustered by his earnest gratitude. Nicole, pleased with Martin's sincerity, reached to pat his back, but froze, then burst out laughing. Oh, I get it. Whack with a stick. God, Martin, you're such a jerk, talking about our unborn kid like that. Martin and Naomi stared, baffled. Martin thought, they say pregnancy makes you loopy for 3 years. Guess it's true. Later that night, in the bedroom, Martin held Nicole close as they lay together. In the dark, she whispered, Martin, you asleep? Nope. Too excited to sleep. I'm gonna be a dad. In his past life on the demon continent, as a succubus, producing offspring wasn't easy, hence their penchant for spreading their seed far and wide, unlike dragons driven purely by lust. Before crossing to this world, he'd been trying for his first heir. Now, here he was, about to have a child. Martin, Nicole said, why don't you visit Naomi's room? I know she's always had a thing for you. What the? Martin's joy over his lineage screeched to a halt. Seriously, she even turned down Liv Tyler's brother because of it. Note, in the original timeline, Naomi Watts accepted Liv Tyler's brother's pursuit and had a child with him this year. Martin, unaware he'd altered another woman's fate, frowned. Why? We've barely interacted. Nicole hesitated, embarrassed. Maybe because I talk about you to her all the time, and I'm always singing your praises. That's a thing, Martin thought. Nicole basically set me up with Naomi without me knowing? Go on, darling, Nicole urged. Make Naomi happy, and fulfill a little selfish wish of mine. This way, we'll be tied together forever. On his way to Naomi's room, Martin wrestled with the idea. Am I just a tool to cement their friendship? Knock knock. Who's there? Me. Martin. Yup. It's late, what's up? Nicole had a message for you. Hold on. Naomi slipped on a robe and opened the door. What did Nicole say? MMPH, MMM. We can't do this, Martin, MMPH. But we can, Nicole said. After a long pause, Martin finally got a word in. Nicole said best friends should stay together forever. The Washington Post. Moments after the final election results, McCain delivered a public speech congratulating Barack Obama, calling the election historic. Associated Press. Delaware Senator Joe Biden, who entered the Senate at 30, finally reached the White House as vice president after 36 years and 2 failed presidential runs. The Chicago Sun-Times. President-elect Barack Obama, speaking in Chicago, heralded America's new chapter, thanking his family, team, and McCain. He notably acknowledged Martin Myers for his extraordinary role in the campaign. The Wall Street Journal. Following Barack Obama's presidential victory, Nasdaq's energy and banking stocks surged, driving a broad rally in the New York stock market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 305.45 points to 9,625.28, marking the largest post-election day gain in 24 years. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq rose 4.08% and 3.12%, respectively. The Washington Daily. Obama's election comes at a tough time. Succeeding Franklin Roosevelt as the first president to face both economic recession and global instability, he must dedicate significant time and energy to addressing the financial crisis, which has spread worldwide, to assert his charisma and leadership on the global stage. The Los Angeles Times. The news of Nicole Kidman's pregnancy with Martin's child continues to dominate headlines, with everyone searching for the pair, who remain elusive. How was last night? Nicole was at the breakfast table when Martin descended the stairs with Naomi Watts, who was a whirlwind of unease, embarrassment, and guilt. Seeing them, Nicole smiled and asked the question. Naomi stammered. Nicole, amused by her friend's flustered expression, stood and hugged her. Relax, darling. It was all my idea. What? Naomi's eyes widened. So, Martin, really? Did it fulfill your little fantasy? Nicole teased, winking. Naomi's face flushed crimson. After another day in Australia bonding with Nicole and, well, bonding with Naomi, Martin flew back to Paris. This time, he didn't hide his itinerary, and reporters quickly got wind of his flight number. Damn, why so many people? How'd these reporters know we were coming back to Paris? Makelele, a soccer star from Paris Saint-Germain, said, shocked, to his teammate Leyindola. Leyindola shook his head. No clue. I'm as surprised as you. Let's go, shoo these guys away. We're here to recover from injuries, not deal with this circus, Makelele said, marching toward the crowd with a grim resolve. Note, Makelele and Leyindola are star players for Paris Saint-Germain. As he neared the reporters, a commotion erupted. He's here. Quick, grab the closest spot. Run. Makelele froze. I'm right here. Where are you all going? The reporters surged past him to the other side of the terminal, leaving him in an empty void. Confused, he turned to Leyindola's voice behind him. Look, it's Martin Myers, the big star. There, swarmed by reporters, was a strikingly handsome man, tall, lean, in a tailored suit of no discernible brand, calmly fielding questions. Makelele recognized him instantly. Martin Myers, the guy from Wanted, a movie he loved for its raw intensity. You hear? Nicole Kidman's pregnant with his kid. She's a total babe, lucky bastard, Leyindola said. A Nicole fanboy whose envy of Martin was palpable. Isn't she, like, way older than him? Makelele asked. So what? She doesn't look it. Those features. Damn, she's gorgeous. Leyindola stared at Martin, wishing he could trade places. Facing the onslaught of reporters, Martin was ready. Everyone, calm down. No pushing, he said. Let's move over here so we don't block other travelers. I'll answer your questions. His composure won over nearby passengers. A British tourist whispered to a companion. That's a huge star, but look how polite he is. Not like those arrogant celebs back home. Martin, is it true Nicole Kidman's pregnant with your child? Martin, are you the father? Will you acknowledge the kid? Once they reached an open area by the airport's right entrance, the questions flew. Martin raised his hands, exuding a commanding presence that hushed the crowd. I'll answer one by one, though your questions are pretty much the same, so I'll just cover it all, he said with a smile. Yes, Nicole is pregnant with my child. I'm the father of the baby in her belly. The crowd erupted, reporters, onlookers, and passers-by gasping in unison. Leyindola, among them, blurted, Man, that lucky guy. I'm so jealous. Makelele, unimpressed, muttered, You're a sports star, dude. Chill. Martin, will you marry Nicole? A reporter shouted. I love Nicole, and anything's possible in the future, Martin replied. But whether we marry or not, I'm her child's father. And she's the mother of my child. That won't change. I'll take care of them, always. What's Tom Cruise's reaction to this? Another asked, fishing for drama. Martin didn't bite. Tom and Nicole have no connection now, so I don't care what he thinks. What's the baby's name? Haven't decided yet. We don't even know if it's a boy or girl. Martin. At the airport, Martin's candor sent the reporters away satisfied, their stories zipping through phone lines to newsrooms, TV stations, and websites. He left with a relaxed smile. Whoa, look who's here. Martin Myers, the soon-to-be dad. Don't make a dad joke later, Ph.D., a teasing voice called out. Martin turned to see Leonardo. I'm back. Your vacation's over. About time. That was the most boring break ever, Leonardo groaned. The Hollywood Reporter. After a week off the radar, Martin Myers resurfaced at Paris International Airport, candidly addressing all questions about Nicole Kidman and their child, showing his resolve to embrace fatherhood. The Los Angeles Times. I'll take care of Nicole and our child forever. The most romantic declaration of the century. At Obama's campaign office, now the president's office, an aide side, Martin stole the headlines again. He showed up in Paris yesterday. Obama laughed it off. No big deal. We won. Media attention's secondary now. In fact, I prefer less of it. but I should call Martin to congratulate him on becoming a father. Before Obama's call came, Martin's father rang first. Your mother's furious, son. Something this big, and you didn't tell us, his father said. Mom's mad. And me? All right, I'm sorry, dear Dad. Please pass my apologies to Mom and tell her she's about to be a grandma. That's good news, right? No need. She's on the earliest flight to Paris today. You can tell her yourself. What? Martin's heart sank. That damn bloodline suppression. Even an incubus couldn't escape it. Linda Meyer's arrival made Yangmi nervous, like meeting a future mother-in-law. Martin didn't help, bringing her along to meet his mother without hesitation. Thankfully, Linda was kind, chatting warmly with Yangmi, leaving her both flattered and flustered. Later, alone with her son, Linda turned serious. Martin, you went too far. Your father and I had to learn about you and Nicole from the news. My bad, Mom. I've been swamped and forgot to tell you, Martin said, quickly owning up. He moved behind her, massaging her shoulders with a grin. Cut it out, Linda scolded, though a smile betrayed her. Martin exhaled. He knew how to handle his mom. What's the deal with this Yangmi? New girlfriend? Linda asked. Not exactly new. We've been together for years. So I'm the last to know again? Don't worry, Mom. I've made an Excel sheet with all my women, their ages, hometowns, personalities, photos, and sent it to you and Dad's email. Check it out when you have time. Linda froze, feeling like her son was treating his love life like a king selecting concubines. After 2 days ensuring Martin felt her maternal authority, Linda flew to Australia to meet Nicole, the mother of her future grandchild. Though Martin had warned he might never marry, Linda cared deeply about the Myers bloodline. She called Nicole ahead of her flight to avoid startling her. Meeting Nicole, Linda's emotions were mixed. By age, Nicole was practically her peer. Her husband had once been smitten with the Australian star, even jealous when Martin won her. Now, she was the mother of their grandchild. Still, Linda was gracious, greeting Nicole warmly, while Nicole pulled out all the stops to charm her future mother-in-law. Australia was all harmony, as was the Inception set. For this scene, I want a wide-angle lens to emphasize the cramped space, Leo. You'll get a close-up. Mind your expression, Martin directed. Got it, Leonardo replied. Killian, when you're talking to Leo, lean in slightly. Your profile will be in the close-up. Keep your eyes locked on his face, no drifting. Got it, director, Killian Murphy said. No, not 40 feet. I need 100 feet. The circular rig has to rotate for the spinning hallway shots. No, the camera can't be fixed to it. If it spins with the hallway, the audience won't see the rotation. I need a suspension system and stabilizer to keep the camera level. Let the stunt team handle this action scene. I need to brief them on the choreography. Listen, your bodies will move with the hallway's rotation, so keep your movements tight. Don't worry, the spin will be slow. Speed comes in post-production. Your fight moves don't need to be fast to avoid looking sped up. Leo, Joseph, and you guys, you'll need to show your faces in the spinning hallway. Joseph, run against the rotation. Make it dynamic. Leo, during your spinning fight, keep your eyes sharp. Don't let the motion daze you. Producer Emma Thomas watched Martin direct, mentally comparing him to her husband, Christopher Nolan. Both were meticulous, obsessed with detail. Both were calm, not studio tyrants. But Martin seemed warmer, though no one dared defy him. The Los Angeles Entertainment Times. After Martin Myers publicly confirmed at Paris International Airport that Nicole Kidman is pregnant with his child, his mother, Linda Myers, was spotted yesterday at Melbourne International Airport, clearly en route to visit the expectant mother of her grandchild. Martin, thank you for your help. Without you, we wouldn't have caught those two trying to assassinate me so quickly, Obama said over the phone. The closer he got to the presidency, the more he valued Martin's vast network. In this case, Martin had tipped off the FBI, prompting swift police action to neutralize the threat. Without his nudge, the FBI might not have informed Obama, preferring to monitor the white supremacist group covertly, even planning to infiltrate it. The more Martin flexed his influence, the more Obama saw him as an invaluable ally. If only he'd joined my administration, Obama thought, he'd be a game changer. But Martin preferred their current dynamic, close enough to influence, flexible enough to step back if Obama's economic policies faltered. No need to thank me. We're friends, right? Martin said. Absolutely, Obama replied. So, Barack, about the Guinea Resource Aid Plan? Relax. Once I'm sworn in, I'll push it in Congress. But I can't guarantee passage. It'll pass. Trading U.S. industrial resources for Guinea's mineral wealth is a win for America. With factories shuttered and CNC machines idle, plus unemployed workers causing trouble, sending them to Guinea to earn foreign currency eases domestic pressure and stabilizes society. I trust you'll convince the majority. Obama mulled Martin's words, seeing their logic. He knew Martin had skin in the game. His companies controlled much of West Africa's minerals, so the deal would line his pockets. But Obama didn't know Martin's ambitions stretched far beyond mere profit. He didn't mind Martin's self-interest. Every donor had an agenda. Political contributions always came with strings. If he didn't deliver, future funding would dry up. I'll do my best, Martin. You can count on that. But you know I can't make promises, Obama said. Haha, I get it. Politics is full of surprises. Just do what you can, Barack. If you hit a wall, let me know. I'll try persuading them. Martin replied, already planning. If Obama's diplomacy worked, he'd save his charm. If not, he'd deploy his own methods. From Obama's tone, Martin sensed confidence, though, as a politician, he'd never say definitely, always leaving wiggle room. The Inception crew returned to Los Angeles for studio filming. All right, guys, shooting resumes. Leo, this explosion scene will be practical, not CGI. Want a stunt double? Martin asked. Is it dangerous? Leonardo replied. Nope. The explosives are tightly controlled, just enough to shred paper props. You'll be at a safe distance behind bulletproof glass. Cool, I'll do it. Great. Agents France Presa. With the U.S. presidential election concluded, preparations are underway for President-elect Barack Obama's January 20th inauguration and related celebrations. Organizers plan to set up nearly 30,000 seats west of the Capitol. Senior U.S. military officials, foreign diplomatic delegations, and world leaders will attend. The public can request entry tickets through their local congressional representatives. Carol from Mann, a staffer for the Congressional Joint Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, said, for security reasons, we cannot disclose the color or design of the tickets. The Washington Post. Last month, two white supremacists, Daniel Coward and Paul Schlesselman, were arrested for plotting to assassinate President-elect Barack Obama. On the 5th, a federal grand jury formally indicted them. Their hearing began on the 6th in a Memphis, Tennessee courthouse. On December 22nd, police in Tennessee arrested the 20-year-old Coward and 18-year-old Schlesselman, charging them with illegal firearm possession, conspiring to rob a gun store, and threatening a presidential candidate. ATF agent Cabanis in Nashville said the pair planned to kill 88 black individuals, behead 14 others, and assassinate Obama as their final act. Their poorly planned scheme collapsed, leading to their arrest and first court appearance on December 27th. The New York Times. After the celebratory night in Chicago's Hyde Park, Obama must now prepare to embody the role of America's first black president. His African heritage lends symbolic weight to his family's White House tenure. 5 days later, Michelle Obama spoke by phone with First Lady Laura Bush, who warmly invited her and their daughters to visit the White House soon, signaling the start of the Obama's 4-year residency. As the first African-American president, Obama and his family represent progress in racial equality. Friends say they're aware their every move, speech, actions, attire, their daughters' schools, even their choice of pet, carries symbolic weight. When society pushes you to a dead end, don't forget there's one path left: crime. And remember, there's no shame in it. Mayakovsky. On June 2nd, The Joker strikes. Stay tuned. Martin's new film, The Joker, hits theaters on June 2nd, 2009. Can this rare Hollywood anti-hero film kick off the summer season with a bang? Iron Man grossed $343 million in North America, $644 million globally. District 9 earned $186 million domestically, $301 million worldwide. Wanted pulled in $283 million in North America for $135 million globally. That was Martin Meyer's stunning 2008 scorecard. This year, he's directing just one film, The Joker, a unique villain-centered story. Will it succeed? Let's wait and see. The Joker's promotional campaign roared to life, as did Inception's production. By mid-February 2009, a seismic event shook Hollywood, overshadowing even the Oscars. Disney acquired 68.72% of Marvel for $4 billion. Martin was aware of Disney's move. Truthfully, the best time to buy Marvel was around 2000, when its stock hit rock bottom. Now, it had skyrocketed 50-fold. Martin had missed that window, distracted at the time. Buying Marvel now could still be profitable, but he had bigger fish to fry: West African minerals and Middle Eastern oil. Those industries offered far greater value than Marvel's potential. Besides, Disney wasn't exactly a stranger. If their acquisition boosted Marvel's stock, Martin's shares would soar too. For Martin, the entertainment industry had a clear purpose: harvesting charm. Money was secondary, irrelevant, even. As a former incubus, he knew wealth was just a metric. What mattered was the influence, power, and status his ventures brought. Entertainment fueled his charm. Real industry and energy sectors secured his dominance. Profit was just a bonus. Disney's Marvel acquisition was monumental in Hollywood, but barely impacted most industry players, serving more as gossip fodder. Brad Pitt and Quentin Tarantino, for instance, were chatting about it. After the Maid scandal, Pitt had spent a fortune to smooth things over. His popularity took a hit, but he weathered it, partly thanks to Harvey Weinstein's own sex scandal dominating headlines, deflecting attention from Pitt's woes. The scandal cost Pitt opportunities, but he wasn't down for the count. North American audiences were forgiving, especially toward male stars' indiscretions. A few good roles, some solid films, and he'd claw his way back. If Robert Downey Jr., a former addict, could stage a comeback, why couldn't he? Pitt even slashed his fee by $2 million to land gigs. "Quentin, let's talk about our film," Pitt said. "Inglourious Bastard hits theaters in June too. Will the Joker hurt us?" Tarantino eyed the weary actor, recalling Pitt's once vibrant energy. Both had been part of Harvey Weinstein's family, with Tarantino as the veteran. After Harvey's downfall, partly thanks to Tarantino's own moves, which earned Martin's favor, Pitt's troubles escalated. Rumor had it Pitt's ex-wife, Jennifer Aniston, was now with Martin, explaining why Pitt's attack on her triggered a cascade of bad luck. In Hollywood, mistakes were fine. Crossing the wrong person was fatal. Tarantino hadn't wanted Pitt for Inglourious Bastard, but Universal's female VP, Maria, backed him, likely after Pitt pulled some strings. Universal was the film's biggest investor, so Tarantino grudgingly agreed, even giving Martin a heads up. Did Martin schedule the Joker for June to mess with me? Tarantino wondered, feeling like collateral damage. He shook his head inwardly but said calmly, "No choice. We locked in June 1st, and early promotion's already out. Changing now would flush our ad budget down the drain. But don't worry, I'm confident in our film. It won't bomb, just a question of how much we'll make." Pitt's expression softened, even sparking a flicker of ambition. "Maybe we can beat Martin's film. I hear the Joker is dark and oppressive, with a villain lead, not exactly summer fare." "Brad, you're tight with Maria," Tarantino said. "Get her to boost our marketing budget. We're definitely clashing with Martin's film unless she's willing to shift our release." "I already asked about moving the date. It's a no-go," Pitt replied. "But I'll talk to her about more promotion funds. That should be fine." Tarantino smirked inwardly at Pitt's confidence. Must have worked hard to please Maria. She's pushing 60, all wrinkles. How does he stomach it? Pitt sensed Tarantino's judgment, but shrugged it off. "Climbing the ladder by any means is Hollywood's norm. You've licked plenty of investor ass yourself, Quentin. Who are you to judge?" Adam Davis, a DC Comics fanatic, loved Batman, specifically Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, especially the second film. Unlike most who raved about the Joker, Adam believed Batman, the hero who defeated him, was the true star. He was skeptical about Martin's The Joker, a film centered on a villain. In the comics, the Joker was just one of many rogues, not standout material for a protagonist. Adam wasn't sure he'd watch it. His roommate, Daniel Mann, disagreed, eagerly awaiting the Joker's release, obsessively collecting news about it, and yapping nonstop, much to Adam's annoyance. "Dude, can you shut up?" "The Super Bowl's starting," Adam snapped, turning on the TV. Daniel quieted down. The Joker was exciting, but so was the Super Bowl, America's annual NFL championship, a cultural juggernaut dubbed the U.S.'s Spring Festival. Its top viewership was driven by commercial spectacle, thrilling games, celebrity performances, and high-quality ads, making it a massive money magnet. Its influence dwarfed MLB and NBA, with final viewership triple their combined totals. Typically held the last week of January or first week of February, this year's game was delayed 2 weeks due to the election. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd Super Bowl is about to begin, featuring the Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Arizona Cardinals. The game kicked off spectacularly. When their beloved Steelers scored, Adam and Daniel cheered wildly. As long as Daniel didn't mention the Joker, they were good friends. At the stadium, newly inaugurated President Obama attended with his family, drawing cheers from the crowd. Though a basketball fan, he played the everyman, cheering passionately for the Steelers, his chosen team after Martin mentioned betting on their victory in a casual call. By halftime, the Steelers led by 15 points. "We've got this," Adam exclaimed. "Yeah, wait, what's that?" Daniel stopped, eyes glued to the screen. The Super Bowl halftime ad break was a spectacle in itself, featuring models, music stars, creative commercials, and movie trailers. Each year was unique but always dazzling, often boosting viewership as some tuned in just for the ads, not the game. This year's halftime opened with Britney Spears in a jeans ad. Her perfect proportions, toned, shapely legs filling out stretchy denim, paired with a tight white crop top, flaunted her curves without revealing skin. The site had millions of male viewers, on-site and at home, swallowing hard. "Wow, Britney's stunning. No wonder they call her Sweetie," Daniel said, blushing. "Nah, she's a queen now." "Sweetie doesn't cut it anymore," Adam countered. "This shit was supposed to be on the first paragraph, but I changed it since it's fucking annoying and useless as fuck." The Wall Street Journal. In the coming months, Barack Obama will be busy planning his political agenda and assembling his administration. Some extremist groups, particularly white supremacist organizations, may exploit the chaotic transition period before he enters Washington's protective bubble to plot assassination attempts. Congressman Thompson has noted, "As African-American U.S. citizens, we've witnessed shameful acts during the civil rights movement. I know some compatriots, driven by hatred, commit heinous acts of violence." Obama addressed his safety earlier this year, stating he's under Secret Service protection and urging supporters not to worry. The Washington Post. Obama has begun forming his presidential team, with several campaign aides joining his administration. Rumor has it Martin Myers will receive an advisory title. Outgoing President Bush recently stated at the White House that he's willing to work with Obama's transition team, ensuring his administration's final major decisions facilitate a smooth handover. The New York Economic Review. Disney and Marvel have entered a second round of negotiations, with both sides reporting smooth progress. It may not be long before Marvel becomes a Disney subsidiary. Presidential elections and acquisitions might tie to Martin, but he wasn't focused on them. The election was over. From his memories of the original timeline, Disney's Marvel acquisition would succeed, and he'd profit from his shares' rising value. For now, Martin poured his energy into Inception's production and a 30-second The Joker trailer. The Britney Spears ad was pure, jaw-dropping allure. Her flawless figure was showcased to perfection, especially as she danced in tight jeans and a fitted t-shirt, commanding every male viewer's attention, unless they weren't into women. As the dance ended, a slogan flashed. "Move with youthful energy. Feel it. We're Miranda." Yes, the ad was for Miranda, the brand by Miranda Kerr, now a top choice for American teens fashion. Britney's unreal. She's right up there with Cindy Crawford's 1992 Super Bowl Pepsi ad, Daniel Mann said. "No way. Cindy's hotter, especially when she chugs that Pepsi." "I nearly lost it," Adam Davis shot back. "Bullshit. Britney's spicier, with that youthful vibe. Look at her waist," Daniel argued. "Your girl? Since when is Cindy yours?" "Britney's got the edge, pure fire," Adam countered. "All right, enough." Next ad starting, someone nearby interrupted. The Super Bowl crowd buzzed over Britney's ad, sparking debates. Adam and Daniel didn't argue over Britney versus Cindy. Both in their 20s, they'd come of age during Britney's pop dance peak and agreed she was the ultimate heartthrob. But the next ad stole their focus. A black screen gave way to a gleaming, metallic DC logo, followed by Warner Brothers and Myers Entertainment logos. Daniel leapt up. It's the Joker. The trailer's here. Holy shit, finally. Adam rolled his eyes at his roommate's frenzy, muttering inwardly, just a villain. What's the big deal? Then the screen lit up. In a dim room, a gaunt man sat before a mirror, applying makeup under a harsh orange light. Far from warm, it cast the dark green backdrop in an eerie chill. The camera zoomed in on Arthur's reflection. Slowly, he inserted his fingers into the corners of his mouth, pulling them into a forced smile, his face muscles locked in a haunting grin. It was a smile laced with loneliness and sorrow. A voiceover intoned, "I used to think my life was a tragedy. Now I realize it's a comedy." The scene shifted. Arthur shuffled through the city, streets, alleys, high pedestrian bridges, always shown from behind. Whether amid bustling crowds or under cold streetlights, he seemed unable to belong, achingly alone. The voiceover continued. She, Arthur's mother, said I had a mission, to bring laughter to the world. Images flashed. Arthur in clown makeup, spinning an ad sign on the street, only to have it stolen by punks who mocked him, making a child laugh on a bus, scolded by the kid's mother to stay away, helping a girl harassed by thugs on the subway, only to be beaten down as she fled. The scenes converged into piercing laughter. Arthur cackling amid a street brawl, after being berated on the bus, and spitting blood on the subway while laughing maniacally as the girl ran. The raw, unhinged laughter carried a nameless force, stirring grief, oppression, and a burning sense of injustice for Arthur. The crowd fell silent. Daniel stopped shouting. Adam held his tongue. Everyone felt the crushing weight of being misunderstood, the world's saddest form of loneliness. The screen shifted again. Arthur sat before the mirror, forcing another smile, tears welling in his eyes. The voiceover returned, sharp and accusing. Freak. Idiot. Moron. What's so funny? Stay away from my kid. Get that coward out of here. A tear fell from Arthur's right eye, smearing black eyeliner into a dark streak. A tear as lonely as his soul. Then the tone shifted, defiant. Maybe it's time for a change. A flash. Arthur in a red suit, face painted white, firing a gun. Bang. A moment later, he stood atop a car, surrounded by a mob in clown makeup or masks, dressed in vibrant red and yellow, cheering and roaring for him. Arthur raised his head, arms spread, like a god basking in worship. The 30-second trailer ended abruptly, the screen blackening before white text appeared. Martin Myers' masterpiece. June 2nd. See you there? Holy shit. Those few frames hit hard, someone gasped. Same. I get the Joker now. That city, those people. I want to burn it all down too, another said. June 2nd? That's forever away. I can't wait, a third groaned. The Super Bowl crowd buzzed with excitement. Adam, I'm seeing this movie. God damn, I have to, Daniel said, practically vibrating. Adam stayed quiet, wrestling with himself. Why did Arthur's gunfire and the crowd's adoration at the trailer's end feel so thrilling? The Los Angeles Times. Our new President Barack Obama attended the 43rd Super Bowl, cheering for his favored Pittsburgh Steelers. Perhaps his luck contributed to their victory. The Hollywood Reporter. During yesterday's Super Bowl halftime ad break, the Joker's trailer stole the show, outshining even pop sensation Britney Spears. The Washington Post. Back in Washington, Obama referenced the Joker, vowing not to let America become a chaotic Gotham. He promised to address unemployment, hinting at a plan to create jobs in large numbers. The New York Times. David Plouffe, Obama's campaign manager, signed a book deal with Viking Press to chronicle the historic election. Titled Audacious Victory, The Inside Story and Lessons of Barack Obama's Historic Win, the book is slated for release by next fall, per the Associated Press. The Joker's 30-second Super Bowl trailer was a masterstroke, akin to a novel's gripping opening chapters, hooking moviegoers instantly. At Universal's boardroom, a tense meeting unfolded. You've all seen Martin's The Joker trailer. Thoughts? Asked Maria, the nearly 60-year-old executive, her heavy makeup failing to hide her wrinkles. Quentin Tarantino glanced at her, then at Brad Pitt across the table, marveling at Pitt's willingness to cozy up to her. A Universal exec, Maria's ally, spoke up. The trailers got intense emotional pull. 30 seconds left us hooked. Imagine 90 or 100 minutes. We need to take this seriously, boost Inglorious Bastard marketing budget, and ramp up promotion now. Tarantino perked up, shooting Pitt an impressed look. Nice work, buddy. Maria had clearly prepped her subordinate to push this. All for her puppy. Maria nodded approvingly, her gaze lingering on Pitt. Not quite a puppy, but his mature charm still worked on her. Pitt caught her look and flashed a flirtatious smile. Power's intoxicating, and I love it. Maria smiled back. The room moved to discuss marketing details, but Maria grew impatient. Work it out, and send me a proposal. Meeting adjourned. Tarantino filed out, spotting Pitt hurrying toward the CEO's private elevator. Go get M, brother, he thought. Keep her happy, secure that budget. Our film's fate's on you. Martin's trailer, aired during the Super Bowl, hit TV screens nationwide, its unique vibe captivating critics. In just 30 seconds, some saw a raw expose of society's dark underbelly, others praised Martin's bold use of color, and many lauded his gripping performance. Is this really a DC adaptation? Critics were stunned, itching to buy tickets to this singular film. Kevin Thomas, Martin's old friend, leapt off his couch and called James Blen. Dude, you see Martin's trailer? It's so fucking good. I've got a feeling he made something extraordinary, unlike his previous movies. Totally agree, Blen replied. He might have invented a new genre, anti-hero cinema. We gotta hit the premiere, Kevin said. Martin's premieres are tough to get into, but I'll try for us, Blen promised, knowing his connection to Martin. Kevin grinned, proud he'd backed Martin when critics tore him apart. The Joker trailer's impact exploded online, spreading like a virus. Just a trailer, and I'm obsessed with the Joker. Can't wait for June. He's a villain, but why did his gunshot feel so satisfying? Same here. That's Martin's genius, showing the Joker's allure. I'm seeing this movie, no question. Brad Pitt, meanwhile, lurked online. On the surface, he couldn't touch Martin, now linked to his ex-wife Jennifer Aniston. But the internet was his playground, a place for masked vigilantes. Fueled by rage at the trailer's praise, he unleashed venomous posts under the Joker-related threads. A good trailer doesn't mean a good movie. Trailers cherry-pick the best bits. The higher the hype, the bigger the letdown. Everyone's hyped for the Joker, but if the plot disappoints even slightly, expect a backlash. The colors are too dark and oppressive. The only vibrancy comes from the villain himself. What's Martin saying, glorifying crime? Or is he just a sociopath? While Brad Pitt, under the alias Charming Man, furiously battled online fans with his lightning-fast typing, Myers Entertainment's troll army was caught off guard. Ivanka stared at the screen, watching this lone warrior hold his own against hordes of netizens. Who is this guy? One of ours, she asked. No, we hadn't even started our negative comment campaign yet, and this guy's posts are already blowing up across forums, a troll team leader said awkwardly. Indeed, Myers Entertainment had planned to spark controversy online to keep the Joker trending, a standard marketing tactic. They hadn't expected someone to beat them to it. This guy must really hate the movie, another team leader noted. His typing speed's insane, but so many typos. Ivanka nodded. Keep going. Escalate the debate. Split into two groups, one pro, one against. Use provocative keywords to rile up the Joker's fans. Pitt, tiring from his solo crusade, suddenly noticed allies joining the fray. Charming Man is right. This movie looks pointless. The trailer's tone is too oppressive, the story dark. It's niche at best. Who likes crime films like The Joker? Actual criminals. Only messed up people would watch this. Not me. Reinvigorated, Pitt thought. So many Americans hate Martin's movies. I'm not alone. The online debate exploded across the US, then went global, Canada, Australia, Europe, Asia. Netizens worldwide learned of Martin's new film and its polarizing buzz. The trailer hit these markets, igniting interest, especially in Europe and Japan, where art house fans were particularly hyped. Countless moviegoers and critics awaited the Joker's June 2009 release, poised to dominate the summer box office. But first, the Oscars arrived. On February 22, 2009, the 81st Academy Awards took place at 8:30 p.m. at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, California. Myers Entertainment's Slumdog Millionaire was the night's big winner, snagging Best Picture and Best Director. Kate Winslet won Best Actress for The Reader. Meanwhile, District 9, shut out at the Golden Globes, triumphed over Sean Penn's Milk. For Best Actor, with Robert Downey Jr. taking the prize. Downey, ecstatic, hugged Martin and the team before jogging to the stage, stumbling on the steps. You're laughing? Why? Because I tripped? No, no. I was bowing to this award. You got it wrong. Stop laughing. The crowd roared louder. Fine. Laugh all you want. I can't stop you. I need to thank some people. After his list, he added, finally, a big thank you to the one who pulled me from the mud, gave me a new life, and got me here to face you all. You think I mean Martin? Nope, it's my wife, Susan. Laughter erupted again. You're right to laugh this time. Kidding. I do mean Martin Myers. If he were a woman, I wouldn't have divorced my wife. What are you all thinking? The audience howled. The camera panned to Martin, who grinned, shook his head, and clapped. Downey grew serious. Honestly, I owe him. Everyone calls him a genius, but his real gift is his humanity and his humor. You won't find a better jokester. That's why he made District 9. More laughter. Don't laugh, I'm serious. True humor often cuts deep. The best joke he told me? Robert, believe this. The clouds will part, the sky will clear, but only if you nail this damn performance. Look, I did it, and he was right. The crowd roared again. Downey raised his Oscar and left the stage. Later, District 9 won Best Original Screenplay. Martin took the stage. Robert told a joke, and you all laughed. I did too. But he's the real comedian. His jokes hurt me, Martin said, sparking chuckles. Susan, I swear, man or woman, I'm not stealing Robert. He's just full of himself. The camera caught Susan Downey playfully shaking her fist at Martin, drawing more laughs. Backstage data showed the night's viewership peaked during their speeches. Nice, Susan got my sincerity. Thanks for those fists. They made Robert a new man, Martin quipped, earning another wave of laughter. Now, I want to thank some people. After his list, he added, finally, thanks to the Academy for this award. Honestly, I need a bigger cabinet. These things are piling up. The laughter hit its peak. The 2009 Oscars closed in a wave of joy, with the highest ratings during Downey and Martin's speeches. That's the power of humor. The Oscars were over, and Martin placed a call to his big brother, Michael Jackson. In the original timeline, Michael would have passed away in 2009. Though Martin believed he'd altered history, securing Michael's coveted music catalog and preventing past disasters, he still worried. Thankfully, Michael sounded robust. Free from the original timeline's chaos, his bipolar disorder was improving, as was his insomnia. On the phone, Michael rambled about musical inspiration, saying, when I stepped away from the capitalists and their commercial games, the old me, the one who loved music, came back. Since I sold you the catalog, my creativity's been like a dam bursting. I love this feeling. His voice carried a rediscovered purity, a spark long dimmed but now reignited. Martin smiled. Perfect. By mid-March 2009, Inception was wrapping production. Hollywood was rocked by another bombshell. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, MGM, the legendary studio behind Gone with the Wind, the iconic 007 series, the timeless Tom and Jerry, and the founding of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, was teetering on bankruptcy, again and up for sale. MGM's lion logo was once a symbol of American cinema. Its decline began in the 1950s during a broader industry crisis. By the 1970s and 80s, its output dwindled to 3 or 4 films a year. Still, it remained a valuable asset until Las Vegas mogul Kirk Kerkorian bought it in the early 1970s. Kerkorian, a capital manipulator with no love for film, treated MGM like a cash cow. He auctioned off props and costumes, diverted funds to Las Vegas real estate, and used MGM's name to lure casino patrons. Under him, MGM amassed crippling debt, turning from a golden asset to a liability. In 2005, unable to squeeze more profit from MGM, Kerkorian sold it to Sony for $12 per share, saddling them with $5 billion in debt. 3 years later, hit by the credit crisis, Sony, realizing Kerkorian had pawned off a toxic asset, declared bankruptcy reorganization. Billionaire investor Carl Icahn, a 007 fanatic, tried to save the studio. He bought 20% of MGM's debt and pushed for a merger with his Lionsgate holdings. He even approached Martin, offering to license 007 to Myers. Entertainment, if Martin absorbed some debt. Martin considered it, but ultimately passed. MGM's creditors doubted the studio's revival prospects. Icon abandoned the merger, agreeing to a bankruptcy restructuring plan, and Martin's 007 ambitions fizzled. In Washington, Obama kept his word, proposing a plan to trade surplus U.S. resources for West African iron, aluminum, and mineral rights while resettling unemployed American workers in Guinea's factories. Typically, a new president's first proposal sails through Congress, but this one hit a snag. Led by Senator Hurley, Texas oil tycoon-backed lawmakers questioned it. Why Guinea? What are these surplus resources? Will workers agree to relocate there? Martin knew they were targeting him. He'd snatched a juicy chunk of profits from Texas oil giants, and they weren't happy. Need me to step in? Martin asked Obama over the phone. Obama chuckled. No, I've got this. Soon, news broke among unemployed workers. The president's job creation plan was stalled by Congress. Already desperate, they erupted in fury, organizing massive protests in industrial cities like Washington, Chicago, and Detroit. Martin smirked at the headlines. Obama's union influence was formidable. He knew the power of the working class. Under pressure, Hurley's faction caved. With Democrats holding a congressional majority, passing the proposal became a formality. Guinea was poised for rapid growth. Ironically, when workers learned their new jobs were in poor as dirt, Guinea, many were stunned. Still, driven by necessity, they packed light and boarded ships to Africa, a reverse echo of the slave trade. Once, ships carried enslaved Africans to build America. Now, white and black workers sailed to build Africa. What a twist, Martin thought. Driven by desperation, unemployed American workers embarked on a journey to aid Africa. They had no choice. Without jobs, they risked becoming homeless, a fate far worse than relocating to Guinea, a place they saw as a backwater. Some romanticized U.S. homelessness as free-spirited, but the reality was grim. Around 12,000 homeless Americans vanished yearly, some dead in forgotten corners, others on cold operating tables, their organs harvested to extend the lives of the wealthy. The homeless were livestock for the elite, used for blood, organs, or twisted desires, and as lab rats for drugs, viruses, or weapons. No one cared if they disappeared. But Guinea surprised them. Though poor, it had solid infrastructure, electricity, gas, water, and cheap food and housing. Most importantly, opportunities abounded. Factories were rising fast, and jobs were plentiful. There was work, bread, even education. Teachers hired from Europe, the U.S. at high salaries, rivaling America's happy education, if not its elite systems. Few workers could afford the latter anyway. Some considered bringing their families. Others wrote to stubborn ex-colleagues, forget pride, come to Guinea. There's bread, milk, work. Obama, thanks to Martin's plan, earned widespread praise among workers, a happy accident. By late March 2009, Inception wrapped filming. Before diving into editing, Martin took a break. Driving from the studio to his Beverly Hills estate, he called his Australian sweetheart, Nicole Kidman. Since leaving Australia, their calls hadn't stopped. As an incubus, Martin's obsession with lineage ran deeper than human instinct. While chatting and driving, Martin trailed a truck carrying live pigs. The animals, caged in the back, grunted as if sensing their doom. Contrary to the phrase, dumb as a pig, pigs were smarter than cats or dogs. One hefty hog patiently nudged its cage's latch with its snout, persisting until it popped open. The pig shoved the door aside and leapt off the truck, charging toward Martin's car. Holy shit! Martin slammed the brakes, pulling over. The pig swerved, bolting into the roadside wilderness. What happened? Nicole asked, hearing the screeching brakes. Nothing, love. You won't believe this. A pig just ran at my car. Gotta go check it out. A pig? In L.A.? They have wild boars now. Martin hung up, stepping out. The truck driver, noticing his cargo escaping, stopped and jumped out, chasing the pig while yelling, "Damn it, stop. Come back, you fucking pig bastard." Martin doubled over laughing. The driver, passing him, snapped, "Sir, if you're stopping, can't you help?" Her tone was sharp but earnest. Martin realized. She was a woman, and a striking one. He recognized her from his other soul memories. Lauren Finley, the future American fitness goddess, the Diamond Doll. Now, in 2009, she was a chubby young woman, yet to embrace fitness. Her face already hinted at her future beauty, though her chubbiness, especially her jiggling cheeks as she ran, obscured it. Born in 1991 to rancher parents, Lauren was an only child, often driving trucks to haul goods. Martin's memories included her Wikipedia entry in a 2013 YouTube fitness video where she, in tight workout gear, pushed her body to the limit, undeniably captivating. Before 22, Lauren cared little for fitness, visiting the gym sporadically in high school for casual jogging. She lived on junk food, unconcerned with health. At 22, after being mocked as piggy during a failed romantic confession, she snapped awake. Fresh from college, with her family's wealth freeing her from job hunting, she studied fitness online and began training. Her discipline was remarkable. She quit junk food, stuck to grueling workouts, and 2 years later transformed into a goddess, stunning her former critic. It was a real-life Cinderella story. Yesterday you ignored me, today I'm untouchable. By 2015, at 24, she competed in the NPC Gold Classic, gaining experience despite not winning. In 2016, she dominated the NPC New Jersey Fitness Competition, claiming her first championship. For now, Piggy was still Piggy, panting as she chased her escaped hog. Chapter 781. A playful encounter with a future goddess, a lucky day. Sir, if you're stopping, can't you help? The girl snapped as she passed Martin, doubled over laughing. Her face, though chubby, had sharp, striking features that caught his eye. She didn't notice his intrigued look, too busy cursing the pig sprinting toward freedom. The pig charged on, its sturdy hooves pounding the ground. It didn't know it was a pig, nor that its fate was the dinner table. Perhaps, in its mind, it was a stallion, a swift beast outpacing the menacing, hefty creature chasing it. A stallion was born to chase freedom, not to be caged and hauled to a slaughterhouse, ended by a butcher's blade. But a pig is just a pig. It wasn't pondering its existence, just fleeing danger on instinct. If only the chubby girl were its sole pursuer, it might have escaped. Fate, however, had other plans. Martin intervened. Like an arrow, he shot past Lauren Finley, leaving her stunned. My God, this guy's fast. What happened next shocked her more. The man in a luxury car, dressed in a tailored suit, clearly a rich kid, had inhuman strength. He overtook the pig, spun around, and stopped it dead in its tracks. With one hand, he grabbed the 280-pound beast by the neck and lifted it effortlessly. What the fuck? Lauren froze, eyes wide, gaping at the scene. That's nearly 300 pounds. Lifted with one hand. Am I dreaming? It was like watching someone hoist Shaquille O'Neal single-handedly. But that wasn't the most shocking part. When Lauren reached the man, she gasped. No way, no way. I'm dreaming. Oh God, I'm gonna faint. Hold off on fainting, Martin said, grinning. Let's get this pig back in its cage. It's still squirming, and I can't promise it won't slip. Oh right, okay. Lauren stammered. With Martin's help, she corralled the escapee back into its cage, securing the latch with wire. Blushing, she looked at him. Are you Martin Myers? His dazzling smile sent her heart racing. Yep, that's me. So, when you chewed me out earlier, you didn't recognize me? That makes me feel better. Oh, sorry, Mr. Myers. I shouldn't have snapped at you. She lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her shirt. Martin waved it off. No need to apologize. I'm teasing. So, can I get a thank you now? Oh gosh, I forgot, she blurted. Still teasing, he chuckled. How old are you? What's your name? In college yet? I'm Lauren Finley, 17. I'll start college next year. Not a great one, though, Mr. Myers. Don't call me that. Just Martin. Can I call you Lauren? Of course, she beamed, practically bouncing. Here's a suggestion, he said. You're beautiful, but the extra weight hides it. Try fitness in college. You'll love the feeling, and soon you'll see how stunning you can be. Her eyes dimmed when he called her fat, but his next words lit them up. She stared at his handsome face, a face she'd only seen in dreams. Martin Myers called me beautiful. Then, impulsively, she did the unthinkable. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek. Stunned at herself, she thought, who am I? Where am I? Did I just do that? Am I insane? Martin, surprised, touched his cheek and grinned. I'll take that as my reward. Usually, I'm the one making the first move. You're not mad? She asked, anxious. Why would I be? A kiss from a beautiful girl is an honor. Her eyes sparkled like stars. You really think I'm beautiful? Of course. I'm Martin Myers, the world's top aesthetic expert, he boasted shamelessly. In that moment, Lauren decided. Tomorrow, I start losing weight and getting fit. Martin glanced at his watch, pulled out a business card, and handed it to her. It's getting late. Here's my card. If you have fitness questions, call me. I'm a pro. Really? I can call you? She asked, uncertain. Absolutely, he confirmed with a smile. That's my personal number. Don't share it. I won't, Martin, I swear. She clutched the card to her chest, beaming. Today was her lucky day. Driving back to her family's suburban ranch, Lauren stopped every few miles to check the card, ensuring it was still there before continuing. Finally home, her father glanced at the darkening sky. Why so late? Traffic, she lied, grinning. Traffic? The highway to our ranch never gets jammed. What happened? He asked, puzzled. There was an accident. An accident? God bless. Dad, about those pigs we delivered, can we keep one as a pet? Instead of slaughtering it. A pet pig? You should get a dog or a cat. Dad, I want that pig. Her pouty charm one. Fine, which one? I'll keep it for you. The next day, Lauren Finley mustered the courage to call Martin. The first call went unanswered, sinking her heart with overthinking. But the second call connected. Hello, beautiful Miss Lauren. Martin's magnetic voice purred through the speaker, so real and close it sent shivers through her. She stammered, Emma Martin, I just wanted to ask if you have any gym recommendations. Of course, he replied. A friend of mine runs a chain of fitness centers. I've got some shares in it. Most LA fitness celebs are members. Great environment, cutting-edge equipment, some not even on the market yet, and top-notch trainers. It's a bit pricey, but you're my friend, so I'll get you a discount. Really? That's amazing. Thank you. Lauren gushed. No problem. Where's your place? I'll find the closest branch. Lauren gave her family's ranch address, and Martin quickly provided a gym location. Go train there. I'll call the owner ahead of time. Just mention my name. Oh, okay. Thank you, Martin. You're so nice. Haha. I'm humble, but you're right, he teased. Lauren giggled, her nerves easing as they chatted until her mom called her for lunch. Reluctantly hanging up, she clutched the phone to her chest, heart soaring. Martin called me his friend. This is like a daydream. She silently thanked Big John, the 280-pound pig who'd escaped yesterday. If not for you, I wouldn't have had this chance. Is this fate? Yes, Big John was the fugitive hog, now her pet with a proper name. The following weekend, Lauren rushed out, yelling, Dad, I'm going to the gym. Won't be back for lunch. Bye. Her father blinked, turning to his wife. Did I hear that right? Lauren's going to the gym? You heard correctly, his wife replied with a sly smile. I think our baby's in love. She's been sneaking off to call someone lately. What? She's finally waking up. Honestly, I gave up on her academics. She's not cut out for it. My only hope is she finds a good match. So, she's hitting the gym for some boy. I'd bet on it. I hope her first love isn't a jerk. If anyone hurts our Lauren, I'll beat them till their mom wouldn't recognize them. I swear. Easy, dear. You'll scare off any boyfriend she has. Martin's gym was, of course, the fitness chain he co-owned with Doris. At the front desk, Lauren mentioned his name. The receptionist's formal smile warmed instantly. After checking her ID for security, the receptionist beamed. Miss Finley, your membership's already set up by Mr. Myers, top-tier gold level, with a 70% discount on all services. Mr. Myers? Martin? He set this up for me? Lauren's heart fluttered. So thoughtful. She couldn't wait to start training, picturing the moment she'd reveal her transformed self to Martin. But doubts crept in. Will I really be beautiful? Wise. He's so nice to me. A flicker of suspicion stirred. Could he have feelings for her? She wasn't entirely wrong. Martin had his eye on her, aiming to add her to his collection. A diamond like Lauren was rare, distinct from, say, Jack Nicholson's wrestler girlfriend, Ashley, who'd bulk up but keep balanced proportions, not the grotesque bodybuilder type. Martin was always generous with his prized collectibles. At the gym's second-floor training area, a professional trainer, Tina, greeted her, tipped off by the receptionist. Miss Finley? I'm Tina, your personal trainer. My trainer? I didn't hire one, Lauren said, confused. Tina smiled. Mr. Myers arranged it. My fees are covered. Martin again? Lauren's heart swelled with sweetness. Is he pursuing me? Her emotions churned. His actions screamed a man chasing a woman, but her confidence wavered. In the mirror, she saw a plump figure. Am I misreading this? 2 hours later, Martin appeared at the gym, greeting her warmly. Her doubts faded. He had to like her. Why else would a superstar like him care about chubby her? She pondered this while lifting weights, showering, and dressing. As she left the gym to get her car, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing Martin's handsome face. Hey, Lauren, got time? Want to grab lunch? Her cheeks flushed. Sure. Great, hop in. I know a spot with killer beef curry. But my car. No worries, I'll drive you back later. At the beef curry restaurant, Lauren Finley finally voiced her doubts, her expression a mix of anxiety and hope. Martin, if I'm imagining things, please tell me. If this is some kind of weird prank, please say so. Honestly, I'm scared. I don't want to be hurt by my biggest idol. At 17, Lauren wasn't yet the confident, stunning fitness goddess she'd become. Her weight, mediocre grades, and lackluster athletic record left her with a lingering sense of inferiority. Only a deep wound, like the future rejection that would drive her to transform from piggy to diamond doll, could spark such a dramatic shift. Sometimes, negative emotions are a stronger motivator than positive ones, but only for those with resilient hearts. Martin studied her chubby face. Despite the extra weight, her delicate features hinted at perfect proportions, especially her eyes. Clear yet timid, like a startled fawn, veiled by a faint mist of uncertainty. He smiled, taking her soft hand. You're not wrong. I am pursuing you. I want you to be mine, Lauren. Yes, I want you as my woman. Her face flushed crimson. She'd never heard such bold words. Strangely, she didn't find Martin crude or overbearing. Instead, a thrilling, unfamiliar sensation stirred deep within her, leaving her flustered. Her legs pressed together, her cheeks burned, and her eyes couldn't leave his. I won't lie, Martin continued. I have other women, but I promise to protect you under my wing, just like them, shielding you from life's storms so you can live happily. This isn't a prank. The moment I saw you, I saw the beauty beneath. No one knows better than me how stunning you'll be once you slim down. I'm the world's top aesthetic expert, and its craziest collector of beauty. I want you to be one of my women. His tone softened, his smile warm. But if you don't want this, I won't force you. We'll stay friends. If you're willing, let me know, and I'll keep pursuing you. So, Lauren, are you willing? Lauren sat stunned, legs clenched, face burning, as Martin declared his intent to add her to his harem. Far from repulsed, she felt a rush of joy and excitement. Maybe because he was the first man to call her beautiful, and so breathtakingly handsome. Without overthinking, she nodded softly, whispering, Yes, I'm willing. A seed of affection took root in her heart. Martin's words had ignited a spark deep within her, so potent that even without succubus magic, she was already his. The seed was planted. She wouldn't escape his collection. Martin, unhurried, smiled. Finish eating. I'm taking you somewhere fun. Where? You'll see. Wow, what a gorgeous beach. A silver beach in LA? How didn't I know about this? Lauren marveled. Because the best beaches are snatched up by the rich and powerful, Martin explained. This one belonged to Steven Spielberg, but he bought a Hawaiian island last year, so he sold this beach to offset the cost. See that villa over there? Lauren followed his gesture. At the beach's edge, where rocky cliffs rose, stood a crescent-shaped white villa, bathed in the 6:30 p.m. sunset, glowing as if dusted with gold. It's beautiful, she gasped. The villa came with the beach. Want to check it out? She nodded eagerly, intrigued. Tired? Martin asked. No, she replied, puzzled. You are tired. Before she could protest, Martin scooped her up in his arms. She yelped as he strode toward the villa. God, you're so strong. You forgot I lifted a pig one-handed, he teased. Inside, Martin gave her a tour. Spielberg's aesthetic remained intact, tasteful, understated. Lauren trailed him as he pointed out the kitchen, living room, and bedrooms. Outside, moonlight bathed the silver sands and cast a pale blue glow over the villa, creating a luminous, otherworldly enclave. Suddenly, a flock of seagulls, startled by something, screeched and swirled in the sky, scattering the moonlight. When Lauren reluctantly parted ways with Martin and returned home past 9:30 p.m., her parents were waiting on the couch, staring her down in the dim living room. Eek! Dad, Mom, why are you here? Shouldn't you be upstairs watching TV? You scared me, she said, guilty. We were waiting for you, her father said. Why so late? I went to the gym, then had dinner with a friend, Lauren mumbled. A friend? Who? Her mother pressed. Can you tell us? Just a high school classmate. Lauren dodged, bolting upstairs. I'm tired, gonna shower. Her mother smiled. At her retreating figure. Our little Lauren's growing up. Look at her, she's glowing. She was definitely on a date. Her father muttered, wonder who the guy is. Hope he treats her right. Since tasting the forbidden fruit, Lauren Finley had fallen for the thrill of being with Martin. She called him almost daily, and he nearly always answered, only missing calls when swamped, but always texting back. As a seasoned charmer, Martin knew how to soothe a young woman in the throes of passion. Jessica, Lindsay, Hathaway, Elizabeth, Alexandra, Megan, they'd all been won over this way. As an incubus, he was meticulous with his collectibles. Having set Lauren on her fitness path and letting her savor the taste of intimacy, Martin dove into work. Days were spent editing Inception in the cutting room or doting on his veterans at the Beverly Hills estate and his newcomer at the Silver Beach Villa. Lauren, transitioning from girl to woman under Martin's conquests and blossoming through fitness, began revealing her stunning beauty. Honey, I just realized how gorgeous our little treasure is, Lauren's mother exclaimed. Of course, back in the day, I was a heartthrob myself, her father boasted. Oh, really? News to me, she teased. Don't play coy. Would you have married me otherwise? One day, after pampering Lauren, Martin drove back to his Beverly Hills estate. Megan, you're here, he said, spotting her emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel. Megan paused on the upstairs landing. Martin, you're back, she said, delighted. Can you grab the lotion I just bought from my purse on the living room couch? I forgot it, and this way I don't have to go downstairs. Sure, Martin said, but didn't move. From his angle, Megan's towel hid nothing, accentuating her curves. Under the chandelier's glow, her radiant skin was mesmerizing, her long, slender legs hitting his aesthetic sweet spot. His throat bobbed. Megan, puzzled by his stillness, then smirked, blushing as she stepped back. Darling, hurry up. You can help me apply the lotion later. Martin's eyes lit up. Deal. He bolted to the couch, then stormed upstairs, scooping her up amid her squeals, vanishing into the bedroom. June 2nd, 2009, arrived. After a massive May media blitz, The Joker premiered at Hollywood's Grand Theater, with over 3,400 early screenings across the U.S. Despite being a Thursday workday, theaters showing The Joker were mobbed by enthusiastic fans after 5 p.m. The frenzy overwhelmed some unprepared venues, but order was restored as the first wave of viewers entered. Martin's films often sparked excitement, but never had early screenings seen such fervor. Theater chains, stunned, gained confidence in the film's potential. Why is it like this? Asked a disguised Brad Pitt, watching the chaos with Quentin Tarantino, also incognito. Tarantino mused, I've studied this. The Joker's pre-release marketing was stellar, Martin's trailer was gripping, and the online buzz was key. It started with praise, then a flood of negative comments sparked huge debates, boosting its heat. Neutral fans got curious. Pitt's heart sank. Motherfucker. His relentless online rants against Martin, nearly breaking his fingers, had inadvertently hyped the film. He felt like a clown. At the Grand Theater's red carpet, Martin, arm in arm with Cameron Diaz, faced reporters. Martin, are you confident in the Joker? Instead of answering, he pulled his mouth into the Joker's iconic grin. Are you all ready to go mad? He said casually. Why make a film centered on a comic book villain? Let the superheroes die. Long live the Joker, he shouted wild-eyed. Joker forever, the crowd roared back. Screw superheroes. The atmosphere turned electric. Martin, calming down, grinned at the frenzied fans. See? That's why. People are sick of superheroes. He left the stunned reporters, pulling Cameron into the venue. You madman, Jack Nicholson muttered, having watched from the sidelines. He had to admit Martin was a better Joker. Even in real life, he could slip into character effortlessly. Thanks for the compliment, Martin smirked. He glanced around. Where's your diamond doll? We broke up. Not a good match, Nicholson said, eyes flickering awkwardly. Liar. You couldn't keep up with her, Martin teased. Asshole, I'm fucking 70. Wait till you're my age. You'll know what it's like to run out of steam, Nicholson admitted, defeated. 70? You're 72, old man, Martin jabbed, rubbing salt in the wound. Fuck you, don't remind me, you fucking bastard, Nicholson growled, glaring. Martin entered the venue, where Drew Barrymore rushed up, breathless. Boom, Martin, boom. Cameron Diaz, curious, asked, what's booming? The box office is about to explode. Drew exclaimed. I just got word. Over 3,000 early screenings with 90% plus attendance. The Joker is going to crush it. Theater chains are calling, begging us to rush more prints. Wow, Martin, congrats. Cameron beamed. Congrats to us, Martin corrected. You're the leading lady, Popo. Haha, right, congrats to us. Cameron laughed. Enough mutual back-patting, Drew interjected. I'm calling the print factory to work overtime and get fresh copies to theaters by tomorrow. God, an R-rated film. Even District 9 didn't ignite like this. Unreal. Drew was ecstatic. Never underestimate Martin Meyer's influence on moviegoers. Media outlets marveling at the Joker's frenzy agreed. Fueled by the Super Bowl ad and online debates, a dark storm was about to sweep North America. Warner CEO Alan Horn approached Martin, grinning. You're our genius. I've never seen an R-rated film this embraced by the masses. You might set a new record. Martin shrugged calmly. The last record was mine too. Horn blinked, then laughed, recalling The Matrix, which shattered R-rated film records. Fair point. Breaking records is old hat for you. But, good news. Warner's adding $10 million to marketing and distribution to fully support Meyer's Entertainment's expansion. No issue there, Martin teased, but profit splits stay the same. Of course, Horn chuckled. Nearby, Drew overheard, pumping her fist. Yes. With Warner's backing and Meyer's Entertainment's media resources, the Joker would dominate North American airwaves for a month post-premiere. As the lights dimmed, the film began. Daniel Kaluuya, seated with the crew in the fifth row, buzzed with excitement. God, I'm thrilled. My first theatrical release. My mom's gonna be so proud. Like 80% of Black American kids, he had no father. TL/N. I laugh a little at this paragraph. Please don't call me racist. Your first? Didn't you do that? What was it, Killing Gun News? Chris Pratt, beside him, asked. That was a British indie film. Never hit theaters, Daniel admitted, embarrassed. Chill, little man. Pratt said, half comforting, half bragging. You're just a side role here, 3 minutes of screen time. Maybe 1 if we're counting face shots. No big deal. Me? I had over 8 minutes and wanted with Martin, and he punched me. Daniel frowned. 8 minutes was brag-worthy, but getting punched by Martin? Why boast about that? Pratt, catching his confusion, scoffed. You don't get it. In the Myers clan, it's an honor to be hit by Martin. Think Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. Wow, big stars, Daniel said. Exactly. How do you think they got there? Because Martin punched them? Bingo. Superstitious like many, Daniel pondered Pratt's words. Is there some mysticism here? Should I get Martin to punch me too? In the back rows, Daniel Mann stared at the screen, buzzing with anticipation. His roommate, Adam Davis, was calmer. Though initially hooked by the Joker's 30-second trailer, his excitement had faded, replaced by doubts about a villain-led comic book film. Dude, I'm regretting snagging these premiere tickets with you, Adam said. $80. I might suffer through 120 minutes. Come on, what's that nonsense? Daniel snapped. Do you know how lucky we were to get these? They're scalping for $400 outside. And you love the trailer. As Martin's loyal fan, Daniel was annoyed by Adam's hesitation. It's just a trailer, Adam countered. Online, people said trailers are the best bits. Crappy movies can have great trailers. They've got a point. Shut it, man. We're here, money's spent. Just watch and see if it's good, Daniel grumbled as the screen lit up. The Joker was set in 1980s Gotham. Economic decay, soaring prices, stark wealth gaps, rampant unemployment. Sound familiar? Yes, it mirrored America's current reality. The protagonist, Arthur, a kind young man, lived with and cared for his ailing mother, Penny. A clown for hire in Gotham, his dream, echoing his mother's hopes, was to spread joy. Plagued by mental illness, his uncontrollable behaviors made him a laughingstock, often at the worst moments. On screen, Arthur applied makeup before a mirror, hooking his fingers into his mouth to force a wide grin. "You can do this, Arthur," he told his reflection. The screen darkened. Bang, bang, bang. Subtitles appeared. Line 1, Joker. Line 2, a Martin Myers production, in bold, massive font. The audience stirred with anticipation. The scene shifts. Arthur, in full clown makeup, holds a signboard, juggling on a street corner, one of his daily gigs. Suddenly, a group of young punks snatch the sign and bolt. Arthur chases them into a deserted alley, where they beat him mercilessly. Frail and defenseless, he rolls on the ground, erupting in shrill, uncontrollable laughter, a symptom of his mental illness. His laughter, mistaken as defiance, only fuels the thug's brutality. They leave him battered, and the camera lingers on Arthur's vivid appearance. Red lips, white face, green wig, bright yellow vest, and a garish red flower on his chest, stark against the alley's gloom. Trash-strewn black bags, graffiti-covered walls, a greenish filter, and a low-angle shot amplify the oppressive, contradictory atmosphere. The torn pieces of his bright yellow sign scattered on the ground sear into the audience's eyes. Kevin Thomas, captivated, scribbles in his notebook. Clever cinematography and stark color contrasts highlight how a vibrant soul is crushed in a bleak, repressive world. This shot foreshadows Arthur's fate and Gotham's deeper crisis. Losing the sign costs Arthur his pay, plus he must compensate his boss and likely lose the job. He trudges through Gotham's desolate streets, littered with uncollected trash, surrounded by hurried, indifferent passers-by. The green filter persists, with only Arthur's bright colors standing out, intensifying his isolation. The scene shifts to a government-assigned therapist's office. Arthur, after a long bout of uncontrollable laughter, regains control. His laughter here is less frantic than during the beating, tinged with helplessness and pain, perhaps because he trusts this therapist to help, revealing his raw emotions. But, as always, there's no real care. The female therapist asks routine questions, scribbling absently. When the camera zooms in, her notes are mere doodles. The lens pans the room, piled with case files, hinting at her heavy caseload, before settling on Arthur's earnest face, perhaps seeing her as his last hope. Facing her cold questions, Arthur answers sincerely. She flips through his joke notebook, landing on a page scrawled in heavy ink. "I just hope my death is worth more than my life." The deep pen marks betray the force behind those words. James Blenn, next to Kevin, writes, "Details, details everywhere." The audience, stirred by Arthur's tragic encounters, feels a surge of sympathy and frustration. Yet the therapist remains indifferent, handing back the notebook with a callous question. "Do you know why you were in the mental hospital?" It's like a slap followed by, "Why'd you make me do that?" The audience, already rooting for Arthur, bristles. Daniel Mann overhears his hesitant roommate, Adam Davis, mutter through gritted teeth, "You can't do that." Daniel, equally enraged, stays silent, furious for Arthur, for the coldness. What did Arthur do wrong? Why treat him like this? Maybe he just can't fake indifference like most. Countless viewers silently rage on Arthur's behalf. The scene flashes to Arthur's time in the mental hospital. Notably, Martin ditches the film's signature cold green filter here, boosting saturation to make the hospital room bright and lively. A stark contrast to Gotham's grim streets and the therapist's oppressive office. Kevin Thomas hears James mutter, "The clocks, both identical, even the time." He notices the hospital's wall clock matches the therapist's, both frozen at 11:11. Kevin writes, "This suggests the outside world is the real madhouse, while the hospital seems normal." James notes, "The contrast blurs what's truly the asylum, hinting Arthur belongs in the hospital." Post-therapy, Arthur rides a bus home. A young boy in front stares at his dejected expression. Recalling his mother's wish to spread joy, Arthur makes silly faces, coaxing a smile from the boy, a gesture of kindness. But the boy's mother snaps, "Stop bothering my son," pulling him close. As the boy, cowed, avoids Arthur, his face falls, and the audience feels his hurt. Then, Arthur's uncontrollable laughter erupts again. Under the mother's disdainful glare, he hands her a worn, yellowed card. His laughter is not malicious. It's a mental condition he cannot control. Thank you, please return the card. The cards were shows years of use, and its existence reveals Arthur's awareness of his impact on others and his effort to minimize it. The audience's hearts ache for his kindness. As the audience watched Arthur, suppressing his laughter while handing the worn card to the Black Mother, their emotions surged. Pain, loneliness, restraint, injustice. Arthur's kindness and desperate desire to belong stirred their hearts. Daniel Mann's eyes welled up, fists clenched tight. If he weren't in a theater, he'd scream, "This damn world." His roommate, Adam Davis, was worse, softly sobbing. "It's not fair. Arthur's so kind. Why treat him like this? God, he's too pitiful. He's good. He doesn't deserve this." Across over 3,000 U.S. theaters showing The Joker, similar murmurs filled the air. Martin's masterful acting and the script's relentless push had hooked the audience, making Arthur's injustices their own. On screen, the scene darkened. Arthur returned to his dilapidated apartment building, checking the mailbox as he always did for his mother, a ritual yielding nothing. His mother, Penny, wrote regularly to her former employer, Thomas Wayne, yes, young Batman's father, begging for financial aid, but never received replies. Every Friday night, the happiest moments for mother and son were watching the Murray Franklin Show, starring Robert De Niro, together on their worn couch. Murray, a veteran talk show host, was Arthur's idol. He studied Murray's life, dreaming of becoming a comedy star like him. The scene shifted to a younger Arthur at the Murray Franklin Show's live taping, where Murray called him on stage to share his story. Nervously clutching the mic, Arthur recounted his joyless childhood, fatherless, devoted to his ailing mother, still single, living in a rundown apartment to care for her. He spoke of his dream to be a great talk show comedian like Murray. Moved, Murray pulled him up, offering fatherly encouragement. For the first time, Arthur felt paternal warmth, adopting Murray as a spiritual father. This rare warm moment in the film drew smiles from the audience. But most didn't realize Martin was setting them up. This fleeting comfort would soon be shattered into something vile and nauseating. Seasoned critics, like James Blenn, sensed a twist, scribbling reversal. In his notebook, a chill running down his spine. He glanced at the packed theater, wondering, will these manipulated viewers rage online or worship Martin? He was eager to find out. Kevin Thomas, beside him, worried this film might be Martin's box office Waterloo. Despite the fiery early screenings, a backlash could tank its momentum, as seen with Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible 3 last year. Critics and audiences weren't yet grasping the thrill of a villain's origin story. The film's genius was simple. Its oppressive first half built unbearable tension, priming viewers for an explosive emotional release. Everyone hides a demon behind a mask, who can strip it off to face their dark humanity. Not even Batman. But the Joker does. When Arthur, pushed to his breaking point, becomes the Joker, a pure embodiment of evil, the audience's pent-up empathy would erupt, urging them to burn the world with him. That was the Joker's exhilarating core, the reason for its original timeline success. The next day, Arthur entered the locker room, shedding his clothes. Gasps filled theaters. His emaciated, twisted frame was Martin. The haunting image of Arthur, sitting in a dim room under a single beam of light, writhing as if breaking invisible chains, stunned viewers. His spine protruded, shoulder blades jutting like wings, his body slightly deformed. Scars from yesterday's beating marked his malnourished frame, alongside ill-fitting shoes. A co-worker, Randall, a hefty clown actor, handed Arthur a gun for self-defense. As feared, Arthur's boss didn't buy his story about the stolen sign, docking his pay for the damage. Arthur's face held a subservient smile, but his suppressed rage was palpable. "Damn it, hit him. Kick his ass," Adam growled under his breath. The audience shared his fury, but Arthur held back. His mother's mantra to keep smiling restrained him. Instead, he vented on a trash pile downstairs, laughing maniacally, amplifying viewers' frustration. Pity for Arthur mixed with anger at his passivity. On his way home, in the elevator, Arthur met Sophie Cameron Diaz, a single mother from his building. Her radiant smile and brief chat lifted his spirits. Most viewers saw it. Arthur was smitten. Cameron straightened in her seat beside Martin, who tactfully removed his hand from her shoulder. He knew when to play his part. At the Grand Theater, the flickering light held the audience captive. Martin's storytelling prowess kept them engrossed, with no trace of impatience or restlessness. In the evening, Arthur bathed his mobility-impaired mother, peppering their talk with jokes to ease her worries about money or him. He spoke of one day performing in grand clubs, a successful comedian. This tender mother-son moment warmed hearts. Drawn to Sophie, Arthur, with time before work, secretly followed her, learning she worked at a bank. Then, he visited another comedian's show, taking notes. Clearly, Arthur was diligent, not poor from laziness but trapped by a rotten environment that stifled joy and success. How could he make others laugh in such a world? People say comedy's core is tragedy, but it's not built on it, James Blinn wrote in his notebook. That evening, Sophie, Cameron Diaz, knocked on Arthur's door, asking if he'd been following her. The audience saw she wasn't upset. Her smile invited him to be bolder. Go for it, some female viewers urged. But Arthur, flustered, mumbled and shut the door, closing off his sliver of romantic hope. The audience's frustration grew, their irritation at his timidity mounting. The next day, Arthur, psyching himself up, went to work with determination. Performing at a children's hospital, he accidentally dropped the gun Randall gave him. Panicked, he stuffed it away, claiming it was a prop. Skeptical parents said little, and he thought he'd dodge trouble. Then his boss called, furious, firing him. Randall, the chubby co-worker, had ratted him out, claiming Arthur bought the gun from him despite his objections. The audience boiled with rage at Randall, the boss, and Arthur's passivity. You're bullied this badly and still don't fight back? Kevin Thomas, emotional, wrote, no matter how you console yourself or face life optimistically, the world's unfair blows can't be undone. He realized he was rooting for Arthur. On the subway home, 3 drunk, suited Wayne Enterprises employees harassed a woman. Arthur, angry but scarred from a past beating for intervening, stayed put. A flashback showed him bloodied on a subway floor after trying to stop similar thugs, only for the woman to flee at the next stop. This time, he planned to stay out of it, but fate played a cruel joke. His uncontrollable laughter erupted, drawing the men's ire. Mistaking it for mockery, they attacked him. In the chaos, unable to reach his card, Arthur pulled the gun and shot 2 dead. The third fled as the subway stopped, but Arthur, in a frenzied state, chased and killed him on the stairs. Theaters erupted with cheers. Nice, take out those scumbags. That's it, Arthur. Good job, this is what you should do. Martin timed the release perfectly. Any later, and the audience's frustration might have turned to disdain. Any sooner, and the impact would have been weaker. Calming down, Arthur fled to a public bathroom. Staring into the mirror, the audience sensed a shift. His once lonely, submissive eyes now glinted with cold excitement. A strange feeling emerged, as if another soul had awakened in him. Arthur began to dance, as if killing trash was exhilarating. After, he faced the mirror, pulling his lips into a smile, natural, not forced, as if he'd found his true self. Jack Nicholson's scalp tingled. Arthur's mirrored gaze felt like another person entirely. What kind of talent pulls off this split personality vibe? You see that? He asked Leonardo DiCaprio beside him. See what? Leonardo replied, confused. Never mind, Nicholson muttered, deciding to be friendlier to Martin. He didn't want to rouse the darker persona he sensed. Back at his building, emboldened, Arthur went straight to Sophie's apartment, knocked, and kissed her forcefully. Whistles and cheers filled theaters. Arthur's spring seemed to have arrived. Having done what most wouldn't, his courage surged. The next day, collecting his things at work, Arthur punched the time clock to pieces, a final act of defiance. The audience laughed and clapped as he cracked jokes, his newfound confidence shining. But was that all? No. Martin wasn't done toying with their emotions. In the front row, Martin's lips curled into a Joker-like smirk, unseen by all. Arthur began to change, and it seemed things were turning for the better. The subway murders hit the news, with Gotham's elite, Thomas Wayne, chairman of Wayne Enterprises, grandstanding on TV. He mourned the victims, condemned the killer, and blamed the crime on class envy. Yes, those loafers out there. They could all be jokers, Wayne declared. I'm running for mayor to save this city, and I believe I can do it. His arrogance grated on Arthur, who scoffed, his face dripping with disdain. At his next therapy session, the female therapist repeated her rote questions, indifferent to Arthur's words, even complaining about budget cuts and a looming shutdown due to strikes. Arthur, unfazed, realized his past reliance on her stemmed from his time in the mental hospital. She'd never helped him. With newfound clarity, Arthur smiled. Then came the scene destined to be iconic. Therapist, why are you laughing? Arthur, I don't know. People laugh when they're happy, laugh when they're sad. Me? I just laugh. For the first time, he met her gaze head-on. The camera lingered on his eyes, cold, distant, steeped in loneliness. His unrestrained, piercing laughter echoed through the room and into the audience's hearts. The therapist, visibly frightened, screamed, her fear genuine, not acted. The audience felt no pity for her, only a cathartic thrill. Scare that irresponsible woman. Arthur, calming down, lit a cigarette, his first, yet he smoked like a natural. Exhaling, he eyed the therapist, now only concerned with securing his long-term medication without her. Life went on. Arthur performed at a small comedy club, but his laughing disorder struck mid-act. Thankfully, Sophie was there, and the performance ended well. Afterward, they strolled and dined like a normal couple in love. On the streets, the killer of the three scumbags was hailed as a vigilante hero. For the first time, Arthur felt he belonged in Gotham. The audience's mood lifted. Arthur mused, I thought my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy. Was it though? At home, Arthur's curiosity about his mother's unanswered letters to Thomas Wayne overwhelmed him. He opened one, uncovering a bombshell. 30 years ago, his mother worked for Wayne and had a secret affair with him, hidden to protect his image. Arthur was Wayne's illegitimate son. Stunned, Arthur realized he had a father who'd abandoned them. Despite a mix of sorrow and frustration, he resolved to confront Wayne. At the Wayne estate, he met a young boy playing by the gate. Bruce Wayne, future Batman, the Joker's lifelong nemesis. Theaters gasped. The Joker and Batman, half-brothers? The revelation was electrifying. Believing Bruce to be his brother, Arthur felt an instant bond. Seeing the boy's gloom, he performed a clown trick, slipping his fingers through the gate to pull Bruce's mouth into a smile. This is how you smile, he said. The audience chuckled, charmed by the irony, the Joker as Batman's brother. But the warmth faded fast. The Wayne family butler intervened, dismissing Arthur's claims, saying his mother was delusional and had no ties to Thomas Wayne. Arthur's hope shattered, rage surged. He grabbed the butler, but, spotting Bruce, released him and fled, not wanting to scare the boy. This scene showed Arthur's lingering kindness. He wasn't fully the Joker yet. Oh God, that's heartbreaking, a viewer murmured. Why's the world so cruel to him? I'm starting to get why the Joker does what he does. Back at his building, Arthur saw his mother loaded into an ambulance. At the hospital, sitting outside smoking, two detectives approached, revealing they'd questioned his mother about the subway murders, triggering her stroke. Ignoring his distress, they pressed him about the case. Arthur, nervous and angry, feared losing control. He rushed into the hospital, crashing into a glass door marked "Exit Only." The detectives shouted it was one way, but he ignored them, frantically waving at the sensor until someone exited, letting him slip inside without looking back. Kevin Thomas scribbled excitedly. This isn't just Arthur's guilt and rage, it foreshadows his next steps. He's on a path defying conventional morality, defying society, a road against ethics, against humanity. In the dim theater, Steven Spielberg trembled. As a legendary director, he could sense the greatness of the unfolding film, even before its climax. Glancing at Martin's seat nearby, he thought, this young man is truly extraordinary. Beside him sat another Hollywood titan, James Cameron, stroking his bearded chin, eyes fixed on the screen. His mind drifted to his nearly completed Avatar. In terms of visual grandeur and effects, Avatar outshone the Joker. But for storytelling depth and character portrayal, Martin's film was unmatched. That kid Martin knows how to tell a story. A true genius, Cameron mused. The audience, immersed in Arthur's latest miseries, his father's denial, his mother's collapse, the detective's suspicions, didn't yet realize Martin was about to shatter the faint glimmers of hope he'd woven into the film, like slivers of sunlight through a crack. In the hospital room, Sophie's presence briefly calmed Arthur. A TV played the latest Murray Franklin show. Arthur, thrilled, saw a clip of his stand-up act, believing his idol recognized his talent. But his joy crumbled. Murray was mocking him, using his awkward performance as a punchline. To Murray, Arthur was a joke, like always. But this was different. Murray, Arthur's father figure, had betrayed him. Staring at the TV, Arthur's eyes blazed with fury, not just at the ridicule, but at fate's cruel kick after society's relentless blows. A ray of sunlight in the audience's hearts shattered. Back home, Arthur lay, awake, restless. The TV reported protests. Gotham's downtrodden, inspired by Thomas Wayne's elitist remarks, rallied with clown masks outside Wayne Enterprises, decrying his mayoral run. The next day, at a theater where Thomas Wayne attended a charity event, Arthur saw crowds of masked jokers, angry, fervent, alive. For the first time, he felt he wasn't alone, wasn't an outcast. He erupted in a genuine, hearty laugh, yet it carried the eerie edge of his disorder. James Blenn's eyes lit up, scribbling. Once habits form, they're hard to break. This shows the Joker can't turn back. Kevin Thomas disagreed, writing, "We were wrong." The Joker's heartfelt yet pathological laugh reveals he's not sick or mad. This is the real him, his true self. Slipping into the theater during a clash between security and protesters, Arthur found a different world inside. Outside was chaos, unemployed masses. Inside, polished elites enjoyed life without a care. The screen played Chaplin's Modern Times, where Chaplin, on night shift, skates recklessly in a store, nearly falling. Arthur, hidden in the back, laughed maniacally, unnoticed, as the elites laughed too, but their laughter differed sharply from his. Kevin Thomas, electrified, wrote, "Chaplin in Modern Times and Arthur are of the same class. Capitalists don't care how they live. Their lives are worth less than Gotham's trash." The suited elites laugh at Chaplin because, like Arthur, he's just a clown, a joke to them. James Blenn added, "As Modern Times makes everyone laugh, no one notices danger approaching. Martin's warning, a hazard sign in the bottom right corner, signals the crisis looming over the theater." Spotting Thomas Wayne heading to the restroom, Arthur followed. Confronting him, he revealed he was Penny's son. Wayne coldly denied any connection, claiming Arthur was adopted, even accusing him of seeking money. Arthur's bitter smile betrayed his suspicion of his mother's delusions, yet he clung to hope. "I don't want money or fame, just a warm hug," he pleaded. Wayne recoiled, disgusted. Arthur's emotions erupted in his most frenzied laugh yet. The audience felt their last shred of hope crushed, sharing his anguished fury. Alarmed, Wayne punched Arthur, warning him to stay away from his son. Another ray of sunlight extinguished. Back home, Arthur locked himself in a refrigerator, an enigmatic act, leaving viewers to interpret. James Blenn wrote, "Arthur senses something dark growing inside him. He uses this to stay sane, suppressing the rage and evil within." Kevin Thomas countered, "The refrigerator symbolizes coldness, darkness, the perfect breeding ground for evil." This scene shows Arthur nurturing the Joker within, his true essence. The next day, Arthur's phone rang. Ecstatic, he learned he'd been invited to the Murray Franklin show. Could Murray still remember him? Was the mockery a misunderstanding? Hope flickered. He dreamed of being a talk show star, bringing joy. A shattered ray of sunlight seemed to glimmer again. Determined to uncover the truth, Arthur went to Arkham Asylum, stealing his mother's 30-year-old medical file. In a hallway, he read it, confirming her delusional disorder and his adoption. Childhood abuse from her boyfriend had caused his neurological damage, triggering his laughing condition. Despair flooded him, yet he laughed uncontrollably. Returning home through Gotham's pouring rain, Arthur entered Sophie's apartment, sitting on her couch. A shocking moment followed. Sophie emerged, startled to see him, confusedly asking, "Did you come to the wrong place, Arthur?" He turned, raising a finger gun to his temple. A thunderbolt struck Kevin Thomas, James Blenn, and sharp-eyed critics across 3,000 North American theaters. Like his mother's delusions about Thomas Wayne, Arthur's tender moments with Sophie, his love, their dates, were figments of his imagination. What the fuck? Damn it. This is terrifying. God, why him? The audience reeled. The third ray of sunlight extinguished. Worse, was Murray's encouragement on his show, the fatherly embrace, also a delusion? The laughing crowd at Arthur's stand-up, imagined too? The deeper they thought, the colder the chill. Arthur's life of warmth was all an illusion. Critics marveled at Martin's twisted world. Arthur, laughing uncontrollably on his couch, faced Sophie's cold corpse on the floor. Yes, he'd killed her. With all lights snuffed out, only darkness remained in his heart, and the audience's suppressed to its depths. At the hospital, Arthur approached his mother's bed, whispering, "I thought my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy." Without hesitation, he smothered her with her pillow. Gasps echoed in theaters, yet most felt no outrage, only a strange satisfaction. From this scene, the film's lighting grew brighter, colors vibrant. Arthur, once a mentally ill outcast, became the Joker, a true emblem of evil, the dark side within everyone. James Blend scribbled excitedly, "Martin's color palette is mesmerizing. As Arthur fully embraces evil, the visuals brighten. Evil is hope for the Joker. Darkness is his light." Jack Nicholson, gripping his head, muttered, "Fuck, after Martin's Joker, every prior version will be trash. That damned mad genius." Adam Davis, who once doubted the film, clenched his fists, emotions ignited, ready to destroy the world with Arthur. In another theater, a disguised Brad Pitt sat stunned. A villain can be portrayed like this? Quentin Tarantino felt a chill, sensing a thrilling massacre looming, like Kill Bill's climax. On screen, Arthur donned a deep red suit, rehearsing for the Murray Franklin show. He mimicked asking the TV audience if they wanted a joke, basking in their cheers. Pulling out his gun, he feigned suicide, earning more applause, like the elites laughing at Chaplin's near-fall in modern times. Martin's seamless editing made Arthur seem to interact with the TV crowd, dazzling. Critics. Lively music played as Arthur dyed his hair green, dancing in the bathroom. At his vanity, he applied Joker makeup. Then, the doorbell rang. Randall, the chubby co-worker, and Gary, the kind dwarf, came to console him over his mother's death. But Randall had ulterior motives, probing Arthur about the subway murders to align their stories for the police. He mentioned the gun, fishing for a confession. Arthur smiled, catching on, and slipped a knife from his pocket. Randall's next words sealed his fate. "You're my little brother, you know what I mean?" It enraged Arthur, recalling Randall's betrayal, giving him the gun, snitching to the boss, costing him his job. Now, Randall's fake concern was the last straw. The audience saw fury on Arthur's face, but his close-up eyes were icy. He stabbed Randall's neck, then his eye. Randall collapsed, blood splattering the white wall as Arthur stabbed repeatedly, vivid and shocking. The audience felt only exhilaration, no disgust. Killed him good, they thought. Terrified, Gary cowered. Arthur, softening, said, "You're the only one who was ever kind to me, Gary." He kissed Gary's forehead, letting him leave. Even now, the Joker retained a shred of conscience. In the theaters, seasoned viewers sensed what was coming. After Arthur killed his mother, the last tether to his humanity snapped. Unburdened, he was free to act without restraint. In a crimson suit, golden vest, green hair, white face, and red lips, softened by gentle lighting, Arthur was vibrant, alive, real. He danced down the long staircase, no longer dim and oppressive but bathed in lively sunlight. Gone was his loneliness, replaced by a phoenix-like confidence. He had found himself. The music swelled, Martin sang That Girl, as Arthur danced. A sunlit rain fell, refreshing and vibrant, brimming with life. Kevin Thomas saw deeper, writing, "God weeps for what's to come, as his child falls into the devil's embrace." James Blend countered, "Arthur, dancing in the rain, sheds his chains, soaring like a featherless bird in freedom." The two detectives pursuing Arthur appeared at the top of the stairs, shouting for him to stop. Laughing shrilly, he ran, darting into a subway car packed with clown-masked protesters. The detectives followed, roughly shoving through the crowd, sparking outrage. The Jokers beat them down. Through the subway window, Arthur watched, performing a gleeful, mocking dance as the crowd cheered. Exiting the subway, he passed rushing police with newfound swagger, calm, fearless. Observant viewers noticed his transformed stride. At the Murray Franklin show's backstage, he scrawled on a mirror in red lipstick, "Put on a happy face." Twirling his revolver, Arthur no longer dreamed of being a comedian spreading joy. He saw through it all. Tonight, he'd bring sorrow and fear. For the first time, he'd make himself happy. Murray Franklin visited backstage, giving casual instructions, dismissive of Arthur's feelings. Arthur, equally indifferent, interrupted, "Can you introduce me as Joker?" Murray was taken aback. Finally, Arthur took the stage to applause, dancing with confident, erratic grace. No longer nervous or stiff, he moved freely, even planting a bold kiss on an elderly female guest. Murray asked for a joke. Arthur opened his notebook, lingering on his old note. "I hope my death means more than my life." A metaphor clicked for viewers, recalling his home rehearsals. Arthur had planned to kill himself on air. Instead, he told a grim joke. "Knock, knock. It's the police, ma'am. Your son's been hit by a drunk driver." The audience booed. It wasn't funny. Murray scolded him. Such things weren't for jokes. Arthur apologized. Then, with grave sincerity, confessed, "I killed those 3 Wall Street guy. Why mourn those scumbags? If I dropped dead on the street, you wouldn't blink. Thomas Wayne cries for them on TV. Are their lives worth more?" Murray challenged his credibility. Arthur grinned like an innocent child. "I don't care. My life's a comedy. You think killing is funny?" Murray asked, baffled. "Yes, all of you. The system that knows so much, you decide what's right and wrong, the same way that you decide what's funny or not." Arthur shot back. "Do you know how broken this society is, Murray? Everyone screams at each other. No respect, no empathy. Do people like Thomas Wayne care about people like me? No. They think we're kids who'll take it quietly. Never. Fight back." The audience saw Arthur's brazen confidence and knew he wouldn't kill himself. So what would he do? Murray called his rant self-pity, an excuse for murder, insisting not everyone was rotten. Arthur, enraged, sneered, "You're awful, Murray." Murray asked me? "I'm awful." "Oh yeah, how am I awful?" Joker said, playing my video, inviting me on the show. "You just wanted to make a fun of me. You're just like the rest of them." Joker laughed loudly and asked again, "How about another joke, Murray? What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treat him like trash?" "I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve." He drew his gun, aimed at Murray, and fired. Bang. Without hesitation, he got up, then shot him again and walked to the camera with a wide, satisfied grin. "Oh my God, that was so cathartic. I let out all my rage. Damn, I think I just climaxed." In the theater, Quentin Tarantino smirked. He'd predicted Martin's move. But his smile soured. The Joker wasn't just dark and oppressive. It was exhilarating, insanely so. His own Inglorious Bastard, premiering soon, felt at risk. Brad Pitt's face was already grim. At the Grand Theater, Leonardo DiCaprio sighed to Jack Nicholson. "I've long admired Martin's acting, but in The Joker, he's reached a terrifying pinnacle. Oscar's king? He's the king of kings. Shut up, I don't want to hear it." Nicholson snapped. The film neared its climax, the narrative surging toward its final peak. Arthur's defiant words on the Murray Franklin show, coupled with his killing of Murray, dominated news broadcasts, igniting Gotham's Jokers. A frenzy erupted. The film's colors grew even more vivid. The camera soared above Gotham, revealing a deceptively idyllic city, towering skyscrapers, gleaming glass facades, lush parks. But as it descended, the truth emerged. Streets teemed with clown-masked rioters looting and burning. The lens cut to Arthur inside a police car, head against the window, smiling at the chaos outside. A stark contrast to the earlier, bleak bus ride home. One scene was cold and sorrowful. This one, vibrant and gleeful. Crowds waved at him, hailing their rebellious hero. His laughter grew sharper. A cop snapped, "This isn't funny." Arthur countered, "Isn't it beautiful?" Suddenly, an ambulance rammed the police car. Bang! It stopped, and clown-masked figures pulled an unconscious Arthur out, laying him on the hood, hoping he'd wake. The scene shifted to a theater playing The Pink Zorro, where Thomas Wayne, his wife, and young Bruce exited into an alley. DC fans recognized it. The alley from the Dark Knight trilogy where Bruce's parents were killed. Martin's deliberate nod thrilled them. A masked man followed, gun in hand, sneering at Thomas Wayne. "You brought this on yourself." He shot Thomas and Martha, ripping her pearl necklace. Bruce stood frozen as pearls bounced across the blood-soaked ground, marking the trauma that would shape Batman. Back to Arthur, surrounded by Jokers, he rose, bloodied but alive. Their cheers filled his once-rejected soul. He was now their revered leader. "Isn't this what I've always chased?" He was happy, and so were they. Perfect. Amid roaring crowds, Arthur climbed onto the car, dipping his fingers in his blood to paint a wide, iconic Joker smile. He danced wildly, the crowd exalting him. He hadn't sought to start a movement, yet he'd become its symbol. Now, he reveled in it, forcing his mouth into a grotesque grin with his fingers. The camera froze on Arthur, arms outstretched atop the car, surrounded by adoring followers, a villain born. Arthur Fleck was gone. The Joker had arrived. He wasn't a dragon-slaying hero-turned-monster. The Joker simply sought joy in chaos, retribution against the rich, the elite, not for any cause but his own whims. Like a child, he destroyed what didn't please him. Batman fought crime without building a better system, despite his wealth. The Joker, too, had no grand order, only chaos. Both were lonely, Joker shunned by the world, Batman shunning it. Their meeting at Wayne Manor's gate, where Arthur shaped young Bruce's smile, sealed their fate. The Joker is Batman. Batman is the Joker. The scene flashed to Arkham Asylum. A doctor faced a cackling Arthur, asking, "What's so funny?" Smirking, Arthur replied, "Just a joke you wouldn't get. Humming, that's life." The camera pulled back, revealing bloody footprints, trailing down the asylum's hall as he danced toward a sunlit window. The sunlight was blinding, yet he resisted its pull, dancing as a shadow refusing to be consumed. A sharp shatter of glass rang out. Arthur vanished from the window. Gotham's legend was unleashed. The screen faded to black, credits rolling as theater lights flickered on. Across 3,000 North American theaters, a collective hush fell, followed by a unified rise to their feet. Then, thunderous applause erupted, fervent, wild, unstoppable. Emotions poured out like a tidal wave. Brad Pitt clapped reluctantly, not wanting to stand out like Arthur. Glumly, he asked Quentin Tarantino, "Can we still push Inglourious Bastard release?" Tarantino, face grim, clapped too, muttering, "That's not funny. I just want to hit the editing room and add some killer shots." At the Grand Theater, Steven Spielberg told James Cameron, "I never believed a perfect film was possible, but The Joker, it's infinitely close to perfection." Cameron nodded. "That kid stunned me." At the Grand Theater, after a brief silence, applause thundered. Martin and the crew took the stage to thank the audience. Warner CEO Alan Horn turned to DC's Jeff Johns, asking, "What did you think?" Clapping, Johns shook his head in awe. "Unbelievable. Martin gave the Joker life. I never imagined a minor comic villain could carry so much depth, so captivatingly. I'm thinking we could launch villain-focused comic specials, starting with Martin's Joker." Horn nodded. "Great idea. The Joker's charisma and Batman, The Dark Knight, and this film has already built a massive fan base." Nearby, Marvel's Stan Lee and CEO Avi Arad held a similar exchange. "What's your take?" "It's the best comic adaptation I've seen, bar none," Arad said. "Our Iron Man might match it commercially, but in thought and artistry, it's crushed." "I agree," Lee replied. "Dark, profound, heavy, a film that fleshes out a villain, making you not hate but pity and root for him, while critiquing society's issues, unemployment, inequality, inadequate healthcare. It's a realist film with a surreal edge." Christopher Nolan, attending the premiere, stared at Martin on stage, telling his wife, Emma Thomas, "Incredible. When Martin pitched the Joker, I told him it'd be tough. But he did it, and so damn well." Emma nodded. "Working with him on Inception showed me he's a master of emotion, an artistic genius. He instinctively captures hidden beauty and manipulates audiences' feelings with precision." Martin shared behind-the-scenes anecdotes, sparking another 5-minute ovation. The crew bowed 3 times to calm the electrified crowd. It was a visceral night for the Joker's fans. Back home, Adam Davis and Daniel Mann logged into their IMDb accounts, giving the film a perfect 10. Adam, still buzzing, posted a lengthy review titled, Gotham Without Batman or Supervillains. He wrote, Saw Martin's The Joker with Daniel. Honestly, I was skeptical. Villain's origin story? I'm a Batman fan. But it didn't just captivate me, it shook me. This isn't the comic book Gotham. It's a city before Batman, without heroes or supervillains, painfully ordinary, until the Joker emerges. Gotham's biggest issue is economic decay, with filthy living conditions, shuttered welfare programs, and mass unemployment. Sound familiar? Like today's USA. Its citizens, like us, numb themselves with cheap TV, existing lifelessly. No leader, no hope. Arthur's one of them, chasing dreams until life beats him into madness. When he becomes the Joker, Martin's acting is unreal. There's no Martin, only Arthur, only the Joker. When Arthur, broken by job loss and rejection, transforms, the theater cheered. We all backed him. Who doesn't want someone to lead us against an unfair system? When the riot, celebrating their chaos, I realized, there's no single Joker. We're all Jokers. We're powerless to change, so we fantasize being the Joker, not Arthur. Chaos, riots, fury, Gotham burns. The Joker masks a newly king crowned. It's ugly but exhilarating. In this unjust world, justice is hard. So the Joker fulfills our desires. He'll always exist because injustice does. When he laughs, rebellion begins. Adam's post sparked a flood of replies. Is it really that good? Not overhyped. Come on. It's Martin Myers. He never disappoints. I loved it too, but I'm worried. It's so intense. Could it inspire copycats, causing chaos in the US? Nah, venting. Through the film might stabilize society. Venting? Or inciting? It's just a movie, an R-rated one. You think adults will act out because of it? Hollywood pumps out bloodier, more antisocial films yearly. No one's gone rogue. Why argue? I just want to know if it's gory or sexy. Not quite, but way better. Dear God, Alan Horn exclaimed, staring at the report in his hands. It was a satisfaction survey from a firm hired by Warner Brothers for the Joker. 68% rated it A+, 25% A, and only 7% below. Though just a test screening, it signaled unprecedented audience approval. No film in Hollywood history had matched such acclaim. The Joker was singular. In Malibu, at a cozy villa, Martin gifted Cameron Diaz, one of many such nests for his collection. A passionate encounter unfolded. Give it to me, honey, all of it. I'll bear your child. Diaz moaned, lost in the moment. The next morning, Martin, nestled with a sleeping Diaz, was woken by his ringing phone. It was Drew. Martin, last night's midnight box office numbers are out. Staggering. My God, staggering. How much? Martin asked calmly. Wait, is Diaz there? Get that minx up. You both need to hear this. You've broken records. Moments later, Diaz's groggy voice chimed in. Drew, I'm awake. What's the box office? Haha, last night's midnight screenings grossed $39.72 million across 3,440 theaters, averaging over $10,000 per theater. The Joker smashed records. Diaz jolted upright, her excitement uncontained. Babe, our movie broke records, she squealed, hugging Martin's head tightly, too tightly. MMPH, he muffled. Aren't you thrilled? Say something. MMPH. Diaz realized she'd pressed Martin's face into her chest, quickly releasing him. He surfaced, grinning. Not bad, very nice. Diaz puffed out her chest. Of course. I meant the record, Martin teased. Oh, really? She laughed, pulling him back for another playful smother before letting go. Now. Nice. Martin nodded. At Alan Horn's home, the Warner CEO was already awake, his age and restless thoughts cutting his sleep short. Reclining on a plush sofa, he savored a Cuban Cohiba cigar, exhaling contentedly. Beside him lay the midnight box office report, its bold red figures drawing a satisfied smile. While Martin and Diaz reveled, and Horn relaxed, tension gripped Universal's boardroom. We must ramp up promotion, Quentin Tarantino urged. I'm confident in Inglourious Bastard, but it needs more visibility. The Joker can't hog the entire box office. We've got a shot. Universal's VP glanced at Brad Pitt, who looked drained. The Joker had rattled him, He dreamt of unemployment, donning a clown mask to rob banks with the Joker, only to be caught by Martin in Batman armor. After Tarantino sat, he nudged Pitt. "Your turn, buddy." Pitt snapped to attention. "I back Quentin. We need a bigger promo budget. Inglourious Bastard is great. It can go toe-to-toe with the Joker." Toe-to-toe, a universal. Exec scoffed. "Theaters are packed for the Joker. Word is, major chains are expanding screenings. We can't give up." Pitt insisted, driven by pride. "Exactly," the VP agreed. "Even if we don't beat the Joker, we can grab its spillover. That's not chump change." Quentin's right. It can't dominate everything. Fans want variety. Add $5 million to the promo budget. Decision made. Universal's marketing machine roared to life, pushing Inglourious Bastard across mainstream media and online. But the Joker was a wildfire. No sooner did Universal's news surface than it was buried under an avalanche of the Joker reviews. The R-rated film dominated the summer, unstoppable. The New York Times raved. The Joker lacks explosive action, grand effects, or overt agendas. Martin crafted a provocative, character-driven study. It targets societal ills, mental illness, cold power structures, voicing deep pain and disgust. Martin's direction shines, stripping away comic book exaggeration to make the Joker a symbol of the downtrodden, his exquisite acting resonating deeply. The color palette is striking. Early muted tones oppress, later vibrant hues create a reckless, exaggerated atmosphere, subtly manipulating viewers' psychology. Martin's performance is the film's cornerstone, alongside his direction. His portrayal of a lonely man's heartbreak and despair, and the Joker's eruptive, world-shattering fury, leaves an indelible mark. On Friday, fueled by relentless media hype, long queues snaked outside North American theaters. 3 tickets for the Joker. Thanks, 4 for the Joker. 5 p.m. Joker, 2 tickets. By midnight, as Friday turned to Saturday, box office numbers reached eager hands. $49.89 million. Fuck, it's a weekday. Quentin Tarantino's eyes widened. Brad Pitt's face darkened. At Warner's headquarters, the boardroom buzzed. "A weekday gross of $49.89 million, exclaimed an executive. "My God, Martin, not even God could stop us now." Cameron Diaz gaped, her exaggerated expression betraying awe as she stared at Martin. Across from them, Alan Horn beamed, tossing Martin a cigar. "When I heard Friday morning that the Joker scored A or higher from 93% of viewers, I knew its stellar reception would drive massive box office. 2 days, $89.61 million on weekdays. I predict a colossal total." "Martin, you've done it again," Horn continued. "Nothing stops you. Writing, music, acting, now directing, all top tier." The Joker was a goldmine for Warner. Horn spared no praise. Martin grinned. "Thanks, but can we go home? It's midnight. Aren't you all tired?" Horn laughed. "Fine, meeting's over. I forgot you young folks have lively nights. Don't let an old man hold you back." He winked. Cameron Diaz and Drew Barrymore, flanking Martin, blushed. Martin chuckled, grabbing their hands. "We're off then. Just to sleep, really." "Sure, sweet dreams," Horn teased, envying their youth. In his day, he'd outdone Martin's escapades, but age had dulled his edge. The next day, Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend, Blake Lively, visited Martin's home, not for romance, but strategy. She'd chosen Leonardo over chasing Martin's clout, and now eyed Drew, Hollywood's most powerful woman per recent rankings, for career leverage. "Morning, Blake. Where's Leo?" Martin greeted, spotting her at breakfast. "Running. He's slimming down for a roll," Blake replied. "I thought he'd quit, but he stuck to 2 kilometers daily. Such willpower." Martin smirked. "You're wrong, Blake. Long-distance runners don't have willpower, they lack it." Blake laughed. "What kind of logic is that?" "Running releases endorphins," Martin explained. "Like morphine or opium, it dulls pain and feels euphoric. Chronic runners pump out tons of it. Skip a day, and their mood tanks. Suppressed endorphins make them miserable. Rain or wind, they run, not out of discipline, but because they're hooked. They can't stop. A measly 1 to 2 kilometers won't even trigger enough endorphins. Same with gym rats. No willpower, just addiction." Drew, Cameron, Bijou, and Heather burst out laughing. Blake, flushed, protested. "That's nonsense." "Nonsense? It's airtight logic, perfectly reasonable. Martin quipped. Meanwhile, Leonardo, jogging past a theater, missed Martin's jab. A massive crowd lined up for the Joker. Incognito in sunglasses, he went unnoticed. The Joker's on fire, he mused. Martin's eyeing $1 billion globally, and he might get it. Should I try directing? Nah, I can barely act. Without splitting focus. After Friday's $49.89 million, Saturday's holiday pushed the Joker to $50.12 million. In 3 days, it hit $139.7 million in North America, breaking Spider-Man's record for fastest comic book adaptation to $100 million and The Matrix's R-rated record. Sunday dipped to $37.4 million due to the upcoming workday, but the 4-day opening weekend totaled $177 million, shattering multiple comic book and R-rated records. Despite growing audiences, the Joker's acclaim held strong. On IMDb, over 290,000 users rated it 9.0, landing it at number 10 on the top 250, pushing Fight Club to number 11. As the Joker soared, a major incident unfolded in Aurora, Colorado, at the Century 16 Theater, a prime movie-going spot in the city's mall. Colorado's crime rate was relatively low, but downtown safety waned at night. Yet, on Monday evening around 10:30 p.m., many lingered at Century 16 for the 10:45 The Joker screening, defying the quiet hour when most Americans avoided city centers. Even in safer states like Wyoming, population under 600,000, 78.3% white, 12% Hispanic, 2.9% Native American, 1.1% Asian. Aurora, Colorado. It was 11:15 p.m. The Century 16 movie theater was packed, its grandest screening room, the Central Cinema, filled to the brim. Not a single seat remained empty. On the screen, Joker played, gripping the audience in a trance of focus. No one noticed the man slipping through the side door, a figure cloaked in black, clad in a bulletproof vest, a riot helmet, and protective goggles. He pried open the door and crept inside. The theater's lobby had gone quiet, the late-night crowd thinning out. This was the last big wave of viewers for the day. The midnight showings drew a different sort. Downtown's poor, gang members, anyone chasing a cheap ticket. No one paid any mind to the oddly dressed man as he slunk into the central screening room. He made his way to the back row, far left corner, and stood silently, eyes fixed on the massive screen. On it, Arthur Fleck was being beaten by a group of suited-up Wayne Enterprises employees, his laughter sharp and desolate. The man's body trembled. Jennifer Higuma, seated in the back row, glanced at him, startled. What's with this guy? She thought. Dressing like some kind of freak just to watch a movie? She had no idea what was coming. The man was James Holmes, a white resident of Aurora. Once a neuroscience Ph.D. student at the University of Colorado, born December 13, 1985. 24 years old. To those who knew him, James was painfully quiet, a little withdrawn. During his grueling doctoral studies, something broke. Academic struggles led him to drop out just last month. James was a comics fanatic. When Batman, The Dark Knight hit theaters, he became obsessed with Heath Ledger's Joker. The quiet, honest kid everyone knew once got into a fistfight defending the character from someone's bad-mouthing. Then came Todd Phillips' Joker. James was hooked, consumed by Arthur.